A global horror game descended, and everyone knelt and begged for mercy, paralyzed by fear of pain. Only you, born without the sensation of pain, looked at the room full of torture devices, a smirk more difficult to suppress than an AK playing on your lips. Just as the seductive Dr. Vexia cranked the neural pain device to maximum power, eagerly anticipating your agonizing screams, a cold yet beautiful mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Detected level 10 excruciating pain. Pain value plus 99. Pain immunity active. Attribute points converting. She thought she was torturing you, unaware she was filling you with insane amounts of experience. To gather the last few upgrade points, you even tore off your own fingernails in front of her. Accompanied by the gene lock activated prompt, you effortlessly broke the steel handcuffs. In Dr. Vexia's terror-stricken eyes, you clasped your hand around her throat, gently asking, "Didn't eat? This much pain isn't even enough to level me up." Chapter 1, The One Without Pain Sensation, and the Chosen of Pain System. Ugh, so disgusting. So dizzy. What's wrong with me? Lou felt as if he had been spinning in a tumble dryer for 3 days. Dizzily, he struggled to open his eyes. But the dazzling white light that met his eyes made him painfully squint them shut again. He didn't know what had happened, only that he felt uncomfortable all over, his mind was blank, and his memory seemed completely lost. While he was in a daze, the dazzling white light was obscured by a shadow. A beautiful woman in a white coat with blonde hair looked down at him. She was extremely beautiful, with blood-red lips, and her ample bosom made her slender curves even more alluring. Coupled with her doctor's attire, the contrast made one's heart race. "You're awake? How are you feeling, handsome?" She smiled at Lou, her flirtatious eyes meeting Lou's bewildered gaze. "What happened to me?" Lou had no idea what was going on, but he realized this might be a hospital, and he was strapped to a bed. Then, he instinctively began to assess his physical condition. Connected to various unknown instruments. Uncomfortable all over, dizzy. But there didn't seem to be any major problems, his arms and legs were intact. No. Why couldn't he feel his right leg? After trying to move his legs and failing, Lou looked up and asked, "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" Dr. Vexia, with her fiery red lips, narrowed her eyes and smiled at his words, her captivating voice emerging once again. "Oh, handsome, don't worry. Your right leg just had a small scratch, it's already bandaged and medicated, don't worry." "Scratches?" Lou frowned. "How did I get hurt? Let me see my legs." "See it? You probably can't see it right now." The doctor's voice was as gentle as ever. "Why?" "Because your right leg is in the next room." "What?" Lou's mind went blank, his already chaotic thoughts hit by a critical blow. "In the next room, how could that be right? Why were my legs amputated by you?" His body flopped a few times on the hospital bed like a dead fish, trying to sit up and see his condition. "Don't be so anxious, a lot has happened, you need to calm down and listen to me slowly." The voluptuous Dr. Vexia reached out a finger and gently stroked Lou's exposed pectoral muscle, pressing him back onto the bed. The sensitivity in his chest and the hot air she exhaled by his ear made Lou's skin crawl unconsciously. Since his body was originally restrained, Lou could only continue lying down, recalling memories while listening to her words by his ear. "You've just undergone a kidney transplant operation. You now have someone else's kidney inside you. The rejection reaction might make you a bit uncomfortable. Lie still, don't move around. Why the hell am I getting both an amputation and a kidney transplant? Did I get into a car accident?" Lou was bewildered, his memory having recovered slightly. He instinctively asked, "Who transplanted it for me? I remember I was an orphan. Is he okay?" "He's fine," the doctor replied. "Where is he?" "The morgue on the first basement floor. He'll be cremated tomorrow." "Dead?" Lou stared at the doctor in front of him, saying in disbelief, "He died because he was going to give me a kidney transplant?" "No, he died from late-stage kidney cancer," the doctor said. "Lou? My head is so itchy, it feels like a brain is growing." Then you transplanted his kidney into me? Lou began to struggle desperately on the bed once again. Wait, don't be so anxious. He still has one good kidney. Oh. But the one transplanted to you was the cancerous one. Oh. Are you out of your FING mind? The intense stimulation finally brought Lou's memories back. Even an idiot could tell that the current situation might not be right, and the woman in front of him didn't look like a proper doctor. What kind of doctor dresses like a nightclub hostess? He struggled a few times, only to find the restraints holding him were incredibly secure. It felt less like a hospital and more like he was strapped to some kind of torture device. Lou tried to calm himself, forcing himself to clear his head. He was an orphan, without parents from a young age. After leaving the orphanage at 15, he had to work and study simultaneously. Although his tragic childhood often meant he had to fight with hooligans, such minor scuffles and offending people couldn't possibly lead to him ending up here, with his legs severed and kidney replaced. He had just come home from school to sleep. Why was he here now? Who exactly are you? How did I offend you? Ha. The doctor playfully traced her lips with her slender fingers and chuckled. Oh my, the little hottie is quite smart, figured it out, have we? The game has begun. You're one of the first chosen lucky ones, excited? Lou frowned. What game? The doctor interrupted, you're quite popular right now. Lots of people are watching your live broadcast here. Saying this, she waved her hand, and a light blue, ethereal large screen appeared before Lou, with a continuous stream of bullet comments flying across it. Thrilling. The other leg. Cut off the other leg too. Awesome. I love watching this kind of thing. Finally got a chance to experience it. Where did this screen that suddenly appeared in front of me come from? Can I buy it? This kid wasn't awake just now, it wasn't fun to watch. Now he's awake, let's see his reaction, ha ha ha. Are there any other projects? Hurry up! What kind of live stream is this? Although the bullet comments weren't dense, they were continuous, suggesting that this live stream wasn't particularly deserted. Looking at the content, Lou's heart suddenly jolted. The dark web? Could it be he'd been captured for this? Don't think about it, little hottie. Your world is about to undergo unprecedented changes, beyond your imagination. You just need to enjoy this game. How about you take a look at this first? Dr. Vexia's hand greedily caressed Lou's pectoral muscle as she opened another video. In the video, a woman used a chainsaw to cut Lou's right leg. Blood splattered, making Lou feel nauseous just watching it, and at that time, he was lying motionless on the bed. Watching the bloody video, Dr. Vexia couldn't help but lick her scarlet lips, her face flushed instantly, and ripples danced in her autumn water eyes, abnormally aroused. Even Lou could feel her palm trembling slightly as she caressed him. This woman is absolutely a pervert. How is it? Doesn't it feel very stimulating? Aren't you also wondering why you don't seem to feel any pain? Saying this, the doctor casually pointed to the instrument connected to Lou's entire body. She kept talking to herself, less like answering Lou's questions and more like satisfying some twisted desire of her own. Do you recognize this? You couldn't possibly recognize it. This thing is at least 300 years ahead of your planet's technological level. It can manipulate your nerves. Right now, it's in pain mode, meaning it controls all your pain sensations. Before, for easier cutting, I blocked it for you. Now. With that, Dr. Vexia finally moved her constantly fondling hand and placed it on the machine nearby, looking at Lou with a very twisted smile. Since you're already awake, then, make me even more pleased. With that, she closed her eyes and pressed a button, enjoying the moment. All the previous pain suppression returned. Quiet. Lou. Both the doctor and the people watching the live broadcast seemed to have time paused before their eyes, staring blankly. The imagined screams did not happen. Dr. Vexia? Her expression clearly betrayed the confusion in her heart, as she looked at Lou's clear eyes, utterly bewildered. Is something wrong? Lou asked weakly. What about manipulating nerves or not? Should I tell her that I was born without the ability to feel pain? Your leg doesn't hurt? Dr. Vexia's eyes were filled with disbelief, looking at Lou, who was supposedly recovering his sense of pain. My legs don't hurt. Why? My legs are next door, they can't hurt anymore. Dr. Vexia. After a brief moment of stunned silence, seeing Lou still being humorous, her face instantly contorted, and a hashtag-shaped vein clearly popped out on her forehead. Good, you have backbone, I hope you can keep it up. As her words fell, she cruelly adjusted a few buttons, and the instrument connected to Lou instantly glowed red. In an instant, the most terrifying agony in the world descended. Intense pain caused his entire body's muscles to spasm. It was level 10 pain, far exceeding the human limit, capable of destroying anyone's strong spirit in an instant. Subsequently, there would be screams, convulsions, pleas for mercy. How wonderful! Of course, the above scenes were all imagined by Dr. Vexia herself. The reality was that the moment the machine's red light came on, Lou flinched slightly, then continued to show no reaction. The two continued to stare at each other, Lou observing his surroundings, still thinking about his predicament and how to escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting a bit now? Lou's calm voice was like a flame, igniting the anger in the other's heart, making her laugh with extreme rage in an instant. Good, you brought this upon yourself. As her words fell, she propped herself up with one hand on the bed frame, flying up and straddling Lou. With her agile movements, her white lab coat also slipped down, revealing clothes with not much fabric underneath. Lou only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and then the other person, dressed in an odd borderline outfit, sat on his lower waist. He had no pain sensation, but his sense of touch was quite sensitive. Amidst the slippery feeling, there was also a duong cushioning. Lou? No! Female benefactor, what are you doing? Don't stop. The shy Lou instantly blushed, struggling violently and squirming like a maggot. He had never experienced such a thing before, and it was indeed a bit awkward to urge the other party to continue. The woman, with a distorted face and her strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, looked at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Hope you're ready. Please, pleasure me." The machine next to them roared, power maxed out, emitting an unusual hum amidst a powerful red glow. A strange tingling sensation covered Lou's entire body, and at the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Threshold broken. Unlocking. Binding. Initializing. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +9. Initial gene lock, pending activation, required pain value, 11,100. Ha? What? This time, it was Lou's turn to be confused. Chapter 2, Add points for pain plus no pain sensation equals add points at will. Bang! Lou's expression was still frozen in confusion, recalling the voice in his mind, but at this moment, Dr. Vexia had already angrily slapped Lou's chest, a mass of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit leaving him breathless. Lou was then horrified to discover that the woman's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were incredibly high, making her impossible to resist. Who? Dr. Vexia was panting heavily, her eyes almost spitting fire as she stared at Lou beneath her, her perverse desires unvented, making her feel like she was about to explode. As a top-tier perverted sadist, her prey being so disobedient ruined all her previous wonderful feelings. The script was definitely not written this way. Why, are you alright? Her hands pressed firmly against Lou's chest, her fingers digging in with force, her fingertips already deeply embedded in his flesh, and blood instantly seeped out. Lou's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, looking at his tearing chest muscles, horrified by the terrifying strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit of the woman before him. This was absolutely not the strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit a normal human female should possess. He was still restrained at the moment. A lamb to the slaughter not feeling pain didn't mean he couldn't die. With a sudden thought about strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, Lou looked at the woman's fiery eyes and understood, he had to go along with her for now. Ah! After a very fake scream, his whole body began to writhe on the bed. It hurts. It really hurts. I forgot just now. Ah! Dr. Vexia. The fiery eyes instantly paused, and the expression instantly became blank. Did you forget how to speak? You can forget pain? You've got a lot of nerve. But seeing Lu's pained expression at this moment, she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, as if some desire had been satisfied. For a moment, she didn't care about anything else and pressed the button on the instrument next to her once again. Red light burst forth. Chosen of pain system pain value +8. Initial gene lock, pending activation, required pain value, 19100. The same voice rang in Lu's mind again. Lu understood that this was probably the moment he was supposed to feel pain. Again, matching the other party's screams, Lu himself felt his acting was a bit fake. He had been immune to pain since childhood, so acting like this was already his best effort. He had no good way to escape right now, so he could only temporarily follow the pain value prompt in his mind, first accumulating it to 100, and then seeing if that initial gene lock could be of any use. Although Lu's voice was a bit fake, the doctor on top of him was already feeling much more comfortable. She let out a long breath, the killing intent on her face receded, and the previous flirtatious and perverted smile reappeared on her face. While continuing to press the instrument next to her, she adjusted her posture sitting on Lu. At the same time, the doctor's attire on her body began to slide off one piece after another. The remaining meager fabric was already struggling to fully cover her creamy skin. Looking at her posture, her expression and demeanor, and the scant, almost stingy, amount of fabric covering her, all the spectators in the live broadcast pretty much knew what was going to happen next. Holy crap! Is this doctor really that well endowed? Couldn't tell at all when she was wearing a lab coat. My apologies, my apologies. Just now she was cutting legs, now she's about to evolve into an intimate encounter. Wait, don't you guys really think this little brother's screaming sounds a bit fake? This is purely acting. Some people in the bullet comments had already noticed something was off, and they all started to crack up. But Dr. Vexia was in high spirits at the moment and didn't notice anything amiss. Chosen of pain system pain value +8. Chosen of pain system pain value +9. Wave after wave of terrifying nerve stimulation arrived. The pain that could completely destroy a person's mind had no effect on Lu. He could only continuously match the other party's performance as the pain value increased, greedily savoring the feeling of the pain index rising. Ah! Is this maximum power now? Is there even greater power? If you add any more, I might die. Don't add any more. Dude, seriously? Your acting is terrible. To be honest, I'm a little embarrassed. Not even pretending anymore? If you ask me, the plots in domestic films are just not good enough. Brother upstairs, a word with you. Dr. Vexia's perverse smile gradually stiffened on her face. Even with lust filling her brain, she sensed something was off. In the past, when she tortured her prey, their bodies writhing in pain, muscles spasming, and the look of terror on their contorted faces were her greatest mental pleasure. But why did this man beneath her show none of that? This was the second time she had been pulled out of that feeling of pure lust. Boy, are you messing with me? Are you asking if I want to? Lu replied. Bang! With a loud bang, the fiery woman opposite slapped the machine, which then flared red, indicating she had officially lost patience. You've angered me, little one. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've ruined my fun. As she spoke, she reached under herself and pulled out a dagger. Hold on. Big sis, can you explain where you got that knife from first? Swish. A flash of white light, a swift movement of the hand, the blade fell, and then a sudden burst of red. While Lu was still talking trash, the knife was already plunged into his chest. Chosen of pain system pain value +2. The low pain value proved that this stab was far less painful than the previous instrument, but this strike made Lu's pupils contract instantly. He didn't feel pain, but that didn't mean he couldn't die. I'm a little bit. I don't want to play nicely with you anymore. Dr. Vexia tossed her hair, adjusted her sitting posture, and conveniently rubbed against Lu's body. As she spoke, the blade in her hand slowly moved downwards, and the crimson paintbrush drew a twisted, irregular curve on his body. Chosen of pain system pain value +2. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. I originally wanted to have a good time with you, but you're really pissing me off. So I suddenly thought, I'll cut it off and use it again, and see if your expression will still be the same as it is now. Her alluring voice still echoed in his ears, and beyond the physical torment, there was more mental devastation. And seeing Lou's expression gradually becoming serious, the perverse Dr. Vexia's expression once again began to show smugness and pleasure. The pain value was slowly increasing, but Lou knew he was running out of time. Her other hand was already pulling at his pants. Who would have thought that the first time a woman pulled his pants down in his life, it would be because she wanted to castrate him? Crack! Suddenly, a dull, teeth-grinding sound echoed in the room, drawing Dr. Vexia's attention. Looking down slightly, she saw a crimson blur before her eyes. Lou's fingernails had dug into the handcuffs, as if he wanted to snap them with his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. But clearly, it wasn't the handcuffs that broke. Turning back, what she saw was still Lou, expressionless. "What are you doing?" Having long grown accustomed to various tortures, the inherently twisted Dr. Vexia suddenly felt something was amiss. Lou smiled. He felt no pain. All he cared about was the notification sound in his ear when his fingernails broke. Chosen of pain system pain value +4. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds almost simultaneously rang out as all the fingernails on Lou's left hand were instantly and brutally torn off by himself. Chosen of pain system pain value +3. Gene lock, pending activation, required pain value, 101. Conditions met, gene lock activated. Bang! A flash of lightning streaked through Lou's mind, like a grand door slowly opening. At the same time, the previously unshakable steel handcuffs abruptly shattered. Chapter 3, Special Event Reward, World First. Gene lock, activated. Every cell felt as if it were burning, his heart roared like an internal combustion engine. The sensation of metamorphosis made Lou acutely aware that an unprecedented change was happening within him. Along with it came strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. Metal snapped as the alloy handcuffs, strong enough to secure a bull, burst open directly, steaming. His arm, boiling like, shot up. Reflected in the doctor's astonished pupils was the cold gleam of the broken metal. Both bodies suddenly sprang up like leopards, a complete reversal. Dr. Vexia was pinned to the bed. Grabbing the knife, twisting, all in one fluid motion, as if practiced countless times. The earlier flirtatiousness in his eyes had completely vanished. After regaining his freedom, Lou didn't utter another word, his eyes glinting with a wolf-like ferocity. He picked up the knife and forcefully plunged it into the woman's exposed chest. That was where her heart was. At this point, the spectators who had been relishing in the barrage of comments, thinking they were watching some erotic, twisted livestream, also sensed that something was wrong. No. Isn't something a bit off here? Is something wrong? And how did he suddenly snap those handcuffs just now? It's staged, probably. Just wondering what the next plot point is. What, are they switching to the traditional missionary position now? But at this moment, the two at the center of everyone's attention knew this was no game. Dr. Vexia's eyes were filled with horror, her hands desperately gripping Lou's knife-wielding hand, incredulous at how the man before her had broken free. Carbon-based life form, 18 years old, low physical energy, impossible, what did you do? A sharp voice echoed in the room, veins bulging on the doctor's forehead, like a trapped beast struggling. But Lou remained completely unmoved. His remaining leg pressed against her lower abdomen, and he continuously applied force with his hand, the dagger steadily pushing down amidst her struggles. The sharp tip of the blade had already cut through the tender flesh of her chest. The shape that could drive countless men wild had no effect on Lou whatsoever. He was like a precise machine, ready to slaughter his prey. No, this is just a game, nothing will happen. Seeing Lou's unyielding resolve, Dr. Vexia panicked. She quickly plastered a fawning smile on her face and pleaded. This is a paradise chosen by God, you are the chosen, this is merely an initial test. You passed. You did very well, you'll receive many rewards after this. You must be curious about what's going on. Release me, I know everything, I can tell you anything you ask. Tell me what you want. I can agree to anything, I'm yours too, you can do whatever you want. In her flustered voice, her tone changed several times, from pleading to fawning, even to later offering enticements and seduction, but Lu's expression remained unchanged. He simply stared intently at the knife in his hand. The woman beneath him failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Her almost naked clothes and pitiful words only made him press harder on the knife with his right hand, then with both hands. Lu knew that with his ability to break steel handcuffs, this woman's resistance proved she was no ordinary person. It was kill or be killed, no need for more words. Blood seeped out, life slowly draining away. You can't kill me, I am. Crack! The sound of the dagger piercing her sternum and pinning her heart forever sealed her unfinished words in her mouth. It was only then that Lu looked into her wide eyes and spoke his first words since breaking free. I was an orphan from a young age, it wasn't easy to survive until now. Over the years, I've learned one thing, don't hand over your chance to live to someone else. After speaking, the sharpness in his eyes vanished instantly. His body went limp, and he collapsed, as if from exhaustion, into the still warm embrace of the woman beneath him. These kinds of victor's declarations, you really have to wait until the other party is completely dead before saying them, huh? He forced a couple of laughs, then looked at his genuinely missing right leg, and found himself unable to laugh anymore. During the previous life or death crisis, his mind was clear, only by killing the enemy could he live. But now, his mind was in turmoil. What game? What test? Why did his legs suddenly break? Clenching his fists, the extreme strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit brought by gene lock still gave Lu some confidence. He turned to look at the screen in the air, connected to the so-called live broadcast, seeking answers. On the large screen, which had been briefly silent due to shock over the sudden turn of events, chaos had now erupted. Game? What game? Does that mean we are also the chosen? Why else would this video appear out of nowhere before my eyes? It appeared out of nowhere on my computer, and then I couldn't turn it off. Awesome. I'll remember you, Counter Kill Bro. Police have been called. After a quick glance, he only found some fragmented information. Then, the entire room suddenly shook, and the large screen instantly went dark, impacting Lu's eyes. Lu was startled at that moment. Instinctively wanting to make a move, his body was completely disobedient, as if floating in space. Before his eyes was a data stream like a time-space tunnel, and in his ears, strange mechanical sounds accompanied lines of subtitles appearing out of thin air before him. Initial game over. Welcome to the global Grand Game God's chosen paradise. Initial selected participants, 14,569,812. Initial contestants, 1,652,348. Number of finishers, 926357. Note, instances will not truly die, but non-finishers will be disqualified from the game. Perfect completion participants, 3,549. Your initial completion rating, SSS rank, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions, 1. Rewards settling. Holy hell! Looking at the lines of subtitles before him, Lu started to feel a bit dazed. He now truly realized what "the world has changed" meant. Special event triggered, kill the initial guide NPC, obtain achievement badge, Godslayer. Special event triggered, confiscated a 003 class sealed artifact sensory manipulator. Item is unique, already recovered. Rewarded with a sealed artifact of the same caliber, already placed in inventory. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items, intermediate healing potion 3, placed in your backpack. Your current world ranking, 1,726,357. Rankings update with each game. Consecutive perfect performance and high rankings will bring surprises. Please keep up the good work. Am I world number 1? Lu looked at the 1,726,357 before him, somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 4, God's Chosen Paradise, a Global Game. Perfect completion reward, free body repair function, please relax. This was the last sentence. After hearing it, an irresistible wave of drowsiness instantly washed over him, and Lou lost consciousness. Ding 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 dang ding ding. He didn't know how much time had passed, or perhaps it was only a few minutes, when Lou, in his sleep, was suddenly woken by his alarm clock. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar dimly lit room, the familiar 10-square-meter dorm bathroom. The familiar moldy corner, the old model second-hand Redmi phone by the bed. Lou was startled and looked down at his own body. His legs were intact. Was it a dream? It felt so real. A sigh carried a hint of disappointment. As he was thinking, he casually slapped his phone to turn off the alarm, but it produced a loud bang. The loud noise jolted him awake. Curious, he turned on the light and stared at the deep imprint on the bed, confused. If it weren't for the mattress pad, his luxury phone might really have been rendered useless. Lou instantly seemed to recall something, quickly opened his phone, connected to the dorm's Wi-Fi, and randomly clicked on a social platform. The first trending topic below the search bar glowed a fiery red, with a simple description, just 8 words. God's Chosen Paradise, a Global Game. The number of searches next to it had reached a terrifying 180 million. Historically, the highest trending topic on this platform only reached 40 million. 180 million, that's a number no celebrities agency would dare to invent for hype. Lou quickly clicked in and started browsing through a large number of news reposts. Starting at midnight, large numbers of people disappeared into thin air. A Canadian Airlines plane crashed. Crew members reported the captain and co-pilot vanished from the cockpit. Live streams suddenly appeared on many people's phones, computers, and electronic devices, and screens even manifested on their corneas, unable to be closed. A man in Australia demonstrated superpowers, claiming to be a perfect game clear, declaring a new era had arrived and he would become the world's ruler. Many people claim to be the chosen, but they haven't been forced into the game. They say they can join voluntarily later. Experts suggest it may be a collective fraud. Police are investigating and hope those who genuinely participated in or played the game will proactively contact official channels. Message after message filled the screen, mostly direct announcements from official media, clearly indicating the seriousness of the situation. Lou checked and found that the earliest publication time of this news was less than 20 hours ago, yet it had already spread so widely. The entire page had almost no other news. Various self-media outlets flocked in, and all sorts of mystical videos covered the entire application. This was the first time everyone had witnessed firsthand what a drastic change in the world looked like. And Lou himself was among the first group of personal experiencers of this upheaval, even the very first. According to all current interviews, all first-hand experiencers stated that after the first game ended, the screen suddenly entered their eyes, and they could view data and the next game time at any moment with their mind. However, all volunteers currently in the hospital have shown no eye or brain abnormalities. Lou looked at the various interview snippets and only then realized something was amiss. With a thought, that screen appeared before his eyes. This control felt completely natural, like instinctively controlling his own body, requiring no instruction whatsoever. The screen was currently blank, with only a few simple lines of text. Rest mode. In each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will eventually own the world. Time until the next game begins, 47 hours 54 minutes and 43 seconds. This is a challenge from the gods. God's Chosen Paradise welcomes your presence. So, only 2 days until the next game starts? According to the news description, time in the game is continuous with time in reality. The time in the game is the same as the outside world. If participants disappear into the game out of thin air, then this kind of game is more like a transmigration, not just a spiritual entry. As Lou gathered information, he mumbled to himself. He suddenly realized that although he seemed to have taken first place, he didn't seem to know anything. These other online participants seemed to know a lot. According to yesterday's statement, there was a guide in the initial game, but he seems to have killed it. It was the first time in his life he had killed someone, but for some reason, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. He also had a vague premonition that the world's moral standards and order were probably about to be reshuffled. After watching for about half an hour, he suddenly realized he was probably late and quickly jumped up to get ready. 5 minutes later, he successfully left home. "Oh, it's Lou. Why are you getting up so late today? I thought you had already left." Most of the students had left. Uncle Wang, the dorm supervisor who had already started cleaning the rooms, greeted Lou. As an orphan, Lou was a financially challenged student who eventually applied to live in the medic's cubicle within the building. Although the living conditions were poor, it at least saved him an expense and avoided many complex interpersonal relationships. You go ahead." He quickly gave a perfunctory reply and sprinted towards the school. Report. At Class 7, Senior 3, Lou, already late, stood at the doorway and called out. The atmosphere in the classroom today was slightly different. A restless aura seemed to permeate the air. In the Senior 3 classroom, homeroom teacher Mr. Lou was still standing at the podium, but everyone below was chatting in whispers. The teacher kept looking at his phone and didn't bother to manage them. After that call of report, the entire classroom seemed to have been silenced. All eyes turned to the doorway in unison, and homeroom teacher Mr. Lou also put down his phone. The current silence lasted for at least 5 seconds before Mr. Lou took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you late?" Lou had never seen his being late receive such a level of attention. He paused, then said, "Overslept." In an instant, the classroom returned to its noisy state, with even a collective TCH sound coming from the crowd. Homeroom teacher Mr. Lou's eyes also dimmed. He had originally thought that his class had produced one of those rumored players. Because, according to existing information, the game was supposed to end around this morning. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, Lou returned to his seat and sat down. A senior high school class, due to this incident, had completely put aside their studies and lessons. Everyone was discussing with excitement, as if they were all anticipating the arrival of a new world. "Ahem, alright, everyone's here now, please quiet down." According to the requirements of the school and the Ministry of Education, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize some matters. As for subsequent course arrangements, that will depend on the specific societal organization, and even how the college entrance exam will proceed will depend on the situation. Currently, the importance of that matter surpasses everything. The homeroom teacher's serious expression, however, did not make anyone in the audience look serious. Instead, they became even more excited. "Alright, everyone should know what I'm talking about. That God's chosen paradise. In our class, has anyone been chosen to become that so-called the chosen? Chapter 5, so fair, long, and tender, let me touch?" As the words fell, Lou subconsciously lowered his head slightly, scanning everyone in the class with his peripheral vision. The class instantly erupted into a frenzy, everyone looking left and right, chattering away, wanting to see if there was anyone near them who had personally experienced it. Lou buried his head low. He usually didn't have many friends and had a low presence, so no one cared about him. He thought to himself, "A global supernatural event, completely unexplainable by science. When no one knows the specific future, one should at least wait and see. Anyone who casually exposes themselves is a fool, so there definitely won't be anyone. Teacher, me. I was chosen." From a window seat, a boy proudly raised his hand, the proud expression on his face now barely containable. The students who had been chatting around him were also the most numerous. "Lou." The person who raised his hand was Zach, who usually had an average relationship with him. He was the type who, with a little money in his family, wanted to show off everywhere at school. When they first met, seeing that Lou was an orphan, he even had thoughts of bullying him. After Lou beat him up, they had no further interaction. Although he found the fool's behavior somewhat difficult to bear, he still cast his gaze over, wanting to see what the perspective of the chosen besides himself was like. "Oh." Mr. Lou's eyes lit up. Looking at him, he said, "Zach, you've been chosen? Are you directly participating in the game, or are you a spectator?" "I'm a spectator." "That live stream appeared before my eyes," Zach said weakly, then quickly added, "but I'm eligible to participate in the next game." As his words fell, the classroom instantly erupted in cooperative gasps of wow. After all, in the stagnant water of senior year life, such a world-changing event was simply too thrilling. Zach thoroughly enjoyed the envious expressions of the crowd, his smile harder to suppress than an AK-47's recoil. Anyone else? Teacher Lou sent a message on his phone, then continued to ask the whole class. I hope everyone tells the truth. This matter is very important to the country, and of course, it's also very important to you. In the quiet atmosphere, no one else raised their hand. Alright, everyone, please study on your own for now. Zach, please come with me. As the words fell, Zach walked out of the classroom door with his head held high, like a victorious general. Damn, I'm so envious. Why him? Zach never studies, does he? Mr. Liu used to always say he was uneducated, but now he's so polite. Study? Study what? Existing science can't explain this kind of supernatural stuff. Who are you going to learn from? Videos have been circulating online, haven't you seen them? That game seems to be an alternate dimension, where you can gain superpowers. That's a superpower, is it real? Will we have a chance to be chosen later? Didn't they say it was the first batch of the chosen? The homeroom teacher just left, leaving a class full of people whispering to each other. Everyone pulled out their phones, exchanging the latest news and videos they had seen. Lou was initially very confused as to why these people were so excited. He knew that the so-called game he experienced was not fun at all. He was kidnapped onto an operating table, helpless, amputated, had a kidney replaced, and was disemboweled by a perverted woman. It was just that he had no pain sensation since childhood, had suffered a lot, and that chosen of pain system had given him a chance to defy fate. Otherwise, with that level of torture, probably very few of these ordinary students could withstand it. But slowly, according to everyone's accounts, Lou only then discovered a fact. Everyone's initial games seemed to be different. Although most of them are tests for people, extreme situations like being tortured and killed seem to be rare. Moreover, when he settled the game made it very clear instances do not truly die, but disqualified players will have their game access revoked. The meaning of this sentence seems to imply that, under normal circumstances, there might be a possibility of true death in this game. And no one in the class seemed to care, or simply didn't know about this information. They only truly treated God's chosen paradise as a game, entering it like it was a game to fight monsters and level up, without considering the consequences. But Lou, having truly experienced it, could keenly sense the cruelty within, that it might be a matter of life or death. I just saw that someone from America participating in the game claimed they have some sort of temporary ranking. That Special Forces soldier said he ranked 67th and received a bottle of physical enhancement as a reward. He said he can now fold a bottle cap in half with his fingers. He's incredibly strong. Really? If he keeps participating, won't he become a superhero later? Listening to the continuous sounds from around him, Lou remained silent and indifferent. He reached into his desk drawer and picked up a bottle cap. With a strong squeeze of his 5 fingers, the entire bottle cap seemed to have been put into a shredder, easily kneaded by Lou into a small ball. A slight upward curve of his lips, feeling the strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit in his hand. That game was indeed cruel and twisted, but Lou only wished it could be even more twisted. Compared to the reality tightly restricted by rules, he preferred that place, where life and death were fated, and everyone relied on their own abilities. Hey! What are you smiling about? Did you have a wet dream last night? Just as Lou's smile was gradually turning twisted, a clear voice called him back to reality from beside his ear. It was his female deskmate, Anna. Anna was Lou's deskmate. They had been together for 3 years. His experiences from a young age gave Lou a keen eye for people. Although Anna never seemed overbearing, from her clothing and demeanor, he knew they weren't from the same world. But for some reason, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more Anna began to playfully tease him. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. Lou quietly hid the bottle cap ball he had kneaded in his desk drawer, speaking without turning his head. Suddenly, an itch in his ear. Anna had actually leaned close to his ear and whispered. Acting? You've been chosen too, haven't you? Lou's heart jumped, and he pretended to be calm as he asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you asking that? They looked at each other again, and Lou only saw the other's smiling, narrowed eyes, feeling a strange sense of guilt. His initial game before also had spectators. It couldn't be such a coincidence. He knew that his chosen of pain system, the activation of gene lock, and his unhesitating outburst of killing were far more restricted than his classmates' discussions, and absolutely had to be kept secret. So he glanced at Anna, then tentatively stretched out his right leg, which had originally been severed in the game. Look, my leg. Anna looked down. What? So white, long, and tender. Let me touch it? After speaking, she immediately reached out. Lou? Chapter 6, I have connections at the police station. Do I have connections at the hospital? No. I'm saying, can you please be a little more mindful of appearances? Lou watched Anna, whose eyes were shining and who had begun to take liberties, and quickly pulled his leg back. He had only wanted to test her. After all, his state in the game at that time was quite frightening, and that leg had indeed been amputated. But looking at this reaction, the girl in front of him probably hadn't coincidentally seen him in the initial game. The thing people are best at is judging others by themselves. You say I was chosen but just chose to hide it. Are you actually talking about yourself? Lou didn't dwell on his own problem but instead turned the topic to her. To his surprise, Anna stared into his eyes for a moment, then actually nodded seriously. Yes. Lou? No, you're just telling me like that? Anna looked around. Her classmates were all chatting among themselves, and no one noticed the two of them. So, she turned her head away, not looking at Lou, and continued in a low voice. In a completely unknown world, as a minority, it's best not to be too conspicuous. It's normal to observe the world situation first. Suddenly, Anna changed the subject. So, will you participate in the second game 2 days from now? Hearing this, Lou's mouth twitched. He thought, so you're just assuming I'm one of the chosen two, huh? I don't think I ever admitted it. Not waiting for a response, Anna proactively said, no matter what you think, I suggest you don't participate. Just wait. The temptation to change one's fate is too great. I know you wouldn't miss it if you had the chance. However, our country's internet censorship is very strict. During this period of great upheaval, in order to maintain stability, a lot of news and information has been suppressed. I was one of the first spectators. Last night, after a brief shock, I made a complete record. I scrolled through no less than 100 game live streams, with all sorts of people facing different or identical plotlines. Some of the scenes were very cruel, completely absent from the internet. Those trials had no modern human moral or legal principles. As she spoke, Anna's face paled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even saw one player really die in that game. If the game is another world, where time is continuous with the real world, and space is also continuous, meaning players directly transmigrate into it, then, can they still live? Lou? Anna stared quietly at Lou's profile, speaking seriously, which made Lou feel inexplicably a little guilty. Because Lou was the person in this world who knew most clearly what she was talking about. He was the one who had experienced it firsthand. What's more, what he experienced were the most cruel and bizarre trials in this world. He knew the dangers and bloodshed better than anyone. Thank you. Actually, Lou could probably guess why his rich female deskmate wanted to get close to him. It was nothing more than a pampered young lady who, after coming to a new environment, discovered that a poor boy was different from the lickspittle she used to have around her. He didn't curry favor with her, nor did he care about her, so she got curious. Otherwise? Teenage girls are all about that sort of thing. But he still thanked her. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. Sigh, I hope you'll think about it carefully. Anna didn't know if Lou had taken it in, so she could only sigh and start browsing videos on her phone, looking at the latest news. Outside in the hallway, various people walked back and forth, and occasionally individual students left. Lou even saw police officers. There was also all kinds of talk online, but as time went on, the credibility of much information became highly questionable. Many self-media channels, desperate for traffic, went wild, daring to say anything eye-catching. Some even claimed that people in the game had gained superpowers, and the strongest could now conjure a nuclear bomb with their bare hands. Lou, how come I didn't know I was so awesome? His own assessment was that ordinary normal humans were no match for him in hand-to-hand combat, but with thermal weapons, he would still just die. He was still too weak, far from the point where personal strength could give him a sense of security. The first day of the world's changes passed just like that. On his way home, Lou found a deserted spot and quietly stared at a wall. He forcefully punched the exposed corner of the wall with the knobby part of his right fist. With a dull thud, a corner of the brickwork was directly shattered, and several pieces of rubble fell. Lou hit the wall so hard that a red blood imprint instantly appeared on his entire fist. The skin at the corner of his fist was even grazed, seeping a little blood. Looking at his fist, Lou frowned slightly. He felt no pain, and didn't know what level of pain this should correspond to, but the stat-adding mechanism of the chosen of pain system did not appear. Is the pain level not enough, or are there some restrictions? The stat-adding from this chosen of pain system was his biggest reliance currently, allowing him to pass the initial game and temporarily achieve the top rank in that world. He needed to figure out the mechanism of that thing as soon as possible. Having a cheat but not knowing how to use it would be a joke. After trying a few more punches on the wall, the sound of pain-based stat allocation still didn't come. Instead, an irritating voice came from behind him. What's wrong? Depressed now, taking it out on the wall? Do you have to do everything a brainless villain does to prove your stupidity? Lou punched the wall hard again, sending several stone fragments flying. He then turned to Zach. Zach had thoroughly enjoyed a day of special treatment today, already feeling euphoric and fantasizing about his future life as a superior being. He even took the opportunity to casually belittle the guy who had once made him look foolish. But Lou's punch cooled his fervent heart slightly, and he mocked with a show of bravado. You even deliberately arrived late this morning, hoping everyone would think you were chosen? How many chosen people are there in the whole world? God's chosen paradise. You're an orphan, your parents didn't even choose you, and you still dream of being chosen by God? Lou had no intention of responding. He simply pried half a brick from the already broken wall with his bare hands and quietly walked towards the other person. Did you forget what I told you when I beat you up that time? What do you want? Zach stumbled back a step, fearfully grabbing a bike lock from beside him. He had been immersed all day in the world-changing events, becoming an overnight darling, gaining superpowers, and so on. He forgot that right now, he didn't have any superpowers yet. He couldn't beat the person in front of him. I'm telling you, our statuses are different now. Even if I kill you, I won't have to take any responsibility. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, I have someone in the police station at home. What? Your dad got caught for soliciting prostitution? Lou taunted expressionlessly, having already reached Zach. My F-King dad got caught for prostitution. Zach was stunned. The two looked at each other, and all of Zhang Tao's previous reliance vanished, leaving only fear. Ever since he was beaten up in his first year of high school, he hadn't dared to provoke Lou, but he had never been this scared before. He looked into Lou's eyes and felt his legs turn to jelly. The eyes of someone who has killed are different. FCKU. In extreme fear, Zach cursed to embolden himself, wildly swinging the bike lock in his hand. Lou had been in countless fights since childhood. He casually blocked, knocking the bike lock away with his wrist. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +1. Lou then paused, hearing a somewhat long unheard voice in his mind, as if recalling something, and his smile gradually turned warped. I think I understand a bit now, thank you. Also, you said you had someone in the police station earlier. Do you have anyone in the hospital? It's okay if you don't, you will soon. Chapter 7, Entering the Game Again, Mask of Original Sin. Eventually, in the dark alley, the already broken Zach was left battered and bruised, knocked unconscious. Of course, the departing Lou was also covered in bruises. However, most of the injuries on his body were intentionally inflicted by himself. He was already very skilled at this kind of thing. Anyway, it didn't hurt, and since both looked similarly injured and he was an orphan with no property to worry about, the police would usually just smooth things over. Only this time during the fight, Lu instinctively felt the opponent's fragility. If he had wanted to, there were countless ways he could have killed him. Of course, he didn't do that. Lu had a clear understanding of his own position. He knew his current strength was far from being able to do as he pleased. He hurried back to his small room, pulled out a piece of paper, and began to write down his judgments about the chosen of pain system. 1. Self-harm doesn't count. Self-inflicted damage will not lead to pain value points. 2. The most direct way is the other party's harm and torment towards oneself. This is the simplest way to gain points. And in this situation, even if one has the ability to break free but chooses not to, it doesn't matter and won't be considered self-harm. Lu believes this is a bug. After much deliberation, Lu also wrote down a third speculation. 3. If, due to the actions of an opponent or enemy, one is forced or indirectly harmed, points can also be gained. Earlier in the first game, he broke his own nails to break free, and just now during the fight, the object the opponent threw was actually met with his fist, but it still worked. After putting down his pen, Lu took a deep breath, looking at the summary in front of him. Anyway, that's roughly how it is. TSK, my system doesn't even have a beginner's tutorial or anything. I have to figure it out myself. These are all the rules for the chosen of pain system for now. I'll add more if I discover them later. He placed the paper under his pillow, then lay flat, settling down to rest, his mind unable to calm for a long time. His safeguards were all in place, which meant time until the next game starts, 29 hours 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Time until the next game starts, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. A day and a night quickly passed. Lu did not participate in his classmates' discussions. His mind was already in the game. As time progressed, the subtitle changed, and a voice simultaneously rang out in his mind. 30 minutes until the game begins. Please make all necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Looking at the two options before him, Lu recalled what Anna had suddenly said to him with utmost seriousness 2 days ago. Heh, thanks for the reminder. But you're also right, how could I possibly give up such an opportunity? When destiny arrives, all choices are no longer choices. Player identity loaded. God's chosen paradise welcomes your arrival. May your courage take you straight to the heavens. Half an hour later, data streams enveloped Lu's entire body, and Lu's figure vanished from the small room. Welcome to the game. The difficulty of your current instance is Hell difficulty. You have 5 minutes for initial settings. As the data stream loaded very quickly, a data panel representing his player status appeared before Lu. Game points, 3000. Pain value 7. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit luck, 3. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 0. Bonus medal, Godslayer Legendary. Equipment, none. Inventory, starter pack. You have a reward waiting to be claimed. Looking at his character panel, he was surprised to find that his pain value was also displayed there and could be used to add points to the stats below. He didn't know which stat was most important yet, so he'd worry about allocating points later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Obtain sealed artifact, A007, Soul of the Seven Sins. 7 Deadly Sins effect amplifies the corresponding weakness in the user's humanity, but simultaneously grants massive corresponding bonuses. Please set initial appearance. As the voice fell, a massive gray airflow appeared before Lu, shapeless. Lu, with a thought, said, shape, fluid mask. The airflow slowly transformed into a mask, adhering to Lu's face without any sensation of wearing it. Please set form, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Lu thought for a moment and chose one that felt relatively easier to control. Greed. The mask twisted for a moment, then turned dark blue. Please set mode, normal overload. Normal. Preparation time ended, entering game. His vision blurred, a sensation of weightlessness came over him, and the next second, Lu had already entered the game. The moment he opened his eyes, Lou was surprised to find that the dizziness hadn't disappeared. There was a top-heavy sensation, and the surrounding environment was exceptionally hot, as if he were in a steamer. After coming to his senses, Lou realized that he was currently hanging upside down in the air, chains locking his left ankle. And dozens of meters below him, there was scorching, bubbling lava. Aha! Suddenly, a woman's shriek came from nearby, and Lou realized that he wasn't alone in this second game. Including himself, a total of 10 people were hanging there, like roast ducks in a fireplace. Didn't they say it was a game? What's going on? Why am I hanging here? It's so hot, so scalding, how do we get down? Among the people hanging next to him, some had already started to panic. This incredibly real physical sensation made them feel anxious. Lou glanced around briefly and then disregarded them. These people's skill levels were clearly very limited, whether as enemies or friends, it didn't matter. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been chosen for Hell mode, but at the same time, you are also very lucky. Each of you has a platform beneath you, and below the platform is constantly rising lava. You need to escape in time. If you're late, then we're truly very sorry. Next is the first escape tool. A mechanical voice echoed through this infernal furnace, and then, in the middle of the 10 people, a rope descended. Tied to it was a saw. A saw covered in crimson rust, with even its teeth full of gaps. Looking at this object and the rising lava beneath them, the 10 people instantly understood what escape meant in their minds. Immediately, an uncontrollable chill surged through everyone's hearts. Of course, except for one person. Chapter 8 Hell Difficulty. Greedy Mental Influence. Lou looked at the dangling saw, with only one thought in his mind. Humph. Isn't this how you get pain value? The real world and the game world are interconnected, but in the real world, injuries would require a hospital, and severe ones could even lead to disability. But in the game, he knew very well that if he met the conditions for a perfect clear, he could get all his injuries healed for free, which was why he absolutely had to join the game. The risk was high, but for him, the benefits were absolutely maximized. What does this mean? What is this supposed to mean? You call this a game? No one told me about this before. You are completely deceiving people. I'm going to report you. Listening to the wails and cries beside him, Lou was already numb. He turned to look at the sobbing and screaming woman next to him. Report? Where are you going to report it? Didn't she realize what kind of occasion this was? Although Lou had long known there would be clueless players at the start of the game, someone this utterly clueless exceeded his expectations. Lou opened his personal live stream screen to see if the spectators had information on the other 9 players. But with one look, he found that an unusually large number of people were currently watching him. Is this the perspective of a player aiming for a perfect clear? I specifically want to see the skill level of a high-tier player. This scene is a bit scary, I haven't seen it before. Thankfully, I decided to wait and see what games there were. Well, it's a good thing, I'll just be a spectator. I checked the other 9 people, only 3 are clearers, the rest are participating for the first time. It seems this one is the perfect clear player. Only then did Lou realize that although their live streams were randomly assigned, they could also be searched by category. If that's the case, those players with perfect clears would quickly live under the spotlight. This might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never casually allow a single individual to possess superhuman strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. It's a good thing I chose the mask. However, his personality and habitual actions could also be discovered by observant people. I quit. I quit. I don't want to saw off my own leg. Let me quit, I'm not playing anymore. As Lou observed, the woman next to him was still crying with snot and tears, clearly unable to face reality. What Lou didn't expect was that there was actually a response in the air. A mechanical voice replied from the air. The shop system is about to open. During the game's preparation phase, you can purchase exit coins used for forcefully exiting mid-game. Once an exit coin is used, you will permanently lose your game qualification. During the game, you cannot enter the shop. Quit coin. There's such a thing? Lu thought, but showed no reaction. At this point, he had already figured out how to milk the pain value for all it was worth. What do you mean, unable to quit? The lava is rising, I'm so dizzy. Let me down. Amidst the woman's continuous sharp screams, a metallic scraping sound suddenly echoed from above, interrupting the panic and despair in the air, instantly drawing the attention of the other 9 people. Above the lava, a chain suddenly swayed violently, the creaking sound instantly silencing all the clamor. The chain locking Lu's right leg was violently swaying in the air at this moment. Lu, like a nimble monkey, swung back and forth in the air. With a snap, Lu firmly grabbed the rusty saw in the air. The quality of these iron chains isn't bad, they don't feel loose even when swinging around. Misanthropic Novel Transfer Station 117-994-3164. After pulling the saw down, Lu's relaxed voice echoed in the small space, making the pupils of the 9 surrounding people dilate in shock as they watched him, the first one to act. Is he crazy? Is he really going to saw off his leg? With that rusty saw? Honestly, you guys are really giving me face. This unique item, and no one snatched it? So I get it? Sawing off your own leg to escape, a very cliché method. By the way, have you really paid the saw copyright fee? With the saw in hand, Lu was in no hurry to make a move. Under the gaze of everyone around him, he swung back and forth in the air, chatting. That inexplicable sense of ease made those around him seriously doubt whether he truly understood that the current predicament required him to saw off his own leg to survive. As for Lu himself, from the very first sentence he uttered, he actually realized a problem: this wasn't entirely his own personality. His current mental state was like that of someone half drunk, still able to fully control their mind, but subconsciously wanting to utter nonsense that didn't align with his usual personality. This might be the effect of the original sin mask on his face, amplifying corresponding traits in his human nature, but also gaining corresponding benefits. Lu didn't want to overly control himself. Greed, talkativeness, cunning, these traits were exactly what he needed when facing such a cruel game challenge. Furthermore, in the future, with such characteristics, he could prevent those spectators who were peeking at him from easily connecting his in-game self with his real-life self. And he really wanted to see what the bonus was in greed mode. It seems someone has taken the first step. In the scorching air, that mechanical voice reappeared, but this time, the voice, unusually, had a hint of humanization. However, merely acquiring the saw does not count as successful survival. Alright, I get it, it's just sawing a leg off, what's the big deal? It's not the first time I've sawn one off. I just feel that this game lacks a bit of fun and exploration. It's really boring, Lu continued, his voice at this moment almost cackling with laughter. Since I was the first to get the saw, shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Lu finally revealed his fangs. Beneath the blue mask, a chilling ambition and greed were exposed. The other 9 contestants around him were all silent, quietly watching the figure hanging there, haggling. In this terrifying scene, it seemed only that person still maintained a playful attitude towards the game. The game naturally has many hidden achievements and special rewards awaiting exploration, but players need to discover them on their own. Alright, you're really stingy, not giving anything away. I'm just asking, what if sawing off the leg still doesn't get me rescued? I'm not very confident. I'm swinging around here, what if I saw off my leg and accidentally fall into the lava? No, that won't happen. That is not part of the game's content. The platform beneath your feet is extendable. As long as you escape before the lava covers it, there will be no problem. So, you mean as long as I saw off my leg, I can escape, right? Correct. A shimmering light rotated across the blue mask, forming a smiling face, as if a cunning plan had succeeded. A cold glint flashed, and the rusty saw was placed against his leg. Begin sawing. However, what the iron chain was shackling was his right ankle. What he was sawing was his left leg. Chapter 9, The Ultimate Greed Seeking Riches in Death. What sound does metal make as it saws through flesh inch by inch? The answer is no sound. Before the saw encounters real hard resistance, it's a sensation of leather rubbing, like 2 pieces of cowhide rubbing forcefully against each other, as if trying to wear down one of them raw. Against the already red backdrop of the lava hell, that leg instantly turned even redder. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, like a freeze-frame animation from a black and white silent movie. In the air, there was only the sizzling sound, like frying steak. Ah! A violent scream came, but it wasn't Lou's voice, it was the woman hanging next to him. Lou hadn't even reacted yet, and her voice had already become like a pig being slaughtered. "What are you doing? Get away from me!" Having entered with a game-like mindset, she had never seen such a scene. "Can you really just saw something off like that?" Watching the masked figure beside her, she thrashed and struggled violently in the air, speaking incoherently as terror completely consumed her reason, her mind on the verge of collapse. Chosen of pain system pain value +3. Chosen of pain system pain value +2. Continuous pain value streamed in, and Lou was still happy inside, but the woman's pig-like squeals next to him completely threw him off. He looked at the woman speechlessly and complained. "I'm not saying anything, but why are you screaming? We're not sawing your leg off yet. Besides, you'll still have to saw it off later, so why not get a feel for it now? It might even be good for you then? What? Or do you want to try it out now?" As he spoke, Lou even extended the saw in his hand towards the other party, as if inviting them. Seeing the blood-soaked hand holding a saw, the woman immediately stopped screaming and went silent. She had fainted from fright. Fainted directly from the sheer perversion of the act. All she wished now was to wake up, hoping it was all just a dream. Really, didn't even prepare herself mentally before coming in. Lou casually scared a bystander unconscious and continued to saw his leg. Sawing off one's own leg, besides the bone-deep pain, was more a form of psychological slow slicing, a mental torture. But the original sin mask in greed mode allowed Lou to have no such psychological pressure. As long as he saw the pain value increasing, as long as he got what he wanted, this completely insignificant cost could be ignored. There's a saying that goes, when profits reach 50%, people will take risks. When profits reach 100%, people dare to trample all laws of mankind. When profits reach 300%, people dare to risk their lives. But now, even a mere 1% chance, or even just a potential benefit, was enough to make Lou risk his life. Greed made him immensely enjoy the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, of seeking wealth and danger. That feeling was enough to drive one to madness. The saw blade was already halfway in, and aside from the woman beside him, the other contestants also looked pale. Who wouldn't be scared by such an R-rated scene? Especially the masked psychopath in front of them, who was sawing himself without making any sound of pain, even occasionally chuckling. It truly made them feel like they had entered hell. "Brother, you're amazing. Entering this game so casually, it seems we overestimated ourselves." On the other side, a man spoke to Lou with a pale face, but according to the spectators, he was also someone who had participated in and cleared a beginner game. When it's time to make a decision, make it. Choosing to cut off a leg first, that's amazing. Your first game, your score and ranking shouldn't be low. But look. You're sawing your left leg. Oh. Lou looked at his bloody left leg. Is there a problem? The iron chain is on your right foot. What good is sawing your left leg? I want to saw it off, is that not allowed? Lou swayed back and forth, completely self-righteous, then shouted into the air. Has anyone stipulated that I must saw my right leg? I just want to saw my left leg, can't I? Lou's target for this shout was the game organizer entity that had previously spoken to people. But this time, the mechanical voice that had appeared several times before did not ring out again. Lou didn't care, his plan was a gamble anyway. Win or lose, at least there was always the steadily increasing pain value, right? The other players watching turned their heads away, their eyes filled with despair. One person beside them had fainted from fright, and the other seemed to be a not-so-bright psychopath. If they had a chance to survive, they would never dare to participate in such a deadly game again. Not just them, but even the chosen who were spectators at this moment all agreed on the correctness of their choice. Is this a hell difficulty game? Thank goodness I didn't participate. It's terrifying. Are all players who achieve perfect clearance this kind of psycho? Encountering such an extreme game, perhaps only a psychopath could saw their legs so calmly. But it's useless, he's certainly ruthless, but his brain really isn't working well. Most spectators watched Lou, the perfect clearer, looking at the chilling scene, marveling at his reckless courage. However, among the spectators, there were some who weren't just onlookers, smart individuals seeking to gather information for future plans understood Lou's intention. A chosen named Blank, as a spectator, typed his insights onto Lou's live stream screen. Blank, you wouldn't really think that a perfectly cleared player would be so stupid as to saw off the wrong leg, would you? Blank, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing a game with the rules of this game. Do you remember what he said earlier? Blank, in an earlier conversation, he asked what if sawing off a leg doesn't lead to rescue, and gave the example of accidentally falling directly into lava after falling. Blank, his goal was to inquire about all possibilities where sawing off a leg wouldn't lead to rescue, but he deliberately steered the perspective towards irrelevant points. Blank, and in the end, in that crazy way, he seemingly casually asked if sawing off a leg guaranteed rescue, but this was the true dagger revealed at the end of the scroll. There are many ways to saw a leg, including not sawing the trapped leg. Blank, and the organizer, having been misled earlier, gave an affirmative answer. Blank, this is why he sawed off his left leg. Blank, although it's just a text game, he still executed it without hesitation for potential benefits. A player who clears perfectly, indeed everyone is a monster maximizing profit pain, his own leg, none of it is a factor. Chapter 10, Fear will make you lose judgment, let's talk price. Blank, this means that from the very beginning of the game, there was no fear in this big shot's mind. Blank, rusty saws, scorching lava, he never cared about any of it. From the start, he only thought about how to maximize his own benefits in this game. Blank, to dare to do something like this, with extreme greed, extreme self-confidence, plus his ruthlessness towards himself. This person named Blank spoke in fits and starts, not coherently, as if he was thinking as he spoke. But ever since his words appeared, the number of bullet comments on Lou's screen instantly decreased significantly, suggesting that everyone was also watching his analysis. Before, they were just watching the show, but now, hearing him, they suddenly felt like they had watched for nothing. Seriously, bro? Why is everyone else so happily stupid, and you just have to be different? Of course, some people were unconvinced by such analytical remarks, as there are always those unwilling to admit they're muggles. Immediately after Blank, someone jumped out, saying defiantly, "How are you so sure it's as you think? Maybe he's just a lunatic?" Yeah, and shouldn't the organizer's voice be like an automated machine voice? How could there be a linguistic error? Wouldn't that mean someone is manipulating it? Listening to these stubborn remarks, Blank had no interest in responding. In the real world, Blank was currently staring at the screen in shock, analyzing in real time and recording every move Lou made. He definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity to change his destiny and gain superpowers. He was determined to become a player himself someday. But he dared not be a guinea pig, deciding to first gather intelligence, observe the game modes and the playstyles of current top players in the world, and only then enter when prepared. Unexpectedly, this research led him to discover something of such monumental importance. I need to find a way to get to know a player of this caliber and befriend him. Thinking to himself, Blank casually replied on the screen. Blank, think whatever you want. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if I've seen the full extent of the boss's plan. We'll just have to watch how things unfold. The live stream chat was abuzz with opinions, but Lou hadn't paid attention since his initial glance, immersing himself in his work. At this very moment, he was still sawing his leg. He wasn't in any hurry, as if he were completing a very satisfying task or engaging in some interesting recreational activity. Because he was accumulating pain value. From the beginning until now, he had accumulated over 20 points. For the first time, Lou felt his leg was so useful. As long as he could clear the game perfectly in the end, nothing else mattered. Watching the pain value rise, what did a leg matter? Where else would such an opportunity arise? He himself felt no pain or psychological pressure, but he had thoroughly tormented everyone around him. The woman next to him, who had previously fainted from fright, had now woken up and was violently vomiting. The others weren't doing much better. Most were sweating profusely, pale-faced, turning their heads away to avoid looking at Lu. The scorching environment, the test of life and death, the unbearable pain before them, and the twisted other player made them feel as if they had truly arrived in hell. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +1. It was only much later, when Lu noticed that he wasn't getting much pain value and its increase was unusually slow, that he realized the leg sawing task was basically done. With a lingering sense of unfulfillment, he removed his left leg just like that. Holding the bloodied left foot in his hand, he examined it for a few seconds before muttering, "By the way, with this kind of performance, I should definitely get some extra benefits, right? Limb regeneration must require better, higher-grade potions than limb reattachment, right?" Saying this, he casually tossed the severed half leg into the lava below. "Ha ha! I sawed it off. Hey! Are you still there? Didn't you say sawing off a leg would get me out?" Lu's somewhat provocative voice echoed through the space, presenting his conditions to the owner of this space. But no one responded. Just when Lu thought this attempt might have failed, that voice reappeared above the space. But this time, the mechanical voice was unusually cold. The hint of human warmth that previously seemed to possess was gone, now more like a pure machine. Related entry rules have been repaired. Player Lu successfully exploited a system loophole, earning the medal, System Attacker Epic. Related rewards will be settled together at the end of the game. The mechanical voice's pronunciation of Lu's name was blurred apart from Lu himself, others could only hear an indistinct address. After the reward was given, there were no further remarks, as if it feared being tricked into conversation by Lu again. Lu didn't care. A satisfied smile formed from the flowing light on his mask, and he stretched a big yawn while hanging upside down in the air. Ah, not bad, not too stingy. Inside the entire magma cave, only the sound of magma churning remained. Everyone else was in a dazed state. No one expected that the person before them was not a masochist with a bad brain, but rather a madman who would stop at nothing for profit. The first time playing the game, and he encountered such an instance, such a player. The live stream had long since exploded, and recalling the analysis of the person named Blank earlier, everyone felt a beautiful sense of being at a loss for words. For a moment, exclamations of awesome were continuous. However, looking at the savagely fractured cross-section of his severed leg, not many felt admiration, but rather a pure sense of awe and fear. Lu ignored the gazes of those around him. After a brief breather, he didn't rush to escape but spoke again. "To be honest, I don't know why you guys still don't understand the situation." Hearing his voice, the other 9 players were all startled, not understanding what he was saying. "You truly put life and death out of your minds. Do you realize that the magma is rising right now? What is this thing? Tell me?" Lu said, shaking the saw in his hand. "You wouldn't think this is something that brings you pain and suffering, would you? If we were in a game right now, this would be the key item to clear it. And now, this only key item to clear the game is in my hand, and no one even tried to snatch it when I got it. Because of fear, everyone is avoiding this saw. Don't be afraid, fear will make you lose your judgment. This so-called hell game has been way too smooth. I hope there are more opportunities like this in the future." Ever since putting on the mask of greed, Lu, besides having an intense desire for greed, had also become a bit of a chatterbox. Yet, as he continuously spoke, the other players around him felt an inexplicable chill all over their bodies, even though the ambient temperature at this time exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. "Alright, enough with the nonsense," Lu said, playfully twirling the saw in his hand. "Now, does anyone still want to saw off a leg? Come, let us talk about the price?" Chapter 11: The Evil of Human Nature, Violent Murder. As Lu's words fell, everyone's expressions changed drastically, looking at him still swaying in the middle with shifting moods. And in the real world, Blank, who had been observing Lu's every move, slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly, "Damn! I knew it would be like this." The previous probing, besides maximizing profits, had many other deeper meanings. Including probing the rules of this game. What controls this sudden game? A machine, an omnipotent god, or an alien civilization? This kind of probing is crucial for the whole world, and the big shot managed to complete it unconsciously, even securing benefits for himself. And the previous cruel methods also served to deter other participants, making it easier to extort them now. Blank gritted his teeth, sorting through his thoughts, getting more and more excited the more he thought about it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with such extreme greed. With such drastic changes happening in the world, life and death are predetermined, and the strong naturally have to become stronger by any means necessary in the early stages of the game. But just as he was typing on the screen of this game live stream, he slowly put his hand down. Because he saw most people's comments and the psychological states they were currently revealing. This is extortion. Honestly, shouldn't people help each other in such situations? Sawing off a leg is already tragic enough. In this atmosphere of fear, it's a bit unnecessary to threaten others by taking advantage of their misfortune. Very strong, and very crazy, but I hope not to encounter such a person in a game. Aside from such saintly remarks, the others were just hyped up praises, as if watching an American blockbuster. Either they inexplicably got caught up in strange emotions, or they truly saw themselves as mere spectators. People seem to have forgotten that they, these spectators, were also the chosen, and also had the chance to participate in the game. Everyone was an insider. The world had changed dramatically in an instant, but people's mindsets hadn't yet shifted. Kong by thought, gave up the idea of sending bullet comments, stopped interacting with these infants, and began to focus on the scenes within the game. What do you mean? What do you mean negotiate the price? Beside him, the woman who had been shouting the loudest suddenly looked over with a gaze full of hatred, staring intently at Lou. Literal meaning. If you don't pay, I won't give you the saw. What's wrong with that? Lou very matter-of-factly turned his head to look at her and said, Have you no conscience? You'd profit from this. You heartless beast. I want to quit. I'm not playing this game anymore. What kind of game forces you to keep playing once you're in? Why does the game organizer hardly respond to us, but only to you? Why can you saw off your own leg so easily? I think you're all in it together. This is clearly a conspiracy. Look everyone. He's not some amazing player at all. He's clearly in league with the mastermind behind this game. Perhaps the mental oppression she was under was simply too severe. The woman began to vent frantically at this moment, with fear and pain transforming into anger, pouring out onto Lou. Her entire body twisted violently, causing the chains on her to rattle. Lou felt utterly bewildered watching her mad outburst. The air was silent for a few seconds, then Lou slowly spoke. That's right, you're absolutely correct. I am in league with them. I am actually an NPC in this game, not a player. I don't feel pain, so I'll saw however I want. I'm just here to torment you normal players. What's wrong? So, what do you plan to do? At this moment, on the blue mask of greed, streams of light formed a big, comical smiley face carrot as if mocking the other party. Lou knew very well that the vicious woman in front of him was just an amplification of human nature. He wore a mask of greed, and she likely wore a mask from years of living a pampered life. The weak draw knives against the weaker. In the face of this bizarre world game, no matter how strong one might appear, they would always seem relatively weaker. So her collapsing emotions needed an outlet, and he became that outlet. Even though he looked terrifying and clearly possessed the ability to kill her, years of social conditioning had made her believe that provoking an ordinary human like him would come without consequences. The tactics are pretty much the same: loud voices, false accusations, slander, manipulating the public, isolating. But the world has changed, and yet some people still haven't grasped this reality. Lou looked at her playfully. What if he admitted it? What if he was slandered? What if he really made enemies of all of them? What then? Lou's admitting attitude, completely without rebuttal, instantly left the woman speechless. A whimpering sound came from her throat, and her face flushed crimson. It was unclear if she was hot, or if her own emotions were stifling her to death. The lava's been rising, everyone. Lou dangled one foot in the air, swinging it, and even held the saw in his hand, swaying it as if he might drop it at any moment. How much money do you want? Finally, someone spoke. Lou thought to himself, there are still some clear-headed people. He was about to turn and see who it was. What I want isn't money, but before he could finish, as he turned, he spotted a flash of red light before his eyes. Opposite him, a man, using the momentum of swinging chains, forcefully swung over. In his hand was a dagger, about a foot long, gleaming with a red light. That dagger was clearly not a normal weapon, it must have been some kind of in-game item. Then, the man who swung over had a fierce look in his eyes. Before Lou could react, the knife was already right in front of him the moment he turned. A fatal blow. Amidst grating friction, blood splattered. The attack, meant to be a killing blow to the throat, was narrowly twisted away by Lou in a flash, meeting it with his collarbone instead. The knife was stuck fast in his collarbone, unable to move. On the blue mask, there was no change in expression. In fact, the smiling mouth of the mask stretched wider, even reaching the corners. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +5. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise at a time like this. Kill him. Quick! Kill him! The woman beside him began to writhe violently, shouting excitedly. The man also had a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing his strike succeed, he intended to press the attack. But instantly, the commotion ended, and the excited shouts caught in the woman's throat. A line of blood appeared on the man's neck. Lou casually swung the saw in his hand, unleashing a terrifying strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye of those around him, leaving only the sound of air being violently torn apart. Ding dong, how regrettable, you only get one chance. Oh. Also, thank you for the knife you sent. Chapter 12, iconic scene, cut off his leg, he'll still thank us. As the words fell, the man opposite, his right hand gripping the knife, had already released it powerlessly. His eyes were wide open, and he clutched his neck with both hands, blood gushing out like splashed water. He couldn't stop it. A few seconds later, the man hanging upside down became a bloody mess. The intense heat quickly coagulated the blood, and his body twitched twice in the air before falling silent. Dead? Witnessing the murder firsthand brought everyone back to their senses a little. Lou, on the other hand, found this quite amusing. He looked at the corpse, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and even had the presence of mind to crack a dark joke. This red-skinned duck makes a pretty good cosplay. Honestly, it really is a rotisserie oven in here. In fact, according to the influence of the greed mask, he should have used this player who dared to make a move to farm more pain value. But he didn't. The lessons etched into his mind were rock solid: never hand over a chance to live to someone else. If someone wanted to kill him, he wouldn't waste words. He pulled the dagger from his shoulder, looking at the weapon description that automatically appeared before him. Sharp blade, fine weapon. Effect, armor penetration. When the user attacks with it, it unleashes 3 times the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. There is a cap on strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, which needs to be explored by the user. Description: when you don't know what to do, just stab it in. Lou? Isn't that description a little bit off? Ah, a fine weapon. The tier doesn't sound very high, but it's better than nothing, I guess. With that, Lou directly tossed the knife into his backpack, treating it as loot. Also, if classified this way, the mask on his face didn't seem to be a weapon item. Sequence sealed artifact, it seems to be an independent, unique item. He glanced around, and no one dared to look directly at the deep blue mask anymore. In places where human-created order, like law, cannot reach, violence is always the best way to speak. Alright, since it's come to this, name your price. Finally, the first smart person spoke. Lou turned to look at him. I know, players like you don't want money. You definitely want leverage in this game, right? In my initial game, I received 500 points as a reward, plus I performed quite well, so the guide gave me another 300 points. I'll give you all these points if you help me get out of this. It was clear that those who had completed games before generally had much better psychological resilience. But Lou's next words almost made him vomit blood. 800? That's all the points you have? Everyone? What the hell are you talking about? 800 points is a lot. What are you saying? These are all my points. The game just started, who could have many? Didn't your guide tell you the situation? Lu. My guide? Would you believe me if I said I killed him? My reward was directly 3,000 points, you know? Alright, it's a small business, and it's the first one, so I'll agree. Lu accepted the other party's trade request. Also, since you're my first client, I'll give you a little bonus. What? The other party hadn't reacted after all, having his own leg sawed off. He wasn't mentally prepared yet, and his teeth were still chattering. Lu simply brought up his personal game panel. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 10. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 3. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 0. Bonus medals, Godslayer Legendary, System Attacker Epic. Current pain value, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lu realized the greatest use of his pain value skill points. The stats on this personal panel could normally only be increased by regular players through in-game encounters or special items, but Lu could increase them directly. For the three options strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit and strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit the ratio for adding points is 1 to 2. For the fourth strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit option, the ratio is 1 to 5, and for the final strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit option, the ratio is 1 to 10. To maximize his existing abilities, Lu hardly considered anything else, pouring all his points into the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit category. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit increase. 1024. His strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, already surpassing human levels, had more than doubled. Clenching the saw in his hand, the wooden handle creaked, as if it would collapse at any moment. The surge in strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit brought about a psychological expansion. Looking at his not particularly bulky arms, Lu now felt as if a Hulk resided within his body. Hey, what do you mean? The transaction was complete. The man opposite, seeing Lu's veins suddenly bulging and his right hand gripping the saw tightly, with an abnormally perverse expression still on his mask, suddenly became extremely frightened. Nothing, hee, I'm in the service industry, I'll personally help you saw off your leg. Man. No. No need. Stay away from me. That wasn't part of our previous agreement. As he spoke, he began to struggle violently. The courage and determination he had painstakingly gathered moments before vanished completely. You saw my leg? You might as well just kill me? Aren't you going to torture me like you tortured yourself before? I'm not a pervert, I can't take it. Don't be afraid, I'm an honest merchant, would I harm you? I'm just experimenting. As the other party struggled desperately, a fierce glint flashed in Lu's eyes, and the shapes on his mask formed a very human-like exclamation mark. The saw in his right hand swung out, and with such incredible strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, it suddenly created a sound like wind and thunder. Crack! A crisp sound, like a butcher chopping ribs on a cutting board with a cleaver. The completely rusted saw blade, under the immense boost of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, had transformed into the sharpest cutting artifact. The figure fell in response, landing on the platform with a dull thud. Only after he was free did the man whose leg had been severed realize it was over, and the pain then rushed in. After a shriek, he clutched his leg, twisting in agony, then, drenched in sweat, he bore the pain. He lifted his severed left leg and pressed firmly on his blood vessels to prevent excessive blood loss. Forcing out a smile uglier than a cry, he gave Lu, who was still suspended in the air, a thumbs up, and stammered. Thank you, big boss. His thanks were genuine. Although he had made a choice in the face of life and death, he truly didn't believe he could endure the pain of sawing off his own leg with a rusty saw. Lu's godlike maneuver made him truly feel that his previous points weren't wasted, at least, they saved his life. Look at that, he even has to thank us. Chapter 13, Scrambling to bid, she has plenty of time to regret. After his boasts, Lu, satisfied with his current strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had just severed. He didn't seem to feel anything was amiss. Having already experienced superhuman strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, he had a psychological understanding of the changes coming to this world. But others didn't see it that way. His live stream exploded. People's emotions were even more intense than when they had watched Lou's morbid self-mutilation by sawing his own leg. After all, for them, this was the first time they had seen someone truly use supernatural strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. The allure of primal strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit is always paramount, far exceeding so-called money and power. Holy cow, awesome. What did I just see? I wasn't seeing things, was I? That definitely has to be a superpower, right? What kind of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit is that? Cutting a person's leg in half with a rusty saw? I spoke a bit loudly just now. Big boss, you're amazing. Is there any chance I could get your contact info? It seems the big boss rarely checks his livestream chat. This is the charm of this game, isn't it? If it's superpowers, I want to try it too, even if it means risking my life. I just checked other players' live streams. Most people aren't so tragically unlucky. It's just that this big shot happened to encounter this hell difficulty game instance. No pain, no gain. Stop mouthing off. If I told you to saw off your own leg, would you dare? The live stream instantly became incredibly lively. The audience, who had previously watched from a lofty distance as mere spectators, now stirred with excitement, their earlier fear and various other emotions cast aside. Some people had already started asking for Lou's contact information, wanting to connect with him in the real world. Some even claimed to be owners of Fortune 500 companies, beginning to seek to recruit Lou into their fold. Sitting in front of the screen, Kong Bai shook his head, speechless. People finally began to gradually realize the seriousness of the situation. And this was just the beginning. Lou's situation was still relatively good. His superhuman strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, while supernatural, still appeared in a human form. It would be when flying, escaping underground, and images of manipulating wind and thunder appeared that people would truly go wild. However, amidst the numerous praises and fervent emotions, someone finally noticed something was amiss. Wait, haven't you noticed something odd? He clearly possesses the ability to instantly sever a leg, so why did he saw his own leg little by little before? The barrage of comments suddenly froze. When this faint voice emerged, everyone fell silent. Yeah, why the hell not? He clearly had the simplest method, yet he chose to torment himself? I could have painless surgery, but I choose not to, just for fun? For all his previous actions, Blank and others could find relevant reasons, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone bewildered. A group of blank-faced analysis masters, sitting in front of their screens, came up with 10,000 reasons for Lou, yet still couldn't account for why he had to be so ruthless to himself. Could he really be an M? Or perhaps he had a screw loose? How could it be? A perfect clear player, such a big shot, how could there be something wrong with his mind? There must be some deeper meaning we haven't thought of. Let's analyze it further. Lou's deeper meaning, they would never be able to analyze. After all, he genuinely just wanted some pain value. Below, the first person to be rescued had now vanished into thin air, presumably counted as a game over. But in any case, his disappearance made the faces of those still hanging instantly light up with excitement. Before Lou could speak, the voices of the remaining people began to chime in one after another. Boss, look over here. I'm also willing to make an offer. I have 200 points here, plus a common weapon, both obtained in the initial game. I can give them to you. As long as you can personally come and cut my leg. Help me cut my leg, and I'll give you money when I get out, lots and lots of money. You fill out the checkbook. Cut me, come cut my leg. We're all Chinese, come help us out. The players who had previously been too scared to utter a word now, seeing such a painless method, perked up and surprisingly began bidding to have their legs amputated. In this day and age, even cutting off other people's legs can be auctioned off. The broken windows theory is never outdated. Ordinarily, if you told people you'd cut off their leg without anesthetic, no one would accept it. But now, after the rusty saw had been sawing on Lu's leg for over 10 minutes, people suddenly felt how blissful it would be to have a leg simply chopped off. Watching people eagerly scrambling, Lu didn't refuse this time, simply waiting for their high bids. After all, those who participated in the initial game but didn't complete it would also have some points, and some had signed in-game agreements to give their game points to Lu as well. Under the influence of the greedy mask, Lu had completely transformed into a ruthless exploiter, chopping off legs without any psychological burden, as long as people paid him. In the end, he obtained an unfamiliar game item, as well as a certain amount of game points and promises of game points after clearing the game, as he cut off leg after leg. If this were in Japan, he would already be considered a leg-cutting immortal. After cries of agony, eventually, only 4 people were still dangling in the air. 2 people were already scared senseless, seemingly having completely given up all hope of living. Lu didn't bother with them. Giving up on life had nothing to do with him. Another former clearer took one last look at him, then suddenly vanished directly, seemingly having obtained an exit coin from a past reward. Finally, Lu once again looked at the woman beside him who had been screaming, unable to grasp the situation, and constantly trying to insult him. At this moment, she had been quiet for a while. Seeing Lu turn back again, the woman, despite trembling with fear, spoke up once more. "I warn you, if someone like you..." But this time, Lu was too lazy to listen to her words. A flash of the blade, and this time, Lu sawed off his own restrained leg. His body subsequently fell, landing on the platform. He reached out and felt beside the platform, then smiled and said to the woman in the air, "The magma, it's coming very soon." Lu's figure then vanished. In a matter of a few breaths, the lava had already submerged the platform. In his final peripheral vision, Lu saw the woman finally awaken at the last moment, letting out a sharp shriek, desperately reaching for the swaying saw in the air. Piercing screams followed. But it was too late. The magma had swallowed the platform, but not yet her. She still had plenty of time for regret, but no longer any opportunity. People died due to stupidity. Chapter 14, Spoils Distribution Ceremony, Perfect Clearance Player Revealed. Whether that woman would regret it in the final moments, or be heartbroken, was no longer a concern for Lu. Now, Lu had a slight regret. Perhaps it was greed acting up with the game nearing its end. He felt his gains were somewhat meager. Was this leg-sawing torture the only one arranged? Shouldn't there have been more cruel tortures, tormenting repeatedly, grilling from both sides? And hell difficulty, they called it really, the imagination is a bit lacking, it's just not sick enough, okay? Just as he was thinking, that familiar data stream sensation didn't appear. It seemed that disappearing from the platform didn't lead directly to game settlement. When his eyes opened again, before him was an incredibly bright space. And the 4 people he had previously rescued were now sitting on chairs, their faces filled with terror, nervously looking around. The game wasn't over yet. This hellish torment, it seemed, wasn't over yet. Just as they joyfully emerged, thinking it was finally finished, reality struck them a heavy blow. After Lu emerged, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to him. It seemed the game was waiting for all of them to arrive. Everyone was fixed to a chair, seated in a perfect pentagon, with a pentagonal column in the center that stretched out of sight. It was empty inside, and they had no idea what it was for. But unlike the others, Lu was rather happy that the game hadn't ended yet. No matter what, as long as the game continued, he still had money to earn. His mindset was clearly different after the previous game. He was even a little addicted. Patting his constantly smiling mask, Lu muttered to himself, "I knew it couldn't be so unimaginative. The game still needs to be sicker. Control, control." Although he enjoyed the feeling of harvesting, Lu was also maintaining control, not letting himself become completely immersed in the mask's rhythm. The mask only amplifies his corresponding emotions. It shouldn't completely control him. All personnel are present. Welcome, clearers of the Hell game. After Lu appeared, the mechanical voice that had been absent for a while reappeared in the space. After the voice emerged, the other 4 even shivered, though it was unclear if it was from pain. "You seem very happy? This is illogical. Suddenly, the voice changed its tone, and after a moment of stunned realization, everyone discovered it was actually directed at Lou. The controller of this game was actively speaking to a player. Lou looked up, glanced around, and asked, "Is that so? That's quite good then. So, is there any reward?" "Rewards, my ass, are you addicted to freeloading? This is a hell difficulty game, not some sucker's game, alright?" Lou's simple sentence directly broke the game's control voice, which remained silent for a long time. Then, the lights around the 5 people suddenly dimmed out of thin air, the dim illumination further accentuating the atmosphere of solitude and terror. Screech, grind, grind. A sharp, strange sound rang out, and to everyone's bewildered gaze, the giant cylindrical space in the middle began to fill with black water, little by little, rising from below. Everyone looked closely, and immediately someone cried out in surprise. That wasn't black water at all, it was an uncountable, incredibly vast swarm of insects. Stacked one on top of another, group upon group, no one knew where they came from, but they just surged upwards from below. Misanthropic Novel Transfer Station 29483-278.00. Moreover, the insects inside were not the kind seen every day, each one looked exceptionally disgusting. Some resembled scorpions, but each was half a meter long. Some were covered in barbs, their long tongues constantly coiling and writhing. Some soft-bodied worms squirmed incessantly, some even bursting directly from being squeezed, oozing out thick fluid. In the entire huge cylindrical space, the insects continuously accumulated and grew higher, their buzzing and screeching completely filling the space, making anyone who saw it want to vomit. Before long, the cylindrical space in front of them was completely filled. It was a massive pillar, 5 meters in diameter and at least a dozen meters high. It was packed full of insects. A rough estimate would put the number of insects from the other dimension at well over 100 million. The 4 people sitting around the pillar all had faces as pale as gold paper at this moment, and even Lou couldn't help but click his tongue a little. Perhaps some people in this world aren't afraid of wild beasts, but encountering such a swarm of insects, aside from the goo masters of Miaozhong, probably no one would remain unfazed. This thing is definitely a double limit, both physiological and psychological. It's simply not something a normal person can face. Especially since these seem to be alien insects. WTF, seriously guys, no, just no, it's too disgusting. Can't watch this at all, I'm out, going to check out other streams. To be honest, this is a bit too much. I don't want to live anymore. I think being a spectator is pretty good. Definitely don't be a player. The spectators in the live stream also complained bitterly. The number of these bugs had already dropped below the lower limit of morbid curiosity. Afterward, everyone discovered that separating that space from their room was a specialized glass window, 50 by 50 centimeters. Staring at this window, people were even more terrified, almost fainting, as it meant these insects would be coming in soon. When will this end? Just let me die. Beside them, a man, unable to bear the pressure, punched the glass forcefully, letting out a dull thud. But his anger could do nothing at this moment. Looking at these bugs, the thought that emerged in Lou's mind was, it seems pain value has another opportunity now. Distinguished players, don't you feel honored? The game should have already ended. However, due to an excessive number of surviving players, which goes against the concept of hell difficulty, there will be a small supplementary test. The lifeline of the game was originally in the hands of this player. He could have easily made himself the sole survivor, and then this supplementary test would not exist, and he would once again become a player with a perfect clear. That's right, he is the only one among you who achieved the perfect clear title in the beginner instance. And because of his soft-heartedness, the current situation has occurred. Come on, everyone, we should applaud his performance. The organizer's voice rang out again, accompanied by the lights in Lou's room turning on, letting everyone know whom he was referring to. Only this time, the tone and voice carried a very distinct sarcasm, which was intriguing, making one wonder if Lou had offended him. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp clapping sound echoed through the space, intertwining with the chirping of insects. And the only person applauding at this moment was none other than Lou himself. Not bad, not bad. According to you, I'm incredibly awesome. I think I should give myself a round of applause. So, it's still the same question: with such a great performance, are there no extra rewards? Chapter 15, The Game of Loot Distribution, The Most Unlucky Position? Lou's voice was calm, full of passive aggression, completely unaffected by the organizer's sarcasm, even mocking back. He didn't know why he was suddenly targeted, as if the game didn't like him, probably placing him in the crosshairs. He even revealed that he was a perfect clear player. But he didn't see any problem with it. The more he was targeted, the more profitable it would be. Being targeted was an opportunity. Risk always accompanies opportunity. A certain philosopher surnamed Gao once said, "The rougher the seas, the more expensive the fish." Gao. What was it? Let's just assume Gorky said it. All rewards in the game, the benefits of clearing it, are not asked for, but earned, or rather, snatched. What you can get depends on how far you can go in a moment. Greed, you've adapted quite well to this mask. I just wonder if your soft-heartedness in letting them live will end up killing you. I'm soft-hearted now, you make it sound so touching that I'm even a little moved myself. Why don't you give me an award and an achievement badge? Lou didn't let the conversation drop, naturally countering with a remark. Watching Lou and the unknown voice exchange barbs, filled with various tit-for-tat remarks, the other four people around them already felt completely like outsiders. They could only look up at the powerful figures sparring, not daring to speak themselves. It was only now that they realized there was indeed a difference between perfect clearance and regular clearance. It turned out this boss was one of the top-tier players from the very beginning. At this moment, their gazes towards him began to become somewhat complex. From initial fear and alienation, there was now a slight increase in gratitude. After all, although he was greedy, insane, and threatened them like a vampire, from the outcome, he did save their lives. If Lou was truly just a bloodthirsty psychopath, he could have let all these people die in the lava, and there would have been no need to help them cut off their legs. Yes, in this hellish game, a straightforward leg amputation was indeed a kind of blessing. However, things had come to this, and no one knew what the future held. None of the people present intended to thank Lou, this great philanthropist. Alright, final additional test. Loot distribution game. Everyone, cheer up, it's time to reap the rewards. Ordinary players, don't be disheartened. In the next segment, you will be on the same level as that guy. This is a god's game, a challenger's gamble. Here, anything can happen. Don't think you can't do it, you can completely transform overnight. God's chosen paradise, welcome. The alluring voice rang out again, as if stirring people's greed, but clearly, these words were still not very friendly towards Lou. It was clearly trying to sow discord between Lou and the others. In the upcoming game, everyone would certainly have a degree of competition. Then, amidst the writhing and buzzing of the bugs, two pillars, within arm's reach, rose in front of everyone, each with a red and a green button. And directly above the bug pillar, a crimson number appeared. 100. Loot distribution game is about to begin. You have all passed the hellish trial and were supposed to receive rewards directly, but the number of people who passed the hellish trial should not have been this many. So now, you will collectively discuss and distribute this 100 final reward value yourselves. Special note, the rewards are generous. Subsequently, while everyone was utterly bewildered, a screen appeared in front of each person. Each screen displayed different images, each with different content. Come and see your deepest desires and aspirations. In the images, there were powerful abilities like moving mountains and filling seas, or shattering planets with a flick of a finger. There was a life of debauchery, overlooking all beings from a position above thousands. Someone in Tokyo, on a train full of neon-lit beauties, where time suddenly stopped. While his stepsister was doing laundry, she got stuck in the washing machine. Something strange seems to have snuck in. TSK, what in the world is all this nonsense? In short, God's chosen paradise is where your dreams come true. Believe me, for your current shallow understanding, this 100 absolutely offers a chance to change your entire life. Seeing that the time was ripe, the organizer, who had been coaxing them for a long time, felt there was no need for further build-up. Desires had been stirred, all that remained was the spectacle of dividing the spoils. All right. The game of dividing the spoils is about to begin. Next, the rules will be introduced. This 100 is the sum of all rewards, and the distribution method will be decided by a vote among you 5. No one has special privileges. Upon hearing this, the other 4 players immediately relaxed. If this was the case, then the gap between themselves and that perfect clear player would indeed disappear. But what was this creepy jar of bugs for? And this jar is for punishing unsociable players. The rules are as follows: each person, in order, proposes their distribution plan for these points. If half, or more than half, of the people press the green agree button, indicating approval, then this distribution plan passes, and everyone receives their corresponding share of the reward. Conversely, if more than half of the people disagree, then the person who proposed that plan will be teleported inside here. The little animals love you all very much. Then, it moves on to the next person in sequence, who continues to propose their plan. As he spoke, the jar filled with insects glowed slightly. Looking at that jar, everyone's hanging hearts completely sank. So, this thing was for executions. The most terrifying way to die in the world couldn't be much worse than this. Alright, enough small talk. Sequential distribution, starting now. As the voice fell, a number began to flash rapidly above each person's head, from number 1 to number 5. All players' nerves instantly tensed. Several people immediately closed their eyes and began to pray, hoping to get a later position. For the person who goes first in this game, it's entirely up to the others to decide your life or death. Forget about distributing benefits if you're first, just surviving might be difficult. You might as well have died in the previous game. This was entirely a strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit game. Ding! Everyone's bodies trembled with the sound. The numbers stopped, and each person's proposal order was assigned. Number 1 Lou. Chapter 16, The Psychotic Distribution Plan, Is He Seeking Death? Numbers 1 through 5, assigned. Looking at the number above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of anything else, according to the rules set earlier, at least their lives were saved. Moreover, their positions were very comfortable. As previously stated, if more than half of the people disagreed, the person who made the suggestion would be executed. So, intuitively, the people ahead would definitely be more considerate, and even try to appease them, during the allocation process. After all, their positions were at the back, they wouldn't die, and without special benefits, they certainly wouldn't agree. As for numbers 2 and 3, their expressions were slightly grim. Their positions were awkward, facing the worm pillar in front of them. These numbers really couldn't give them a sense of security. Especially number 2, who was the only female present, her face was very unsightly at this moment, secretly lamenting that her strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit was not very good. However, seeing the number 1 above Lou's head, her mood instantly improved, feeling quite balanced. At this moment, the other 4 looked in Lou's direction, their eyes carrying more or less a hint of pity and schadenfreude. Indeed, offending the organizers in this kind of game is not a good choice. No matter how strong you are, you're just a player in a game. They're the ones who set the rules. Why are you putting on airs? Watching Lou keep his head down and remain silent, they inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone loves to create gods, but what they love more than creating gods is watching them fall from grace. Seeing this person, who was clearly the strongest among them, strong enough to disrupt the game's balance, being arranged into the unluckiest position, they were truly secretly delighted. What gratitude could there be? When you helped chop off legs before, didn't you extort us too? At this moment, a shimmering light pulsed on Lou's blue mask, forming no particular expression, and he kept his head down, mumbling something to himself. Everyone quieted down, no one spoke, listening intently, wanting to hear what this big shot was saying. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass stretches to the sky. Everyone? What the hell are you singing now? Are you out of your mind? Don't try to guess what a big shot is thinking, but no matter what, it's Lou's turn now, it's his turn to allocate. Comment, damn it, this was rigged. Comment, this was clearly arranged. Sigh, keep a low profile, why argue with the organizers? Comment, let's see how he handles this now. Just staying alive would be a blessing. Alas, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. Looking at the other players' eyes, it's clear they want him dead. Comment, people still need to be low-key, sigh. The people in the bullet chat were all pessimistic, with only a few like Kong by frowning and sensing that something was off. The core of this game, a gamble, shouldn't be such a dead end. As they calculated, they watched Lou, who was still humming a tune, anticipating his judgment. And Lou himself was also thinking. The first thing that came to his mind was the effect of his greed mask. It had been displayed at the very beginning of the game, but he had briefly forgotten about the description. Greed Blue KITO personality influence, amplifies greed, makes one talkative and mentally active, cunning and insidious. Benefit, strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit will subtly increase, possessing peculiar effects at critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the person who wants to win the most will win. Logically, my strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit should be good. If that's the case. Oh, it seems there's no problem. After a long silence, Lou finally spoke, laughing and talking to himself, and the comical smiling face on his blue mask reappeared. Ah, it's just a shame about these good bugs, what a pity they can't be used. Looking at the pain values before him, Lou already knew the key to this game. Just as he was about to say more, a voice beside him interrupted. Esteemed perfect clearance player, I think since we've reached this point, let's stop being enigmatic. I'll be direct. We all acknowledge your strength, but since you're the first, you shouldn't take this reward. You get 0, and as for the distribution among the 4 of us, let's discuss it now. This way, although you don't get anything, as long as the distribution is successful, at least you won't be thrown into this cage. You were once a perfect clearance player. Where there's life, there's hope. You'll have opportunities in the future. Do you think that's okay? The seemingly intellectual woman next to him took the initiative to speak, appearing very rational, thinking from Lou's perspective. After all, he was number 2. If number 1 were to go crazy and decide to sacrifice himself, then it would immediately fall to him, and he would have to bear the pressure. It's better to be proactive and, through this method, at least secure Lou's vote to help share the risk. At this moment, the organizer spoke up once again. Attention, everyone, mind the time. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting is not completed, the door in front of one person will randomly open a tiny bit dot. Just then, the organizer's voice sounded again, like a judge announcing doom. The participating players immediately felt their hearts sink upon hearing his words. Of course, to prevent anyone from stalling, if it's someone's turn and they intentionally fail to propose an allocation policy, then the door in front of them will open first. What do you think of my proposal, perfect clearance player? You've heard it, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Woman number 2 began to speak anxiously, wanting to urge Lou to follow her pace. Stop talking, don't keep interrupting me. Lou stopped her, then looked up and asked. I'd like to ask, can this allocation of 100 have decimals? For example, can I allocate 0.000001 to someone? No. Allocate in positive integers. Tisk, that's a bit of a shame. Lou mumbled something, then raised his head. In that case, I won't waste any more words. My allocation method is as follows. Number 2 was immediately startled, thinking to herself, sure enough, this guy is going to act up. Can something like this be decided without discussion? The other players also perked up their ears, one by one. Number 5, 1 point. The man who was number 5 was stunned. Number 3, 1 point. Player number 3 suspected he had misheard. Number 1, which is myself, 98 points. Number 2, number 4, 0 points. Woman number 2. When this seemingly insane distribution method was announced, everyone suspected their ears were playing tricks on them. The entire live stream almost exploded. Is he looking for death? Chapter 17, Dare to Refuse Me? When it's her turn to distribute, the 2 of you will get nothing. Viewer, holy crap. Holy crap. No, at a time like this, he's still running his mouth. A wise man knows when to submit to circumstances. Viewer, I'm thinking, is there a possibility that this guy is actually a masochist and really wants to get into that bug jar to experience it? Viewer, stop talking, I'm going to throw up. Viewer, the organizers have already made it clear they're out to get you, and you're still not cooperating with others. This is purely seeking death. Viewer, this isn't just trash talk or negotiation anymore. I've always said he's no big shot. He must have only cleared the instance and become a perfect clearance player by being incredibly perverse in his mind. For such a person to become a big shot, that's truly the dereliction of duty of this so-called God's chosen paradise. For a moment, all kinds of voices rose in a clamor. People desperately wanted to distance themselves, telling themselves that the person in front of them wasn't worth their admiration, that they had simply misjudged him. The moment a god falls from their altar, the clamor will be far greater than when they ascended. Is the distribution method confirmed? A mechanical voice came from the air, as if the organizers were also shocked by Lou's statement. Confirmed. Modifications after confirmation will incur corresponding costs. Confirm. After 2 confirmations, a somewhat blurred number reappeared above everyone's head that was the number Lou had assigned. The lights dimmed. Clap. With the sound of a buzzer, red light flashed directly. Almost immediately after Lou had finalized this allocation method, the female contestant number 2 directly pressed the refusal button in front of her. Without the slightest hesitation. With a cold face, she turned to look at Lou and said, "Number 1, since you insist on seeking death, then you can't blame us." Those who can't distinguish the situation, even if they possess the strongest strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, will ultimately not avoid the end of death. It's over. If you're so eager to enter that place full of bugs, then your wish has been granted. Her icy voice rang out. Backed by the game rules, she now had no fear whatsoever, openly launching an assault on Lou. Lou merely chuckled twice and turned to look at the woman. The woman, at this moment, was also fearless, staring intently at the blue mask, at the man who had brought her countless terrors. Soon, this devil-like man would die by her own hand. She vaguely thought this, feeling an unusual sense of accomplishment and delight. When she pressed the button, the power to arbitrarily judge others made her somewhat addicted. But looking at the woman's face, the smile on Lou's mask never changed. Within this game, there are only 2 women in total. You are slightly better than that woman. Listening to Lou's words, a drop of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on number 2's forehead. She clearly remembered the woman who had furiously insulted Lou number 1 in the previous lava hell. Now, that woman wasn't here, what had happened was already self-evident. But she died because of her foolishness. As for you, while not as foolish, you can hardly be called smart, and are somewhat self-righteous. Number 2 stared at Lou, her eyes full of defiance, and in the end, she even smiled disdainfully. You're at death's door, and you still insist on maintaining your image as a master. Is there any point? Then, she turned her head to look at the other players, and spoke. Everyone, let's not waste time. Press the red button in front of you to deny it. It can also be considered revenge for our broken legs and for being extorted. It must be said, there are only so many ways to draw hatred, and number 2's opening speech made it perfectly clear. Lou almost couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, it was the difficulty of this hellish game that forced everyone to either break their legs or die. Yet, according to this woman, he had somehow become the enemy who chopped off their legs? Number 2 didn't care about those things. Now was not the time for reason. The key was to first pour on the black water and establish a connection with everyone as much as possible. Number 4, in his distribution plan, both of us received absolutely nothing, only 0. Given your late ranking, you were never truly in mortal danger. This 0 profit is clearly unacceptable. As for numbers 3 and 5, gentlemen, being allocated only 1 point, in my opinion, doesn't seem like an attempt to win you over, rather, it's more of an insult. Let's refuse together. I can guarantee that in my future allocation plan, I promise you both, you'll never receive such a small share of the benefits. In just a few words, number 2 had been diligently trying to divide the group, positioning Lou against everyone else. Ding! Another sound, and the option in front of number 4 also turned red. In a short time, it seemed Lou was already on the brink. But Lou, at this moment, seemed to be humming a tune. The evening breeze brushes the willow, the flute's melody lingers, mountains beyond the setting sun. Number 2 ignored him, her eyes gleamed with the fire of ambition. Today was her first time participating in a divine selection game. She was going to personally put an end to this guy who had once perfectly cleared the game. Number 3, number 5, stop hesitating, make your decision. I've said it, when I make a decision later, the worst case scenario will be an equal split. You will definitely get better benefits. From beginning to end, it was almost a solo performance by number 2, as if in this second game, she had become the protagonist. At this moment, Lou finally spoke. You said that if you were to allocate, the worst result would be an equal split. Then why can't the 3 of them vote you out later? Once you're dead, wouldn't it be more for the 3 of them to split it equally? What role do you play in this? Number 2. Number 2 was instantly stunned by these words, which left her speechless. She stammered somewhat. Everyone, don't be misled by him. I'm just saying this is the minimum situation. And no matter what, my allocation method is much better for everyone than yours. Lou sneered, completely ignoring her, and simply continued. By extension, if it's an equal split, then why should number 4 and number 5 accommodate number 3? If number 3 is also voted out, wouldn't there be more money to split? But by that time, number 5, will you still get any money? Cause and effect are intertwined. Cause is the head of effect, and effect is the tail of cause. When the people ahead die, you have to consider what impact it will have when it's your turn. Sometimes, you have to work backward from the end. You are right, this game is indeed a strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit game, and I happen to be the one among you with the best strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. 3 and 5, you can only accept my allocation. Believe it? If 4 were to divide it, the benefits for the 2 of you would only be 0. Chapter 18, a completely unsolvable overt scheme. He's not crazy. Absolutely impossible. Lou's somewhat sinister-sounding voice echoed in the space. No sooner had he finished speaking than number 2 instantly erupted into curses, speaking frantically. Everyone, don't listen to his bewitchment. We can definitely negotiate a good distribution method for how to allocate it. If I distribute it, there will absolutely be no possibility of anyone getting 0 points. Please believe me, I swear on my character that there will be no situation where one person takes all. Everyone is going through this hellish game together, it's like sharing life and death. 2 spoke almost maniacally, as if trying to cover something up, as if trying to suppress the guilt in her heart. Lou's few simple words earlier had filled her with immense trepidation. She now instinctively wanted to vote Lou out. Get this mentally disturbed devil out. Her chance would come. Lou also noticed her mental state and continued with a smiling interruption. Oaths are never trustworthy. Compared to oaths, choices based on human nature are more reliable. What did you see in those videos that just stirred up the deepest desires in everyone's hearts? What are you afraid of? Even if my policy passes and you get no benefit, you still won't die, but now you're acting very eager. That deep-seated desire, the highest benefit, is something you can't let go of, right? Sweat began to bead on 2's forehead. She still wanted to say something to turn the tide, to get 3 and 5 to vote quickly. Just 1 vote short. At this moment, someone among the others, who had been silent, finally spoke. It was 5 who spoke. Since there was no risk to his life, he seemed relatively relaxed. I'd like to ask a question first, Boss 1. Why do you say that if number 4 makes the distribution, number 3 and I will only get 0? Lou tilted his head slightly in her direction, and the blue mask formed an expression of speechless disbelief. Are you not thinking at all? Then, he turned his head to look at the woman, number 2, and said with a half smile. It proves you're still not as smart as Miss Number 2, doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken, you probably already understood the key to this game right after I finished speaking, correct? Number 2 trembled slightly, as if her thoughts had been exposed, but she dared not admit it and wanted to be stubborn. However, Lou gave her no further chance, leaning back in the chair and continuing. Assume there's only one person in this game. Then, without a doubt, he will take all of it, 100% of the numbers, and happily go home. And if there are only two people, what would the distribution be? 50-50? Or something else? Of course not. It must be 100-0. Because as long as half the people agree, it will pass. The person with the power to distribute doesn't need to care about the other person's thoughts at all. Lou's words captivated everyone's thoughts. Apart from number 2, whose face grew increasingly grim, everyone else listened intently. Lou's voice continued. So, what happens when there are 3 people in this game? This sentence was neither hurried nor slow, but those who were watching the live broadcast, like Blank and others who had been thinking, instantly realized the evil nature of this game at the same moment. Inside and outside the game, they blurted it out almost in unison with Lou's voice. The distributor only needs to give a tiny bit of benefit to the third person, and completely disregard the second person, and this distribution plan will pass. The distribution method will be 99-0-1. Because if the third person disagrees, and this person's distribution method fails, leaving only 2 people, then the last person will get nothing at all. So, what happens when the number of people gradually increases from now on? I suppose I don't need to explain it anymore. For a moment, everyone fell silent. No one was foolish. Earlier, due to the high external pressure, their thoughts were muddled, and no one had clearly understood the key. Now that Lou had explained everything so clearly, they could deduce the subsequent possible outcomes themselves. If there are 4 people, the first person's distribution method only needs to consider the interests of the second to last person. Because if the first person dies, it will become the situation of 3 people distributing, which has already been explained very clearly, and the second to last person will get nothing. So the distribution method will be 99-0-1-0. And continuing this by analogy, now it's a 5-person distribution method. Although it was difficult to accept and intuitively hard to comprehend, if viewed in this way, Lou's distribution method was actually unbreakable. He was actually right in his division. But how dare he? How dare he? He knew that if even a small accident occurred, he would pay with his life. But he still decided this way, as if the crisis of life and death brought him no pressure at all, and even his mental state showed no signs of wavering. So, I am the one among you with the best strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. So you really do love me. Lou said this to the air, meaning to the organizers, intending for him to be arranged as the first person. No answer means you agree by default? 5 minutes are up. Click. The small door in front of Lou opened and closed, letting out a few seemingly harmless small animals. They chirped aimlessly and began wandering around the space without purpose. You even found me some little friends, it seems you really do love me. Lou continued his verbal assault, even actively luring bugs towards himself. He wasn't in a hurry to urge the other players, he let them slowly digest the information, while he took the opportunity to play around a bit more and think about other ways to exploit the situation. While he was leisurely, the other players were unwilling to accept reality. They eyed each other suspiciously, wondering if there was any way to break the deadlock. Especially player 2, she was the most unwilling. At this moment, she was still thinking about how to turn things around. Everyone, this explanation is just the worst-case scenario, it's a conspiracy of this game. As long as we unite. But halfway through her sentence, she felt it was hard to convince even herself. Why would others believe her? That's right. Player 3, Player 5, I can give you privately. Just as she was about to directly give them points to win over Player 3 and Player 5, to gain their trust. But before she could finish her sentence, she remembered that in the previous segment, Lou had already blackmailed all the points from their 4 players. In despair, number 2 looked at Player 1 with shock, as if gazing up at a towering mountain. Could it be that, just now, he had already anticipated the current situation? Chapter 19, Rationality might not be worth expecting, but greed and human nature are eternal. As the woman, Player 2, thought of this, her eyes instantly became somewhat vacant. As long as each of us trusts each other, there won't be a situation where he's the only one taking the lion's share. She was still racking her brain, muttering to herself meaninglessly. This matter was actually very simple. As long as everyone trusted each other, as long as everyone could trust her, how could the four of them only get such a tiny bit of benefit? But it was this bit of suspicion that had everyone stuck here. Stop thinking, player 2. Just then, Lou spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. Can you truly face your inner self? Would you believe that, if I died, you wouldn't think of taking the most? And, if you really found a way to make everyone trust you, throw me out, and put yourself in the optimal position. Don't you think that player 3 would also use the same method to throw you out? The light in player 2's eyes gradually faded, and after hearing these words, she finally realized that there was no solution. Originally, she had thought that with her own intelligence and wisdom, she could turn the tide. If only. But there was no if only. Lou had already begun to tease the small bugs that had crawled in. One, shaped like a scorpion with a massive tail, had already crawled onto his body at his beckoning. He picked it up and squeezed it lightly. The seemingly extraordinarily strong giant insect immediately became defenseless. After a brief thought, Lou, holding the bug, gradually moved it closer to the wound on his broken leg. The scorpion's tail twitched violently, and something unexpected happened. It breathed fire. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +6. Whoa! What the hell kind of alien creature is this? Lou was shocked at the time, looking at the chart outside and raw inside of his broken leg's joint. He truly hadn't expected the bug's power to be so immense. It even breathes fire? By the way, this thing's hemostatic effect is actually pretty good. Hemostasis? You call cauterizing a severed limb until it's charred hemostasis? The other players watched him play here and, after experiencing the bug's power, felt an already heavy heart further burdened by a huge stone. Can I take this thing with me? Can you give it to me? Where's the organizer? Why aren't they saying anything? Lou's voice went unanswered. Neither the previous escape game nor the current loot distribution game was inherently that difficult. It was just severed legs, lava, rusty saws. Swarms of insects, death, and gates of poisonous bugs opening at any moment. All these constantly added pressure to one's mind, breaking down all psychological defenses, causing collapse, leading to wrong decisions, even to giving up on life. It was just that all of this was ineffective against Lou. Number 1, I have a question I want to ask you. In the silence, player 3, who had not spoken until now, finally spoke, like a final struggle. Your analysis is excellent, but this distribution method relies on everyone being in a clear, rational state. What if, among us, someone doesn't care about benefits, doesn't care about anything, and just wants to vote you out and have you die? As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden bang. Personnel number 5, like a madman, violently kicked the chair beneath him. I don't care. I don't care. Why is it that my leg is broken? I've suffered so much torment, and now I'm in the safest position, yet I get no benefits whatsoever. I want at least 10 points. It doesn't matter who distributes it. If I don't get it, I won't agree. We can all just die. Anyway, I'm the last one, I can't die. Number 5 yelled maniacally, like someone who had been driven insane. It was just unclear whether he was faking it or truly had gone mad. In this type of game involving strategizing, dealing with such people is actually the most troublesome. Number 2's previously dim eyes instantly lit up again. He stared intently at number 5. As long as number 5 went mad, as long as number 5 was an idiot. No matter the reason, as long as he vetoed it. And just then, number 4, who had previously been allocated 0 points, suddenly spoke. Number 1. Give me 5 points. You don't have to worry about number 5's opinion, I can agree. Silence. Quiet. In the entire empty room, it was as if even people's breathing had ceased, and the chirping of insects was gradually ignored by everyone. Number 5's eyes were wide open, his previous frantic expression completely gone, staring at number 4 in disbelief and unyielding intensity. His act of feigning madness collapsed on its own, failing even to pressure Lou. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In room 1, Lou burst into laughter, the expression on his entire mask brimming with uncontainable joy. He did nothing but watch a good show, the process of a weak alliance falling apart on its own. Turning to look at number 3, he gave his answer. Rationality might not be worth expecting, but greed and human nature are eternal. You will believe, deep down, that no matter who is doing the allocation, as long as they hold the power of that allocation, they will definitely make the choice I mentioned earlier. You both want to maximize your own interests and don't want others to have the opportunity to maximize theirs. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die isn't important. For your own interests, you can only choose between life and death, 0 or 1. This is a hell game. The difference in rewards between 0 and 1 can ultimately be significant. What I showed you just now, that which ignited the desires deep within you, will not allow you to give up this gap between 0 and 1. Furthermore, after this experience, you might never dare to step into this game again. Which means, this might be your last chance to gain benefits and change your reality. Finally, throughout the room, only Lou's voice echoed repeatedly. It was as if he was speaking to others, and also like a self-review. No one responded, nor did anyone from the organizers speak. In an atmosphere stifled to the extreme, every player anticipated a possible unexpected event. But nothing happened. When the second 5 minutes arrived, a giant spider entered number 3's room. Soon, number 3's and number 5's votes silently changed to agree, without approval or any other resistance, as if completing a silent pact. Game over. Hell difficulty instance, Magma Demon's Den, 5-person clear. 1 perfect clear. Game reward distribution will be based on the results of the bonus game. God's Chosen Paradise, welcome. Chapter 20, Settlement and Harvest, Function Activation, and Ranking Preview. The game's mechanical voice resounded in everyone's ears, and before every spectator's eyes, the game screen instantly ended. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next game. God's Chosen Paradise, you are also welcome to become a player. After Lou's game concluded, 2 identical sentences appeared before the spectators who had been watching the game unfold. Watching this exhilarating hell difficulty game, everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Too brutal. I originally planned to watch a few more game instances, but once I came here, I couldn't leave. I never thought such individuals already exist in this world. Actually, I still don't understand it in the end. He perfectly cleared it? Why did people agree to his distribution method? Go play upstairs. With that intelligence level, we shouldn't get involved in this game. Why does he always wear a mask? I want to see what he looks like. If he showed his face, he'd probably become an internet celebrity very quickly. Even though the game before them had ended, everyone was still reluctant to leave, discussing fervently in the now black screen livestream. From beginning to end, the number of people watching Lou's game reached tens of thousands, with a large portion of them choosing to stay. Even among numerous players with perfect clears, Lou was the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies about the new world. Of course, most people's comments were still incredibly naive, talking about fame, internet celebrity status, and feeling proud because he was from the same country. But with such a large number of people, hidden among the foolish majority, there were also many with ulterior motives. On Bai's laptop, dozens of documents were currently open, recording all the intelligence he had gathered during this game. This included game types, categories, various undisclosed information, and powerful players. Among these, the document "A certain player wearing a blue mask" contained the most words and the richest content. After Lou finished his stream, he immediately went to other live streams to continue gathering intelligence. However, his mind kept replaying Lou's previous performance, flashing back to his various actions. With such a mindset, possessing strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit that clearly surpass human limits, and that temperament that completely disregards pain and fear. The game has just begun, and there are already players of this caliber. How many more powerhouses like this are there? His mind was blank, filled with excitement, worry, and awe. As the game progressed, it wouldn't be long before individuals capable of single-handedly influencing global affairs would emerge. The world is a game. Concurrently, various official organizations, both domestic and international, also had personnel observing the livestream and Lou. Record this: maniacal personality, immense strength, suspected mental illness, completely unafraid of pain, even yearning for it. Speaking Mandarin, so he must be Chinese. This should be a good thing. All data backed up, top secret clearance, sent to the Secretariat. Observe. Analyze. Find a way to locate him. Regardless of where this suddenly appearing world game came from, these top-tier players alone will likely become strategic entities in the future. They must be found, guided, and cooperated with, or rather, controlled. In unseen corners of the world, surging undercurrents were constantly stirring. Meanwhile, Lou himself entered the game settlement interface, listening to his game results and reviewing his gains from this journey. Game over. Participants this round, 5,214,948. Finishers, 1,985,419. Perfect clearers, 7,529. Your clear rating, SSS rank, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears, 2. Rewards settling. Special event triggered, guided and caused an in-game bug, obtained achievement badge, system attacker epic. Special event triggered, due to personal reasons, triggered a game overtime, received enhanced final reward. This round's reward points, 8,800. This reward includes Intermediate Recovery Potion 5, Advanced Recovery Potion 3, Game Exit Coin 1, Epic Weapon Lottery Ticket 2, Random Sealed Artifact Lottery Ticket 1, Special Skill Lottery Ticket 1. Special reward for this time: Awakening of Strength, Agility, Speed, Luck, and Spirit. Personal Strength, Agility, Speed, Luck, Spirit +1. Note: Strength, Agility, Speed, Luck, and Spirit are the foundation for mastering various special skills. Watching the long list of benefits before him, Lou was quite satisfied. The God's Chosen game is an opportunity not to be missed. Both the pain value and the in-game rewards are enough to make his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit grow rapidly. The next stage of great changes in the world is often great chaos. He must improve his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit as much as possible before that day arrives. Donning a mask to wreak havoc is fine, but it's better not to be targeted when the mask comes off. An innocent man can be ruined by his wealth. His growth in strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit will certainly be seen as a threat by some. Let's check out the benefits in my backpack first. There's quite a lot of stuff. He opened his game backpack and looked at the items inside. With what he had extorted, his points had reached 12,400. He didn't know what concept this represented, but he imagined it couldn't be low. As for weapons, aside from the lottery tickets he hadn't used yet, he currently only had the sharp person he had acquired this time. The weapon level wasn't high, but it suited him well enough, so using it for now was acceptable. As for the two badges, they should be considered Lou's most defining characteristics compared to other players, as they were both triggered by special events. Godslayer Legendary. Effect bonus: when facing attacks from a higher echelon, immune to all effects except direct damage. When determining attacks of the same echelon, your effects take precedence. System Attacker Epic. Effect bonus: cracking or guiding game loopholes will result in higher level rewards. Lou didn't know the maximum number of badges one could wear, but since they provided bonuses, he decided to keep them on for now. As for the newly acquired Game Exit Coin, the description was simple. Exit Coin allows you to forcibly leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points obtained from the game will be reset to 0. Description: cowards can save their lives, but do not fantasize about the benefits of the strong. Purely a life-saving item. After reviewing the various descriptions, Lou decided not to use the lottery tickets for the time being and then left the game. The same dizziness, the same awakening in bed, but this time, upon opening his eyes, a game sound suddenly echoed in his mind. This voice also appeared in the ears of every the chosen. God's Chosen Paradise, the first official game has ended. Special notification, informing all the chosen, features activated, ranking preview. Chapter 21 Peak Leaderboard, Anna's Intelligence. Store function unlocked. During the game's rest period, all the chosen can prepare items to purchase in advance. Products in the store will help improve your performance in the game. Friends system enabled. All the chosen can add friends, make transfers, give gifts, and other actions. Of course, a handling fee will be charged based on the specific amount. Please look forward to future gameplay, such as co-op games. Feature unlocking announcement. Since the game began, new people have been chosen every day. We look forward to everyone becoming a player. Now, 2 games have passed, and many excellent players have already distinguished themselves. We believe they will eventually possess everything. To better help players understand themselves and others, we will launch the Peak Leaderboard after the next game ends. The Peak Leaderboard will comprehensively consider a player's combat power, game performance, owned bonus items, etc., to rank the top 100. Those on the list will receive subsequent benefits. We look forward to everyone participating more and performing well in the next game. The announcement ended, and the above dialogue repeated twice in everyone's mind, as if to emphasize the key points. Lou's brows furrowed as he read this announcement. Apex rankings. This kind of thing basically puts the top players on the hot seat. Only 3 games in, he was probably already among the strongest, but his strength was definitely not yet ridiculously high, and certainly not enough compared to some violent organizations. The simplest fact was that he probably didn't yet have the confidence to survive a direct confrontation with firearms. However, it says there will be benefits, so it might still be good. I wonder if my real appearance and personal information will be exposed. We'll see then. Lou temporarily decided to put such uncontrollable matters out of his mind. He was cautious but not lacking in adventurous courage. It would be impossible for him to deliberately underperform in the next game or not participate just to avoid this ranking. Lie low if possible, but growth in strength is paramount. If problems arise, face them. Thinking to himself, he called up the screen in his mind and looked at the page. Rest mode. For each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will ultimately own the world. Time until the next game begins, 47 hours 57 minutes and 43 seconds. This is God's challenge, God's chosen paradise, welcome. Besides this standard page, there were now 2 additional pages, Friends and Store. After familiarizing himself with the usage, Lou opened his eyes in the room. Sitting up in the dim room, Lou assessed his physical condition, feeling his complete body. Good, the special reward for perfect completion, complete restoration. The benefits of joining the game are most evident in this aspect. The chosen of pain system effect in the real world is simply too restrictive. He lightly jumped twice. The first feeling was lightness, truly light. If the previous 10 points in strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were about breaking the limits of the gene lock, then the current 24 points in strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit are truly beyond control. Lou didn't know what ancient martial arts masters meant by light as a swallow, but he only recognized one phrase: great strength moves bricks. He was now that brick. It was as if there were powerful engines in his legs, capable of providing terrifying propulsion. He had no legs in the previous game, and thus no actions or sensations. Now he felt he needed to adapt to controlling his body. If Zack were to provoke him again now, he might actually hesitate. Hitting him might genuinely kill him, and killing someone in the real world would probably be a bit troublesome. His experiences in the game, coupled with the influence of the Mask of Greed, had made him somewhat inclined towards abnormality, and he needed to return to normal. He opened his phone, clicked on a familiar app, and the first trending topic that appeared made his heart skip a beat. God-chosen games really kill people. Lou thought, just as I expected. In the second game, God's chosen paradise would truly bare its fangs, and people would realize the game's true nature and its cruelty. He remembered that 5 people who had participated in the game with him had died right before his eyes. He had even killed one of them himself. The remaining people didn't achieve perfect completion, nor did they have the chance for healing like he did. Returning to the real world with a broken leg? Thinking this, Lou's heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. This level of world upheaval was certainly not going to be small. The authorities should prohibit the opening of God's chosen paradise. Everyone should be forbidden from participating in the God's chosen paradise game. What is the essence of God's chosen paradise? Supernatural strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, or a hoax? Hospital visitor numbers suddenly increased nationwide. What's the official explanation? One by one, the trending topics were clearly different from the first time. The initial excitement and curiosity had now turned into panic. Lou even found that some of the more extreme titles and videos would be visible 1 second, only to disappear the next upon refreshing. It seemed there was definitely an invisible hand vigorously controlling and frantically deleting content to maintain stability. But Lou knew that this state wouldn't last. Blocking it was impossible. Sigh. Sighing, Lou turned off his phone and headed to school. Ding-a-ling. The class bell had already rung, but the classroom was still noisy, with no one managing it, like a bustling market. The students were still chattering non-stop. Boys and girls of this age seemed to have endless energy, which was hard to comprehend. Only this time, Lou no longer heard what they were discussing. Their discussions, fears, and speculations about the game, everything were his own personal experiences. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have grown somewhat distant from everyone else. The game is over. Did you watch it? Or rather, did you participate? Until a voice, accompanied by a warm breath, rang in his ear, pulling Lou out of his thoughts. He turned his head to see Anna, who had somehow gotten close to his ear and was speaking to him. Although Lou had never admitted it, from her current conversation, it was almost implicitly acknowledged that Lou was the chosen. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lou still didn't answer directly. If you successfully clear the game, congratulations on your good strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. If you're a spectator, you must have seen a lot of things. Anna's expression was a little serious. As she spoke, she took out her phone and whispered. For this game, I'm trying my best to gather information. God's chosen paradise is really not a joke. The level of cruelty and brutality in some games has clearly surpassed physiological limits. They are called hell difficulty, and it's well deserved. They are truly hellish. And, even though the game has just begun, some abnormally strong players have already started to appear. Look at this video. Saying this, Anna furtively handed the phone over from under the table. Lou's left eyelid suddenly began to twitch violently. Chapter 22. The world is so small. How should I evaluate myself? Urgent. Opening the phone, what caught his eye was a dark red space, and the video content was remarkably familiar to Lou himself. Lava. Saws. The 10 players who were tied up. Lou. Stifling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Lou felt a bit speechless for a moment. Is the world really that small? Before the lava submerges the platform, you must find a way to escape. What do you mean, you want us to saw off our legs? Haha, sawing off legs isn't new. Did you really pay the copyright fees for Saw? What's the reward for being the first to get a saw? Listening to the host's voice from inside, and the dialogue of himself in the game, Lou truly felt awkward enough to curl his toes. What can I say? What should I say? After watching a few minutes of the game video, Anna, seeing his expression, spoke up. Saw off your own leg, saw. Not even chop. If it were an untrained person, I don't think anyone could truly make that decision. They'd just die, giving up all hope of living. But look at this person. At this point, Lou had already seen himself in the video, nonchalantly sawing a leg. Back then, wearing the mask of greed, he hadn't thought anything was wrong, but now, looking at it in his normal state, it did feel a bit unsettling. To put on a slight act, Lou even deliberately asked, why isn't he sawing the leg that's cuffed? Anna nodded and said. From that point, I also thought the person might just have some mental issues, but only after seeing the later parts did I realize how terrifying he truly was. Keep watching, I've edited this to pick out the most crucial parts. Saying this, Anna even dragged the progress bar, shielding her phone, and explained the contents to Lou. But Lou's scalp was already tingling listening to her analyze him right in front of him. He could truly say he was numb from head to toe. After an unknown period, finally, the game video ended. Lou's face was taut. To be honest, it was only from an observer's perspective that he could truly realize how outrageously he had performed in the previous game. It was truly impossible for this not to be noticed. All in all, that's how it was. Finally, the video finished playing. Anna took a deep breath, closed her phone, her face showing undisguised shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she never got tired of it. That feeling of shock would well up every single time. Seeing Lou's expression beside her, somewhat blank, she thought he was in shock. How was it? Give your thoughts? Lou. Omega? What the hell am I supposed to say? How do I comment on myself? Waiting online, I'm desperate. Pretty amazing, really quite remarkable. I guess he must have achieved a perfect clear. Having no other option, Lou decided to praise himself a little. What do you mean pretty good? This is already groundbreaking, okay? Anna got anxious seeing Lou a bit distracted. Whether it's his intellect or his strength, the existence of such a person is enough to disrupt the order of human society. We actually had a feeling about this before, but we didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Listening to her words, Lou always felt a bit awkward and said, "This disrupts human order?" It's far from it. The real strength he's shown is just physical strength far beyond humans, right? How can that kind of combat power disrupt the order of human society? But this is just the beginning. Anna said seriously. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit will only grow larger and larger, and who knows how many people like this there will be in the world. God's chosen paradise's overnight change to the world is drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control this world may no longer be high-ranking officials or political figures, nor big capital magnates, but the top players. Just as it says in the God-chosen game, players will eventually own this world. Lou, this video of yours, you recorded it yourself, right? Have you uploaded it online, or is this video currently available online? Anna shook her head, no. My family has some connections, so I can see first-hand news online. I actually saw some people uploading your video in the back end, but they were all quickly deleted. This not only indicates that your video is graphic and involves deaths, but also suggests that the authorities have probably already noticed the person in the video. Top players are definitely strategic reserves. Official bodies, countries, various departments, and even all sorts of forces must be keeping a close eye on them. Now that the friend system is open, I expect there will be team-based games in the future too. Just watch, soon all sorts of strange forces will emerge like mushrooms after rain. Anna said a lot. Lou knew that her family background might not be simple, but he didn't ask. However, one thing was certain, the people and organizations keeping an eye on him must already be quite numerous. He wondered how long the mask of original sin could keep him hidden. So, after all this talk, it's time you told me the truth, isn't it? I've already told you I'm also the chosen. At the end, Anna suddenly showed a sly smirk Omega and leaned in, whispering into Lou's ear. Are you sure it's a player? Knowing you, you probably didn't listen to my advice and join the game, did you? Lou subtly pushed her away, thinking to himself that with all the noise in the classroom, no one would notice them, so couldn't she just not get so close? It tickles when someone breathes near your ear. Lou didn't deny it this time. Then what difficulty game instance are you in? I forgot to check. Anyway, even though people die in our game, most of us successfully survive, right? There are casualties in your game too? Anna was startled, then scrutinized Lou from head to toe. Well, that's good. Your strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit are quite decent. You should be in a normal or hard instance. Based on the information I've gathered so far, the God's Chosen Paradise game is roughly divided into 4 difficulties. Normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Lou listened to this news, his expression becoming serious. Although he was a participant in a hellish game, he actually didn't know much about the game as a whole or the situation of other players because he was playing. Tell me more, do you have any insights? What's the approximate proportion of these different game difficulties? Chapter 23, Campus Riot, Heaven and Earth Society. Anna nodded. After all, to gain trust, she came to Lou precisely to have someone she could trust in the early stages of the game. On such matters, she felt there was absolutely no need to hold back. The proportion of the 4 game difficulties, it's hard to say, I can't give an exact ratio. But it's clear that the harder the level, the smaller the proportion. Most of the time, normal and hard games are more common. Even normal isn't simple, and once you get to hard, casualties become frequent occurrences. As for Nightmare in Hell, they are literally what they sound like. They are no longer games, or stages to clear, but rather about finding a way to survive. By this point, Anna's voice was barely a whisper, and her face was quite unsightly. After all, she was just a high school senior, accustomed to a pampered life, and had never faced life and death directly. Oh, and also, the types of games. Within the same difficulty, there are all sorts of varied and diverse games. But it's not without duplicate games. Each game should have many identical copies, with different players participating. For example, in the video I just showed you, I saw 10 other players encountering the same game. The game footage. I didn't keep watching. In that instance, there were no top players like the masked man. Everyone was relatively ordinary. I'm afraid, no one survived. Anna swallowed, feeling a chill at the thought of that scene. So, God's chosen paradise is really, to a great extent, a strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit game. Choosing a hell instance is truly a dead end. Those people who were in the same instance as the masked man earlier were lucky to survive. But such a cruel and realistic game will inevitably give rise to a group of top-tier experts who will change the world. Lou nodded slightly as he listened. He didn't worry too much about the danger in his opinion. The more difficult the game, the higher the reward. The opportunities in the game are equal, so for top players, being assigned a high difficulty instance is actually a good thing. At least he hoped all his games would be hell level, that would be killing several birds with one stone for him. Can you choose the difficulty of the game instance? Lou asked. How could that be possible? Anna shook her head with a wry smile. At least for now, it's absolutely impossible to choose. From the match footage and the players' reactions, they have no idea what they're about to face. If you could choose, who would pick a hell difficulty game right from the start? Lou? Indeed, that would be me. He really wanted to choose hell difficulty or another difficulty. If he had to categorize it, his initial game was probably also hell difficulty. Suddenly, Anna changed the subject, looking at Lou and asking, I guess you must have already participated in a game. The fact that you came out unscathed and with your mindset unchanged shows that you're quite extraordinary. But honestly, if you were assigned to a hell difficulty game instance and had to saw off your leg with a rusty saw, could you withstand it? Lou? So, before participating in a game, it's crucial to be fully prepared and have the necessary resolve. It's best to prepare an exit coin in advance. Although you'd lose everything, at least you'd save your life. Seeing that Lou hadn't answered, Anna didn't wait for him to respond and finished giving her advice on her own. Starting the game is very important. She herself also needed to start figuring out how to participate in the game. Why are you telling me all this? Lou suddenly frowned and sighed. What do you want from me? If the other party knew he was number one, it would be normal to try to win him over, but it seemed they didn't know. This rich young lady was giving him all this information for free because of her curiosity about him during their past interactions. Anna blinked a few times, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. She lowered her head to conceal her slightly flushed face, feeling a bit helpless. This guy. Are there really men in this world who, when a girl actively offers goodwill, think about exchanging benefits? Because of God's chosen paradise, the world is about to undergo drastic changes. Various official and civilian organizations will soon emerge, and even small personal groups will quickly appear. Under the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation, and the societal phenomenon of man-eat-man will inevitably arise. In such circumstances, finding allies as early as possible is crucial. Allies found before the situation becomes completely uncontrollable can trust each other more. Me? A question mark immediately appeared above Lu's head. Looking for an ally, and you choose me, a student? That's too childish. Your family background shouldn't be simple, right? Can't you find a way to connect with some masters, contact some forces or something? Two high school students talking about alliances here is a bit too naive. But Anna shook her head and said seriously. In this kind of competition system, depending on different game situations, a special forces soldier might not necessarily perform better than a hooligan, especially in the early stages of the game when people don't yet understand it. It's relatively fair. And, my intuition tells me that you're not bad. Zhu Yuanzhang started as a beggar and became emperor. I don't think our conversation is childish or unrealistic. Why, do those who pride themselves on being rational and wise know about the arrival of God's chosen paradise? Do they know how to deal with it? I just want to find you. If possible, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. With that, Anna tentatively extended her hand towards Lu. Lu looked at the outstretched hand, signaling a handshake, and was slightly stunned. He felt that what the other party said was indeed true, but not entirely true. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came from the school's loudspeaker. Students in the east wing of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly, avoid gathering, and do not remain in the classrooms. Lu and Anna exchanged glances, both feeling a jolt. East wing of the teaching building? Isn't that right here? Ignoring the handshake, Lu flipped over and jumped onto the window, wanting to see what was happening outside. The people in the classroom had previously been in a state of complete chaos, and it was so noisy that he hadn't noticed any movement outside. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from outside the classroom, drowning out all the noise, sounding like a load-bearing wall being demolished. A loud, distinctly inhuman voice roared proudly, echoing throughout the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Chapter 24, It's aimed at me, no retreat. Heaven and Earth Society? Lu lay on the window, listening to the shouts from afar, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he and Anna were discussing organizations and powers, and now they've already appeared? And this isn't right, isn't the Heaven and Earth Society an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties? Commonly known as the Hung Mun, how could it suddenly appear now, in this day and age? Lu keenly sensed that this must also be related to God's chosen paradise, and it might even be an organization directly targeting God's chosen paradise. After that astonishing roar, the other party didn't stop, continuing to shout. Sun and moon revolve, cycles turn. The chosen descend, the world unites. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Lu. Listening to that voice, Lu knew his previous thought was correct. It must be an organization founded with God's chosen paradise as its goal. Sun and moon revolve. The other party was like a madman, roaring incessantly and repeating the same words, making Lu a bit bored. Along with the roars were various student screams and the sounds of things being smashed. Walls collapsed, and various tables, chairs, and benches flew through the air. Who knows how many people were injured? Lu's senses were among the keenest in humans for strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. Hearing the commotion, he knew the other party was likely downstairs, and the teaching area on the floor below him was already in chaos. But Lu had no intention of getting involved in such matters. He was just curious why the school would let such people in. The other party isn't here anyway, so let's retreat, there's nothing more to say. Boom! As Lu was thinking, suddenly an explosion rang out. The hallway floor outside the classroom was abruptly smashed open by a huge hammer, sending bricks and stones flying and raising a cloud of dust. The next second, a ragged, unnaturally muscular giant, over 1.9 meters tall, jumped out from the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the other party looked up slightly and met Lu's gaze, who was peering out the window. The two stared wide-eyed. 0-0. Lu. Damn it, his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were a bit dodgy. Now they were having an intense staring contest, right after he just said he wouldn't run into anyone. Lu instantly averted his gaze, jumped down from the window, and accurately found his seat amidst the chaotic classroom. Just one glance was enough for him to remember the opponent's general appearance and characteristics. His muscle expansion had reached a tearing degree, clearly not a normal human muscle level. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have completely lost his mind. He was wearing a school uniform, which was now full of holes, stretched by his bulging muscles, and significantly damaged from smashing things. He also held a large hammer, with a hammerhead over 30 centimeters in diameter. It was made of some unknown metal. A single blow from it would surely be fatal or cause severe injury to an ordinary person. Lu already had a rough idea this person was a student at the school, and definitely a player. He just didn't know why he had ended up like this. Is it here? What is it? Anna was beside him, watching Lu jump back, and asked loudly. Probably a player, gone mad for some reason. Now he seems to be promoting some organization of his, Lu replied. Let's go. Anna didn't waste any more words at this point. She pulled Lu and ran towards the door. After 2 games, she had witnessed too many scenes and clearly understood the threat powerful players now posed to ordinary people. At this moment, several classrooms connected in the East District were in utter chaos. All students were running outside, more excited than fearful. As soon as they exited, they saw the giant standing there, dazed. Holy shit! Lu Peng? Among the students, someone recognized him and seemed quite familiar with him. With a look of surprise, they walked over to the dazed giant who had lost his sanity. You participated in the game, right? How did you end up like this? Cool. The other party didn't even look at him, simply waving a hand. The student who had approached immediately flew up like a plastic bag, sent 7 or 8 meters away by the blow. He lay on the ground, already unconscious. The crowd instantly scattered in fear, leaving an empty space in the middle of the classroom. Sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The other party ignored everyone, just repeatedly shouting slogans loudly in the air, making people's eardrums ache. He swung the giant hammer in his hand, smashing the classroom wall in front of him to smithereens with a loud boom. For some reason, Lu couldn't help but think 80. In his mind. The giant didn't actively pursue them. Within tens of seconds, most of the people had run away. Just then, the giant suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes looking in the direction of the crowd. And met Lu's gaze. Lu, I'll fuck you. Why the hell are you always staring at me? Can't you look at other people? Lu averted his gaze, having already roughly judged the opponent's strength deep in his eyes. Far inferior to mine. Suddenly, the opponent's eyes widened sharply as he looked at Lu, then charged towards Lu, his massive body creating a howling wind. The crowd instantly panicked and fled. Lu and Anna also followed the crowd, quickly retreating. The giant stood still, then swung the massive hammer in its hand, bringing it down towards the crowd with a whistling force. Lu raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling that this seemed to be directed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps slightly, deciding to try and take the hammer blow with his shoulder to see how much pain value it would generate. Get out of the way! Beside him, Anna yanked his arm hard, using her body's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit to help him dodge the attack. What are you doing? Hurry up and run, are you that slow to react? Lu gave the girl a slightly surprised look, then looked at the giant charging towards them again. A confirmed glance, it was the person he was looking for. He could now be 80% sure that this thing opposite him seemed to be targeting him. If he remained hidden in the crowd, not only would it cause unnecessary casualties for others, but it would also make it easy for people to realize that the opponent had specifically picked him out from the group. After a brief thought, Lu looked at the dispersing crowd nearby and said to Anna, who was urging him to leave. Thank you. Then he pushed her into the crowd, while he himself tripped and broke away from the crowd. A lone individual was very conspicuous, and the rampaging giant walked towards him. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, separated from the others and came to a somewhat empty platform at the corner of the floor. Lu leaned against the corner wall, calmly turned around, and looked at the panting man opposite him. There was no retreat. Chapter 25, Unconventional Communication, Scared Stiff? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Lu slowly turned around and looked at the deranged giant opposite him. Though called a giant, Lu didn't sense any oppressive feeling from the other party. Their strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were far inferior to his own. The other party was more like a pawn, sent out by someone behind the scenes to release some kind of signal. Why did he target him? Had he exposed himself? If even Anna couldn't distinguish between him and the game character, Lu didn't think he would be exposed so quickly. It seems there are still situations he doesn't understand. It's just... Lu slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit within his body, and muttered to himself in a low voice. Why does he have to seek death? In such a large school, the only person who could crush you was targeted by you? The only somewhat troublesome problem was that the appearance of this mini Hulk-like guy caused a sensation, and it would likely soon become a major social event making headlines. If he really got involved and beat him down, it might be difficult to get away clean. Aren't you going to say something? Just standing there? Strength was his greatest confidence, and Lu felt no nervousness. He turned around very relaxed and looked at the other party, asking. Sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. I wasn't trying to get you to say that. Lu was a bit speechless. He could tell that the other party had indeed completely lost his mind. From the looks of it, he was very likely being used by someone. It seemed, then, that the problem lay with the organization called Tiandi Hui. At this moment, the hallway and stairs, a dozen meters away, were already filled with teachers and students, anxiously looking towards their side. Many people held up their phones, their expressions stably terrified, yet they still remembered to take photos. Looking at Lu, who was forced into the corner, and the insane, massive figure standing before him, everyone felt that Lu was in mortal danger. Run! Brother, are you just going to stand there and wait to die? Don't move yet. Don't act rashly and disturb them. All sorts of shouts erupted from the crowd, with various irresponsible and even conflicting suggestions being constantly given. In the corner, the director of studies' phone was practically smoking from all the calls, seemingly in a great hurry. Anna also looked at Lu with some concern. She could tell that Lu intentionally left the group and got cornered, but she wasn't sure if he really had the confidence to handle it. Even a player who had completed the game, could he really do it? Lu took in everyone's reactions. Suddenly, at the end of the corner, a person dressed noticeably different from the others pushed their way in. The person wore a red uniform, presumably from some department, and had a capable physique. The moment they appeared, the director of studies quickly went up to them, as if having found their main support. Then, a voice reached Lu's ear. Student, don't be afraid, please stay calm, do not provoke them. My name is Zhao Jiacheng, I'm from a relevant national department. Lu? Clearly, the voice wasn't from the crowd but directly in his ear, like the telepathic communication in wuxia novels. Special ability, it's a player. These words immediately popped into Lu's mind. He instantly looked up at the man in the red uniform. Lu was certain it was him. Seeing Lu's gaze, the other party made an okay gesture with his hand and continued to transmit his voice. Don't panic, I'll come to help you, don't provoke them, don't run around. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe and sound. Just relax. Actually, Zhao Jiacheng wasn't confident either, but there was no other way. He was afraid that Lu, being a student, would break down, so he could only try to stabilize him first. Lu said, okay, no problem. Zhao Jiacheng could transmit voices, but Lu couldn't. He said it directly and even gave Zhao Jiacheng in the crowd an okay gesture. Large groups of teachers and students instantly turned their heads, looking suspiciously at Zhao Jiacheng, who broke out in a cold sweat. Ancestor! Why the hell did you say that out loud? I told you to relax, but not that much. Don't you know your life is still in danger? The game had just begun, and Zhao Jiacheng had no experience with such sudden events. Fortunately, this mad giant, Zhao Ping, had already lost his mind and didn't find anything wrong with what Lu said. Zhao Jiacheng could only force a laugh and start persuading. Student Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. Any demands, any difficulties, you can tell us, we are. Lu listened to these incredibly familiar words and curled his lips, thinking to himself why this classic Hong Kong movie police persuasion tactic was still so enduringly popular. It was useless. The guy opposite was clearly out of his mind. Alright. Sun and moon revolve, cycles turn. The other party kept repeating, like a giant broken record. The chosen descend, the world unites. I never said we can't be united. Why are you constantly saying it to me? Lu said with a hint of impatience. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. It belongs, it belongs. If you say it belongs, then it belongs. I never said it doesn't belong, so what are you trying to do? Lu began trying to communicate with the fool. Sun and moon revolve. Clearly, communication with the idiot failed. The other party was still repeating. Zhao Jiache's persuasion from the sidelines was completely useless at this point. Seeing the two people in the center of the field chatting happily, he grew agitated, feeling quite anxious. Seriously, buddy, do you realize the seriousness of the situation right now? Don't provoke him. Zhao Jiacheng transmitted to Lu again. But at this point, Lu no longer intended to delay. The opponent was clearly brainless, and dragging it out was useless. It would be better to probe their situation. The Heaven and Earth Society is garbage. Instantly, Zhao Peng sharply raised his head, his eyes bursting with red light, his killing intent locked onto Lu, who dared to insult the Heaven and Earth Society. Alright, it's pretty much confirmed that it's controlled by that Heaven and Earth Society, Lu thought to himself. No! No sooner said than done. Zhao Jiacheng had already roared the moment Lu's provocative words left his mouth. But it was too late. A fierce wind erupted, the floor tiles beneath their feet instantly exploded, and Zhao Peng's massive body charged towards Lu like a locomotive. Lu, however, seemed to be scared stiff, standing motionless in place. Zhao Jiacheng dashed out, but even as he started, he knew it was too late. It's over. Lu stood in a relaxed posture, watching as the opponent's massive body completely engulfed him, then defiantly looked up, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. He twisted his body slightly, evading the opponent's heavy blow, then his left hand shot out like lightning, thumb and forefinger clamping onto the opponent's jaw. Crack! Chapter 26, The Power Gap in an Instant Kill. Business card. Silence the world, and listen to the sound of bones breaking. That was the strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit of just 2 fingers, but they were Lu's 2 fingers. The opponent's jaw was instantly crushed, dislocating the entire joint in the process, preventing the opponent from yelling or speaking again. Buddy, since you're already mindless anyway, I won't hold back. 10 points in strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit already exceeded human limits, but Lu now had 24 points. In fact, he had already held back. If he had truly gone all out, it wouldn't have been a shattered jaw, but a shattered skull. Boom! The enormous impact, combined with Lu using his fingers to guide the opponent's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, caused the completely unconscious opponent to crash headfirst into the wall behind them. And Lu also slightly shifted to the side, dodging the blow. Crack, crack! Bricks and stones shattered, sending a shower of debris flying. It was hard to tell if this was the creature's inherent impact force or the result of Lu's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit giving it a little push. Large cracks, like a spider web, had already appeared on the wall, looking on the verge of collapsing. Outside was the campus, and Lu Peng's massive body had now slumped to the ground, his head having directly crashed through and exposed to the outside. He had completely lost consciousness. The entire process was incredibly fast. The distance between the two was only about 5 meters, and from the opponent's charge to slamming into the wall, it took no more than a second. Lu only made his move when the other was blocking his body from view. It was as fast as lightning, with absolutely no warning signs. Zhao Jiacheng had also rushed forward by this point. After coming to a stop, he stared blankly at the scene before him, unsure of what to say. His eyes darted back and forth between Lu and the giant who had already fainted on the ground, his mind unable to process it for a moment. From his perspective, Lu had suddenly provoked the creature with his words, causing it to charge in a rage while Lu stood perfectly still. Then, somehow, Lu dodged with a flash, and the creature knocked itself out against the wall. The whole incident seemed to have an inexplicable sense of ease, a stark contrast to the previous tension, bizarrely absurd. He had been staring so hard his eyes felt like they would split open just moments before. As the creature charged, his mind had even conjured images of Lu being severely injured or killed, and he would have to bear the responsibility for a human life. But now that he saw it, it seemed like nothing happened, huh? Not just him, but when Lu Peng, transformed into a giant, charged, the crowd gasped, many pressing their phone shutters while closing their eyes. Now, seeing Lu completely unscathed, he suddenly grew quiet. It felt as though things weren't supposed to have unfolded this way. You? Zhao Jiaqing frowned at Lu, looking him up and down. Judging by Lu's current state, he didn't seem to be injured. He ran into it himself. Don't try to pin this on me. I'm not responsible for anything, right? Lu said quickly. Zhao Jiaqing? Is that all you're thinking about? Zhao Jiaqing suddenly felt a pain in his ass. This kid's thought process seemed a bit off. Are you all right? Does emotional distress count? I've suffered severe psychological trauma. Can I apply for state compensation? Lu argued righteously. Zhao Jiaqing. Never mind, as long as you're okay. But, don't do heroic acts like this again in the future. I heard you decided to lure this crazy guy away by yourself to protect your classmates. You still need to pay more attention to your own safety. Lu? No, where did you get this information? What kind of heaven-defying misunderstanding is this? At this moment, a commotion erupted behind them once again. Cheers broke out among the crowd, and many students who had retreated far away slowly gathered around. Awesome! What a reaction, comparable to an F1 racing driver. Calm under pressure, my brother. For a moment, there were endless praises, people taking photos, and uploading short videos. The dean of students also rushed over and began fussing over Lu with concern. If someone had actually died today, his career would likely have been affected. A round of synchronized applause even erupted from the crowd, making Lu feel like a triumphant matador after a successful performance. Quite fitting, considering the bull had also been knocked unconscious. Zhao Jiaqing saw the large number of students gathering and quickly shouted to stop them. Only then did teachers come out to maintain order. Soon after, several more people wearing similar special uniforms, though theirs were blue, pushed their way through. Then, the people in blue surrounded Zhao Peng, doing something unknown. Lu offered a few perfunctory replies and, after repeatedly assuring the dean that he didn't need to go to the hospital, tried to quickly disappear into the crowd. Misanthropic Nobles Transit Station 117-994-3164. Zhao Jiaqing watched Lu's retreating figure, his brow deeply furrowed. He suddenly spoke again. Wait a moment. With that, he pulled a golden business card from the inner pocket of his uniform jacket. Lu turned around, and Zhao Jiaqing handed him his business card. This is my business card, you keep it for now. Right now, I have a lot of follow-up matters to deal with, and this site is about to be cordoned off. I don't have time to talk to you. However, if you feel that you should contact me, then contact me. In his last sentence, Zhao Jiaqing heavily emphasized the words you should, his eyes fixed on Lu's as if implying something more. Lu reached out and took the business card, stuffing it into his pants pocket without a glance. He agreed verbally while simultaneously slipping away. Zhao Jiaqing didn't say anything more either, turning back to his colleagues to begin handling the emergency. Are you okay? Anna came closer and asked in a low voice, watching as Lu nodded. Seeing Lu's successful escape, she breathed a sigh of relief, then grew suspicious. Why did Lu seem so certain he would be fine? Was he that confident in his own abilities? Were the powers he gained in the game related to enhancing strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit? Why did that strange thing seem to have a special interest in Lu, chasing him relentlessly? She temporarily suppressed these questions, planning to ask them individually later. Watching the numerous students being evacuated and the cordon being set up, the special department personnel continued their work. As dusk fell, Zhao Jiaqing let out a long breath and began to reflect on the day's events. It happened so suddenly, he was a little stunned himself. A high school student, able to stay calm in a crisis, with such mental fortitude, plus quick reactions. And he never seemed to be nervous or scared. Mumbling to himself, the student from earlier today had left an overly deep impression on him. In this world, there are only two kinds of people who remain completely unfazed by events. One is a fool who can't see the situation clearly, and the other is someone who has confidence in themselves. Captain Zhao, all the basic questions have been investigated. At this moment, a female staff member in a blue uniform walked in quickly, holding several films in her hand. It's just that the injuries are a bit strange. Besides the fractured skull from the impact on the forehead, the opponent's jaw was shattered for some unknown reason. Chapter 27, the third game, Hell Difficulty Demon Asylum. Zhao Jiacheng, who had been immersed in his own thoughts, was startled and spun around suddenly, scaring the other person. Shattered jaw? Caused by impact? Oh. The woman in blue, responsible for administrative duties, responded, pulling out a stack of reports and saying, "Uncertain, that's why it feels a bit strange. After all, the opponent's skull also has cracks, which is more normal, and fits the angle of impact. However, if it was impacted at that angle, it shouldn't have hit the jaw. I don't know if there was any friction, or perhaps it was an old injury. He's out of critical condition now. His name is Lu Peng. Our investigation has confirmed that he is a player in the God's chosen game." Just as the secretary was about to continue her report, she was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Jiacheng. "Wait a minute." Saying that, he walked over with a frown, picked up the stack of X-ray films in her hand, and looked at them repeatedly. The secretary responsible for the investigation was also stunned. She didn't know why Zhao Jiacheng was suddenly so interested in these injuries. This level of bone fracture seems even more severe than the head trauma. You know, at that time, this student's physical strength was also very high, given that he could crash through a wall. Although a human skull is harder, such a big difference is still a bit strange. What do you think could be the reason? Zhao Jiacheng asked, recalling the scene from earlier in the day. The sun and moon rotated. That guy had clearly lost his mind for some reason, repeating those few sentences over and over. The constant repetition meant his jaw couldn't have been broken before it could only have been from that impact. Perhaps, it was the friction from the wall? After all, he crashed right through it. The secretary cautiously guessed, thinking Zhao Jiacheng was worried about the other person's injuries. Zhao Jiacheng. Maybe. Zhao Jiacheng didn't refute, only mumbled, but in his mind, the daytime scene kept replaying, the high school student's strange behaviors repeating over and over again. Time passed quickly. After the sudden incident that day, it was already the weekend, and the school also needed to strengthen its security measures. Lu lay quietly in bed, awaiting the arrival of the next game. He had spent the past 2 days on edge, constantly wondering if people from that strange organization would come to investigate him, and if the family of the student he instantly killed would come looking for trouble. Fortunately, none of that happened. Time until the next game begins, 58 minutes and 43 seconds. The final hour. At that moment, he was on a phone call with Anna, discussing the events of this game. "Anna, I don't know how you did it yesterday, but I suppose you're quite capable. But no matter what, this game is still too dangerous. I strongly advise you to buy an exit coin before playing the game." Lu typed back, "Got it. Are you joining the game this time too?" Her reply was concise. "Let's play our own games first, and if there's a chance later, we can add each other as friends. Also, let me remind you, although the clothes inside the game are a uniform style, the information I have suggests that underwear is apparently brought in directly from reality. So, you might try to see if you can bring other things from the real world." Looking at the message, Lu was surprised to realize he hadn't known this trivia either and wondered what special connections his deskmate had. Having connections is great, unlike himself, who could only cheat out of sheer helplessness. After saying thank you, Lu lay quietly on the bed in his small room, pondering, with the information tucked away in his mind. He was wondering if Anna was trustworthy, and if they were truly to cooperate, he would definitely have to reveal his identity as the first place holder. However, the other party's family background clearly wasn't simple. Could such a matter be resolved solely by trust? Thinking to himself, experiencing the passage of time, he couldn't help but pull out a golden business card from his school uniform pocket. It was given to him by Zhao Jiaqing, telling him to call when you feel you should call. Looking at the department name he had never heard of on the front, and Zhao Jiaqing's contact information on the back, Lu thought for a moment. Then he stuffed the business card into his underwear. My apologies, Mr. Zhao Jiaqing. You can keep my brother company for a while. Just as Anna mentioned the experiment of trying to bring items in, he didn't have anything suitable at hand, so he'd use hers. Perfect size. He took a deep breath, organized his backpack, loaded his achievements and various medicines, and waited for that long-awaited voice. He didn't know why, but that voice always managed to stir up excitement within him. Please make all necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Player. Hello, player. You have a short time to prepare. Game points, 12,400. Pain value 6. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 2-4. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 1-0. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 1-0. Luck, 3. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 1. Bonus medals, Godslayer Legendary System Attacker Epic. Game initialized, ready to begin. Welcome to God's Chosen Paradise. Still the same dizziness, still the same world spinning, but this time, Lu had a considerable degree of adaptability. It was like coming home. Upon opening my eyes again, I saw a vast, dimly lit room with a damp, moldy smell in the air, indicating rather poor hygiene. A slight sway of my body brought the feeling of solid ground beneath my feet, unlike last time when I was suspended in the air. Lu was a little disappointed. Why did it feel less exciting than last time? Last time, at least he fell through the air, giving him a chance to saw off a leg. He gently touched his face. The mask was already on, fitting perfectly. There were a few other players around. Before Lu had a chance to observe, he heard a voice that greatly satisfied him. Welcome, players, to the Hell Mode God-chosen game Demon Asylum. As the mechanical voice spoke, the creaking and rolling sounds of machinery began simultaneously, and a track robot emerged from the corner. Upon hearing this voice, all the players instantly changed color, their faces becoming solemn. They were no longer novices, they now understood the horror of Hell Mode. Why were they so unlucky? This was only the second game, and they'd already encountered something like this. But under Lu's mask, a satisfied smile appeared. Hell Mode? This was truly coming home. Chapter 28, Gluttony Mask. Buddy, are you sure your intelligence is okay? Under Hell Mode, his pain value should still be relatively easy to acquire. Counting this time, this was probably his third consecutive Hell difficulty instance. His strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were truly starting to round out. Ha. He unconsciously smiled to himself. Fortunately, it was him. If it were a normal person, they probably couldn't withstand this kind of arrangement. Hello, all excellent players. I am your host for this round. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to Demon Asylum. Of course, if you refer to this place as a prison, that's also perfectly fine. Lu looked at the tin robot in front of him and suddenly asked. Tom? Are you the same voice from the previous game? The Great Tom. Watch your language, kid. Lu felt the other party's voice. Indeed, it felt somewhat familiar, but he wasn't going to contradict them unnecessarily. So he didn't respond, merely opened his live stream screen to check for valuable information from the spectator's perspective. It started. I skipped class just to watch the expert's perspective. I'm quitting my job to watch. Once I learn, I won't go to this darn class, I'll join the game too. High-tier game this time, I just checked. All 5 players in this game instance have completed the game. There are no novices. And besides this one, that foreigner over there is also a perfect clear player. This is going to be good. Wait, did I get this right? Why is the color of the mask the expert is wearing different this time? Lou briefly scanned the bullet comments and realized that more and more people were paying attention to him now. This feeling of being watched wasn't great, but the advantages were also clear. For example, he could always quickly get information about the people around him. High-level game, huh? It seems the people this time might not be as easy to deal with as last time. Wait, mask color? After being reminded, Lou turned to look at the tin robot. From its mottled body, he could barely see his own blurry reflection. It was a red mask. Red in me IKO gluttony. Personality influence, an intensified form of greed in terms of appetite, mental confusion, able to eat anything, all disgusting things in the world will become incredibly delicious in its mouth. Benefits, astonishing digestive ability, everything eaten is converted into energy, all negative effects are completely nullified. Side effects, the more it eats, the higher the harmfulness of what it eats, the greater the degree of mental confusion, and the energy within its body does not belong to itself. If not released to a certain extent, it will explode. Hiss. Lou took a deep breath, not expecting such a big challenge this time. The previous greed mask had two modes, normal and overloaded, and in normal mode, he didn't feel much change. But gluttony is different. It's the only one of the 7 deadly sin mask attributes that doesn't have a mode selection. Sexual desire and gluttony, these are two of the influences with the highest degree of mental impact, meaning the highest negative impact. However, looking at this description, its functionality is absolutely perverse. It's definitely a bug-level superpower in the early stages. As expected of an S-class sealed artifact, both its effects and side effects are top tier. Who knows what level the other states and overload modes will be. But high risk, high reward, that's just the principle of this game. At least for now, he doesn't feel any mental influence. Alright, I'm sure all of you here are not ordinary players. You can get to know each other, or perhaps exchange and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. After all, in a sense, you are both partners and competitors. What do you mean? After the tin robot finished speaking, the foreigner among the few players spoke. Based on the previous bullet comments, Lou knew he was a perfect clear player. Literally. You can familiarize yourselves first. The red light on the tin robot flickered twice, then its tracks rolled, carrying its body out the door. So what's the task in this game? Don't rush. Also, you must address me as the Great Lord Tom. The tin robot seemed very angry at the player's rudeness and left without looking back, its footsteps never stopping. After the door closed, only these 5 players were left in the damp, tens of square meter space. The atmosphere fell silent, and due to it being a hell difficulty game, there was even a sense of suppression. The foreigner who had spoken earlier now frowned, speaking somewhat strangely. What is the purpose of this robot coming here? He didn't say anything. Fuck. Maybe it came to act as a mirror. Lou listened to him muttering to himself and replied, touching his mask, also, does this international friend understand Chinese? If so, why doesn't he speak it? After all, what the robot said seemed to be in Chinese. Or, perhaps, in the ears of this foreigner, it was in English? The foreigner was taken aback, raised his eyebrows, revealing a thoughtful expression, but simply replied casually. I don't want. Lou ignored him again, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. There are 5 players in this game, and none of them seem to be rookies. It looks quite serious. Although every one of them looks like they've eaten dirt, at least they didn't cry and complain when they heard it was hell mode, which is already pretty good. There's a foreigner who seems very arrogant, appears to understand Chinese but doesn't want to speak it, and his expression seems to be imitating some movie star, playing a brooding character. To the left is a big guy, who looks physically strong, but is probably a useless player. However, it's good that his physical characteristics are quite obvious, so we don't have to remember his name, we can just call him Big Guy. There's also a woman, whose eyes have been constantly flitting over everyone since she came in. She might not be an easy opponent either, but that's fine, I hope she drops some gold. The person furthest to the right was the most flamboyant. He was a 1.9 meter tall man, and while everyone else wore the basic clothing provided by the game, he somehow managed to get himself an outfit that was entirely red with patterns on it. Let's just call him Flamboyant Man. Silence. The guy in red, whom Lou called Mr. Flamboyant, stiffly twisted his neck, his mouth twitching as he looked at Lou and said, "Seriously, brother, couldn't you just think these things to yourself? Why do you have to say the narration out loud? Is there really nothing wrong with your intelligence? How am I flamboyant? This is the outfit the organization requires, alright. Chapter 29, One of Us? Which department are you from?" Mr. Flamboyant's mouth kept twitching, and the other three players all turned to look at Lou, all with speechless expressions. "Seriously, buddy, your presence completely doesn't fit the environment, okay? In such a depressing and cold atmosphere, a hellish game where your life could be in danger at any moment, and you're here acting like a judge. Everyone was listening to you talk like that in that kind of atmosphere just now, and their emotions got a bit disjointed." The red-clad Mr. Flamboyant sighed slightly, sizing up Lou. He felt somewhat at a loss for words. "You're still giving commentary? These guys all look pretty normal, but you're wearing a mask, and not just any mask, a bright red one, with lights on it constantly forming various patterns. Is this what you got as a reward in the game? I can only say it's as abstract as you are." "Huh? Did I say it out loud? Impossible, do you have mind-reading abilities?" Lou touched his mouth in surprise, feeling the cold temperature of the mask. "You did say it," the red-clad flamboyant man said helplessly, and immediately regretted it after speaking. "Why the hell am I arguing with this lunatic? Whoa! Is this a debuff aura?" Looking at the expressions of those around him, Lou also realized that this was probably true. It seems the mental confusion side effect of the gluttony mask has always been there. If he doesn't actively control it, there will indeed be some minor troubles. "Ah, if I said it, I said it. Games always need narration, and it also helps you understand how others see yourselves. Who wants to know how you see us?" "Heh, I've only heard that old people can't hold in their pee and poop, but I never expected there'd be someone who can't hold in their words." The vulgar brute couldn't help but mock, which was very much in line with his character, and then the crowd once again fell silent. Everyone was observing each other, just no one was as neurotic as Lou. "Ahem." A cough broke the silence, and the flamboyant man in red spoke up. "My name isn't Flamboyant Man in Red, I'm Jiutian. That's my real name, not a nickname. I think that now that we're in the hell game, everyone should eliminate unnecessary barriers as soon as possible. From a broader perspective, relative to this game, we are all human beings, we are on the same side. For now, we might need to get to know each other. I believe this will be beneficial for the game. Most of you are from Huagua, right? I'm from an official organization, so you can trust me." Jiutian spoke calmly, trying to connect everyone first. This was related to his background. In times of crisis, it was crucial to unite as much strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit as possible, not to mention they had no inherent animosity. "I don't think so," the foreigner said. "We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet. But you can call me Kirk, that's my name." The woman who had been silent on the other side spoke up, looking at Jiutian. She said, "Hello, thank you for your sincerity. However, as that Tin Man just said, in this game, we cooperate and compete. It's indeed difficult to build trust at this point." "Oomph, official?" The brute also spoke. "How many days has the game been going on? And there's already an official? You people just meddle blindly. In fact, the biggest contribution you can make is to not meddle at all, messing things up all day long." The brute clearly had a bad temper and spoke to everyone with a mediocre attitude. But Lou knew this was likely a manifestation of fear and tension. The pressure of the hell game required him to release it in an unfriendly manner like this. Seeing that the communication wasn't going smoothly, Jiutian sighed. He had anticipated this situation. He slowly turned his head to look at Lou, waiting for his stance. He had also watched his livestream just now. He was part of an organization, and relevant external staff were constantly monitoring him, already informing him of Lou's situation. Logically speaking, he should be an expert. Lou watched the other person turn their head, and after a moment of thought, replied, "Can I really not call you red-clad hottie? Shuten?" He felt his head spinning. If you don't know what to call me, you can just make up a nickname. Who asked you? Is that the point? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the voice in the room sounded again. It was the same voice, but this time, the Tin Man did not appear. It was just a mechanical voice, accompanied by text appearing on the wall. God's chosen paradise, hell mode, demonic hospital. Player basic mission, survive. As long as you survive until the main mission is completed, you succeed. Player objective mission, find the source of the disease, locate the most severely afflicted person, and resolve the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive extra rewards, scored based on specific performance and contribution. Demon Asylum welcomes every patient. Countdown 5 minutes, the game is about to begin. 5 minutes. After the brief description, the voice ended, without any extra dialogue. It was as if the superfluous conversation had already been handled by the tin robot earlier. Now, it was a formal description. Looking at such a mission description, everyone's expressions turned grim. Hell mode, the basic mission is directly survive. It meant that the 5 people present were not completely pushovers, otherwise, just seeing survive would have scared them to death. Shutan also understood that the possibility of everyone cooperating was indeed very low. Moreover, the mission was very vague. What illness? How to determine who is the most severely ill? If surviving to the end means clearing the game, then if someone slacks off, just waiting for others to complete tasks while they just try to survive, wouldn't that be the same? How exactly is this designed? Everyone fell silent, starting to quietly check their backpacks and medicines, preparing for the unknown that awaited them in 5 minutes. Oh, right. Lou whispered to himself, but in such a tense environment, even a small sound drew everyone's attention. The guy in the red mask reached into his pants, and judging by the area, it was quite indescribable. What the hell, buddy? In broad daylight? Are you wearing a mask to show your true colors, huh? It doesn't matter if no one sees your face? The man in red slapped his forehead and asked the staff outside through his livestream. Is his information accurate? Is this really an expert? Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes fixed on what Lou pulled out from his crotch. A golden business card. Joe Tian was all too familiar with that type of custom business card. His expression instantly relaxed a bit, as if he had seen a friend, and he strode towards Lou. He whispered in Lou's ear. One of us? Brother, your disguise is excellent. Which department are you from? Chapter 30, Patient Sedative Meal, and you're devouring it? Seeing the other person lean in, Lou instinctively flipped his wrist, turning the card in his hand face down, and cast a wary glance at them. Less nonsense, we're on the same side. Time's running out. Which department are you from? Me? Lou thought for a moment, tilting his head slightly. I'm from the senior year. Jiutian? What the hell, senior high school department? What gibberish? What are you talking about? Joe Tian was dumbfounded. Looking at the mere 3 minutes remaining, he felt completely out of sorts. Why was his colleague still like this? Did he appear untrustworthy? While it's very likely we're from different places, it's still an official organization. Don't you have that much trust? Hurry up, buddy, I already saw your business card. My name is Jiu Tian, from K City, Zhanghai Province. I didn't bring a business card. Besides, do we still need this kind of thing? Look at my clothes. He tugged at the fabric of his red outfit. Why didn't you wear matching clothes? Did you just make a red mask? Your regulations must be quite special over there. Oh, by the way, there should be people from our side in your livestream, right? Just have them check me out. Lou knew the other person probably misunderstood something, and continued to talk nonsense. You look quite old, don't you? Can you still be in the same department as me? Still in high school? Are you the dean of students? Jiutian? It hardened. His fist hardened. How can this person be like this? Absolutely disorganized and undisciplined. Shuten, our organization's records do show a player with a perfect clear. However, there's no record of anyone with this mask situation. You should communicate more. The relevant staff member reminded him through Zhou Tian's live stream. Zhou Tian suppressed the urge to hit someone, his face cold, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Comrade, I don't know what your intentions are. But you mentioned the color of my clothes earlier, and deliberately took out a business card, clearly trying to attract me. Do you have something you want to say?" Lu scratched his head. Speaking of which, I seem to be a bit hungry. Strange. Who asked you? Zhou Tian turned his head directly, leaving a "you should pay attention to your own safety" before deciding not to bother with him anymore. Goodbye to you. He said to the staff in the live stream, quickly find out which organization this person belongs to. Isn't this just crazy? Isn't this? How can a hell difficulty game be treated as a joke? Attention, all players, you had better exit this room quickly before time runs out. At this moment, the countdown was at 1 minute. The room had opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor outside, as if leading to an abyss. Nobody wanted to defy the voice broadcast. In hell mode, an instant death state could appear at any moment. Kirk, the foreigner, took the lead and walked out, his retreating figure even having a touch of aloofness. The big guy looked at his back with some displeasure. What an act, and then he also walked out. Shu Ten and the woman followed closely, leaving the room. Lu maintained his usual behavior after stepping out the door at the very last second. He still stood outside, poking his face back in, wanting to see what would happen. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut, literally flinging Lu out, and even left an imprint of a mask on the door. Shu Ten, who had been keeping an eye on his colleague out of the corner of his eye, helplessly twisted his head away at this moment. He felt like he was about to break. After the door closed, what met their eyes was a long corridor. The corridor formed an arc, disappearing into the darkness about 100 meters ahead, turning to the left. On both sides of this corridor, at regular intervals, were large iron doors, dark and silent, as if guarding fierce beasts. No sound came from anywhere in the entire corridor. Presumably, these doors housed the patients. Shu Ten ran his hand along the curve of the wall, estimating the distance ahead, and strode forward. Before doing anything serious, he planned to first get a clear view of the terrain and the basic architectural structure. No stairs, it should be a large single-floor building, though I can't rule out hidden doors. Given this arc, it might be a circular building. In the silent space, Shuten's voice echoed. He didn't hold back, decisively sharing his thoughts with everyone. Just then, the game's voice reappeared. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is task time, during which player must enter the patient's room. If you leave, you must return to the room as soon as possible. Prolonged stays in the corridor will result in unfavorable consequences. Clang clang. After the sound appeared, a meal tray dropped out from a hidden compartment beneath each room. No one knew how it was delivered. Instantly, an unpleasantly strange and pungent stench permeated the space. Under the dim strip lighting, the meal tray held a large can of a sticky, viscous substance. If you weren't told, you'd be hard-pressed to convince yourself that it was actually food. You couldn't see anything inside. You could even vaguely make out some broken bones and mucous membranes. Next to the can was a small plate with several white pills on it. The meal tray read, "Patient is mentally unstable. Mixing sedative medication into food may facilitate communication." Looking at this so-called hospital, it must primarily deal with mental issues, Zhou Tian muttered. Shit, the big guy cursed. This stuff is also food? Who wouldn't develop mental problems if given this to eat? Is it that bad? Lu looked at the things on the floor. Why did he think it looked so delicious? The gluttony mask's influence on appetite was maximized, completely overriding all rational judgment. The red warning lights were already flashing, urging the player to quickly enter the patient's room. Without time to think, Lu randomly picked a room, grabbed a meal tray, and walked in. The environment inside the room was distinctly different from outside. It wasn't clean, with various dirty marks and even bloodstains on the walls. But the entire room was brightly lit, 24 hours a day. In the corner, a gaunt, ghostly man squatted, bound by handcuffs and leg irons. The moment Lou entered, he cast a hateful gaze, fixed intently on the meal tray in Lou's hand. Dinner's served, or maybe breakfast, I don't quite remember. It's a delicacy, my friend. Look how thin you are, you're almost dead. Do you want to eat? There was no furniture in the entire room. Lou looked around, walked directly into the room, set down the meal tray, and sat on the floor. Want to eat? A hoarse voice came from the patient, gnashing his teeth. Of course I don't want to eat. New kid, delicacy? If it's so delicious, why don't you eat it? Let me tell you, don't get cocky. Before finishing his sentence, Lou's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Really? Thank you. With that, he picked up the can, which contained who knew what, and immediately started pouring its contents into his mouth. Patient? Chapter 31, Sweeping Devastation, Variables in the Hell Game. Clang clang clang. A crack opened in the mask, and that large can of stuff was poured into it frantically, like a bottomless pit. You'll be the same from now on. Only then did the man finish the second half of his sentence, completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, half of the can's contents had been gulped down. Holding the other half, Lou politely asked, Are you sure you don't want any? Without waiting for the other party's reply, he directly added, All right, thank you. Then he tilted his head back and continued to chug. From start to finish, in less than a minute, that entire can of stuff had been consumed by him. This method of eating was no longer human. Simply put, in terms of eating, what Lou was demonstrating at this moment was entirely a superpower: extraordinary strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. To be honest, when Lou first picked up that can, his heart was resistant. Although under the influence of the gluttony mask, he felt that the item in front of him was the finest delicacy in the world, rationality told him that it might not be edible. But since he wanted to experience the power of the gluttony mask, plus the pain value, Lou decided to go for it. Old 8's secret recipe mini burger. However, the moment that stuff entered his stomach, Lou lost control. The most delicious food in the world. He had never tasted anything so good. That stuff hardly stimulated his taste buds, it directly stimulated his brain. He couldn't stop at all. After one can, he felt refreshed all over, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body, as if he were in a fairyland. At the same time, there was no feeling of fullness at all. In fact, the feeling of hunger intensified. An intense appetite consumed him. Lou only felt his whole body filled with strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, and craved more food. The many spectators who had been watching Lou, as well as the staff from relevant organizations, were all dumbfounded at this point. No. Ha? What does this mean? Is this also part of the mission content? I don't understand. Is there an expert who can explain? Where's the previous blank expert? Can you tell us what this means? In comparison, the actions of that psychopath opposite are so normal. I've long heard that this big shot's behavior is out of the ordinary. Analysts from various major organizations racked their brains, unable to figure out what it meant. But the reason had been made very clear by Lou from the beginning: he was hungry. The patient swallowed, looking at the masked man in front of him, feeling like his mind was failing him. You're not staff, you're a fellow patient? Lou sat comfortably on the ground, deciding to let down his guard. Regarding his appetite, he decided not to control it, but to completely let go, with all rationality adhering to his true self, focusing on the task. It's delicious, the life you lead here every day is simply divine. The man's mouth twitched a few times. I'm serving a god now? After a moment of mental confusion, he let out a sneer, looking at the tray next to him, and the medicine on it. His eyes once again became fierce, glaring menacingly at Lou. So, you're not pretending anymore, are you? No one cared what they ate. The so-called meals were just an excuse to force medicine down their throats. They used to at least pretend, but this psychopath in front of him, was he planning to directly force-feed him medicine now? Pointing a finger at the medicine, the patient spoke, What do you mean? Oh, my bad, Lou glanced over and apologized. Then he picked up the tray, flipped his hand, and poured it all into his mouth. No need to chew, it went straight down. Waste is shameful, and this brother opposite is quite good to remind him. After eating, the famished Lou rubbed his belly, looked at the guy shackled across from him, and asked, "Are you full? Skinny? Skinny patient, huh? Plus plus? What did I eat? Didn't you eat it all? When did I eat your stuff?" Lou asked in confusion. It was as if what had happened just a few seconds ago never existed. Telling a blatant lie with open eyes. Patient. Huh? He held his head in his hands, recalling everything that had just happened, and comparing it to Lou's serious voice now. He seriously suspected that his mental problems were getting worse. Yes, such unappetizing and disgusting things, how could staff members eat them? Could it be that he was now having hallucinations when he ate? Could it be that I was eating just now? The patient mumbled to himself, his eyes gradually losing focus. No, huh? What does that mean? He's fooled the idiot into limping. I get it. This is how you brainwash someone into doubting themselves, and then it's easier to question them. Awesome, big shot. The people in the live stream seemed to have understood something at this moment, and they began to praise him again. No, the medicine. My medicine. Suddenly, the skinny man's eyes turned blood red, and he lunged madly at Lou. Clang! Clang! Iron chains held his body in mid-air, a few feet from Lou, but it was an unbridgeable distance, utterly impossible to touch. Where's my medicine? Where's my medicine? If you ate my medicine, what do I eat? He, who had previously rejected medication, now suddenly lost control, looking like a demon, with stringy muscles exposed on his lean body, covered in blood marks. The chains creaked under the strain. This person's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were clearly not within human scope either. What medicine? I don't quite know what you're talking about. Lou looked very wise at this moment, still speaking calmly and unperturbed. I get it, brother, you must not be full yet. Don't worry, I will absolutely not let you go hungry. The food provided in this place is indeed too little. I'll definitely help you. Look how skinny you are, you're practically starving to death. With that, he patted the head of the now insane person in front of him, then dashed off directly, looking eager. Leaving the patient in the room, alternating between frenzy, calmness, and howling and rolling. After Lou ran out, she followed the circular corridor and kept running forward. At the entrance of every cell, there was that disgusting food and medicine. What was I supposed to be doing out here? Lou's mind was a little muddled. I'll just eat first, whatever. With that, he immediately started devouring everything. Each time the hospital reminded her to enter the ward, Lou would quickly run back. The thin patient was already numb. This person said he was going out to find food, but why did he come back every time and eat so much? Where's my food, bro? Except for the food each player initially brought into their rooms, all the remaining demon hospital breakfast provisions outside were completely devoured by Lou. It's worth mentioning. Kirk, at first, after looking at the food, thought for a moment, didn't take the food, and went straight in through the door. So, Chapter 32, Where's the food? Kirk is numb. So, the food Kirk had deliberately left behind for a while also ended up in Lou's stomach. As she passed the door where Kirk was, Lou glanced in and saw that a small gap was still left open. But he didn't care about that much. What was the game? Who was Kirk? He had long forgotten. Just eat. Foreign big shot, in danger. I just went to Kirk's live stream and watched it. He's quite skilled. He deliberately didn't take the food in, it was a deliberate design. I'm a little looking forward to his expression. Outside, while Lou was devouring everything, Kirk was inside his room, using his ability to subtly guide. Kirk, an arrogant American, but he also had the capital for his arrogance. He came from a CIA criminal profiler background, was proficient in negotiation techniques and psychoanalysis, an honorary professor at Harvard University, and had received various honors in the field of criminal investigation. With his excellent qualifications, he consulted a large amount of undisclosed data after the novice task, realized the importance of the game, and perfectly cleared the first game. And now, he was a player with superpowers. Mental interference. In terms of superpowers, he had even surpassed Lou. Relying on his background and his current superpowers, Kirk felt he would have no trouble extracting information from a few lunatics. "How many years have you been here?" Kirk opened his mouth, and it was surprisingly fluent Chinese. The game wouldn't allow language barriers internally, but at this moment, he actively chose to speak Chinese. I can't remember. 3 years? 30 years? Ah. Kirk frowned, trying his best to interfere with the other party's mind while asking his questions. Through previous gentle coaxing and simple, non-threatening questions, he had essentially numbed and controlled the other party. The information he now had was that the person's name was Long Lu, who resembled his mother, mumbled about some kind of mission, and wanted to eat shredded pork with garlic sauce. Especially the shredded pork with garlic sauce for some reason. The other party repeated it many times. "Then what do you think? What illness do you have?" Kirk asked. I'm not sick. Long Lu shook his head frantically, as if having a fit of hysteria. Kirk also felt he was losing control. All right, sir, we are willing to believe that. Then who here do you think is the most sick? Medicine, no. Medicine. Saliva was now drooling from Long Jio's mouth. He was already incoherent and difficult to control. Kirk sighed, realizing it was no use, and could only temporarily withdraw. Okay, you rest for a bit. I'll go out and get you something to eat, your favorite shredded pork with garlic sauce. I'll bring it to you right away. With that, Kirk stood up directly and walked outside, preparing to get food and medicine. He originally didn't want to do this. He felt that drugs and such things might severely cause defiance and accumulated psychological trauma. But he could no longer control the situation through personal mental influence alone, so he could only go get the medication first. However, he had now brought the other party's consciousness into his rhythm. While other things might be difficult, making that pile of disgusting stuff look like shredded pork with garlic sauce to the other party was not a problem at all. Shredded pork with garlic sauce seemed to be the other party's obsession. Once the other party's obsession was satisfied and they took the medication, completely gaining control over them, information about this game would become much simpler. Hell mode, it was nothing more than this, just a bit dark and eerie. The other Chinese players probably weren't making progress as fast as he was. He didn't care if anyone was slacking off. His goal in participating in the game was to achieve a perfect clear. In his eyes, there was no such thing as cooperation. Players were in a competitive relationship. Whoever cracked the game first would gain more benefits, slowly snowballing into greater strength in the future. Hell mode wouldn't scare him. Thinking this, Kirk was already outside the door, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his face, looking every bit like a Western version of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. As soon as he stepped out, he saw. The plates were empty? Ha! Where's the food? Kirk froze for a moment. This was the first time since entering the game that something had happened outside of his control. Where's the food? Why are there only empty plates left? Even if the food was gone, all the medicine was gone too? Subconsciously, Kirk looked at the other room doors. So many rooms, only 5 players in total, and still so much food. Subconsciously, he looked left and right, and Kirk's body stiffened. None, all gone? Where did all the food go? What the FK? He couldn't help but curse. Kirk looked a bit bewildered. Could it be that in this game, food not taken into a room would disappear? The previous game announcement didn't say anything about that. And why are the plates still here if the food is gone? Laugh out loud. I feel a bit sorry for this guy's expression. Never expected his own teammates to be the biggest problem. No matter how brilliant a brain, it couldn't figure out that stuff was eaten by teammates. My heart aches for Kirk. On Kirk's game bullet screen, there were already screens full of ha ha ha. A bewildered Kirk returned to his room, his confidence from just a few minutes ago gone. When he looked up again, his eyebrows twitched wildly. Dragon 6, opposite him, had lost his previous imbecilic look. His blood-red eyes were now full of fierce light, the iron chains on his body creaked, and cracks had already started to appear on the walls, on the floor, even. That strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, which completely surpassed human limits, made Kirk's teeth ache. He felt as if the opponent could break free at any moment, rush over, and finish him off. Where's the fish-flavored shredded pork? Wait a moment, the chef is still preparing the fish-flavored shredded pork. To give you the best taste experience, don't rush. Kirk forced himself to calm down, trying to steady the other party. I'll go urge them again for you. With that, he directly closed the door and went out. While Kirk was stunned, Lou had already eaten his way to the end of the circular corridor. In an open room there, Tom was parked. Any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical sound rang out, and the tin robot turned its head to look at Lou. Do you have any more food? Tom seemed to have been asked a question that made him freeze, not responding for a moment. You smell nice. Lou continued, but made no further movements. Just as the red light was about to flash, he walked back to his room. And after turning his head and walking a few steps, he saw Kirk, who had come out to scout for information, disbelievingly walking towards the end of the corridor, looking into each patient room. In front of the other person, Lou held the can in his hand, tilted his head back, and poured its contents down. As if afraid the other person would snatch his food. Kirk. Chapter 33, his eyes instantly cleared. Bro, I was just kidding. Watching the red-masked man unexpectedly walk over and seeing Lou's actions, Kirk felt his brain twitching a bit. Am I hallucinating? Did the mental interference backfire on me? Watching Lou down a strange can in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept everything before him, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Meeting of the century. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've been switching back and forth between their two perspectives honestly, such a terrifying atmosphere has been turned into a comedy. While it's funny, I have no idea how they're going to complete their mission. This is a hellish game, after all. What are you doing? Kirk looked at Lou opposite him in disbelief, no longer caring about national arrogance, and asked directly in Chinese. Eating? Isn't it mealtime now? Lou said as if it were obvious, do you have any more food? Kirk opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He completely didn't understand what Lou was doing at this moment. He wanted to interfere with Lou's mind but found that the other's mind was a complete mess at that moment. His interference had no effect whatsoever. It was as if he had dropped a drop of ink into a muddy puddle, trying to pollute the whole thing. The instant he used his ability, he even felt a backlash, and his face turned pale. Kirk looked at Lou with some horror in his eyes, thinking, has this guy been through something? In this hellish game, has he already suffered mental damage? In just a brief glance, Kirk's mind raced through 10,000 possibilities, while Lou's mind conjured up 10,000 classic culinary dishes from various countries. Suddenly, a glint flashed in the corner of his eye, and he saw the small plate in Lou's right hand. There were still 6 pills on it. Without time for much thought, he quickly said in a stern voice, "Give me the medicine. Give me the medicine." Lou yawned and said, "What kind of gibberish are you speaking? I don't understand. Give me the pills in your hand." "Where are the pills?" "These aren't pills, this is my breakfast." All right, this is breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast?" Kirk began to coax, realizing that Lou in front of him was likely mentally unstable, so he adopted a communication style used with psychiatric patients. "Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you begging for food?" Lou replied, an expression of dissatisfaction appearing on his mask. "Kirk? Yeah, why should they give me their food? No. Why am I thinking about these things?" Shaking his head sharply to calm himself down, Kirk then realized that the difficulty of this hellish game was a bit high. He patiently spoke to Lou. "Because I am a poor man, I have been hungry for a long time, and now I need your help, for Christ's sake." "All right, my dear sir." In his haste, Kirk even put on an English-speaking accent. "If you're hungry, eat. You can't eat medicine as food, you lunatic." Lou replied, then picked up the plate in his hand, flipped it, and 6 pills went into his stomach. "Kirk? Didn't I just follow your lead? And now I'm a lunatic? But watching Lou swallow the last pill, his heart sank to rock bottom. It's over, a perfectly good game. Why did it turn out like this? A pure idiot teammate. Can't this game be designed for single-player challenges? The red warning light flashed, forcing the two of them back to their rooms. Kirk's gaze gradually turned cold. Looking at Lou's retreating figure, he said indifferently, "If you still have a bit of sanity, use the exit coin. At least your life can be saved." Lou didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't realize the words were directed at him, and quickly walked back to his room. After Kirk returned to his room, his entire body was taut. Long Lou was rolling on the ground, like a furious ghost. He clawed open the scars on his body, blood splattered everywhere, and he even gouged out fragments from the stone-paved floor with his bare hands. Is this even human? The calmness in Kirk's eyes slowly turned into apprehension. He didn't dare to speak, standing pressed against the doorway. Medicine. Where's my fish-fraged pork? Facing the other party as clearly deranged remarks, Kirk swallowed hard and began to mediate. The food is still being cooked. Turning our attention back to Lou, he had also returned to his room, facing his skinny patient. The situation he faced was similar to Kirk as the patient, who hadn't eaten anything, was rolling around like an alien, just short of transforming. But Lou showed no fear, casually strolling over to the man's side, sitting on the floor, and asking naturally, "Ah, what a refreshing breakfast that was. Are you full this time? You didn't bring me anything at all." If the patient could still speak normally at this moment, he would surely shout those words into Lou's ear. But he couldn't speak now, only uttering various meaningless sounds. "Ow, ow. You, too, will be like me. You will also become like me." Roaring, he pulled the chains taut. His fingers, like knives, slashed down, directly creating a large gash on Lou's shoulder, from which blood flowed. But Lou remained completely unresponsive, just sitting against the wall, murmuring, "Ah, it seems you're not full." "Yeah, I'm like you, I'm not full either." Patient. He had gone mad, his limbs flailing wildly, creating wound after wound on Lou's body. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +1. Chosen of pain system. Pain value +1. Lou showed no reaction at all, allowing the assault to continue as if he hadn't seen anything. "All right, I've eaten enough. What do you want with me?" Lou turned to the ghost-like face and asked. "Patient, oh. Shouldn't it be, you looking for me?" Perhaps Lou's thoughts were too muddled, to the point where his condition seemed worse than the others, making even the patient unable to resist speaking. I'm so hungry, but I also feel like I've eaten too much." Lou rubbed his stomach and stood up. "Brother, this posture seems a bit uncomfortable. You came to me for help, didn't you?" As he spoke, he grabbed the arm that was striking at him. That arm, which carried the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit to break bricks and crack stones, was now utterly unable to move under Lou's grip. A red light flashed. From his backpack, Lou retrieved his sharp blade. Side effect of the gluttony mask: the energy from consumed food doesn't belong to oneself. If it reaches a certain limit and isn't released, it could cause the body to explode. Then release it. Ah. The patient, whose wrist was seized, roared like a beast. The next second, a red light flashed. 24 points of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit value, plus a 3-fold sharp blade bonus, plus a certain degree of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit released by gluttony. Crunch! The sturdy chains, strong enough to shackle a dinosaur, broke with a sound. At the same time, the other party's howling stopped abruptly. He stared blankly at the chains that had probably bound him for years. The madness and confusion in his eyes suddenly seemed much clearer, and the hand that had been wildly flailing and scratching Lou was now lowered. Wah! What's going on? Chapter 34, Breakfast is over, and no one in the entire ward took their medicine. The patient stared at the broken chains, as if under a paralyzing spell, completely motionless. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his mental illness was instantly cured. It was as if the person who had been desperately trying to kill Lou just moments ago wasn't him at all. "Brother, I was just playing around with you, don't take it seriously." "Damn it! What happened?" Here it comes, top-tier superhuman strength. The last time this big shot played, I was already shocked. Clearly, he could have just hacked his way through, but he insisted on perfectly blending in with the mental patience. Honestly, I've heard about this big shot's condition since the last game. Coming to the asylum is probably like coming home for him. The skinny patient stood there awkwardly, his whole body already somewhat rigid, as if he didn't know what to do next. He had lost one chain, but something far more secure than a chain now bound him. It was Lou's hand still gripping his wrist. In these few short seconds, he felt as if his nerves had gone numb, and his arm had even lost all sensation. Lou slowly exhaled, feeling the raging strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit within him slightly calm, and he felt a bit more comfortable. He released the other's hand. "Who are you?" Perhaps the immense external stimulation allowed the patient to momentarily break free from their chaotic state of mind, gaining a hint of lucidity. "I'm your fellow patient." However, Lou's mind was no clearer than his, and the conversation remained unusually chaotic. "What's your name?" "My name is Guadi Gang." "Patient?" Although it was a perfectly normal name, for some reason, he just felt something was very wrong. "My name is Longwu, my name is Longwu." Lou didn't even ask. Longwu spoke up on his own accord, even shouting it out, as if waking from a dream, finally remembering his own name. But the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, replaced once again by confusion and madness, and the hand that had gained freedom began to twitch. Only now, for some unknown reason, he wasn't attacking Lou, who was within arm's reach, but instead began swinging the iron chains, attacking the walls and the floor. On the surface, it looked a bit like powerless rage. "Breakfast time has ended. All players, please return to your designated correction points. Breakfast time has ended." The game's announcement suddenly rang out loudly, echoing throughout the entire prison like hospital. Oh, the class dismissal bell rang. "I guess it's time to go back." Lou muttered to himself, no longer paying attention to the man behind him who was starting to relapse, and leisurely walked outside. But suddenly, just as Lou's figure was about to step outside, a loud bang echoed from behind him. "Go!" Slowly turning his head, Lou saw Longwu sprawled face down on the ground. At this moment, the other's eyes were bloodshot, his face covered in bulging veins, his complexion purplish. He had slammed his head into the ground, and blood was slowly seeping from his brow. Coupled with his ragged clothes and the bloodstains all over his body, he looked exactly like someone who had been imprisoned and tortured for 10 years. Lou saw him turn around, his eyes red, and continued to squeeze out a few more words through clenched teeth. "Go, leave here. If you don't leave here, you'll become just like me." Lou was silent for a few seconds, then bent slightly, looking at Longwu. A strange smiling face gradually appeared on his mask. He spoke in a playful voice. "Sir, what's different about us now, anyway? You'll still be entertaining me at lunch, right?" The voice was like a cold spring pouring from above, giving Longwu an inexplicable illusion of a chill running through his entire body. After speaking, Lou straightened up and walked out of the ward. Bang! With a loud bang, the door closed, and everyone returned to the initial room, still the same 5, no more, no less. Only the expressions on everyone's faces weren't particularly good. It seemed that no one had made good progress on this game's mission. The only female player looked pale at this moment, clearly frightened, and the big guy from before was actually injured. His entire right arm was covered in blood, simply bandaged with his shirt, but blood could still be seen seeping through. "Alright, players, the first game session has ended. How are you all adapting?" The mechanical voice sounded. It was Tom speaking, and he was also in the room. "You can briefly chat and summarize your experiences while waiting for the next meal to begin. Of course, if any of you think you found the most severely ill person, you can tell me at any time. You can now operate on your own." After speaking, Tom rolled his treads to a corner and stopped moving, as if he had been powered off and was in standby mode. "Damn it! This goddamn game!" A furious roar suddenly erupted in the room. The big guy's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he tightly clutched his bloody arm. What is this place? They call this a hospital? These guys aren't human at all. He kept muttering curses, and it was clear that people had already heard the fear in his words. It turned out that after entering the ward, the big guy was only focused on completing the task, thinking about quickly feeding the patient medicine to advance his progress. He didn't even consider these tormented patients. When the patient wouldn't eat, he actually went straight up and tried to pry open their mouth to force feed them. At that moment, he realized what he was up against. It was as if each of these miserable patients had a tiger or leopard residing within them, suddenly erupting. The big guy had no power to fight back whatsoever. If it weren't for his good physical fitness and frequent exercise, allowing him to eventually escape, he would have almost lost his life this time. Yes, in terms of physical fitness, it's almost impossible to measure them by human standards, Shuten echoed from the side at this point. Hell games, this difficulty is to be expected. Be more careful. At least they all have chains, and we have medicine. I suggest everyone share what information they have. I'll go first. I've noticed something strange. My patient was initially very resistant to medication, but after I persuaded them for a while, they suddenly became frantic and said they wanted to take the medicine. The woman's face also turned pale, and then she said after Shuten. Yes, the patient I encountered also seemed to have mania at first, completely refusing to take medicine or eat. But after a while, they suddenly roared that they wanted to eat and took all the medicine. It's very strange. Moreover, after taking the medicine, the manic feeling disappeared, but I couldn't get any information out of them at all. Their mind was completely confused. Just then, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say, I just have a question. Then, he looked at Lou, who was lying flat on the ground, and said, Do you know that, apart from your patients, no one in the entire hospital took medicine this time? Did you eat all of it? Mr. Red Mask. Kirk directly spoke the last two sentences in Chinese. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, then turned their heads in shock, wondering what had happened between these two. Chapter 35, The patient seemed more rational in front of him. Medicine is not a clear-through item. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became eerily quiet. No one expected that such a thing, similar to an internal conflict, would happen when the mission had made no progress at all. Shuten was silent for a few seconds. His brain hadn't quite processed the information. What does he ate all of it mean? So he took the initiative to ease the tension, saying, Mr. Kirk, what do you mean by that? Literal meaning. Kirk answered stiffly. I never thought someone could gain the ability to eat from the game. It's just that I think this is completely hindering our game progress. Kirk's expression was very angry, having lost much of his previous rationality and arrogance. If you look closely, you can see a bloodstain on his face. That was because he failed to bring back fish-flavored shredded pork, causing the patient, Long Lu, in the room to scrape out gravel from the ground and throw it at him. Shuten looked back and forth between the two of them, still not quite understanding. Then, he chose to directly ask for help from the external staff in his live broadcast room, as they had been watching him all along. Special Agent Shuten, it is indeed the literal meaning. This red-masked contestant, by eating, consumed all the distributed products in this hospital. Not just medicine, but food. All the food. Our calculations show a total of 112 portions. It's absolutely impossible for a human to consume that much. The volumetric unit of food far exceeds the world records for competitive eating. We speculate this is likely an extraordinary ability belonging to the other party, incredibly abnormal in both its level and specificity. It's just, currently it appears somewhat useless. Ha! Jutian looked at the replies from his own people on the subtitles, and his brain seemed to be struggling to keep up. His reaction at this moment was very similar to Kirk's expression when he first met Lou outside. Brain cramp technique. No, is he sick? What is he eating? Is that stuff for humans? Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? Is he trying to experience his superpower or something? No, what's the context? Why did he eat? And why did he eat all of it? Was there no catalyst? Unfortunately, Special Agent Shuten, there's no context, and no why. If we had to say there was, it's just that from the beginning he said he was hungry, and being hungry, he wanted to eat, so he ate it all. It's very absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been active but can't find a purpose for his behavior. We suspect his mental state may also be very confused. The patients in the same ward are much more normal compared to him. It's worth mentioning that his wardmates have actually had 2 experiences of actively and rationally conversing with him, something none of you players have ever achieved. It's just a great pity that while the patient was quite rational, he was not, and no further effective conversation ensued. Shuten's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He couldn't quite grasp what was going on. No reason, no motive, but the outcome was relatively good. God damn it, the patient is more rational than him? The patient can actually have a rational conversation with him? Is there truly no meaning in this? After all, after being chosen by the game and becoming a special affairs agent, he had a long period of grassroots work experience and knew that many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Sticking strictly to the rules often leads to nothing getting done. In grassroots life, it's often those who seem unruly and don't strictly follow procedures who end up with rather good results. He didn't know what was going on with Lu, nor could he come up with a reasonable explanation. Additionally, one point requires extreme caution. No matter what, do not offend him. Do not offend that person. The other party's combat power is terrifying. Shuten frowned. This was the first time he'd seen a combat power description that was terrifyingly high. At this moment, Lu, who had been lying flat, finally spoke, interrupting Jutian's thoughts. Ah, it's you, my begging brother. What, haven't you begged for food yet? Lu, speaking words that only 2 people could understand, lay comfortably sprawled on the ground. The big guy and the woman stood to the side, completely bewildered by the situation, not knowing what they were up to. Coke, having lost his previous arrogance, gritted his teeth and said, "Those drugs are for psychiatric patients, not for you. You've taken too much, your mind is completely abnormal now, right? If you're not normal, just quit. This game isn't suitable for you. If you didn't get food, you can't blame me. My ability to get food is my own." Lu was still talking nonsense. Enough! Coke snapped. Having always been high and mighty in life, he had never felt such a sense of powerlessness, like talking to an idiot. Don't you know, if I had that medicine this time, I would have made great progress. I'm just a step away from fully controlling him. This hell game itself isn't dangerous, but you've managed to create danger out of thin air. Chinese man, I don't know if you're feigning madness or if you've truly gone mad. Those medicines are items to clear the game. You're hindering the game's progress, obstructing the game within the difficulty of this hell game. This will send all of us to hell. Either behave yourself, or get out of my sight. Get out of this game. Suddenly, Lu, lying on the ground, slightly raised his head and glanced at him. Sharp light seemed to shoot out from the red mask. Coke felt as if he had suddenly been targeted by a predator in the wild, his mind instantly clearing for a moment. Lu slowly began to speak. How do you know those drugs are the items to clear this game? Who told you? Everyone's eyes uniformly twisted over, looking at Lu lying on the ground. He's speaking human language? This was the first time Lu had spoken meaningful words, starting to converse like a normal player. Coke's mind also glitched for a moment, and Shuten too was recalling. It seems that, in the game's description, nothing about medicine was ever mentioned. The medicine's ability to alleviate a patient's condition was written on the meal tray, placed alongside that shit like food essentially, it's part of the game. What purpose the medicine serves, what principles it operates on, what ailments it corresponds to, they are completely ignorant. Even Kirk himself was initially suspicious, wanting to use his own abilities without medicine. But in the end, they all acquiesced. Lu's voice continued, and this time, he spoke with certainty. Those medicines are not so-called items used to clear the game. As soon as these words were uttered, like a thunderclap, everyone fell silent. Even Tom, the tin robot who had been motionless in the corner, turned his head to look over. Kirk frowned, deep in thought, as everyone pondered. Shu Tan said. Are you saying? That's not a game prop. Lu said, then lay back down again. That was my breakfast. Ah, I'm a bit hungry again. When does lunch start? Kirk, #%%#. Chapter 36, Repair, Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttony mask. Fuck. You son of the bitch. $dollar $. Difficult to translate, please understand for yourself. Kirk immediately cursed. The emotions he had painstakingly accumulated earlier completely collapsed. He had truly never seen such a player. He had been immersed in thought, believing that what was said made some sense, and perhaps this guy had an extraordinary perspective. But just as he was getting serious, the other party said it was breakfast? Why the hell didn't you say it was your last meal before execution? Still not well, are we? What time is it now? A mouthful of blood couldn't come up. Kirk's face turned beet red as he pointed at Lu, spewing out words. But he really couldn't come up with anything else to curse. Investigating a mental hospital, only to find a mentally ill person among the teammates. How was that supposed to work? Lu lay on the ground, looking at the furious Kirk, and asked curiously, as if seeing him for the first time. Oh my goodness, what happened? Poor Tom? Is that white cat toying with your feelings again? I am Tom. I am not pitiful, and furthermore, you should call me the Great Tom. In the corner, the tin robot, which had turned its head, seriously added this comment before turning its head back. The female player lowered her head in silence, feeling a splitting headache. The big guy immediately started cursing again, resuming his bandaging. He had been so angry just now that 2 more streams of blood had burst forth. The entire scene had devolved into something like a farce. The previously serious atmosphere was instantly shattered in a moment. No one was thinking about any medicine-related matters, as if everything was the rambling of a mentally disordered person. Jutian was originally troubled as well. He had thought that Lu, being an extraordinary person, must have an unusual motive, and had been pondering it. Now it seemed better not to think too much. Don't end up following the thoughts of a lunatic and getting yourself killed in this hellish game. People really can die here. This team is hard to lead. However, thinking of Lu's top combat strength mentioned by his colleague, and knowing that internal problems were absolutely not an option now, he quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Everyone, calm down first. Let's focus on the game and not fight among ourselves. Red-clad flashy man? Lu seemed to just recognize Jutian in front of him. Jutian's mouth twitched immediately. Seriously, buddy, aren't you supposed to be mentally deranged? How can you remember the nickname you gave me so clearly? Go fuck away from me. Kirk no longer wanted to say anything more. After coldly uttering that sentence, he walked straight away from the crowd and sat some distance away. There's no such thing as a team. These useless people either can't do anything or, like that lunatic, are simply a liability. He could only plan his next steps by himself. Lu also lay on his back on the ground, as if he hadn't heard anything, immersed in his own chaotic world. When he called out red-clad stud just now, it was deliberate, considered a small act of responsibility towards this team. He was sending a signal that he hadn't completely lost his mind. If he didn't indulge his mental chaos, he wouldn't be able to receive the boosts from the gluttony mask, so he allowed himself various irrational actions, indulging his body. However, he still maintained his underlying rationality, as becoming a permanent lunatic, controlled by the mask, was unacceptable. It was just uncertain whether anyone received or understood the signal he was sending. He is currently experiencing the feeling of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. While the side effects of the gluttony mask are high, the special strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit boost currently far surpasses that of the greed mask. 112 servings of food and 700 unknown medicines brought a massive amount of energy. Lu now feels as if there's a powder keg inside him, capable of unleashing immense strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit at any moment. The previous single strike that cut through iron was just a trifle. Surging energy expanded within his body, and as soon as a little was absorbed, it repaired his body and increased his strength. Previously, when Lu was attacked by Long Wu in the room, he let the opponent tear at him and even gained 4 or 5 points of pain value. But now, in the eyes of other players, he merely has torn clothes. No one has noticed that he was injured, because all his wounds had already healed. The energy accumulated in his body gave him abnormal recovery abilities for such external wounds. Moreover, his current strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit has increased from 24 to 25 points. To be precise, all of his attributes, except for strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, which remained unchanged, have increased by 1 point. This was not due to him allocating points, but rather the terrifying effect of the gluttony mask. The powerful energy, absorbed even slightly by his body, already yielded such efficacy. He intended to thoroughly enjoy this mask as long as a baseline of rationality remained. The surface chaos of thought was nothing. Moreover, he wondered if it was because his chaotic thoughts aligned with this place. He always felt that with such a chaotic and muddled mind, he actually thought more clearly about many things. Such as those medicines, such as these people. The quarrel ended, and there was still some time until lunch. Kirk was contemplating something while facing the wall, and Lu was lying motionless on the ground. No one knew what these two perfectly cleared players were planning. Zhou Tian initiated conversation several times, hoping to gather any current information and future plans. However, few responded. During breakfast, everyone collectively received 2 common pieces of information. 1. Patients would only calm down relatively after taking medication. The other, patients would claim they weren't sick. Very typical of mental illness. Such information was not helpful for mission progression. Zhou Tian hesitated for a moment and finally shared a piece of his own information. My patient said something to me. Besides saying he wasn't sick, he also said he was innocent. I don't know if it's useful, but please consider it. The big guy and the woman showed no reaction, but Kirk and Lu, lying on the ground, distinctly twitched their ears. Lunch is about to begin. Everyone knows the rules, get ready. Time had passed sufficiently, and the main door opened once again. The tin robot, Tom, rolled on its tracks and left the room. Lunchtime begins, players please start the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked towards the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a fixed standard for grading the severity of mental illnesses. And here, they needed to find the most severely ill person, yet all patients currently claimed they weren't sick. It seems a change of approach is needed. Thinking this, he turned his head to look at Lu. Chapter 37, The hospital is actually a prison? I love you. I need to warn you. WTF. After turning his head, he initially wanted to weigh the pros and cons to ensure Lu wouldn't interfere with him this time, but as soon as he looked back, he found Lu had vanished into thin air. He was the first to move and walk out. Lu was still lying motionless on the ground when the game's opening voice sounded. Where is he? A very bad premonition rose in his heart, and then, clattering sounds began to ring out behind him. Once appetite is triggered, it cannot be turned off. Lu had been waiting for this lunch to start for some time, so he naturally wouldn't wait for him. As soon as he heard that lunch was served, he had already rushed out like a cheetah, beginning to devour everyone's lunch. That kind of eating could no longer be considered eating, it was simply rapid shoveling, then on to the next. His strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit was so fast that by the time Kirk reacted, Lu had already downed over a dozen plates and was rapidly advancing with incredible strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. As if he was worried someone would snatch it from him. To be honest, I had already expected this. Although it's a hellish game, why is it so hilarious? Ha 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 ha. My heart aches for Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. My mask bro appears and instantly strikes. No reasoning at all. The players were also dumbfounded. Although they had heard that Lu had eaten all the food in the hospital by himself, they never really had a clear concept of it. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were also astonished. Their jaws nearly dropped. Shu Ten couldn't help but swallow. Only now did he understand why it was said that this person's combat power should not be underestimated or provoked. Just by the sound of his eating and his charging strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, he seriously suspected that if he went up now, he might get eaten too. Scared, he won't eat me, right? JPG. Stop. Kirk let out a scream, throwing all caution to the wind, and rushed out like a madman to snatch food. In the end, Kirk managed to get a plate of medicine, which he carefully tucked into his arms. All the other food had been completely cleared out. Presumably, the patients here would never have guessed why, after staying peacefully in the hospital, they suddenly weren't given food anymore. Kirk held the medicine in his hand, casting a wary glance at Lou this time. He dared not say anything. He was truly afraid Lou would pounce and bite him, so he took his medicine and walked directly to Long Lou's room to officially begin his information gathering. The other players clearly regarded Lou as an abnormal contestant by this point, ceasing communication and quickly entering their rooms as if avoiding him. The patients in the rooms still seemed somewhat normal. It appeared the hellish difficulty of this game was mainly embodied in this one person. Lou also walked into the previous room, looking at Long Wu on the ground. Long Wu seemed to have endured some torture all morning, slumped and twisted on the ground. Hearing someone enter, he let out a roar, intending to charge forward. But as soon as he had moved halfway, he instantly stopped himself. He wasn't restrained by chains, rather, he recognized Lou, his eyes instantly clearing considerably, his frenzy subsiding, and his demeanor becoming docile. "Hello there, beautiful lady," Lou said very politely as he gently closed the door. "Why did you change my gender?" Long Wu sat motionlessly on the ground, as if his soul had been drained, not moving or protesting, like a dried-up salted fish. He knew that communicating with the man in front of him was pointless. Lou stood right by the door and continued. "What do you need me for? Oh, by the way, is there anything to eat here? The guy who invited me this morning didn't even give me enough food. That's truly rude. I'm still angry thinking about it. I won't forgive him." Long Wu still said nothing, sitting quietly on the ground, thinking, I was that person this morning too. "You're not full yet, huh? My lunch must have been messed up by you too, right?" Slowly, suddenly, Long Wu, who had been mentally disturbed all along, surprisingly spoke up on his own. Why me?" "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man," Lou replied incongruously, patting the other person's shoulder. "Peter, you must remember these." What in the world is he talking about? I'm utterly confused. Goddamn, Spider-Man even made an appearance. The big shot just reads and replies randomly. But don't you think these patients, in front of the big shot, seem to regain some clarity in their words? Long Wu's mouth twitched. He seemed to have gotten used to Lou's peculiar ways, and continued. "What exactly are you here for? If you're crazy, everyone in this prison gets a private cell. If not, why torture me? I am innocent, it's those people inside who are guilty." Long Wu's words caused the live stream to tremor violently. Audience member, WTF. So much information. Audience member, what does that mean? Didn't they say it was a hospital? Why did it become a prison? Audience member, what does he mean by people inside? The patient said so much, more than the information Kirk got. Audience member, is this how mental patients communicate? I just wonder if he can understand. Lou put an arm around Long Wu's shoulder, the expression on his mask exceptionally serious, as if he were deep in thought. You mean, those people inside will give me food, right? Long Wu. He wanted to go mad right then, but he held back. Yes. Thanks for the hospitality, Lou said, getting up and heading straight for the food without a moment's hesitation. After he left, Long Wu buried his head on the ground, gasping for air. However, their sins, here, must also be repaid. Lou kept walking further in, all the way to the end of the circular path, arriving at the place where Tom was parked. He paused, looked at Tom, and said, "Brother, you smell really good." Tom. Then, without further ado, Lou pushed open an adjacent door and walked in. Dim lighting, blood-red walls and floor, a figure sat quietly on the ground, slowly lifting his head to reveal a dark face. His eyes were sunken, and his mouth was wide open, seemingly smiling, revealing a set of broken, incomplete teeth. "Finally, people like you have come again. Where's my food? Is that disgusting stuff even exempt now?" He looked up, staring intently at Lou as he walked in, and let out a sinister laugh. "I know what you're here for, But he hadn't finished speaking when Lu interrupted him. Lu said, "I love you." The other party? Chapter 38. The Great Masked Man begins a new round of torment. "You just said what?" The patient in the inner room was a bit slow to react, asking suspiciously. "I love you," Lu repeated, his mind no longer muddled, very naturally. "Ha? Oh. A declaration of love. It hard seat the other party for over 30 seconds. He stood with his mouth open, as if something was caught in his throat, making him unable to speak. The previous twisted smile and distorted expression had all vanished, replaced only by a look of confusion. "You know. This. Awesome, I didn't expect this opening. Starting with an ultimate move, the hard CC effect is amazing. It seems Longwu was right before Masked Boss is just tormenting a different player. Kirk, come and learn. Didn't they say Kirk's skill was mental interference? Come see what truly top-tier mental interference looks like." Before, it seemed like this patient had some level of sanity. Well, now it's completely gone. At this moment, even the people in Lu's live game broadcast forgot about the game's dangers, only finding it all very amusing. But the patient in the game didn't find it amusing at all. He looked at Lu with an expression like he'd eaten dirt, and finally couldn't hold back, speaking up. "Why?" Lu naturally closed the door and replied, "Child, you must understand, true love needs no reason." The patient had forgotten all the words he'd prepared earlier, and mumbled unconsciously. "Does love really need no reason? No, why the hell am I even thinking about this with you?" He looked up at Lu in terror and cursed, "What's wrong with your brain? Are you crazy?" "Friend, strictly speaking, you're the crazy one," Lu replied earnestly. The other party. "Well, what you said seems to make sense." "No." He shook his head abruptly, slapped his own face, and thought to himself why he always followed this guy's train of thought. He had initially thought his toy had arrived, but now he began to feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation, always feeling that this guy was different from anyone who had been here before. "Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others?" Lu replied very politely. "Who I am, I'm not entirely sure either." The other party's eyes were a bit confused, "But you can call me Wang Ao." Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Batman, I am Batman." Lu intentionally lowered his voice, as if clearing his throat, mimicking the standard DC pronunciation. "What the hell?" The other party's voice clearly went up an octave. "What in the goddamn hell is this nonsense?" Wang Ao hit his head hard, wondering if he hadn't taken his medicine for 2 meals and his condition had worsened. Why did his mind feel so unclear today, like he was seeing illusions? "Alright, let's get straight to the point," Lu said. "Oh, okay," Wang Ao replied subconsciously, and then his previous grim expression returned to his face. "So, where's the food?" Lu asked. "Huh?" Wang Ao looked up, dumbfounded, his slightly stirred emotions completely shattered. "Where's the food?" Lu spread his hands, as if questioning the other person. "Food? I don't know why there was no food today." Wang Ao replied with an innocent look, then suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait. Shouldn't you be bringing me food?" "Why?" Lu asked with a look of perfect justification. As the saying goes, when you are confident, the other party often loses confidence. Wang Ao was utterly bewildered and speechless, seemingly genuinely pondering why. "Yeah, why indeed? Didn't you call me here?" Lu continued his relentless questioning. "When did I call you here?" After entering the door, Lu only spoke a few simple sentences, but Wang Ao felt like every day was a year. His mind was already a complete mess. "No. I mustn't think about these things." In an instant, Wang Ao, whose head felt as big as a bushel, suddenly widened his eyes. Already mentally unstable, he felt on the verge of a breakdown. Clenching his jaw, a fierce aura erupted from him. He stomped his feet and stood up directly. His bloodshot gums were exposed, the muscles on his face were stretched into strands, and his entire body was twisting. Judging by his state, he was significantly better than the earlier Longwu. Many of the chains on him were also gone. Only one thick chain was shackled to his left leg, leaving him much more freedom of movement. He extended his dark fingernails, pointing at Lu and saying, "Kid, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I warn you." But the next moment, Lu's figure appeared before him like a flash, their faces so close they could feel each other's breath. Wang Ao was stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone dare to get so close to him. Doesn't he fear death? His pupils contracted, and a violent urge spontaneously arose. He was about to make a move. But the next moment, a strong hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Mr. Lu, what's your hurry? Sit down and take your time." Then, a massive and utterly irresistible strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, radiated from the other person, like a great mountain pressing down on him. Wang Ao, completely unprepared, instantly felt his legs give way and he directly knelt on the ground. Why are you kneeling? No need to be so polite, oh. As Lu spoke, he also sat cross-legged in front of the other person. Wang Ao's lips trembled, his eyes staring blankly at Lu opposite him, unable to speak for a long time. Is he human? Was that the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit a human being should possess? His blood-red eyes slowly softened, and the thought of striking vanished instantly. Excellent, exactly as expected, his eyes cleared up instantly, just like Long Wu before him. Long Wu, may others die, not me. Brother, you can experience it for yourself. Based purely on combat ability, isn't this a bit too buggy? We welcome our great masked man boss to begin a new round of torment. What's wrong, brotherly, why are you still kneeling? Lu sat in front of him, so close they were almost touching. I mean, even if you can't remember my name, can you at least stick to one surname? How many different surnames have I had now? With his mind in a jumble, Wang Ao had lost the ability to think. Talking was useless, and his own combat power seemed to be somewhat lacking. Then there was only one option: follow the procedure. He had to quickly seize control of the pace. It was tragic to say, but under Lu's overly abnormal mental state, Wang Ao, as a lunatic, had actually begun to strategize. I know what you're here for. You have questions for me, don't you? After Wang Ao finished speaking, afraid that Lu would steer the conversation to an unknown topic again, he quickly continued without waiting for a reply. Are you here to ask me who the sickest person in this hospital is? Chapter 39, The Mentally Ill Patient Who Was Driven Mad, The Bloody Game. As Wang Ao said this, he lowered his head slightly, watching Lu from the corner of his eye, a hint of smugness even in his gaze. After all, from his experience, no one who came to him failed to ask this question. Even if the person in front of him was crazy and mentally unstable, on this matter, he didn't believe the other party would be unmoved. % I can answer you. I can answer you truthfully, as long as you agree to a game with me. At this moment, the staff at Jotian who had been monitoring every player's livestream were all bewildered and gathered around Lu's stream. They had never expected that the game, which had made little progress, would encounter such an unexpected turning point here. No, is it that simple? He just blurted it out? I don't know why I feel like this patient isn't sick at all. He looks like the most normal one. Everything is relative. Compared to the current masked man boss, everyone else seems pretty normal. But, did this game NPC just reveal such crucial information so easily? Or has he met players like this before? The user above just gave me chills. Listening to Wang Ao, almost everyone was excited. Except for one person. Shouldn't the sickest person see a doctor? What does it have to do with me? Lu scratched his ear, sounding a little strange. You don't want to ask about this? Wang Ao was completely dramatic. He could now basically confirm that the person in front of him was different from anyone he'd ever met. So, he tentatively asked. Brother, are you new here? Are you going to live here too? If so, everyone's room seems to be separate, why are you looking for me? Wang Ao's voice was tinged with an impatient retreat, and even a touch of grievance. He had suffered so much torment here, and he didn't expect someone to come today and torment him again. If you insist that I ask you a question, it's not impossible. Lu stroked his chin, speaking thoughtfully. What? In Wang Ao's eyes, red light instantly flared up again, and a bloodthirsty desire resurfaced. Listening to Lu's voice, never mind Wang Ao, the spectators in the livestream were the first to breathe a sigh of relief. They had thought Lu was truly so muddled that he would actually reject such an easily attainable path to victory. But in the end, to everyone's anticipation, the gluttony mask on Lu's face formed a thoughtful expression. Then, he leaned forward mysteriously and asked Wang Ao. Actually, have you noticed a problem? What? Misanthropic Novel Transfer Station 2948327800. 5 characters are actually 3 characters. 5, what? Wang Ao, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly felt his head buzzing, a little slow to react. Why would 5 characters be 3 characters? Wait. Afterwards, he briefly counted on his fingers, then looked up at Lu with a pained expression, nodding speechlessly. When you say it like that, 5 characters indeed consists of 3 characters. What's wrong? So, 6 characters are also 3 characters, right? Wang Ao. So, 6 equals 5. His facial expression was numb. Having lived here for so long, this was the first time he so desperately wanted to get out. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place anymore. Lu didn't expect an answer from him at all and continued talking to himself. Following this logic, 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5. 1 equals 2 equals 3 equals 4 equals 0. The grand unified equation of mathematics has been found by me. So, eating 10 bowls of rice is equivalent to eating 3 bowls of rice, which is equivalent to eating 0 bowls of rice, which means not eating at all, right? I'm a bit hungry. At this moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, grasping Lu's hand with sincere earnestness and saying seriously, "Brother, I think you're a bit too sick, sicker than me. Today, for some reason, this eerie hospital didn't even deliver medicine. How irresponsible. Tonight, when it's dark, you should take my medicine. I think your condition is a little serious. In ancient times, Kong Rong gave up pears today, Wang Ao gives up medicine. Wang Ao is tormented numb. Seriously, is this a question a human could come up with? I now feel that my mask bro is truly here to play the game. It's all about having fun. My heart aches for Wang Ao. Wang Ao is broken. After feeling bad for Kirk and Long Wu, now it's Wang Ao's turn. Lu is arguably the world's top cardiologist. He had everyone's hearts aching for him. Wait, no. Wang Ao suddenly released his hand, his eyes flashing with alternating expressions of violence, confusion, and chaos. I think I'm mentally ill. What am I doing? What do I care what this person's problem is? What do I care what's wrong with him? I want, he. Thinking this, Wang Ao's face slowly regained that perverse expression, grinning like an idiot, drool slowly trailing from the corner of his mouth. Sir, your problem, I know the answer, I know all the answers. However, if you want to know the answer, I have one condition. You have to play a game with me before I can tell you. This time, Wang Ao's confusion finally gained the upper hand, preventing him from following Lu's rhythm. What game? This was the first time Lu truly responded to his question. His eyes flickered with joyful red light, as if he had finally arrived at his home ground. From beneath himself, he pulled out an iron plate. The iron plate was covered with mottled rust, but its edges, apart from a few nicks, were all sharp and reflective. It was clear it had been frequently sharpened and turned into a knife. The metallic glint of the iron plate reflected the excited light on Wang Ao's face. This was the core of his illness. He looked at Lu and spoke. Watch closely. Then, he pressed one hand flat on the ground, and with the other hand holding the knife, began to swing it wildly. The knife pointed downwards, darting and striking between his 5 fingers, so fast with strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit that it created afterimages. Truly, a dance on a knife's edge. But his technique was clearly not that good. Between the dancing afterimages, the sounds of flesh tearing and bursts of blood occasionally erupted, eliciting an ecstatic groan from Wang Ao, whose eyes grew increasingly excited. Finally, he stopped, the blood from his palm having already soaked the ground, a winding crimson stream. He held out a piece of iron, stained with flesh and blood. "Your turn, 100 times." As if back in his element, Wang Ao grinned wildly, like the Joker laughing in a DC movie. Lu slowly looked up, the mask on his face revealing a big smile, carrot, and took the blood-stained patch. "Still the same words, Mr. Chen, I love you, this time I'm serious." Chapter 40, Making the Game More Interesting. This time, Wang Ao listened to Lu's insane ravings but didn't care at all, as if he couldn't hear him, watching the red mask before him and the knife in his hand with a crazy smile. This was his illness, and also the source of his sin. 100 times? Yes, 100 times. Both men laughed, staring at each other, repeating the phrase, their eyes full of their respective desires. Lu hadn't expected that even at this point, someone would be so eager to give him pain value. And Wang Ao was already immersed in his ultimate spiritual enjoyment. He craves blood, torture, and pain, and he didn't care if the one being tortured was someone else or himself. He couldn't remember when he came here, but he remembered why. Slaughter, torture, indiscriminate harm. He had long since transformed into a devil on earth. But due to his mental illness, he wasn't executed. Instead, he was confined here to receive treatment. Yet here, he suffered torment far more terrifying than death, day after day, year after year. But he enjoyed it immensely. He adapted to everything here, adapted to his own existence. And he had encountered several people who came here, seeking some so-called information from him, and accepted his games and torture. Thus, he sank and reveled in the abyss of self-torture in torturing others. But before this, he had always manipulated the other party's weaknesses, forcing, threatening, and reveling in their fear and helplessness. This time, it was a little different. He had encountered someone equally ill, and just moments ago, he had been thrown into mental confusion by them. But it didn't matter. Once the game began, once that bloody sensation returned to him, he would have no fear. On the contrary, wouldn't it be more interesting to see such an unusual person fall before him, witnessing their pain and struggle? Everyone who sought him out had something they desired, and having a desire meant having a weakness. Clap. Lu raised his right hand and slammed it forcefully onto the ground, fingers splayed and clearly separated, exposing the gaps. His other hand held the metal shard, motionless for a long time, as if contemplating something. Then, he flipped his left hand, turning the metal shard in a different direction, and offered it to Wang Ao opposite him. "What? Scared?" Wang Ao twisted his neck, a predictable smile on his face, seemingly mocking, yet also announcing his victory. Then, he sat up leisurely, licked the wound on his hand, and said, "I don't know what your goal is, but I can guarantee this. No matter what your strength, if you refuse me, your goal will not be achieved. My goal is just to spend a little more time with you." The red gluttony mask still bore that mischievous expression. All seriousness and tension seemed utterly impossible to appear on this mask. "Here you go," Lu said. "What?" Wang Ao's eyebrows raised slightly. "What do you mean?" "You said it, you do it," Lu smiled at him in a friendly manner, even wiggling the knife blade in his hand, indicating that it was fine with him. "I trust you, your technique is good." 100 times. Wang Ao's mouth twitched, then the corners of his mouth turned up wildly, culminating in a burst of laughter. All right, no problem." Then, he took the knife, leaned forward slightly, and whispered into Lu's ear with a smile. "Your psychological resilience is indeed impressive. I like prey like you the most. Hope you're ready." Then, he stepped back a little, staring intently at Lu's mask, watching for subtle changes in expression, and then raised his hand high. With all his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, he forcefully plunged the knife into the back of Lu's hand. Clang! The sound of a sharp edge cutting through flesh. Wang Ao didn't play the game he talked about at all. This strike wasn't aimed between the fingers. The entire rusty iron shard was embedded, and blood flowed out, its warm sensation soaking his palm. Wang Ao could feel it, the warmth of blood. He licked his lips, watching Lu's face, waiting for Lu's expression to change. But in the end, he was disappointed. The expression on Lu's mask remained unchanged, his body didn't tremble, and he saw none of the emotions that should have appeared on the person opposite him. In fact, even now, even at the moment his palm was pierced, his hand didn't flinch, nor did it show any muscle spasms. His hand remained in a relaxed state. What kind of concept was this? This proved that the other party completely defied biological instinct, suppressed his nerve reflexes, and was even completely indifferent. The smile on Wang Ao's face gradually stiffened. At this moment, he saw Lu slowly open his mouth. 1. Lu's voice was so calm, a calm like a whisper in the dark, wanting to drag him into the abyss. Chosen of pain system pain value +2. What, counting? Or is the knife stuck? As he spoke, that powerful hand gripped Wang Ao's wrist, and little by little, pulled out the other's hand, along with the iron shard. Or perhaps, we make the game a little more interesting? Lu's words required no response from the other party. As Wang Ao was stunned, his vision suddenly went black. Lu's other hand covered his face, blinding him. Ever played this before? Come on, continue. Wang Ao, blinded by darkness, trembled slightly, letting out a cackling laugh, unsure if something was caught in his throat. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a large hand, making Wang Ao's already muddled mind become extraordinarily chaotic. And where he couldn't see, unbeknownst to him, Lu slowly closed his eyes as well. Commentator, this is a bit too explicit. Commentator, I don't understand, but for some reason, I feel very nervous. Commentator, I think this seems like a competition between two people. Commentator, a competition of the mind. Whoever loses will experience a collapse of the pathological thinking accumulated over time. In psychology, this is called the overexhaustion effect. Commentator, masked master didn't fall into the opponent's rhythm instead, he's using the opponent's methods to defeat him. Alright, Lu's slow voice spoke softly, that's it, 99 more to go. Continue. In the darkness, it was as if an order had been given, and the game switch had been pressed. Chapter 41, Collapsing Wang Ao, you are the sickest one. After Lu's command was given, Wang Ao opposite him suddenly let out a frantic roar, closing his eyes and starting to stab wildly. 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0. The iron piece turned into the sharpest steel blade, falling madly. Some pierced palms, some cut off flesh, and some completely missed, stabbing into the ground. Wang Ao used so much force that the hand holding the iron piece was completely cut, blood flowing from it, mixing with Lu's blood. Wang Ao was carrying out his task like a madman. He didn't believe that anyone with flesh and blood in this world shouldn't react to an attack. Even he himself, who enjoyed pain and torture, wouldn't be like the person in front of him. Even if there was no reaction to pain, it shouldn't be like this. In Wang Ao's eyes, the other person seemed to not even feel that this was their own body. Halfway through the 100 attacks, he even reached out with his other hand and grabbed Lu's wrist, wanting to confirm if the person was still there, if they had dodged. But he was disappointed. Lu's hand remained there, unmoving, as if it weren't his own at all. Lu truly felt the same way. He also closed his eyes, immune to pain, and combined with mental confusion, he didn't feel there was any problem at all. Only the occasional sounds in his mind reminded him of the benefits he was receiving. Chosen of pain system, pain value +1. Chosen of pain system, pain value +2. Chosen of pain system, pain value +1. Towards the end, perhaps because his hand was almost ruined, the pain value transmitted became less and less. 979899100. Wang Ao finished shouting these numbers hoarsely, then suddenly broke free from the person's hand and looked down, seeing his disfigured palm. Then, Lu's calm voice once again reached his ears. Finished 100? So, shouldn't you answer my question now? Your game is good, I like it very much. His voice was even, his manner gentle. Ha, what the hell are you? Laughing meaninglessly twice, Wang Ao instantly broke down, roaring at Lu and lunging with the knife in his hand. Die, you die for me. Like a madman, Wang Ao powerfully plunged the knife into Lu's shoulder. Lu didn't even dodge. However, when he tried to pull the knife out, he found that with Lu's muscles tensed, he couldn't even manage to pull out the iron piece. There was no time to think, or rather, he had lost the ability to think. The next moment, the scenery before his eyes spun, and with a bang, he was directly pinned to the ground. A large hand gripped Wang Ao's face. It was Lu pressing down. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, in that instant, Wang Ao felt his head was about to explode directly, his intracranial pressure skyrocketing. That was simply not the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit a human should possess. Although Wang Ao's own strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit had long transcended human limits, he now firmly believed that he was no match for the person in front of him. How is that possible? How can you have no reaction at all? What the hell are you? Wang Ao roared, his previous sanity instantly vanishing without a trace. Their illness was like a protective shell, firmly trapping them inside and isolating them from the outside world. But now, Lu, using his most familiar method, shattered this protective shell head-on, and in an instant, a tide of fear had engulfed him. The flowing light on Lu's red mask constantly formed various expressions, ever-changing and unpredictable. Do you know? Actually, once, there was a woman who acted similarly to you, playing games with me, and then she even wanted to kill me. Your strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit are better than hers. When it came to her, I didn't give her another chance to speak. Your game was good, but now that it's over, shouldn't you answer my question? Lu's hands were pressed against Wang Ao, including the hand that was essentially ruined, so at this point, the other party was covered in blood. Wang Ao had long lost his previous state, looking at Lu in terror, repeating himself endlessly. I don't know, I really don't know, actually, I don't know anything. I used to deceive them this way. I don't even know who is the most seriously ill person. Wait, it's you. You are the most seriously ill person. I understand, I finally understand, you are the most seriously ill person. Lu forcefully lifted the opponent's head and slammed it to the ground with a thud. Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good head. Who asked you that? Did I say I was asking that? Ha! Blood seeped from Wang Ao's forehead. He gasped for air, asking unconsciously, then, what do you want to ask? I'm asking you, based on what was said before. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, what does 5 equal? What does 6 equal? Oh, right, all these equal 0. If it's 0, then our game just now doesn't seem to be over yet. There are still 100 more. Wang Ao. His eyes instantly became vacant, hollow as if he were already dead. He, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, pinned to the ground, he began to laugh senselessly. Oh no, they've tortured the kid into a stupor. Seriously, the ultimate tormentor. It's only an hour for lunch, but why does it feel so incredibly long? It's terrifying. Ever since he came, we don't get to eat, we don't get our medicine, and then he randomly picks a patient to torment. He's a devil, isn't he? Why, how, it started again, torturing me again. Are you the ones who tormented me before? Why have you changed your methods this time? Wang Ao's eyes were vacant, his mouth opened and closed, mumbling these few sentences incoherently. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Lu's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcibly suppressed the chaotic mind of the gluttony mask, and he asked. Who? Who tormented you before? Wang Ao's eyes immediately regained some spirit, but the confused look was far more intense than before. He clutched his head with both hands, twisting on the ground in pain. What? What torture? What did I just say? Medicine. Where's my medicine? Why hasn't today's medicine arrived yet? Ah! You killed me, who are you? You? No, kill me! In the dimly lit cell, Wang Ao's agonizing screams echoed incessantly, as if he were enduring the most horrific torture in the world. Chapter 42, You seem to be able to commit suicide, Kirk's hypnosis. The expression on Lu's mask shifted, countless smiling and serious faces combining and rearranging, finally settling into calm. Ah! I don't know, what abuse? Who abused me? Who are you? I don't know. Only now, Wang Ao seemed to have a switch flipped, speaking incoherently and frantically, completely unclear about what he was saying. Both Lu and the live spectators knew that the question just asked must have touched the deepest part of the opponent's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit soul. Bang! Without a word, Lu stepped forward and kicked the opponent, sending him sprawling to the ground. "What's your name?" "Did I ask you?" "I haven't asked yet." "Huh?" Wang Ao looked up blankly, appearing small, pathetic, and helpless. "Didn't you just ask?" "What are you talking about?" Lu said, raising his foot threateningly. No. "Whatever you say it is, it is." Wang Ao quickly agreed. Due to his complete mental breakdown, he exposed the weakest side of his entire life at this moment. His gaze had long lost its initial pathology and ferocity. His spirit was completely broken by Lu. Between confusion and fear, he would occasionally fall into a state of stupor. "What did you ask?" "You asked." "No, that's not right, medicine, kill me." "Let me go." The other person's vocabulary couldn't even form a sentence, which showed how confused he was. "Dear Mr. Chin, if you really want to die, haven't you always had this piece of metal here? Why don't you commit suicide?" Wang Ao? In an instant, his eyes immediately became clear and transparent, as if waking from a long dream. He had never thought about this question before, and now, after Lu asked, he suddenly felt very strange why he had never thought about it. Before Lu asked, it was as if there had never been an option related to this matter in his brain, as if it had been erased by something. "Yeah. I guess I could commit suicide." Staring intently at the iron piece in his hand, gradually stirring, Wang Ao's eyes flickered with a struggling light. Why not commit suicide? If I die, everything will be over." Just as he was struggling with his chaotic mind, his vision suddenly blurred, and the iron piece in his hand disappeared. Looking up, the piece of iron was now in Lu's hand, snatched away by him in an unknown manner. "Student, how can you play with a knife in class? I'm confiscating it." Wang Ao? What? Didn't you tell me to consider suicide? Are you out of your mind? Can you just die already? Grinning, Wang Ao's nerves were like a steel wire, mercilessly bent back and forth by Lu. Now, it was clearly on the verge of breaking. He lunged forward, only to be instantly kicked down again by Lu, who stepped on Wang Ao and said, "Don't yell, I just remembered what I wanted to ask you." A serious expression appeared on Lu's mask, and consequently, the look on Wang Ao's face also became solemn. The questions that followed made Wang Ao seriously consider whether to just smash his head against the wall and commit suicide. "Tell me, if you had really committed suicide just now, would this prison have gained a suicidal person or lost a suicidal person? And now that I've snatched your knife, does that count as saving your life? A life-saving grace is like a reborn parent, so can I now be considered your father? It seems my love for you is paternal love." Wang Ao. Just destroy everything. The spectators watching the live broadcast were all numb with delight. My heart aches for Wang Ao, being repeatedly tormented, he's practically suffering a terrible end now. TSK, speaking of which, is it one more suicide or one less? Both seem to make a lot of sense. Don't even think about the suggestion upstairs, you'll go crazy if you do. Actually, it feels like the masked man always gets the most information, which seems crucial, but it never goes deep enough. It's clearly impossible to go deeper. Wang Ao revealed a lot of information, but every time he talked, he collapsed, or he didn't know anything. There's clearly a problem. Let's check on Coke. That foreigner is quite capable. He seems to have quite a bit of information already. In Long Lu's room, Coke, who had established a certain level of trust, was now frantically brainwashing him. The 6 pills Lu had painstakingly prized from his mouth had all been fed to Long Lu. As for food, Coke thought it wasn't the main point. Garbage food wasn't worth eating, and he didn't care if the patients in this game were hungry or not. As long as it helped him clear the game, that was all that mattered. At this moment, his mental interference ability was maximized. He spoke coaxingly, holding a pocket watch-like object in his hand, shaking it constantly. This was his hypnosis tool, not a game item, but one he used regularly. To bring them in, he had actually used Lou's close body carrying method. As for how such a thing could be carried personally, well, tucked. No more words needed. You just said you were innocent, right? Kok asked, which was information Shuten had already shared. He was guiding the other party. Yes. Long Lu sat honestly on the floor now, like a mentally challenged child. You also said you came later? The people before you were the guilty ones, and this is a prison. Yes. But when entering the hospital, there's always an earlier or later time. What does came later mean? Does it mean everyone before you was guilty? Long Lu shook his head, responding weakly. No, the people before, they were here from the start. Guilty. We came later. Kok frowned, thinking seriously, feeling that something wasn't quite right. According to this, the people in this hospital were likely divided into two batches. He didn't know if this was key information, or what the basis for the division was. The people you mentioned earlier were imprisoned here because they committed crimes or because they were mentally ill, right? Yes. Then why did you, and the people behind you, come in? Me? Why did I come? Suddenly, Long Lu's condition became very abnormal, like someone on the verge of going berserk. Kirk's mental interference began to backfire. A tumultuous storm seemed to be brewing in the depths of the other party's mind. Aha! Without warning, Long Lu suddenly opened his mouth wide and roared at Kirk. Kirk, holding his pocket watch, had sensed it in advance and quickly jumped backward, standing in the corner. Lunchtime has ended. All players, please return to the initial rest area. Chapter 43, Nothing to do, so I stabbed Tom. Lunchtime has ended. All players, please return to the initial rest area. The alert sound suddenly rang out, 3 times in a row, like a signal to retreat on a battlefield. Kirk breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves had been highly strung throughout lunchtime, as if he had just been through a battle. Now, his back was soaked with sweat. He hadn't noticed it during the information inquiry earlier. Ah! Awah! All of Long Lu's chains rattled, and his neck was beet red, as if he wanted to pounce and bite Kirk. Kirk cautiously touched the bloodstains on his face, left by Long Lu's rampage that morning. He hadn't had time to dodge then. He felt he was very close to the truth now, touching an area that others had not yet explored. This asylum, or rather, prison, was divided into 2 groups of people, a front group and a back group. The issues between these 2 groups were very likely related to the ultimate goal of the mission, although he hadn't yet figured out the connection. But in any case, making progress was good. Facing Long Lu, Kirk bowed slightly and said, "Esteemed sir, our psychological counseling for the afternoon concludes here. I look forward to our next meeting." After speaking, Kirk opened the door behind him and backed out of the room. Meanwhile, in Lu's room, Lu and Wang Ao opposite him also heard the sound. This time, however, it was clearly Wang Ao who breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing that sound, his eyes lit up as if a long drought had met sweet rain. He looked down carefully at Lu, his small gaze appearing exceptionally pitiful. Lu also stood up with some reluctance, picked up his already mangled right hand, placed it on his mask, and carefully licked off the bloodstains. While licking, he kept looking at Wang Ao on the floor. Wang Ao weakly shrank back. This guy wouldn't want to eat me, would he? For some reason, Wang Ao couldn't help but wonder. Lu held the iron piece, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the door. Wang Ao, his body exhausted, leaned against the wall and slumped to the floor. This devil-like fellow was finally gone. Suddenly, Lu, who had reached the doorway, turned his head again, a kind smile appearing on his mask. "I'll come find you again later, Mr. Wang." With that, he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Ao's eyes extinguished, and the hanging heart finally died completely. Honestly, I think Kirk is quite formidable. The masked man's information often feels like a lucky accident. I think the masked man and the mental hospital gate integrated too well. It was completely barrier-free communication. The masked man catches a mentally ill person and just tortures them. Actually, comparing the scenes of the two leaving, I think the main difference lies in the disparity in their combat power. The spectators discussed among themselves, but noticed that after Lu came out, he did not walk towards the initial room. Instead, he went in the opposite direction, turning around and entering the open room where Tom was. He walked straight to Tom's side, said nothing, and immediately brought his hand down with the knife. He directly inserted the iron plate confiscated from Wang Ao into the tin robot's iron head. Crunch! The force was so great that it went halfway in. Tom? Spectator. Attentive official staff? Dude, are you okay? Seriously ill, why suddenly go trouble the game host? Won't this really make the game target you? A rat licking a cat's ahem, looking for trouble? Player, do you have any questions? Why didn't a prompt sound? Shouldn't some hidden in-game mission be triggered, or some new achievement badge unlocked? Really none? So stingy. Tom. You're pissing me off, my face is turning blue. Well, Tom's face is already the color of iron. Players should focus on the game and not think about other things. Alright, delicious Tom, you really smell good. Great Tom. Lu didn't bother to get further entangled with him, turning directly and walking away, beginning to take a large circuitous route towards the room at the end. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the long, circular corridor. The sound was practically inhuman, exceptionally shrill. The expression on Lu's mask changed slightly as he continued walking towards the room. Upon reaching the initial room, Lu found that he was the last one to arrive. Along the way, a distinct trail of blood stretched all the way to this point. Looking up, one could see the burly man's distorted and pained face. At this moment, his right arm looked as if it was about to break off. Splinters of bone were visible, with only skin and flesh still connecting it. Shuten was beside him, helping him stop the bleeding. Is there any medicine? Hurry! The burly man painfully pulled out a low-grade healing potion from his backpack and poured it over the wound. Instantly, the flesh began to squirm and slowly heal, and the bleeding also lessened. Seeing this, the burly man finally exhaled, slumping onto the ground, drenched in sweat. If you can't handle it, ensure your own safety first. How did you end up like this? Shuten, being an official organization member, had the thought of protecting others, and immediately asked. I swear. It's too hard to stay vigilant all the time with the mental state of those things. Everyone's degree of restraint is different, and that guy actually just dropped his pants right in front of me and started jacking off at me. Shuten. Well, that's something even a man would struggle to endure. Hearing this, the woman's face paled, feeling a bit nauseous. After a long while, confirming that the other party probably wouldn't die from excessive blood loss, Shuten finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to the side. It had only been a simple hour, but everyone felt extremely drained, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu was an exception. Kirk sat in the distance, glancing briefly at the burly man, and said curtly, If you can't, exit. There was nothing more to say. In his opinion, these people were useless anyway, so they might as well save their lives sooner. In the oppressive atmosphere, everyone finally noticed Lu, who had just come in and hadn't said a word. Shuten scanned the room slightly and was instantly shocked, seeing Lu's right hand, which was almost completely hacked to pieces. His whole head exploded. He knew that this deranged guy in front of him was very likely to have the highest combat power. You're injured too? Shuten exclaimed in surprise, who could injure you like this? Lu shook his head in confusion. Who? Me? I didn't, what injury? As he spoke, his hand, which looked like it had been through a meat grinder, still swayed slightly. The scene was extremely graphic. Shuten. Chapter 44, It's unreasonable not to chop off a hand, exiting coin transactions. Oh, you mean this? Lu looked down at himself, only then noticing the state of his palm, as if just discovering it, and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What's going on? Did I do something just now? But it's fine, no big deal. Shut Ian. He was somewhat speechless. Based on appearances, Lu's hand injury was no less severe than the big guy's. But for some reason, when such an injury happened to Lu, he felt like there wasn't really a problem. Perhaps Lu's demeanor was a bit too casual. Lu had now taken the sharp blade from his backpack and was looking at his palm. If I cut this off, will it affect the subsequent game progress? A big question mark appeared on the red mask, and he actually seemed to be genuinely contemplating this question. After all, he had sawed off his legs in the previous 2 games, so not breaking a hand or something, it felt like the game would be very uninteresting. Wait! Shu Ten quickly stopped him, afraid that this guy would really chop off his hand. Are you sure your current condition is okay? Shu Ten asked tentatively, while also rotating a finger near his own head. The novel 2948327780 has been translated. Meaning, whether the other party's mental state was still under control. He had Lu's data from the previous game and knew that this person might be a bit unhinged, but was powerful, and beneath the madness, harbored a remarkably calm, cunning, and greedy mind. But looking at him now, his strength and erratic behavior were evident, but any trace of sanity was completely missing. Moreover, he had now learned the cause of Lu's injury from the staff working as a spectator outside the arena. It was, to say the least, utterly insane. Was the intel really accurate? Where was this calm mind? It seemed more plausible that he had no mind at all. Or had he ruined his brain by consuming the food and medicine here? Could they still cooperate then? Condition? Not so good, Lu pondered as he listened to the question, then said, I feel very hungry. As he spoke, his mask even displayed a pitiful expression #. Shu Ten immediately looked pained. Ha 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 ha. So cute. Cute, I want to adopt one, such an unexpected contrast. You probably couldn't afford it with his appetite, even the richest person would go bankrupt. I feel like Shu Ten is about to lose it. The boss torments villains in the infirmary and torments teammates outside, specializing in indiscriminate damage. Ah! Holy crap! Suddenly, the big guy roared next to them, clutching his shoulder and howling in pain. He started convulsing violently on the ground, completely unable to bear it. It turned out that the basic healing potions in the game were top-tier biochemical technology, repairing the body in ways humans couldn't fully comprehend. Even the basic version was incredibly effective, but the rapid rebuilding of muscles, realignment and healing of bones, and reconnection of nerves brought immense pain. The big guy was fine when only his superficial muscles were being repaired, but now that it was officially time for nerve reconstruction, the agonizing sensation was beyond his endurance. What is this stuff? Does this medicine not have anesthetic? Oh? That severe? Lu saw this from the side and immediately became interested, pulling out a bottle of basic healing potion from his own backpack and pouring it onto his hand. Shu Ten watched this scene, his mouth twitching, thinking that this guy's motivation for healing seemed a bit different from that of a normal carbon-based life form. The big guy was still screaming, his lone voice echoing through the room, shrill and piercing, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more terrifying. The Hell 5 game was just like that, cruel and painful. Lu, however, was a little disappointed, as he waited for a while but didn't receive any pain value. It seems the pain from this treatment hasn't reached the trigger condition. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. There's no information in this godforsaken place, so how am I supposed to clear any levels? No one can get through this hell mode game. Wait, why can't I open it? The big guy collapsed to the ground, venting his emotions, when suddenly his voice filled with terror. What can't you open? Shu Ten asked strangely, standing to the side. The store, what's wrong with the store? Why can't I open it? The big guy's voice was filled with panic, completely devoid of his previous belligerence, like a helpless child. Zhou Tian looked at him strangely and replied. The game store can only be opened and purchased outside the game. After being put into your backpack, you can bring items into the game. What? Isn't this an official game reminder? You actually didn't know? The big guy's eyes were instantly overwhelmed by fear, and he kept murmuring. What? When was that said? Why didn't I know? Then how do I buy an exit coin? What do I do? Zhou Tian's eyes immediately narrowed, and he took a few steps back. This was a hell game. Everyone knew the death rate of hell games. The reason why everyone was calm now was because there were exit coins. Everyone present had cleared games before and had bought that item. In the end, if things got really bad, they could just exit. Although they would lose everything they gained in the game, at least their lives would be saved. Their lives would remain intact, so everyone wasn't as terrified of this hellish game as the last time Lu encountered one, where the novice players around him had no chance to withdraw. But the big guy actually forgot such a crucial issue. Zhou Tian instantly felt speechless, and his heart was a little heavy. The air fell silent. A hint of despair flashed in the big guy's eyes, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Suddenly, the sound of a coin being flicked rang out in the air, exceptionally crisp. Everyone's eyes shifted, finding Lu doing this, and immediately wondered, thinking, is this lunatic showing off or what? Bullying a desperate player? Is it necessary? I'm hungry. Lu's low voice came, do you have anything to eat? Zhou Tian's previously muddled mind instantly recalled his colleague's description of Lu's performance in the previous game. Enlightenment struck him in an instant, and with a surprised glance at Lu, he then turned to look at the big guy. If you use an exit coin, you will lose everything you gained in the game, whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So when it's time to save your life, go all in. Chapter 45, There is no way out in the world, condition worsens. The big guy's eyes were initially a little confused, then seemed to understand something, and instantly clutched at it like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Are you planning to sell your exit coin? Before, he thought Lu was a lunatic, but now he was even using honorifics. It was clear he was willing to go to great lengths to survive. Lu said nothing. He didn't want to waste too much rationality on the other party, nearly continuously flipping the coin in his hand. It had intricate patterns, like a nice toy, but in the game, it was a life-saving item. Bro, let's talk. Sell it to me. I didn't know the mall couldn't be opened, so I saved all my points, didn't spend a single one. I barely used any of the prizes or rewards either, always thinking of saving them for a critical moment. Oh, that's right, I just used that basic recovery potion, my mistake. At this moment, the big guy completely disregarded his dignity, pleading in a very humble manner. I'll give you everything, all of it. Just give me an exit coin, I want to leave. Here, you never know when an accident will happen. I can't take it anymore. Or, how about we exchange contact information, and after we get out I can. By the end, he, like former players, began to offer various subsequent conditions. Of course, Lu simply didn't care about such talk. Lu flipped the exit coin in his hand, tilted his head, and then, with a gentle flick of his finger, the coin arced through the air in a perfect parabola, landing in front of the big guy. The big guy's eyes instantly lit up. He scrambled forward 2 steps, picked up the coin from the ground, and held it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he felt a sharp aura lock onto him. Lu stood silently before him, holding the sharp blade in his hand. The big guy chuckled awkwardly, then quickly started the transfer to avoid any misunderstanding from the big shot in front of him. Afterward, as if afraid Lu would change his mind, the big guy instantly fled after the transaction was complete, exit coin in hand, vanishing in a flash from the spot. Out of a team of 5, 1 had already left. Lu received 1400 points, a strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit elixir, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. Seeing this skill learning scroll, Lu was slightly surprised, as even though it wasn't a high level, it was still considered a superpower. However, learning this item required the awakening of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, and luckily, the big guy hadn't awakened. Otherwise, he would have surely used it already. He temporarily put it in his backpack. This haul was quite profitable after all. 1 exit coin was only worth 1,000 points. At this moment, Kirk, who had been staying out of it, finally spoke, looking up. This time, he spoke directly in Chinese. It's good that he left 1 less person to split the rewards, after all. Also, was your exit coin a game reward? I remember that exit coins in the mall are limited for purchase. Everyone only gets 1 chance to buy. This sentence was meant for Lu. He was half right. Lu's exit coin was indeed a game reward, but he hadn't bought it himself. He had never intended to leave the game. Shutty-in next to him also felt a pang of anxiety. He hadn't paid attention to this aspect. He wouldn't trap Lu, would he? He quickly asked. Do you still have an exit coin? Perhaps not. Why leave? Isn't the game fun? Lu replied somewhat vaguely. But that's a way out, after all. What about your way out? Shutty-in was a little anxious. What is the way out? Lu raised his head. This was a rare moment when the expression on his mask wasn't disheveled. From the moment I entered the game, there has never been a way out. This decision was something Lu had considered from the very beginning. It was by no means a problem of mental confusion. Even without the chosen of pain system, without strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit superior to others, and without immunity to pain, he would still have joined this cruel game. Exiting the game means losing everything? Losing superhuman strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, no chance to change one's life, losing the current mask, and even potentially losing the chosen of pain system? Impossible. From the moment he entered the game, the only ways for Lu to leave were success or death. He didn't feel he had anything to lose. Starting over was an excuse for the weak. Those without the resolve should simply remain spectators. If you retreat even once, you'll never be able to stand at the peak again. After saying the last sentence, as if all his mental strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit had been exhausted, Lu lay on the ground and began an afternoon-long sleep. Eating and sleeping, very in line with the character of gluttony. Shutty stood rooted to the spot, staring at Lu on the ground, seemingly in disbelief. He hadn't expected that someone who was clearly mentally unstable could say such things. For a moment just now, he seemed normal, didn't he? But Kirk, in the distance, had no such thoughts. He merely sat afar, watching quietly, a glimmer of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Dinner time begins. Players, please start the game. Another door opened, and the only female player walked out of the room with heavy steps. This time, Lu and Kirk almost simultaneously sprang into action. Lu naturally began a new round of sweeping up, while Kirk scrambled to snatch at least one plate of medicine from Lu's grasp. And this time, everyone realized with a heavy heart that the eerie atmosphere of the entire hospital had intensified. As soon as the doors opened, sounds previously unheard now emerged: screams, whispers, hissing, and crackling voices, obscure, distant, and terrifying. Even such thick iron doors couldn't block out these sounds. Perhaps because no one had taken their medication all day, it seemed as if everyone in the hospital had worsened, and the entire hospital began to descend into chaos. That last female player even entered the room clutching an exit coin. However, the very sick people here weren't just the patients. Lu was among them. For the third time, having swept up all food and medicine, the energy within him felt as if it could explode at any moment, and the gluttony mask seemed to have reached a critical point. Bang! When opening the door, Lu, unable to control his strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit very well, kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door, bending it inwards. This startled the patient inside, who had been planning to throw a fit, into sitting upright. The next moment, Lu flashed to his side. I heard before that I could ask you questions. I ask, you answer. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Kirk had not yet entered a room. After everyone else had entered their rooms, he paused for a moment and walked towards the door of Shutian's room. Pushing the door open. Chapter 46, Doubt and Warning, only 3 remain. In the room at the end, Wang Ao was now facing Lu, who was on the verge of losing control. Originally, seeing the door suddenly kicked open, his head throbbing, he instinctively wanted to snarl, but upon seeing it was Lu, he immediately shrank back and stopped snarling. But he was already pressed against the wall, held up by Lu with a terrifying, immense strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. From the moment those hands grabbed him, Wang Ao had no desire to resist ever again. Resistance was futile. The gluttony mask: the more you eat, the hungrier you get. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. At the same time, the deeper the mental chaos becomes. Wang Ao looked at the mask before him. He had an inexplicable feeling that the person in front of him seemed to want to devour him alive. This was not a metaphor, but a literal sensation. Ha. Bro, calm down. I don't taste good. What do you want to ask? This fear of being preyed upon was a deep, genetic instinct, stirring an unconscious will to survive. Huff. Lou panted for a while before continuing. I met someone at noon, and he made me very unhappy. I hope you can satisfy me. Wang Ao was slowly lowered, not daring to say a word, thinking that the person Lou met at noon seemed to be him. However, at a time like this, he naturally didn't dare to refute or remind. Wouldn't reminding him just be insane? Lou spun a knife, a sharp blade, from his hand and spoke to the other person. After I'm done asking, we'll play a game. Ha. Sperm donation in a hospital is legal, so why isn't it legal for me to privately donate directly to someone who wants it? They say bananas and carrots have ways to clear the bowels. Do you personally think they're for oral or topical use? If an adult novel is entirely about minors, can it still be called an adult novel? You've prepared 5 cups of water, and 100 million liters arrive. How do you plan to distribute it? Wang Ao. Lou's mouth was like a rapid-fire cannon, constantly raving as if it could alleviate his chaotic mind. But Wang Ao's lips were trembling by now. He couldn't say anything, only managing to stammer. I don't know who the sickest person here is, or maybe there isn't one. Don't push me. Hiss. Although the masked boss has been rambling, don't you think Wang Ao's mental state seems to be getting more stable? He's being forced to, but what's the use of being stable? He's not asking questions even when his mind is stable, he's just here rambling. To be honest, while this Big Shots livestream is indeed exciting to watch, it seems to have no meaning for the game at all. He doesn't seem to care either. How is he going to clear the game? He could ask for useful information right away, but he keeps rambling. To be honest, if you want to see how to clear the game, you have to watch Kirk. Seriously, I'm going to watch Kirk now. He seems to be looking for shut-in. It's better to watch 2 reliable people. As time passed, nearly a day had already gone by in the game. In some of the more normal games, a day was actually not a short amount of time. But here, it seemed there was still no clue. The spectators began to have some minor complaints about Lou. This supposedly strong perfect clearance player seemed to have genuinely gone mad, joining forces with the mental patients. He seemed to have contributed nothing to clearing the game, or even worse, was a detriment. At this moment, prompted by some, the spectators had already realized the meeting between Kirk and Zhou. Shut-in was sitting in the ward, looking at the drooling, screaming guy in front of him, deep in thought, when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Hello. With standard Chinese pronunciation, Zhou instantly felt a surge of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, and sharply turned to see a foreign face. Oh, Mr. Kirk. Shut-in turned back and said, Why, are you in my room? The game rules don't say that 2 people can't be in the same room at the same time. Kirk said arrogantly, hands in his pockets. Also, you are from the special department of Huagua, aren't you? Shut-in. He hesitated, wondering if he could tell a foreigner these things. Although he claimed to be official, his background was actually even more significant. No need to be nervous. With your country's strong organization, relevant departments must have already been established, and such matters will certainly be made public soon. Presumably, the information you have here must be the most extensive. Our backgrounds and our performance in the game should not escape your notice. Shut-in nodded, frankly admitting, yes, this is for a better game. I'm giving you a piece of advice, don't get too close to lunatics. Shut-in was startled, looking back to see that the patient didn't seem to be in a position to harm him. He then said, Thanks for your concern, but I've always been very careful, maintaining a safe distance. No matter how they try to influence me, my psychological resilience is fine, there won't be any problems. Kirk's face was stern and expressionless as he said, I'm not talking about them. Zhou? In an instant, he understood. You mean the masked man? What's wrong? Nothing, I still have many things I haven't figured out. There's too little information right now. Kirk finished speaking simply, then turned and left, with his characteristic hawk-like arrogance. I must achieve perfect clearance in this game. You're still somewhat useful. Conserve your strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, and stay alive. When I figure things out, I might need you. With that, he closed the door and left. Shu Tian's brows furrowed into a deep scowl, unable to calm down for a long time. Ha 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 ha. As soon as mental illness was mentioned, Shu Tian immediately realized who they were referring to. Shu Tian, who's mentally ill? Don't I know? Is this an internal conflict already? Kirk doesn't seem very friendly. It's reasonable, I guess. The masked man seems to have been dragging them down all along. Amidst everyone's discussions, the first day's dinner passed just like that. Game over. All players, please return to your initial rooms to rest. As soon as the familiar voice rang out, a room door was instantly pushed open, and a figure rushed out like a fish leaping, eyes dull. It was the sole remaining female player. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes vacant, and there were some bloodstains on her face. After the door to the initial room closed, the four people looked at each other. The female player suddenly ran to a corner, her face pale, and vomited violently. Just as Zhu Tian was about to ask something, the female player directly pulled out a game coin and, without a word, exited the game. On the first day, the game's progress appeared stagnant and enigmatic. And now, there were only 3 players left. Chapter 47, Bone-Chilling Terror, Earth-Shattering Speculation. Zhu Tian watched the spot where she left and sighed softly. He knew the torment of this game. Besides the person in the red mask who seemed to be living comfortably, no one else could. Even Kirk's face occasionally showed injuries. Mental torture, abysmal living conditions, plus the physical harm that could be incurred from a single misstep. Considering what the big guy said earlier about being handled by someone, and this was a girl. Moreover, this game didn't provide food or water for the players. They hadn't had a drop to drink all day. TSK, except for that red-masked guy who had food and drink. Why is this guy so special? Zhu Tian shook his head. As an official, he knew the background of that girl. She was just an ordinary player who had luckily cleared the game twice and received some rewards. Upon seeing it was a hellish game, the woman initially planned to run, but then realized that if she survived, and others cleared it, she would also be considered to have cleared it, so she decided to lie low. But she found she was naive, a crazy prison, deranged teammates, and the painful lesson of severe injuries. Forget it. Ah, what a pity, but maybe it's better she withdrew, Zhu Tian said with a sigh. Lu, who was beside her, looked at the pile the female player had vomited on the ground and nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a shame. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly gave himself a big slap on the face and quickly turned to walk away. Zhu Tian? What's wrong with this guy now? On the other side, Kirk, unusually, also walked over and continued. There's nothing to regret. It's already very lucky to survive in a game like this. This isn't where someone of her level should be. As he spoke, he slowly surveyed his surroundings and continued. What's left now seems about right. 2 perfect clearers, 1 highly skilled and possessing a special official identity. Only they were suited for this hellish game. Of course. Kirk looked at Lu, who was lying on the ground spread-eagled in the distance, and asked. My friend, who's been playing dumb all this time, are you really not planning to quit the game? My ability is mental interference, and I've used it on you many times, most of which backfired. Your confusion is no longer just playing dumb. Even if you explain it with self-hypnosis, you're close to not being able to handle it anymore. In your current state, you might get lost here forever, becoming a mental patient permanently. Kirk pressed on, approaching Lu step by step, as if pronouncing a death sentence for the person on the ground. Zhu Tian in the distance frowned, watching the two, but this time he didn't intervene as a peacemaker. Instead, he watched silently, waiting for events to unfold. Your ability is to eat? I've been asking about your purpose from the beginning, and I still want to know. But I believe, for a normal human, that's not a good choice. I'll ask you one more time, are you really not going to quit? Don't tell me you don't have any exit coins left. Kirk had now reached Lu's side. Just as he planned to continue forward, suddenly, a huge sense of crisis locked onto him. Lou, who had been lying on the ground, silent, suddenly spoke. "I suggest you don't get too close to me right now." Kirk's steps halted, rooting him to the spot. A strange premonition kept warning him in his mind, "Don't go any further." "Ha ha." He chuckled, retracted his steps, and Kirk turned to leave. "Very confident, aren't you?" "I'm just worried that if you don't quit, my game will be very difficult to complete." Lou was silent. He was currently enduring a massive energy shock within his body, as well as surging, chaotic thoughts. He didn't want to speak and soon lay down on the ground, falling asleep. Zhou Tian didn't say anything more either, not even actively suggesting to discuss the day's gains this time. He knew that these two probably wouldn't listen. Three hungry people, thus, sat far apart on the floor in the empty room, or slept leaning against the wall, enduring this night. Yes, it was enduring this night was exceptionally agonizing. The entire hospital went a whole day without food, a whole day without medicine. By night, it was truly a wailing of myriad ghosts. Several layers of iron doors couldn't suppress the sound. The hungry spirits frantically pounded on the doors and walls, making the hospital far more terrifying than a haunted house. Kirk relied on self-hypnosis to ensure sleep, while Lou had long since laid down and slept. Zhou Tian, however, couldn't sleep at all. He was sorting through the information his colleague had sent him, pondering the sudden confrontation between Kirk and Lou, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped him, causing his mind to repeatedly dwell on similar matters. This hellish game seemed to lack physical torment, but he always felt an inexplicable wrongness, a strange sense of fear that began to engulf him. After a whole night of a haunted house-like atmosphere, the next day arrived, and the game continued. Kirk continued to race with Lou, one vying for food, the other hoping to at least snatch a dose of medicine. But this time, Zhou Tian purposefully went to the door of a room. That was Long Wu's room, the first patient Lou met. Zhou Tian instinctively felt that the source of his fear was here. Upon entering the room, he saw Long Wu, emaciated as a withered branch. The man looked very feeble at the moment. Someone else again? A different person, huh? Hello. Zhou Tian was surprised to find that the other party's mental state was surprisingly stable, so he got straight to the point. Do you know who is the sickest person in this hospital? Heh, such a familiar question. That's right, that's how you should ask. Long Wu writhed on the ground, trembling, looking at Zhou Tian. No, the answer is no, no one is the sickest person. Who won't get sick? You'll get sick too, you'll get sick one day, and stay here forever. Zhou Tian was somewhat helpless seeing the other party not speaking properly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly paused. The fear that had enveloped him all night now enveloped him again, making his thoughts instantly and exceptionally clear. His colleague had relayed all the collected information about Lou and Kirk, including every patient's words to them, except for their psychological activities. On Lou's side, he learned from Long Wu that the people behind were innocent, and only the people in front were guilty, so he needed to go to the front to ask questions and torment them. The person in front was tortured terribly by Lou, but Lou was always acting manic, so he voluntarily asked if he wanted to know who was the sickest person. He even wanted to play a game, saying Lou was different from the previous people. Why did that patient know the question? Was it part of the game setup? Or something else? Who were the previous people that he and Lou referred to? And, according to the questions Kirk had asked, this hospital was divided into two groups. The first group was guilty, and the second group was innocent. When Kirk asked what the second group was doing there and why they stayed, the other party went mad, just went mad. And now, this Long Wu was telling him again that they wouldn't find the answer, would eventually get sick, and would stay here forever. Moreover, this person was called Long Wu, and the person Kirk encountered was called Long Lu. Could it be that? The reason the person in front guessed what Lou wanted to ask was because someone had asked before. And not just once. The hospital's people were divided into two groups. The first group was genuinely sick patients, and the second group were the people who came to ask them questions. And this second group, having not found the answer, having not found the sickest person, therefore, stayed here forever. A bold conjecture appeared in Zhou Tian's mind, lingering stubbornly. It felt as if the cold wind in the night had transformed into a fear-named trench coat, tightly wrapping around him, chilling him to the bone and making it hard to break free. Were these people once players too? Have you heard of God's chosen paradise? Chapter 48, a loophole the predecessors never thought of. Aren't you going to ask me why? What did you say? Long Wu seemed not to have heard Jutin's words clearly, raising his head blankly and asking again. Those eyes, mechanical and lifeless, made Jutin's hair stand on end. But now, there were clearly more important things, more terrifying things weighing on his mind, preventing Jutin from backing down. God's chosen paradise. He uttered these 4 words almost syllable by syllable, staring intently into Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds. The air was completely silent for a full 5 seconds. The time stretched out as if a century had passed, making Jutin wonder if space had been frozen and stilled. Long Wu just stood there, staring straight at Jutin, like a statue. The next instant, an iron chain came crashing down, striking Jutin head-on. The broken chain, massive and powerful, swung like a battle axe. Even with Jutin's quick reflexes, he had no time to dodge. At that moment, a pair of green boots suddenly appeared on his feet, jetting out strong gusts of air that pushed him back a meter, just barely allowing him to avoid the blow. Excellent weapons, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit boots of agility. The wind stirred up by the chain made Jutin's eyes sting, filling him with dread. If that hit had landed, it would have at least resulted in broken bones and severed tendons. Awooga wooga! Kill me! Long Wu had instantly transformed into a different person. His shriveled body now pulsed with red steam, as if he had entered an abnormal state. A huge crack ripped through the floor tiles, and rubble scattered. Jutin, horrified, huddled in the corner, his heart sinking to rock bottom. The other party suddenly went mad. He went mad after hearing that question, and even without an answer, it was essentially a form of answer. Kill, kill! Long Wu's liberated hand frantically swung the chain, lashing out wildly. Jutin dodged and weaved through the room, finally taking cover by the doorway. The entire room was ravaged beyond recognition, as if it had experienced an earthquake. What is it? What God chosen? What are you talking about? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine, give me medicine. Finally, Long Wu clutched his head with both hands, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain, mumbling incessantly. Zhou Tian stood rooted to the spot, somewhat bewildered. No! No medicine! I won't take those pills. Take them away! Suddenly, Long Wu changed his mind again, sprinting to the innermost corner of the wall and violently banging his head against it until he was bleeding. Then, with a faint breath, he looked back at Zhou Tian. Those were the clearest eyes Zhou Tian had ever seen. Run, run! Then, he reverted to that dazed state, as if he had fallen asleep. Zhou Tian stood there, stunned, not speaking for a long time. He was almost certain that his guess was likely correct. But isn't the game of God's chosen paradise just getting started? If these people were also players, what's going on? Moreover, according to their memories, they had been trapped here for an unknown number of years. Why didn't they use the exit coin? Did they not have one, or could they not use it? When did they enter the game? Had the game already started long ago? Or was the timeline asymmetrical? Zhou Tian took a deep breath, even pulling out his own exit coin from his backpack to examine it closely. Looking at the strange and exquisite patterns on it, he finally felt a sense of security and put it back. There's still a way out, there's still a way out. However, if this was the case, then everything became a bit unclear. Could this game truly be completed? This Long Wu, if he truly was a predecessor, his strength seemed far greater than what Zhou Tian perceived. If the mission was the same, could he accomplish what all predecessors failed to do? Find the person who was most ill. It sounded like a very simple proposition. Yet, all who came before had failed. He had to think of a loophole that no one else had ever considered. Was it possible? And why did they stay here forever? What did they go through? In an instant, Shu Ten was like a frostbitten eggplant, his confidence plummeting to rock bottom. Special Agent Shu-10, I need to remind you, this is a mental hospital. All the information you receive needs careful analysis. In the live broadcast room, the official personnel who had been observing spoke up to remind him. Additionally, the organization's requirement is that, in critical moments, preserving your own life is the primary concern. Don't force it. Shu-10 nodded weakly, leaning against the wall, calming his tumultuous heart. Is there any news from those two? Kirk got an answer from a patient. Who's the sickest here? We're just slaves. Shu-10 scoffed. Combining this with his own conjectures, he felt he understood the information Kirk had received. What about Red Mask? What news does he have? Same as usual, no useful information. He's just pushing open doors, tormenting patients one by one in turns. The patients all say he's much sicker than they are. We hardly even monitor that side anymore, it's basically just communication between psychiatric patients. Shu-10 let out a long sigh, recalling Longwu's state and Red Mask's current madness. He can't really be insane already. Breakfast time is over. All players, please return to your starting rooms. The three sat in a triangle in the middle, none speaking, like silent sculptures. Kirk maintained a thoughtful expression, as if pondering something, while Lu remained in his usual state. Only Zhou Tian, having uncovered this secret, carried a noticeably subdued aura. To all players, I am the Great Tom. You may communicate with each other during your break. If you have any discoveries, judgments, or game-related questions, you can ask me. The tin robot Tom spoke formulaically, then rolled his tracks to the side and remained quietly. Then, after an unknown amount of time, Zhou Tian finally made the decision to relay this terrifying information to the other two. While it might dampen morale, there was no time to consider much else. Everyone, I have some not-so-good news that I think you need to know. The people in this prison, those who keep claiming innocence, are very likely players just like us. After speaking, Zhou Tian looked up, watching their reactions. But he found that Kirk had turned his gaze, a glint in his eyes, his expression a mix of surprise and even a hint of joy. And Lu, well, he practically heard nothing at all, showing no reaction whatsoever. Aren't you going to ask me why? Chapter 49, Final Accusation, is Lu the goal of the game? Zhou Tian inexplicably felt a bit speechless. The reactions of these two were not what he had expected. Kirk suddenly stood up, walked a couple of steps back and forth, then turned to Zhou Tian and said very formally, Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for your analysis and information. This way, many things make sense, and it has cleared up my thoughts. Zhou Tian? Wait, are my words that credible? You just believe it? Without any consideration, and you don't even want to know how I reached this conclusion? And why the happy expression? What idea has been clarified for you? Shouldn't you be terrified? Shu-10 was a bit bewildered. He had always thought of Kirk as someone relatively easy to communicate with, arrogant but rational. Now he found him somewhat incomprehensible. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at Lu, and saw a disdainful expression on Lu's red mask LLL Omega, who then said as if it were obvious. Isn't that obvious? Do you even need to say that? Shu-10? How did you, a psychopath, figure that out? Oh, wait, I actually deluded myself into trying to discuss this with a psychopath. Shu-10 felt a bit lost. He had been scared and worried for a long time when he first thought of this problem. Why do these two seem so unconcerned? That red-masked lunatic is one thing, but why is Kirk like this too? Is there something wrong with his Chinese, and he didn't fully understand me? For the rest of the time, Shu-10 sat blankly on the ground, occasionally glancing at his two big boss teammates. Lu, of course, needs no further explanation. Once full, he simply sleeps, sprawled out comfortably, looking very much like a slacker. Except that he is a slacker with terrifying strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit within him. Only now, his condition seems to be getting worse. Lying on the ground, he occasionally lets out some laughter and strange, babbling noises. Shu-10 even wondered if this guy was about to transform into Ultraman. And Kirk was also restless over there, pacing back and forth in the distance, his expression sometimes puzzled, sometimes enlightened, muttering something to himself. Shu Ten was numb, touching his face, wondering if something was wrong with him. According to Long Lu, the players will ultimately remain here forever. Have they both gone mad? Why is he starting to ramble? What does this mean? I really feel like everyone's gone crazy. It's a bit creepy just watching them, two players who achieved perfect clears. Could we be witnessing a team wipeout? I suggest Shu Ten runs away quickly. You should quit. What if you really go insane, and then you'll need a quick coin, won't you? The spectators were also gradually losing optimism, with various voices emerging, especially that last sentence, which made Zhou Tian's heart clench. Yeah, if they were truly insane, they probably wouldn't even be able to use the exit coin. Lunchtime begins. All players, please start the game. As the voice fell, Lu shot off like a spring, heading out to devour food, but this time, Kirk didn't move, he just slowly walked over to Zhou Tian's side. I think this game shouldn't continue. With no food or water, it's already dragged on long enough. Jun Tian looked at him in surprise, watching as he spoke to a robot nearby. Host, I've found out who the sickest person is. Jun Tian? Oh. Call me the Great Tom. Tom twisted his head around. Who is it? Let's wait until he comes back. If he doesn't come in, the game can't proceed. Kirk stood with his hands in his pockets, a confident expression on his face, watching Lu's retreating figure at the end of the corridor, watching him feast there. Jun Tian seemed to have already guessed what the other person was going to do and was momentarily stunned, speechless beside him. Alright, player ahead, game paused. Please return to the initial room as soon as possible. Lu ate extremely fast, and in a short while, he was swaggering back again. However, by this point, his unstable energy had reached its peak. Even with his physical prowess, he was at the stage where he would self-destruct if he didn't release it. A huge smiling face adorned his red mask as he walked step by step towards the door, his aura seeming to emit a wicked and bizarre distortion. Kirk stood at the doorway, the two facing each other across the distance. But just as he reached the doorway, Lu sat down cross-legged, just one step away from the door. Red warning lights began to flash, warning Lu to quickly enter the ward. Not entering the ward during game time would lead to bad things. But Lu's figure was swallowed by the crimson red light, motionless. This player, please come in. Tom the cat reminded, but Lu still didn't move, as if provoking something, the smile at the corner of his lips widening. I don't think that's necessary. It's already come to this. My decoding is about to begin. Kirk spoke directly, looking at Jun Tian. Every time a crucial question is asked, the patient goes completely insane. This must mean something. Zhou Tian, your information is good. You said these people behind us were once players. I don't care what happened to them, but it matches my situation, so it must be true. Because when I asked them what they were doing here, my patient also went insane. And from this information, we can deduce that the patients speak nonsense, but they don't lie. So what they said at the beginning might really be true, they aren't sick. There is no sickest person here. It is precisely because there is no such thing as the sickest person that the former players were wiped out. So, normal game thinking doesn't work. Therefore, eliminating all possibilities, the most obvious thing has always been in front of us, you. Saying this, Kirk raised a hand and pointed at Lu outside the door, his lips curving upwards. You are the objective of the mission. The sickest person. But, the game said the sickest person in the hospital. Shutian quickly interjected, wanting to refute, but Kirk stopped him with a raised hand. Nothing is impossible. Isn't he in this hospital right now? Moreover, if this premise holds true, all his actions become rational. He possesses strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, and abilities far beyond normal players. He has always been incredibly mad, seeming to blend in perfectly with this hospital. He eats all the patients' medicine to keep them in an unconscious state. In a game with no food or water, he chooses to forcibly eat all those awful things, cutting off the last food source to weaken us. He completely disregards any exit coins. The patients here are all terrified of him. At this point, Kirk let out a long breath, as if all obstacles had been swept away. The answer has always been obvious. Even the spectators say he's very sick, and this game is clearly not complicated. It merely exploited a weakness in human nature. Preconceived notions led us to believe he was a player, and spectators even said they watched his past game streams, so we never once considered. Yes, even the game told us from the very beginning. Our relationship could be cooperation, or it could be competition. As per an ancient Chinese saying, it's the darkest places right under the lamp. Am I right? Kirk's hawk-like eyes fixated on Lou outside the door, his voice sharp. Chapter 50, Who told you he was the host? Listening to Kirk speak all this time, Lou still hadn't uttered a single word. The expressions on his mask changed rapidly, like a performer of Sichuan opera face-changing, dazzling the eyes of anyone watching. The red light in the corridor behind them flashed with increasing frequency. By now, the entire corridor had turned a blood-like red, no longer even flickering. The light throughout the corridor merged into one continuous glow, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Kirk also stopped speaking, his eagle-like eyes fixed on the red mask in front of him, waiting for his reaction and next move. Ha, ha! Beneath the red mask came a low, hoarse laugh, like the friction of rotten wood against a saw. It seems my thoughts weren't wrong. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes. Lou finally spoke, but his words were completely nonsensical. He didn't respond to Kirk's accusations at all. Think? It's hard to believe that verb could apply to him. I say, big brother, do you still have the capacity to think? By the way, I think what this foreigner said makes sense. Could it be Masked Brother? If it's Masked Bro, why can we still see Masked Bro's perspective stream? Isn't this a player stream? Tisk, it's a bit troublesome, my brain can't keep up. And what about that player who's been locked up for several years? Is that true? Every time I think about trying to enter the game, the hell mode difficulty makes me change my mind. Lou's words failed to spark any discussion. Everyone was already accustomed to a madman's ravings. No one intended to analyze anything from a madman's words. Blank, I suggest you pay close attention next. Blank, last time in the game, when everyone thought this boss was crazy, he was the clearest one. Blank, I look forward to his next performance. Blank boss? Why are you so late this time? Regardless of how the spectators judged, Jotian, who had spent the entire day with Lou, clearly sensed that something was amiss. There's something profound and mysterious about people, called aura or presence. For instance, when you stand next to some people, you might unconsciously feel a sense of awe. This is because their aura overwhelms yours, placing you in a weaker position. And Lou's current aura was the most chaotic and unstable it had been since entering the game, carrying a powerful oppressive feeling, as if a child were facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, the words he spoke seemed to be the most sober and rational since entering the game. The red-masked figure's mind seems to have cleared up a bit. What did you think of? Jotian actively asked Lou. So far, he didn't quite agree with Kirk's conjecture. Although it seemed logically sound, Lou had a business card. At the beginning of the game, he had watched Lou pull out the golden business card from his crotch. This was his own brother. Could this also be a conspiracy? That's a bit hard to explain. I'm thinking. Lou said, then let out a burp, as if he'd eaten too much. I'm thinking, where's the punishment? Everyone was stunned by this remark, not knowing what he was doing. What's the punishment? Didn't the game say that bad things would happen if we didn't enter the ward when the red light flashed? Why, nothing happened, ha ha ha. A hoarse laugh emanated from beneath Lou's red mask, and his expression finally settled into a twisted smile as he looked at Tom, who had been motionless to the side. What do you say? Why was there no punishment? Tom? Tom's already mechanical body seemed to stiffen even more, but he said nothing. Kirk continued. You are already the final target, what else is there to punish? Whether you're truly insane or just feigning madness, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Lou suddenly turned his mask towards him for the first time, smiling as he said. Haha, brother, you smell so good. I agree with your judgment and your statements. Your analysis of this game is flawless. It's not a problem to consider possibilities that no player before has thought of at a time like this. The blind spot beneath the lamp, also not a problem. The answer to this game has always been on the surface, no problem either. But you kept saying you wanted to break free from convention, yet you are still bound by the rules. Who made you think he? With that, Lou slowly raised his hand and pointed at the tin robot Tom, who had been standing silently. Who told you he's the host of this game? As Lou's crazed voice faded, a heavy hammer seemed to drop in Zhou Tian's mind. Zhou Tian wasn't the brightest kind of person, lacking quick wit, but he wasn't stubborn and often understood things with just a hint. His steps suddenly moved backward a few paces. Kirk also frowned, then suddenly smiled and said, "You must be out of your mind. He's the host of this game that was agreed upon at the very beginning of the game." "Oh, really?" Lou smiled. "Think back again, who said that?" Kirk had a confident smile on his face. When it came to critical details, he had a photographic memory. Every detail of the game, every. As he recalled, Kirk's smile suddenly froze on his face. He remembered. At the very beginning of the game, a tin robot entered the room and said to everyone, "I am your host for this round. You may call me the Great Tom." He said it him self. Swallowing hard, Kirk's eyes darkened. He suddenly felt that things were developing beyond his judgment. Looking at the person opposite him who had been crazy for 2 whole days, he said, "Stop talking nonsense. If the host doesn't say such things himself, who else would? Besides, aren't the rules, background, and how to play the game all given by him?" The smile on Lou's face gradually widened as he retorted, "Is that so?" Kirk. Damn it, his amazing memory was making his mind very confused at this moment. As soon as he had finished speaking, he had already recalled it again. The rules of the game were not spoken by Tom, they were from an unidentified mechanical voice. The text appeared on the wall of the initial room. Kirk swallowed. Before his eyes was the masked man, bathed in a crimson glow, with an eerie smile on his face. Standing beside him, silent and glooming in the darkness, was the tin robot Tom. Cold sweat trickled down Kirk's back. Chapter 51. Why don't you answer me? The truly sickest person. A bead of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his chiseled western face, causing a slight itch. But Kirk had no time to wipe away the sweat, nor did he feel any itch. He just felt numb all over. How could this be? Images flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, from the moment he entered the game until now, scene after scene. Every word spoken by the Tom in front of him. "Please call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Asylum. You can communicate with each other, get familiar with each other's abilities. Your relationship is both cooperative and competitive. I'm right here. If you have any questions, come to me anytime. If you find a target, you can also come to me." It certainly sounded like a qualified game staff member, but wasn't all of that just fucking nonsense? Absolutely no information. The rules of the game were conveyed by a mechanical voice, the objective of the game was also conveyed by a mechanical voice, then displayed on the wall. The start of mealtime, the end of mealtime, all came directly from a mechanical voice in the air. Even warnings were mechanical voices. Kirk was astonished to realize that it seemed this game would be perfectly fine even without this tin robot Tom by his side. Ha! Kirk was numb to his core, as if he had swallowed an entire Sichuan pepper tree whole. Why hadn't he noticed it before? The words Lou had just spoken were like a sharp knife plunging into his psychological defenses, leaving him with a powerful sense of defeat. You keep saying you want to break free from the norm, yet you are still bound by the rules. Yes, why had he never thought about it, never felt that something was wrong? Having accepted the absolute authority of the game and believing it to be the game's host, he had never considered such a possibility again. He actually thought what Lou said made a lot of sense. He actually thought that what a madman said made sense. When did this madman notice these things and remember them? His mental interference had backfired. The other party was clearly truly mentally confused, he should have truly gone mad. How could this be? Had ha. Suddenly, a bizarre laugh echoed in the silent space. That was Lou laughing, the sound from beneath his mask growing louder and louder, finally erupting into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. No one knew what he was laughing about. He seemed to have gone mad again, or perhaps he was mocking. In any case, in this space, for a moment, Shutan also felt that calling the masked man the sickest was not an issue. I'm sorry, Mr. Kirk, I still respect you, I didn't mean to mock, ha 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 ha. I'm just starting to lose control. Shutan listened to his words, his gaze moving downwards, and his eyelids twitched. Lou's four right-hand fingers were already completely plunged into the ground, churning wildly as if crushing a block of tofu. As Lou's rationality increased, the aura around him surged once again. The boundary of the single door seemed to hold a fierce beast tethered. No. Let me think. Just as Kirk's mind was in a jumble, Tom, who had been silent all along, finally spoke for the first time. His tin head mechanically turned, looking at Kirk. Player Kirk, correct deduction. You have found the sickest person now, begin to deal with him. Kill him. The tin robot Tom announced the game's outcome in a very ordinary and calm tone, without any change in inflection. However, upon hearing what the other party said, Kirk shuddered. For some reason, he felt that the other person's current manner of speaking seemed a bit off. Shouldn't he have reacted to what the red-masked man said? But, if you insist that Tom is the host, there isn't really a big problem. Moreover, your abnormal and insane behavior seems even more inexplicable. Kirk didn't respond to Tom, but instead looked at Lou and spoke. My actions? Haven't my actions always been clear? Lou sat on the ground, shrugging his hands. Because I'm hungry, I need to eat. What kind of explanation is that? That is the problem itself, isn't it? It felt as if 1,000 alpacas stampeded through Kirk's mind, but now he no longer dared to view Lou as if he were a lunatic. Lou sat on the ground, shaking his head and saying, I've told you all along that those foods and medicines are all problematic. Especially the medicine, that's not an item to clear the game, that's something our great Tom prepared, right? That's not medicine to stabilize one's mind. It's medicine to make people lose control, to worsen their condition. Kirk's eyebrow twitched, and he subconsciously said, How do you know? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Wasn't it obvious? This guy became like this after eating it. How I know is none of your business, that's just how it is. It wasn't convenient for Lou to explain it here, after all, this was essentially a power of his own mask. The gluttony mask, the energy from eating would be stored, but if not released, there was a risk of bursting. If it were just over 100 cans for one meal, with Lou's current physique, he wouldn't be unable to bear it, but the first time he ate, he already felt something was off. The surging energy felt wrong. Moreover, under gluttony, if toxic things are eaten, one becomes immune to all poisons, but as the accumulated food energy increases, the degree of mental confusion deepens. If those medicines were truly tranquilizers, then they should be no different from sugar pills for Lou. With such fierce energy and mental confusion, the medicine is absolutely poisonous. And extremely toxic. So toxic that everyone here feels sick, so toxic that it drives everyone mad, even changing their consciousness to make them all mistakenly believe they need that medicine. Actually, from the moment I entered the hospital and saw the mission, I thought of a very simple way to clear it. If I just kill everyone, won't I clear it no matter what? But later I found out that wasn't right. My patient said someone had tortured him before. Who tormented him? The former player? No, they couldn't beat Wang Ao, and something like that wouldn't drive him mad. And, look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come yet. Who will punish me? Who was torturing them? Lou stood up, took a step forward, and looked down at the tin robot Tom, his masked mouth wide open as if to swallow the other party whole. Why aren't you answering me, the one who is truly the sickest? Tom. You smell so good. You smell of human flesh, I smelled it a long time ago. Chapter 52, let's do it. Who told you I'm an intellect-type player? Hearing Lou's questioning, Shuten unconsciously took a step back, shielding Kirk in front of him. Whatever this foreigner was saying, his own comrade made more sense. Kirk's body, however, seemed to have turned to stone, standing motionless with a gloomy look in his eyes. He was unwilling to accept that he had lost to this guy, who had been mentally unstable from the start, in terms of intellectual puzzle solving. And now that he thought back, it actually seemed to make sense. In fact, besides the medicine being problematic, he felt that the direction of all this was not very complicated. And now, he didn't need to think about it anymore. Huh? Are you talking about me? Tom finally spoke, seemingly surprised by Lou's statement. But now, all three people present had already noticed that his voice had changed. Gone was the previous mechanical sound now, his voice was sharp and hoarse, exactly the state of someone whose vocal cords had been destroyed. Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't mentioned it, I really would have forgotten, he. How did you guess? Kirk? Didn't you just admit it, big brother? Shouldn't there be a bit of a struggle at this point? Is it that difficult? Lou spread his hands, as if mocking the other party. This game has given people an inexplicably simple feeling from the very beginning. Finding the person who was most ill. This statement implies something that can definitely be done, given enough time. No matter if the final answer is someone here, or me, or you, or anything else, even a cockroach on the ground, given enough time, in such a small area, a brute force search algorithm would still find it. Heroes are as numerous as carp crossing the river. I believe there must have been players who pointed you out before. Tom also turned around at this moment, his eyes flashing on his tin head, and he spoke. Before you, there have been a total of 4 groups of people here. Among them, only one person made such an accusation, believing that I was the ultimate target. Lou said with a smile, the rest of them couldn't hold on before they could even think of it, right? Tom implicitly agreed, offering no response, but continued, guess what happened to the person who successfully identified me? You're a bit late. If you had come earlier, you might have been able to taste him. These words made everyone present, as well as the spectators, feel a wave of nausea. But this was child's play for Lou, of course. A hint of anticipation even appeared on his mask, and he spoke. Is that so? Then that's truly a bit of a shame. If I also turn into a meat paste later, remember to give that guy named Wang Ao a bit extra to eat. He probably hates me a lot, he. This sentence froze Tom, leaving him speechless for a moment. He probably had indeed never seen such a person, even suspecting that the other party's condition might also be unusual. It seems you are ready to accept your fate, jia. He. Lou, however, also smiled, slowly taking a step forward. But it was this very step that caused that sound of heavy objects being crushed in the space. From the corner of Shuten's eye, he could see that Lou's step actually left a footprint on the ground. There was an imprint on the ground, a full knuckle deep, as if it had been run over by a steamroller. I said, this game mission sounds too simple in the first half. So the difficulty should be in the second half, right? Dealing with you is probably not very simple, Tom. But I know you must have many restrictions. For example, you can't just act freely if the player doesn't violate rules, or how you couldn't react when I gave you a knife to the head, or various other possibilities I haven't thought of yet. Listening to Lou say those words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something he was thinking had been hit upon. But you don't have to worry about these things. I don't plan to waste that time. Who told you I'm an intellectual player? Reasoning, strategy, these are all expedients when one's strength is insufficient, but now, I think we can start. Shall we make a move? Great, Tom. Before the words were even finished, almost at the same moment he said make a move, his fist had already shot out. Extremely dishonorable. Boom! Boom! 2 roars sounded simultaneously, and both bodies flew backward at the same time. A large fist print appeared right in the middle of Tom's specially approved head. Due to Lou's sneak attack, he had no time to dodge and was sent flying with a single punch. Since he was facing an enemy, Lou was finally able to use his full strength for the first time, along with the energy he had consumed. What a rush! Of course, at the same time, he also suffered severe injuries in one encounter. The thick iron door of the initial room suddenly fell down for some unknown reason and slammed directly towards Lu. He didn't know why this thing seemed to not need distance to accelerate. In any case, the terrifying impact force directly caused the iron door to explode on Lu's body, turning into countless pieces of iron flying everywhere. Lu was launched out like a cannonball. The violent roar directly knocked down half of the wall. Lu lay in the rubble, but he was exceptionally happy. Countless shards of iron were embedded in his body, and his bones didn't seem to have fully recovered, but the pain value instantly increased by 10 points. Ha 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 ha. You're much more useful than Wang Ao. In the room at the end of the prison, Wang Ao? As he spoke, feeling the surging strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit within him like a tide, Lu was so exhilarated he almost wanted to scream. No pain, pure exhilaration. He raised a hand and pressed it against the iron door next to him. It was Long Wu's room. His room was closer to the front. His 5 fingers clenched, actually digging directly into the iron door, then he twisted it forcefully clockwise. The 10-centimeter thick iron door let out a violent, teeth-grinding screech as it was twisted, metal shavings flew off, and the entire iron door surprisingly gave off a soft, pliant sensation. The iron door wrinkled like cloth, twisted into a large vortex centered on Lu's hand, looking exceptionally beautiful. With that, the door was also unhinged, and then, like throwing a dart, he hurled it towards where Tom was flying backward. The large iron door whistled past, carrying a surge of air that made Kirk's body unsteady, immediately making his face turn pale with fright. Is this guy really that terrifying? He. The expression on Lu's mask was exceptionally content. This wasn't his own strength, agility, speed, luck, or spirit, but he could temporarily use it freely. This feeling was the best, making all the time he had held back, almost to the point of self-destruction, worthwhile. It's like spending someone else's money. It feels the best. Not his woman. Chapter 53, Epic Weapon, Hell Roar. Lu didn't delay for too long. He knew that even in a hell game, the ultimate solution certainly shouldn't be to just go head-to-head with the opponent. Just like his first novice game, the way to clear it shouldn't have been to directly kill the guide. But who made him have the chosen of pain system? Who made him want to stand at the top, wanting to experience the feeling of suffering? So, apologies, Tom, but it's going to be a satisfying fight. He knew his previous punch was unlikely to take down his opponent. Their strength was considerable, so he began to boost his own power on the fly. First, using 20 pain value, he increased the mysterious and unknown strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit from 1 to 3. Only then did he meet the learning standard and use the special skill scroll he had just acquired. Special skill scroll, draw. Obtained powerful level skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand, your right hand possesses self-learning ability and can skillfully use any item, as long as the right hand can operate it. Description: if you don't know how to do it, leave it to your brother. In an instant, an ethereal sensation entered Lu's right hand. There was no other special feeling, just a misconception that this hand seemed to have become more strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit-filled. This was his first time learning a supernatural level skill, and only now did he realize that skills also had levels. According to the game description, they were divided into 4 types: normal, powerful, berserk, and forbidden curse, which was relatively simple. This kind of ordinary skill lottery scroll could only draw ordinary and powerful skills. His strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were still pretty good. With no time to think too much, Lu didn't savor it and quickly continued to draw. He hadn't used his equipment, thinking he'd save it to boost combat power when necessary, or perhaps trade it with others if not. But now was clearly a necessary moment. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll 2, these were rewards from the previous perfect clearance, all redeemed. Obtained Epic Weapon, Misty Cloak. Misty Cloak can transform into any outfit appearance according to personal requirements and ideas, possesses certain defensive capabilities, can perfectly defend against pistol bullets fired from 10 meters away, and has a self-repair function. Description: I know you might find this item to be a bit useless. This is an epic weapon, you might think so, but trust me, this thing is really cool. And it saves money. Lu, this is an epic weapon? Even if your description already said my words, I still have to say it. Obtained epic weapon, Hell Roar. Hell Roar, a pistol-shaped weapon, or perhaps it can be considered a hand cannon. Attacks are divided into 3 tiers. Beginner tier, consumes no energy, bullets fired have the power of rifle rounds. Advanced tier, consumes 0.5% energy, attack power equivalent to a small howitzer. Hell's Roar tier, a true Hell's Roar, self-adjusting according to energy consumed. The higher the energy consumed, the more terrifying this single attack will be. The higher the recoil. Description, charging method, harvesting lives. Don't ask me if this isn't scientific. That's just how it's set up. Oh? Lou stood up with some surprise, as if he had discovered something interesting. Just looking at the length of the description, this item was much more substantial than that hazy cloak. At least it looked like it had something going for it. Hell's Roar, that certainly sounds like something. After weighing it briefly, Lou stood up and looked at Tom, who had also managed to get up from the rubble on the opposite side. The other party's condition was clearly not like his own. Apart from a dent in his head, he didn't seem to have any major issues. But he was different. His injuries would land him in the emergency critical care unit in a normal hospital. But it didn't matter, pain value was increasing, so he would just pop pills. Taking out a bottle of primary recovery potion, Lou chugged it down, fully demonstrating the potential of gluttony, drinking incredibly fast. You're fine? Tom, whose brain matter was pretty evenly shaken by now, looked at Lou opposite him, shocked by the other's physical strength. The last player who guessed his identity died instantly from just that first attack. This kid was so tough? Bang! His answer was a gunshot. Picking up Hell's Roar, he fired a shot at Tom opposite him. With the gun in his right hand, the scholar's right hand skill became exceptionally useful at this moment. Lou, who had never touched a gun before, now became a firearms master, hitting a bullseye without needing any practice. Tom Cat's mechanical arm lifted, electromagnetic arcs flashing on it, attracting a metal plate that blocked his front in advance. Clang! The metal plate was pierced, leaving an indent on Tom's forehead. Blocked, but not completely. Tom, ####. Fuming with anger, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kirk and Shatendaji, who were watching from the side. Player Kirk, your deduction is correct. He's the sickest one. Aren't you going to help? Kirk? Bro, didn't you just admit it? So this isn't a puzzle-solving instance? This is a furious combat instance? In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, no time to dwell on the fact that he had lost to a madman in his most specialized area. He made a decision immediately. Mental interference. It acted directly on Tom. He still had that much backbone, not daring not to fight the other party. Confusion, the feeling of madness instantly backfired, but there was a shocking fact. It wasn't even as high as the backlash Lou received. Humph. Tom grunted, then casually waved his hand, and the metal in the entire room, as if it were his own body, shot out a few iron skewers. Let's go! Joshin's strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit boots of agility shot out a blast of air, instantly rushing out and knocking Kirk down, but a steel rod still plunged straight into the opponent's thigh. Ah! Holy SHT! Sour radish, don't eat! Clutching his thigh, Kirk was instantly incapacitated. Before Tom could smugly utter a few taunts, there was a loud bang, and the iron plate defense in front of him was blown open, sending him flying from the terrifying shockwave. Hell's Roar, Advanced Gear. Energy remaining, 49.5%. How stingy, the starting energy isn't even fully charged. Tom Cat was also enraged. Countless holes appeared on the wall, and from the arrangement that made Trypophobe's teeth ache, a large number of steel rods flew out, charging towards Lou. Lou's steps were steady, and he didn't dodge. With his shrouded cloak draped over him, he strode forward into the rain of steel rods. Hell's Roar in his right hand, second gear fire. His left hand pulled out a bottle of intermediate healing potion. If it wasn't enough, he'd chug it. Come on, let's hurt each other. Chapter 54, Who is the Robot? The Potion-Chugging War God. Boom! 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 Hell roar at this point couldn't be called a pistol, it was completely a hand cannon. Only with Lu's current strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit could he wield it in his palm as easily as an extension of his arm. Under normal circumstances, a cannon launcher would have its own cooldown and reload interval between each shot, but Lu didn't need it. Ignoring the recoil, the roaring muzzle remained absolutely still, so steady it was like playing with cheats. Misanthropic Novel Transfer Station 117-994-3164. Honestly, Lu really did go all out. But since the game doesn't ban accounts, it doesn't matter. Roaring sounds continued, and all the metal machinery in the initial room, along with large chunks of concrete, had flown up and accumulated in front of Tom. But the accumulated volume was useless, that seemingly massive size couldn't withstand many cannon shots. It was completely overwhelmed by Lu's barrage, and the entire room was filled with smoke and dust. Metal fragments and broken wires were everywhere, the whole room was almost impossible to see through, and it was even difficult to stand. The violent impact made Tom, with his sheet metal shell and built-in power shock, retreat step by step, finding it difficult to even stand steady. Shutan had already flown away with Kirk, leaving the injured man in a corner, and began to wander around the room in his boots, looking for any chance to help. Tom's entire sheet metal body was covered in scars. The high-intensity bombardment even caused the edges to curl up, and after another roar, it even tore off the metal armor defense at his shoulder. A painful growl came from Tom's mouth. Out of necessity, he chose to evade for the first time, his tracked feet carrying him rapidly to the top of a slope. Underneath the torn-off metal armor was a human shoulder, devoid of skin and already charred. The charred extent showed that it wasn't caused by Lu's bombardment, but rather, he had originally welded himself to the outer layer of steel armor. It's truly hard to describe what's underneath this metal shell now. I knew it, barbecue flavor. Lu's voice came from afar. He didn't give this guy any time to breathe. The cannon in his hand continued to roar as if it cost nothing, just a 0.5% energy loss. He could fire 100 shots. Your body is modified too? Tom looked up, dodging and defending in the room, while watching Lu still striding forward, asking incredulously. In his eyes, Lu was no longer human. Before, it wasn't just Lu attacking unilaterally, he was also fighting back. With so many iron spikes, no matter how agile he was, it would be impossible to dodge them all. In Tom's original plan, he would endure a wave of the opponent's cannon fire, and by the time he opened up again, the guy on the other side should basically be close to death. But his own iron spikes were almost depleted, while the opponent's cannon never stopped. Is this guy's defense so high? But upon seeing this, he realized that Lu hadn't dodged at all. At this moment, he had 4 or 5 iron rods piercing his body, making him look like a scarecrow, completely disregarding his own condition as he steadily pushed forward. Blood dripped from the broken iron rods, and the exposed bone on his shoulder gleamed with a stark white chill, making Shudian wince. Is this even human? What kind of fighting spirit is this? His stomach, shoulders, and thighs were all completely impaled by the iron rods. Such penetrating wounds would absolutely incapacitate a normal person. But for Lu, it was that, pain value +7, +6. The cloak of delusion covered his vital chest area, and as for his head, the gluttony mask was the best defense. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, it was simply no match. Shudian couldn't possibly comprehend this level of pain. Even if the other party didn't care about pain due to mental issues, it was impossible to fight in this state. Boom! His thoughts were answered by another hand cannon shot, sending Tom flying backward, unable to dodge, crashing into the wall. Hey, comrade, your neck seems to be gushing blood. Joshin spoke to Lu, his scalp tingling, saying cautiously. He couldn't help but be afraid the battle scene before him had exceeded his personal understanding. The staff who used to provide him with intelligence analysis were useless now, all silent, encountering a knowledge blind spot. This person's individual combat power was already comparable to a hot weapon squad. Since joining the game, everyone hadn't been able to comprehend such things, nor were they psychologically prepared for it. Is this, truly still considered human? Lu touched his neck, it was covered in crimson blood. It's fine, the artery isn't hit. He replied nonchalantly, tilted his head back, and chugged a bottle of intermediate healing potion. Instantly, all his wounds stopped bleeding and then miraculously began to heal. If it hit an artery, I'd probably need an advanced healing potion. Saying with a laugh, Lou directly reached out and pulled a steel rod from his abdomen, then threw it back at Tom. Tom instantly moved away, not daring to take that hit head-on. The iron rebar struck the wall with a bang, making a large hole. The power of this blow was surprisingly not much less than the hand cannon from before. Iron rebar after iron rebar was pulled from his body, then became new projectiles fired at Tom, making the tin robot dodge frantically and awkwardly. Why are you dodging? Didn't we agree to a head-on sniper battle? Lou was extremely dissatisfied with the other party's performance. Tom cursed, who the hell agreed with you? Can I be like you? No, logically, my defense should be much higher than yours, right? Which one of us is the robot? This was the second question that popped into Tom's mind, following which one of us is mentally ill? Look me in the eye, you mongrel. Lou fired another shot directly at him. This shot was blocked by a steel plate that Tom had attracted with electromagnetism, but just as it left him disoriented, an iron skewer closely followed the bombardment, also thrown his way. Zzzzz. After the ear-splitting sound of metal friction, the iron rebar plunged squarely into Tom's chest. Tom's expression instantly changed drastically. Then he raised a hand, and the floor beneath Lou suddenly lifted off, sending Lou flying and embedding him in the ceiling, which then directly detached and slammed him onto the ground. You are looking for death. A ferocious divine light burst from Tom's eyes, as if a sensitive spot had been touched. The entire room of the ward began to distort. The entire room's masonry surface peeled off completely, and the inner metal and rebar support structure began to frantically converge and pile up on Tom's body, growing larger and larger. What are you talking about? Haven't we been trying to kill each other from the beginning? Chapter 55, Prison Riot, Roar of Life Harvest. Pah! Lou spat out sand, gravel, and blood from his mouth. As his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit were consumed, he finally made the motion of spitting. He pushed aside the stones on his body, blood staining his fingertips, and propped himself up from the ground. He felt his body no broken bones, so everything was okay. It was as if nothing had happened. Chosen of pain system pain value +3. Ah, what's that supposed to mean? Boss's second phase, is it? That's all it took to defeat him? It doesn't seem like much health was lost. This game is a bit shoddily made. Both the story and the modeling are a bit mediocre. Lou uttered incomprehensible madness, transforming into a drug-fueled warrior and chugging another bottle of a basic potion. Well, it's better to drink some. His current body doesn't seem to be able to handle too much of his abuse. It seems his title of drug-fueled war god will have to endure for a while longer. In this game, his most important resource will probably be medicine, as he consumes a lot. Next time he plays, he might need to buy more. He casually fired a few more shots at Tom, shattering many of the metal fragments he had gathered. But Tom's massive body no longer dodged and instead began to tank the hits. Due to the excessively high number of accumulated stacks, he could no longer be blasted away. On his chest, where the iron rod was inserted, a circular electric arc formed. The arc flickered with an unusual light, creating a strong magnetic field that attracted everything around it. The iron skewer Lou had plunged into the opponent's chest was rapidly oxidizing for some unknown reason and was now completely rusted. Meanwhile, the energy gathered around his body was growing stronger, distorting the refraction of light in the air. The entire exoskeleton Deva armor hissed. Water vapor in the air condensed and then evaporated, making the already massive creature wreathed in mist. Flesh is weak. Machine ascension. In the middle of the large robot, which was already over 3 meters tall, Tom's head seemed a bit disoriented, muttering something. Lou now wondered if that skewer had put his opponent in a near-death state, causing him to be in an uncontrollable condition, as if a switch within his body had been flipped. TSK, this is getting a bit harder to fight. Looks like I didn't eat enough. You, machine ascension? You're just brute force and ignorance, Tony Stark, you're still far from it. Sitting on the ground covered in blood, he took a brief rest, waiting for his internal organs to reset. He turned his head and found that the adjacent door was already open. He had opened it was the one he had twisted off earlier to attack Tom. Inside the door sat Long Wu, who was looking bewildered on the ground, not understanding what was happening outside. Why hadn't he been given food or medicine recently? A madman had arrived at the prison, and today there was such a commotion. Wait, why is that madman looking at me? Lu looked at the familiar face inside through the door, a friendly smile showing on his mask. Oh. Hey! Eaten yet? Long Wu didn't speak, he just closed his eyes, his face full of weariness, as if he didn't want to face the reality before him. Lu raised Hellscream, aimed it at the opponent, and adjusted it to first gear. Bang! Bang! Snap! The iron chains broke with a clang. After several gunshots, all the chains on Long Wu's body snapped, and Long Wu finally regained his freedom in this prison. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. You are free, old senior, consider it a return gift for treating me to a meal. I took your medicine. How do you feel? Don't you feel much clearer now? Lu grinned, then stood up. His strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit had mostly recovered. He first fired 2 shots, raising plumes of smoke and dust, then retrieved the sharp blade from his backpack. He had always used this knife, but now, holding it in his hand, there was an unfamiliar sense of familiarity, as if he were a master swordsman. Scholar's hand is amazing, huh? Feeling the familiar sensation in his hand, and even doing a few blade flourishes, Lu thought to himself. Chosen of Pain system, add points for me. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 2430. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 1015. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 1015. With all 3 attributes increasing simultaneously, Lu worried that if his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit became too terrifying, his coordination would suffer greatly. Plus, the sharp blade, with a triple strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit damage bonus to its cutting attribute. He weighed the knife in his right hand, then flung it forcefully. The knife arced through the air, piercing through layers of iron sheet as if they were paper. The sharp cold gleam instantly reached the iron-skinned robot's head. The light of reason had left Tom's eyes at this moment, but he still instinctively tilted his head, dodging the fatal blow. Swish! The knife plunged into the side of the iron head, and a dark red, yellowish substance slowly oozed out, looking exceptionally disgusting. Lu raised his hand, intending to strike while the iron was hot and finish him off, firing 2 shots at the injured spot. But as he pulled the trigger, the entire prison floor rolled like waves, throwing Lu directly into the air. The next moment, a series of sounds like firecrackers erupted. Behind him, in the entire circular corridor, except for the doors in front where players were held, all the remaining iron doors exploded open. The iron doors rushed towards Tom with a whistling sound, becoming part of his massive body, like an unsightly assembled toy. By this time, his enormous body had already reached the ceiling, achieving a terrifying height of 5 meters. His entire physique resembled a heavy, ruined war god. Look at this scene, a random Souls-like game character would make a perfect mid-stage mini-boss. Lu grumbled, then began to switch Hellscream to 3rd gear. At this moment, the entire prison echoed with howls of wolves, one after another. What's that noise? Lu instinctively turned his head and was surprised to find that nearly 90 patients from the wards had all rushed out, roaring madly in the distorted and unrecognizable corridor. Then, they all simultaneously turned their heads, 80+ pairs of eyes, completely washed clean by the desire for slaughter, locked onto Lu. Whoa! With an inexplicable roar, the nearest patient covered a distance of 20 meters in a few steps, pouncing on Lu like a wild beast. His hands, like claws, dug into the flesh of Lu's arm, then he opened his mouth wide and bit down towards Lu's neck. Crunch! A few teeth broke off as a fiery red gun barrel had already been shoved into his mouth. Bang! Yellow and white matter instantly sprayed from the back of the opponent's head, covering the wall. The extinguished, crazed eyes finally met Lu's ruthless gaze. Life Harvest. Energy plus 1%. Chapter 56, Warning? Ignoring the warning and installing. I don't know if you're being controlled, or if you're mentally deranged and don't know what you're doing. Lou looked at the horizontal corpse on the ground, then at the group of completely irrational people standing opposite him, and threatened them. Awah! Awah! Responding to him were inhuman roars. These prisoners were now completely like malevolent spirits. Of course, they were also hungry ghosts. These guys, who had once been terribly tormented by Lou, now had no idea what fear was, looking at Lou like zombies. Lou adjusted Hell's Roar to its lowest setting. He didn't want to waste any energy if he needed to clear out these small fry. Since I'm not sure if there are any innocents among you, I'll give you a chance. As he spoke, Lou even pretended to cock the Hell's Roar in his hand. I'll count to 3. If you can return to your rooms, I'll consider you still human. As he spoke, Lou kicked the dead person on the ground, sending the body into the crowd. He took a quick look and realized that no one seemed to understand at all. The people approaching him in front were still moving closer. The expression on his mask shifted. 3. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, 2 figures fell to the ground in response, and Hellroar's charge increased by 1.5%. It seems the energy gained from each kill is different. The value of life was clearly priced at this moment, with specific distinctions. Is there something wrong with these people? How did you brainwash them? At this moment, behind Lou, the 5-meter-tall colossal being, Tom, had basically taken shape. Lou turned to look at this big thing and asked. Yeah, I just put a little something in their brains. You actually have a humanitarian spirit. As Tom spoke, his voice had completely lost its original calm mechanical tone, turning into an out-and-out madman. Ha. Lou gave a mocking laugh, thinking, so that's it, no wonder they say you're the sickest one here. The people here are completely controlled and toyed with by you. What's sick or not sick about it? Useless thing, you're a lunatic? It seems you're just a guy immersed in his own world, self-comforting. Tom? The massive steel body stiffened for a moment, as if it hadn't quite processed the words. What does "you're a lunatic" mean? Is being a lunatic some proud title of honor? You control all these guys, so what are you even playing? Everything you do here is just self-entertainment. Playing God in front of a bunch of controlled idiots, right? You're nothing but a plaything in this game too. With the mask on, Lou's mouth seemed to become even more venomous, spewing out insults wildly. Especially the last sentence, it completely broke Tom's defenses. You're nothing but a plaything in this game. You're nothing but a plaything in this game. You say that as if you're not a plaything in this game either. Play? Of course there's something to play with. I didn't implant anything in these players who came in later. Watching them resist, watching them fall, I find it very interesting. And you? You will be the most fun of all my toys. Call me the Great Tom. It was evident that Tom had truly broken down. After a roar, all the released patients began to rush towards Lou together. Meanwhile, the powerful magnets on his body started to work, solidifying everything onto himself and flattening the iron blocks. Even ants can kill an elephant, and Lou dared not be too careless and get overturned. He leaped up and down the twisted corridor, while the red firearm in his hand occasionally roared, harvesting lives one by one. He himself was attacked, and his pain value increased. He killed people, Hell's Roar charged. Lou wins twice alone, a win-win. No implants in the players' minds, ha! Lou's foot was on a protrusion on the wall, and he adjusted the Hell's Roar in his hand to the 3rd gear, 5% energy. Shot Ian. Please find a way to release the remaining players. Jiutian? Ha? Me? Shu-Ten had absolutely no expectation of fighting in his current state. To be able to move like a dragon through the chaotic battlefield was already quite impressive. I trust you, comrade. Be useful. A terrifying ball of energy appeared on the wall of Lou's Hell's Roar. After it finished charging, it directly blasted the opponent. Okay. Shu-Ten looked at the battle before him, realizing he couldn't intervene. He gritted his teeth and agreed, then pulled out a strangely shaped object from somewhere and rushed into the adjacent room. He had also done his homework on the organization of previous game content, and as there were often escape-like scenarios, he had redeemed relevant tools in advance. Boom! Lu's shell seemed to drift onto the opponent's body, then erupted with an even more violent bombardment than before. Red light clung to the Cybertron like metal body opposite, emitting continuous explosions. The 5-meter-tall large robot raised its arms to block in front of it, supposedly defending itself, but its iron tower-like body was directly burned red by the high temperature, and even the metal at the edges began to melt. Tom was also blasted back repeatedly by this hit, then his enormous body bent, and he knelt directly on one knee. He looked up with some trepidation at the gun in Lu's hand. The guy in front of him was tough, but the weapon in his hand seemed to be what could really harm him. Then, he raised his hand and clenched his fist forcefully. All the remaining patients painfully clutched their heads, then blood sprayed from their 7 orifices, emitting pained wails. Immediately after, they rushed towards Lu even more frantically, all vying for the hell scream in Lu's hand. A purely offensive epic tier weapon indeed possessed astonishing power. Lu was harvesting the lives of the puppets pouncing at him while also having to dodge the wildly flying metal pieces and rebar. Those metal fragments, imbued with strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, were not much different from bullets. Then, he began to frantically adjust the energy level on the Hell's Roar. With the 3rd-tier custom energy, he planned to give Tom a big one. Warning, due to limited physical tolerance, it is not recommended to choose excessively high single-shot energy output. WOC? You can talk? Lu looked at the hell scream in his hand, saying with some surprise. Warning, due to limited physical endurance, the single-use limit is best kept within 20%. Less talk. Not accepted. Fill her up. The arrow is on the string, and you pull this stunt on me? Is this the time to consider endurance? Everyone knows what to do in situations like this. Installed despite warning. Chapter 57, The Son from Hell, Hand Amputation Achievement Unlocked. Hell's Scream was currently stuck at 20% in 3rd gear, and with Lu's persistent choice of operation, it began to continue increasing. Pulled to 50%. But in its charging state, various crazed patients had already crawled all over him. These completely controlled people were hugging Lu's waist from behind, trying to restrain him with their full body weight. With all humanity lost in bestiality at its peak, they began to attack with every possible weapon on their bodies. Fangs and sharp claws began to leave various marks on Lu. Lu had previously accurately harvested 1/3 of the total population by single-shotting in pistol mode. This level of killing, imbued with strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, was already significant for someone not very skilled at such things. According to international statistics, a combat unit that sustains casualties exceeding 1/3 will generally lose its combat effectiveness, become passive, or even mutiny, potentially collapsing at any moment. But now, being killed by Lu like chickens, 1/3 of them did not shake their resolve in the slightest. They still kept lunging upward one by one. This almost meant that he had no choice but to kill. So, from the outcome, the most effective combat group is a combat group without self-awareness. At this moment, they seemed to think that Lu's hell scream was charging, and this was their chance, so they frantically lunged towards Lu's hand. At the same time, at least 3 or 4 people were holding onto Lu's arms and gnawing, tearing at him like a pack of wolves eating meat. Although the gun was temporarily unusable, Lu still had a face full of questions. His right hand continued to hold Hell Scream for the moment, while his left hand directly grabbed someone's head and squeezed hard. In an instant, the person's eyeballs bulged out, like a squeezed ball about to explode. He grabbed the person's head, swung them around like a sack, and then slammed them heavily against the wall, where it burst open like a watermelon forcefully smashed. Killing with the gun was because Hell Scream could absorb life, strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit to charge. It wasn't because he couldn't kill without it, okay? Tom had now completely finished assembling. The special metals distributed throughout the prison walls and floor had all been absorbed onto his body, making him look like a synthetic Megatron. Suddenly, his tin head turned, as if he'd seen something, and he looked towards Coke, who had been hiding in the corner. Player Kirk, what's wrong? He's the sickest person in this prison, why aren't you attacking him? You don't seem like a qualified player. Coke had initially thought of doing nothing, hoping to avoid detection and perhaps muddle through to victory, just in case that red masked man really did win. Now seeing Tom look his way, his mind was racing, wondering what to do. He wasn't a combat-oriented person himself. His main ability was analysis and decryption, though he had already lost in that regard just now. I know, but I currently... Coke's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to stall for time. The next second, countless iron skewers came smashing down on him. Gunpowder was a very inefficient means of propulsion. With electromagnetic force, the power of these things was no less than that of firearms. Lou dared to take the hit because Lou was hard-headed. If Kirk took one hit, there would be no future for him. So, the moment he saw the attack, Coke squeezed the exit coin in his hand and instantly left the game. Although it was a great pity that so many of his points and previously perfect clear rewards vanished in an instant, in the face of life, he was not as absolute as Lou. Watching the opponent disappear out of thin air, Tom was surprised but had gotten used to it. After clearing out the flies, he took large strides and charged towards Lou. His 5-meter-tall body scraped a trail of sparks across the prison ceiling with his head. A fist as big as half of Lou's body was raised high, intense steam power gushed from his wrist, carrying a strong electromagnetic thrust, and he punched Lou in the body. Along with it, he also directly smashed a patient who was pounced on Lou into a pulp. This blow was no less impactful than a dump truck collision for protagonists in other novels. This one hit would essentially be enough to trigger a transmigration. But Lou merely flew out, smashed through a ward wall, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, feeling his pain value increase by another 6 points. The completely controlled patients didn't care that their boss had just hammered one of their own to death, and once again latched onto Lou, giving him no time to breathe. Although the blow landed, Tom suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of fear, a strong sense that something dangerously abnormal was targeting him, as if it could take his life at any moment. He had learned about Lou's physical endurance before, and he didn't think this punch could really do anything to the other party. So, at this moment, he dared not harbor any of that former cat-and-mouse mentality, rushing forward instead. As long as he dealt with this guy first, everything else would be manageable. Taking just one step, a loud metallic clang rang out with a snap, and that head, surprisingly petite compared to the massive body, immediately jerked backward. A chain whipped Tom hard. Tom had completely unexpected that there would be a second person in this prison who could resist him. Looking up, the figure leaping high, with 4 chains still tied to its limbs, was none other than Long Wu, who had already broken free. At this moment, his eyes no longer held confusion or chaos, but only hatred and a determination that had been lost for who knows how many years. With a flick of the chain in his hand, he actually managed to deliver a chokehold to this robot, a fighting style that was quite amusing to watch. Below, as soon as the former players broke free, as long as they had a shred of sanity, they began to charge at the massive war machine in front of them. They were not ordinary people. Although their combat power might not be as high as Lou's, it was certainly higher than Zhou Tian's without much trouble. Tom's enormous body was forcibly knocked down, brought to one knee. Although he could shake them off immediately afterward, this level of quality attack still caused him some trouble. It was then that he remembered these people hadn't taken their medication in 2 days. Their current mental state wasn't the completely brainwashed state it had been before. Lou ate all the medicine. Was this also part of his plan? Just as Tom was furious that these playthings were starting to resist him, a loud roar came from the distant pile of patients. "Get out of the way!" This was, of course, said to the players. Afterward, Tom saw a blast of red light that covered everything in front of him. Hell's roar, 50% energy single output. It was as if a sun from hell had descended upon Earth, bringing with it a welcoming ceremony from the inferno, crashing down upon Tom, who had no way to dodge in that confined space. Following this attack, terrifying high temperatures instantly vaporized the few people clinging to Lou, and the powerful recoil directly destroyed Lou's right arm. The shoulder bone protruded directly from his back, and his right arm, which held the Hell's Roar, was completely severed from the elbow, along with the utterly unsupported flesh, flying backward through the air. In the third game, after having his legs broken in the previous 2 games, Lou now had his hand broken. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58, Tearing Steel with Bare Hands. Rotting flesh beneath steel. In Lu's eyes, everything in front of him had turned into slow motion. He looked up slightly, and his severed right hand was still flying in the air. There was a comfortable warmth on his chest, a pleasant feeling. He looked down to see the day's cloak protecting his vital chest area, already scorched fiery red by the small sun in front of him. Beneath his trench coat, blood, like boiling water, surged with bubbles, eventually turning into crimson fuel adhering to Lu's body. Chosen of pain system pain value +3. All of this, for Lu, combined into a warm feeling. Quite comfortable, actually. But he knew that, theoretically, he was already seriously injured and couldn't possibly truly immerse himself in this comfortable feeling. With quick reflexes, he pulled out a basic potion and held it in his mouth. Then he sprang up on his tiptoes, making an aerial interception, and caught his flying right hand with his left, holding it in his grip. The hand itself wasn't such a big deal, but if Hell's Roar, an epic tier weapon, were lost, his current combat power would indeed be a bit lacking. This Megatron was truly not something that players at the current stage could deal with. Only Lu. With pain immunity coupled with his current mid-tier human body strength, plus potion consumption and a decent weapon, he could, in this Hell mode game, disregard the original clear path and confront it head-on. He was currently in battle and didn't know the extent of the shock the outside spectators were experiencing. Looking at all kinds of perfect clear players, Lu's level of visual impact was still unique. Under Lu's super high-speed dynamic vision, although everything seemed to happen very slowly, it was actually incredibly fast. From the impact, severed hand, and recoil high-temperature injury, this series of events all occurred simultaneously, totaling no more than 1 second. And now, that sun from hell had descended upon Tom, emitting a terrifying roar. The entire hospital was instantly enveloped in a blinding white light, an intensity unbearable to the human eye. Anyone still possessing a shred of sanity turned their heads away, avoiding such powerful illumination. The entire prison surged with unbearable heat waves. The epicenter of the explosion was already capable of melting metal, and those who were even slightly close shrieked as they scrambled backward. 50% single hit output already surpassed the standard of epic tier weapons, pushing it even further. Perhaps Hell's Roar had never imagined it could possess such terrifying single hit throughput. Hey! Are you alright? Amidst the scorching heat wave, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Shudian, holding a handheld demolition tool, forcefully pried open the iron door and charged in the direction Lu had been. Shudian had successfully completed his task, releasing the players. Hearing the terrifying commotion outside, he quickly rushed out. He needed to confirm that the red-masked man couldn't die. In his opinion, everything was people-oriented, and the game had just begun. To think such a talent had appeared the most important thing was for him to survive. The caliber and mental fortitude displayed by the other party made him feel that even if the game couldn't be completed, it would still be good if this person lived. It would just be starting over. After a few steps, breaking through the smoke and intense light, Lu's figure finally appeared in his sight. His steps halted, and Jotian stopped. Before him was a blood-soaked figure. A cloak covered his chest rising and falling powerfully, indicating the beating of his heart. The dried blood gave his figure a tragic air. His left hand held his right hand, and his right hand still clutched the gun tightly. A bottle of medicine was clamped in his mouth as he poured it down. Jotian found it hard to describe the shock the sight before him caused. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move for a long time. He gazed at the statue-like figure before him, wondering if he was watching a movie scene, until Lu spat out the medicine bottle, smashing it on the ground, and he snapped back to reality. "Are you alright? Didn't you just take medicine? What's wrong?" Lu looked at his own body. "Am I bleeding anywhere?" "Not really." Even the severed limb's location had been charred and cauterized by the high temperature. Jotian watched the other person holding his own right hand with his left, acting as if nothing was wrong, and his mental defenses crumbled even further. The scene before him was simply too graphic. He found it hard to imagine that the game had just begun, and there were already people like this in the world. Did he not feel pain? Lu didn't have much time for small talk with him. He unbuckled Hell Roar from his right hand and then handed his severed right hand to Shudian. Hold this for me. Get out of the way. It's not over yet. Staring at the severed hand presented to him, Shudian felt a tremor in his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. He subconsciously took it with both hands, lost in a daze. Holding Hellroar in his left hand, and having reaped a good deal of life energy earlier, there was still about 10% of its energy left after that one shot. Lu switched to second gear, firing with his left hand as he walked towards the large creature lying in the ruins before him. Although he no longer had the scholar's right hand to assist him, he didn't really need accuracy now. Just blast away, and that was it. The opponent certainly didn't feel good after taking a solar blast. The central metal structure was completely destroyed, the metal in the center melted, and was now gradually condensing. The metal suspension in the arm area had broken, and the connected iron plating made it completely unusable, like a human bone breaking while the flesh was still connected. Tom's original core was now mostly exposed, watching in shock as Lu, with one hand severed, continued to deliver fierce attacks. The roar of the second gear prevented the large robots on the ground from assembling. They scraped backward across the ground, carving a trench. Long Lu, and others were now using chains to jam the opponent's joints, preventing the damaged robot from exerting any more power. They had no communication with Lu, but seemed to possess a kind of battle synergy. Firing Hellroar with extremely poor marksmanship until it was empty, and seeing Tom now a pile of scrap on the ground, Lu holstered his gun. The electric arcs on Tom's chest flickered once more, attempting to reassemble using magnetic force, but in the next second, Lu directly leaped onto him. Ignoring the scorching metal beneath him, Lu stepped on Tom's iron plating, looking down at him. Crack! His left hand slammed down like a chisel, tearing a large hole in the opponent's chest. With a grating screech that set teeth on edge, Lu ripped off the iron plating from the opponent's body with his bare hands. Ah, ow, ow, ah. Tom let out a human-like scream of pain for the first time. Beneath the iron plating was rotten, burnt, charred, pus-oozing skin. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. Glancing at the iron plating in his hand, a look of disdain appeared on Lu's mask. The iron plating was covered with disgusting, leathery stuff. Upon closer inspection, one could guess it was human skin. Tom had actually welded himself into the entire iron shell. What's the point of this for you? Lu frowned, muttering to himself. This isn't what mechanical ascension is supposed to be like. No wonder he could smell human flesh. This guy had welded himself to the iron plating, but the body's self-circulation would definitely reject metal. Pus, scabs, combining with metal, even welding. This guy had been repeating this operation tirelessly, day after day, for who knows how many years, in this demonic asylum. When it comes to self-torture, Lu is just for fun. The true top-tier S-class masochist still has to be our great Tom. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. Hearing the sound in his mind, Lu finally realized that he was a bit too close to the metal being scorched by the high temperature. But it was fine. The reason for choosing to go head-to-head was precisely for pain value. Tom, your illness is indeed quite severe. Lu Su had his foot on the opponent's chest, but at just that one sentence, Tom inexplicably broke down. Great Tom! Call me Great Tom! He roared, and a blue arc of electricity flashed in the palm of his right hand, as if he intended to continue resisting. Boom! A kick with 30 points of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit directly crushed the opponent's shoulder, pinning their body onto the pile of steel ruins. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. The high-temperature metal and sharp edges continuously injured Lu's flesh, but he didn't care. This was not a fatal wound, and he absolutely couldn't give the opponent a chance to turn the tables. Crack! The metal plating on his right shoulder was torn open, revealing the flesh underneath. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. Crack! Half of the iron armor on the robot's head was torn off, exposing a terrifying, bloody face inside that would inevitably require pixelation. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. Boom! The lower body's track propulsion system was shattered, revealing a pair of folded, twisted, and completely deformed legs inside. It could no longer even be called legs. It was just a pile of folded and stacked flesh. It was like the act of foot binding, applied to the entire lower body, and then stuffed into the tracks. Chosen of pain system pain value +2. Lou stomped on the massive steel ruins, attacking Tom below with both fists and feet, dismantling the opponent's body, and shattering their defenses, regardless of his own injuries. Until, finally, half of the iron armor had been torn apart by Lou with his bare hands, revealing the short, deformed figure inside. The opponent's horrific appearance made Shu Ten, not far away, avert his gaze, unable to bear looking directly at it, and he involuntarily lowered his head. But as he looked down, he saw Lu's severed hand, which then unnaturally lifted. Holy crap, is this the sickest person? I admit it now. Would anyone really do this to themselves? This is self-torture every day. Ugh, I can't stand it. Due to the extreme disgust, everyone didn't even have time to be shocked by Lu's comeback, but instead began to feel nauseated by Tom, who had been stripped of his shell. Lu's main goal was to destroy all the motors on the opponent's body. Now seeing that it was almost done, he didn't continue stripping the skin. Actually, for Tom, who had welded the iron armor to his own body, dismantling the iron shell was pretty much the same as stripping his skin. Actually, I have a fun fact I can tell you. You could totally make the machinery into a humanoid mech and wear it. Tom's mouth hung open, and on his twisted face, two things that looked like eyeballs gleamed with hatred. Die. Just die. Call me, the Great. Tom mumbled incoherently, and once again, he picked up an iron rod, attempting to fight back. Bang! Hell's Roar, in its most basic mode, ended the opponent's grotesque and sinful life with one shot. Life energy, +4%. This time, the gain was exceptionally large. With the opponent dead, the pain value also disappeared. A somewhat exhausted Lou sat silently amidst the steel ruins. This instance was truly a bit difficult. If it weren't for Hell's Roar, his decision to tough it out might have actually been a bit risky. The only remaining players who had cleared the instance were Jiutian and Lou. Most of the other patients were dead, and the other old players who had assisted in the combat were now squatting on the ground as if they had suddenly lost their souls. Just then, a glowing object floated out of Tom's corpse, much like how equipment drops after defeating a boss at the end of a game. Seriously, is this thing really this game-like? Lou looked with some exasperation at the book floating out in front of him, walked over, and picked it up. Tom's diary. Who writes a diary if they're a normal person? Oh, turns out he's insane, so that makes sense. Lou didn't know what use this thing had, but he naturally opened it. Effort, struggle. I'm going to make big money. Next year, I'll be at the club with young models. Effort, struggle. As soon as he opened it, Lou immediately made an old man subway phone pose. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a diary at all, but rather something mystical that caused numerous images to appear out of thin air in his mind. Tom's past. Tom was uneducated, short in stature, and from an ordinary family background, yet he deeply understood the principles of success and believed he would make a fortune. Every day, he would brag online, fabricating all sorts of backgrounds for himself, and in various online arguments, he reveled in the pleasure of his opponents being infuriated by him but unable to do anything about it. Finally, his parents grew old and could no longer support him, necessitating him to go out and work. Thus, with thoughts of making a big fortune, he began to fantasize wildly. Hearing that short videos made money, he went to film short videos. Hearing that being an internet celebrity made money, he fantasized about being one. Hearing that writing novels made money, he wanted to write novels. He joined various group chats, entrepreneur groups, work groups, and worked hard frantically. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, please guide me. Boss definitely earns tens of millions a year, too humble. When can I become a boss? No sleep tonight, I'm going to work hard and struggle. He'd fawn over experts, and when he saw newcomers, he'd pretend to be an expert himself and belittle them. He worked hard like this for over 10 years, only to end up destitute and accomplish nothing. Tom went mad. Effort, struggle, I want to make a fortune. I want to control everything, I am the greatest, I want. Amidst endless whispers of loss, he was guided by a strange strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. He arrived at a prison. Lou's head snapped back, no longer looking at the book. He vigorously shook his head and slammed the book shut. This book was problematic. He had only glanced at it a few times, but countless pieces of information had flooded into his mind. Moreover, this information was of a chaotic, negative emotional nature, carrying all the base desires of humanity: laziness, stupidity, numbness, obscenity. If it weren't for his mask and his already chaotic mental state, he might have been completely trapped by now. This thing has great power, Lou thought in surprise. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Relevant sequence item detected. Relevant sequence item detected in inventory. Proceed with sequence upgrade? Chapter 60, the brand new S-Class sequence sealed artifact. Lou closed his eyes, his head turned to the side, his mind at this moment filled with negative emotions. He was forcing himself to calm down. This was only because Lou was completely exhausted now. If it had been when Lou had spun the entire prison's meals for 2 days, his level of mental confusion then might not have cared about these things. But now, this foolish diary still had something to it. What? Listening to the game sounds in his ear, Lou asked in confusion. Detected you have an upgradable sequence sealed artifact. Detecting that you have a relevant item. Proceed with upgrade? Lou looked closely and then discovered that the so-called related item was a lottery ticket in his backpack. That was left over from his second perfect clearance, a random sealed artifact draw. If I upgrade, what level can it reach? It will be higher than the current level. Lou? I feel like you just let out a huge fart. I ask you how to upgrade, and you say it will be higher than now? Is it possible that it could upgrade to a lower level instead? What kind of brain-dead game prompt? And at this moment, the prompt sound appeared once again. The current, Tom's Diary, is a B-rank sealed artifact at its peak. What a great reminder. Question mark. Sealed artifacts and weapons are special items produced in the game. The difference is that weapons have no clear side effects. Sealed artifacts, on the other hand, are a double-edged sword, especially those high in the sequence ranking. Their side effects are often unbearable. Lou speculated that this thing was probably designed based on the SCP model, meaning there was nothing new, just a slight touch of Cthulhu-esque elements. However, if used well, the special abilities of a sealed artifact are absolutely abnormally powerful. For example, his own mask, even without fully unleashing its true power, has already brought numerous conveniences. Out of 7 types, I've only used 2, and I haven't even experienced the overload mode of each one yet. If it's an upgrade, it should at least be A, or S. Lou pondered for a moment and felt that this benefit seemed to be of higher quality than a direct lottery draw. Jutian had just seen Lou holding a book and was curious, so he walked over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lou suddenly closing the book with a thud and turning his head to the side. Jiotian? No way, buddy, are you guarding against me like that? To ease the awkwardness, Jiotian coughed slightly, not knowing where to put his hands, looking around and saying, This should be the end of the game, right? It should be over? Game over. Player can choose to settle immediately or settle independently after half an hour. As if to relieve Jiotian's awkwardness, the game's background sound finally reappeared. At the same time, all spectators' vision suddenly went black. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before everyone's eyes. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next game. God's chosen paradise, you are welcome to become players as well. At the end of every game, the same words are repeated to all spectators. However, those who are aware have already entered the game. Most people still prefer to remain spectators. They are high and mighty, they are uninvolved, they are far from risk, and they also gain nothing. It's over? A game instance of nearly 2 days. The performance of the big shot always dispels my desire to participate in the game. It's too terrifying. No, this instance shouldn't be passable by anyone, logically. The previous Megatron-like thing, how could current players possibly defeat it? Ranking. Didn't they say there's a world ranking? I want to see him in the top spot. Even with a completely black screen, the crowd did not leave. The pre-game ranking announcement captivated the attention of everyone, and even the whole world. Meanwhile, in the game, Jutian also discovered that due to the game being closed to spectators, he could no longer contact the staff outside. This feeling was very bad. He could only face this pervert alone. Although he was alone before, psychologically, having someone watching and no one watching felt different. Shuten, recalling the other party's previous eating habits, couldn't shake off the worry that they might suddenly lash out and devour him alive. Here. Jutian seemed to suddenly realize something and handed Lu's severed right hand back to him. Lu didn't rush to take it, just turned his head to look at him, holding Tom's diary in his hand, and said, "This item is mine. You don't have any objections, do you?" Shuten paused, then began nodding frantically. No, it's yours. After all, you did most of the work. We just got lucky clearing the game. Shuten had, after all, worked in the department at the end of the universe, so his emotional intelligence was top-notch. He felt a little guilty, especially since only 2 of them cleared the game, and he was the sole beneficiary. The proper way to clear the game isn't like this, is it? Shuten pondered for a moment before asking tentatively. Of course not, blindly charging into battle isn't a rational act. At this moment, Lu's mind was clear, and he could speak coherently. It's just that finding loopholes, gaining trust, slowly analyzing things, all that is too slow. And ultimately, a fight is inevitable. It might just not require fighting him at his full power. Lu briefly explained a few things, and while he was at it, reattached his right hand. Of course, only he knew that the main reasons for choosing to go head-to-head were the need to release the strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit of gluttony, and the desire to accumulate some pain value. They were too weak. The pain they inflicted on him each time was simply too little. Shuten looked at Lu, who was now covered in injuries with not a single good spot left on his body, yet seemed inexplicably in good spirits, and was somewhat speechless. He didn't know if there was a second player in this world who could replicate Lu's performance, but at least when he thought back, he felt a lingering trepidation from the scene just now. Too violent. You really aren't going to. Just as Shuten was about to speak, trying to cozy up and confirm his identity, he suddenly found that Lu had vanished from his spot. Without saying goodbye, Lu had already entered the final game settlement screen, leaving the demon hospital. Shut in. Game over. Upgrade. Upon entering the repair space, Lu's entire body floated in that warm, gentle embrace. Immediately, he began upgrading the diary in his hand. The random sealed artifact lottery ticket in his backpack slowly turned to ash as if burning, and then, the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in light. Sequence B grade sealed artifact, Tom's diary, virtualization upgrade. You have obtained a brand new S-grade sealed artifact, currently unrecorded. Number S147, The Confession of the Disheartened. Chapter 61, 3 consecutive perfect clears, 2 realms backpack. S-class. Lu felt a bit stunned at the time. He hadn't expected to actually encounter something that directly boosted the grade to S. What an S-grade sealed artifact entailed, Lu didn't know, because his original Sin Mask was only a grade. Although highly ranked, it still had a fundamental difference from S-grade. Were his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit really this good today? Thinking to himself, Lu quickly began to read the related description, not expecting that self-harming fellow Tom had actually given him something good. Sequence S147, The Confession of the Disheartened. An item that is the condensation, amplification, and eventual formation of the loss power from the emotions of a disheartened person's entire life. The book has 100 pages in total. The further one flips, the stronger the negative emotional feedback the user receives, and similarly, the damage received by the person reading the book gradually increases. Special use has the most remarkable miraculous effect against opponents with physical and spiritual forms of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. Warning, if you both flip through the book and read it yourself, then you truly are a great man. Description: if you have the illusion that your life seems pretty good lately, then rest assured, a few more glances at this book will cure it immediately. A very clear description of a double-edged sword. It seems a bit like a mental attack. Since the description didn't specify, Lu couldn't know the exact power of this item, but its S rank was certainly enough to make the point. Lou had no interest in experimenting on himself. He wasn't afraid of physical harm, but this kind of mental attack could wait for the next game, to be used against an enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to listen to the tally of his gains from this game. Number of participants this time, 7,125,948. Number of finishers, 1,862,459. Number of perfect clears, 4,956. Your clear evaluation, SSS class, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clear streak, 3. Rewards settling. Special event triggered, did not follow the original clear path, chose to confront the game's most difficult state head-on, obtained achievement medal, disorderly thug epic. Bonus points this time, 6,000. Current reward items, Intermediate Healing Potion 5, Advanced Healing Potion 1, Game Exit Coin 1, S-Rank Sealed Artifact The Confessions of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core Mechanical Heart. Triple Perfect Clearance Reward, due to excellent performance and successfully bringing items from outside, you are rewarded with 1 unit of the 2 Realms backpack slot. The string of rewards was indeed substantial. Every time Lou aimed for a perfect clear, it was high risk, high reward. Especially this 1 unit of the 2 Realms backpack, Lou noticed that 1 slot in his backpack interface had turned golden. Looking at its simple description, Lou's heart seemed to skip a beat. This backpack slot can connect the game and reality, allowing items to pass between the 2 realms. If the game gave powerful players the potential to change the world, then this backpack slot was truly the beginning of the game transforming reality. The concept of bringing items from the game into reality, what did that even mean? If Lou wanted to, he could directly throw out his Confessions of the Disheartened, and the real world would quickly see an urban legend that no one could possibly explain. Not to mention the potential for even more destructive weapons, poisons, and other items in the future. And the transport of these items would be completely secret, undetectable by any known detection tools, with effects that would be unknown to anyone. No one would know if you were walking around with a nuclear bomb on the street. The potential harm this posed to society was immeasurable. Lou suspected that if people found out about this, he would immediately be labeled a terrorist. This is the reward for 3 consecutive perfect clearances. After calming down slightly, Lou realized that this item was probably still rare, and not many people likely possessed it. How many people in the world have achieved 3 consecutive perfect clearances? It shouldn't be many, right? Lou thought to himself, and with a swift movement of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, he took out his misty cloak. He used the Cloak of Delusion to wrap up Hellscream, Blade of Sharpness, Confessions of a Disheartened One, and a pile of potions, forming a large bundle. Then he tried to place it in that 2 Realms backpack slot. Only a single object can be placed. Player, please do not try to be clever. Lou. Hey, no, this is a single object. These are just different parts. This thing is called Tom the Robot. What isn't made up of different parts? Is there anything naturally perfectly integrated? Lou began to quibble. The game has its own method for determining single objects. Even matter is made of molecules. Player, please place a single item. Seeing that his attempt to glitch was ineffective, Lou thought for a moment and still placed the misty cloak inside. As a functional item, this thing was quite useful. It saved him money on choosing and buying clothes and also offered defensive capabilities. Afterward, Lou quietly awaited his perfect clear benefits, repairing his body and restoring himself to perfect condition. This was also why, in every game, he dared to use his body without any regard for consequences. Slowly, he drifted into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Lou woke up on the bed again, looking at his somewhat cramped and small room. He frowned slightly, wondering if his aspirations had grown with his increasing strength. He suddenly thought he should probably live somewhere a bit nicer. TSK, why am I starting to care about these worldly possessions? Strength comes first. Clenching his fists and savoring the feeling of being noticeably stronger than the last time he entered the game, Lou was quite satisfied. I wonder when the next game will be. As he was thinking, the game's prompt sound in his mind concluded. Third game, all players have finished. Compiling individual performance. The peak leaderboard will be released to all the chosen in half an hour. We hope everyone chooses to become a player and join this glorious contest of strength. Game module loaded language module. All players will hear automatic translations of all languages. New game mode has been activated. This was a message sent to all the chosen, and Lu quickly received a customized version as well. Dear player, hello. Due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength, congratulations on entering the peak leaderboard. Please choose your name before the official announcement. Do you wish to use Lu as your leaderboard name? Chapter 62, Apex revealed, World's Number 1. Lu heard the voice in his mind, looked at the question, and almost without thinking, quickly refused. No. Do not use my real name. Understood. Please choose an in-game title for yourself. Whatever, as long as it's not my real name. Oh, by the way, will I show my face in this ranking? Do you confirm using the name, whatever, as long as it's not my real name? Oh, by the way, will I show my face in this ranking? Lu? Are you insane? Is that a name? Do you confirm using the name, are you insane? Is that a name? Lu? This AI imbecile almost made him laugh from anger. Lu's mind started to cramp a bit. He thought, does this mean I can't communicate with the game now? Do I have to sort it out right now? Exit naming interface. Do you confirm USI? Lu was a bit numb at the time. He waved his hand, said no more, and decided to just pick a name. This AI idiot was truly humorous. The peak leaderboard was about to be revealed. If he dilly-dallied for too long, he was afraid it might actually put that name up for him. TSK, he originally thought he'd let the game randomly pick a name based on his characteristics, but now that he has to do it himself, he's agonizing over it. If he just made one up, and couldn't change it later, there might be all sorts of unknown troubles. After a brief thought, Lu decided to start with his mask and related titles. Sin Mask. Sin? Sin Walker? Miracle Walker is still farming in the wild. Forget it, let's make the game ID a bit Chinibu. He pondered it for a bit, and finally confirmed the name with the game interface. Sin. Are you sure you want to use the name, Sin? Confirm. Game ID confirmed. Your pinnacle leaderboard image will be excerpted from your in-game image. Wishing you a pleasant game, may your valor reach the heavens. After these two polite phrases, the game's voice returned to silence. Lu sat up from the bed, put on his shrouding cloak, which transformed into a school uniform, and lay down comfortably, scrolling through his Redmi phone. News on all major entertainment websites was already filled with posts related to the God-chosen game. Major entertainment stars and breaking news had now become mere footnotes. God's Chosen Paradise, the game that changed the world, had by then gradually become mainstream. The chosen were also growing in number, with new people being selected by the game every day. Although most of the chosen didn't dare to become players and instead chose to be spectators, the attention and yearning remained constant. Many experts jumped out to say some buzzkill things, like how the game should be boycotted, but such news was no longer relevant. Because no one cared. Now, the only thing everyone truly cared about was one thing: the pinnacle leaderboard was about to be revealed. In fact, it wasn't just the spectators. Lu himself was extremely curious about this phenomenon. Was he still the strongest? If not, who surpassed him? How did they surpass him? He had the bonus of the Chosen of Pain system and 3 consecutive perfect clearances. What kind of strength would the other heroes in this world possess? Casually browsing the largest social media website in China, Lu saw many spontaneous speculations from the public, with guesses about various top players and the strongest individuals currently in the public eye. Lu saw various experts from different countries in it, and of course, he was also among them. It's just that his own scenes were a bit too bloody and violent, so many more proper scenes couldn't be uploaded. In the end, in everyone's mind, he was just a crazy person wearing a mask. Peak leaderboard revealed. The game has started 3 times, and many powerful players have emerged. To encourage everyone to strive for the strongest, we will set up a peak leaderboard. The top 10,000 players will receive corresponding medals, and the top 100 players will be displayed on the list. Being on the list for a long time will bring unexpected benefits. We hope all players will work hard. The same voice appeared in the minds of over 20 million selected people worldwide, a voice with a soul-calming effect that made everyone shudder. Subsequently, a golden leaderboard appeared on everyone's game interface. Lou didn't look closely at all, roughly scrolling up from the last place. Most people didn't use their real names. Perhaps it was for anonymity, or perhaps they wanted to give themselves a better nickname. However, there weren't many masked players like himself. Most of the selected players' images showed their faces. And after quickly scrolling up, Lou discovered a horrifying fact. From the 70th place upwards, almost all players had achieved 3 consecutive perfect clearances. This meant that, theoretically speaking, the strength gap between these players wouldn't be too great. What distinguished them might be some minor performances, as well as strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. For example, some people got good weapons from lottery tickets, while others didn't. For instance, some people used epic-grade weapons to create a war vehicle, while others drew an epic-grade weapon that could change their appearance, like a trench coat. The difference was still significant. Some players might have already been confirmed to represent certain organizations and were tied to relevant forces, so their personal descriptions were openly displayed. Number 17, Thomas Reynolds. Ability description: extremely strong physical fitness and combat skills, proficient in using all human-known weapons and equipment, capable of skillfully operating all vehicles in the world, currently possesses doppelganger ability, body suspected of having undergone modification, other abilities unknown. Related information: U.S. Secret Service personnel, responsible for carrying out direct presidential missions. All mission documents for previously executed missions were destroyed after completion, with no data retained. People with such backgrounds were unearthed directly because of this game. Lou thought to himself. Number 14, Black Mountain Bear codename. Ability description: enhanced physique, already possesses supernatural beastization abilities, tenacious vitality, extremely strong destructive power, and regenerative capabilities. Relevant information: participant in the planning of Russia's Dead Hand system. Number 8, Sun codename. Ability description: possesses a raging ability, ruthless scorching sun, the one with the shortest cumulative clearance time in the first 3 games. Relevant information: suspected Chinese, the world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Lou's gaze narrowed slightly. This description and statement, he seemed somewhat familiar with it. World Weary Novel Transfer Station 299-285-9387. Heaven and Earth Society? This relevant information must have been added by himself, right? He really doesn't miss any opportunity to advertise. Is he the highest leader of this organization? With that thought, Lou finally scrolled this rather useless ranking list to the very top. Number 1, Sin codename. World number 1. Chapter 63, Challenge Mode, the first one to attract undue attention. Seeing that he had indeed maintained the number 1 spot, Lou's eyes grew a bit more serious. Good. It seems that deliberately seeking death in every game to improve his strength still has an effect. To be honest, the honor of the ranking wasn't important, but if he were truly in this position and still not as skilled as others, Lou might find it a bit hard to accept. He carefully looked at his own description. Number 1, Sin codename. Ability description: too many abilities, no representative ability, possesses a unique understanding of games, often analyzes how to maximize a game's difficulty, and then actively places himself in danger. Suspected of having severe psychological illness. Suspected of having self-harm and self-destructive tendencies. Considering various factors such as combat effectiveness, in-game performance, and psychological quality, the first place is well deserved. Relevant background: unknown. In the related backgrounds section, any player who wished to remain hidden could be listed as unknown. The only difference was that his own ability description said a little more than others. The key is that a lot was said, yet it amounted to nothing. There's a certain aesthetic of making a song and dance about nothing. However, this was also a good thing. Lou currently had a sealed artifact, skills, attribute points, and equipment. If he revealed all his secrets, he'd feel quite disadvantaged. The game's privacy protection in this regard is quite good. Ability descriptions are only roughly provided to everyone. It's just that his own photo isn't quite so low-key. That was a combat photo of him in the demon asylum. 7 or 8 iron skewers were impaled in his body, while crazed individuals, resembling hungry ghosts, clung to his neck and thighs, savagely biting and tearing at him. But Lou himself stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground. A bizarre and hideous smile was plastered on his red mask, and he held Hell's Roar in his right hand, firing steadily. The image was completely like a freeze frame from a Hollywood blockbuster, making Lou himself temporarily disbelieve what he was seeing. What the heck, why make it so cool? Lou had actually laughed at the time. With his mask on, his mind was completely focused on fighting and killing, unaware of his own appearance. Now, back to normal and relaxed, looking at himself, he had to admit he looked pretty cool. As soon as the rankings were released, they instantly topped all major media platforms by a wide margin. And what was discussed most were the nationalities of the top players. In modern society, national power competition ultimately boils down to talent competition, not to mention the current situation, where a single top player could potentially influence the world's future. When one's own country produces a master, even if it has no direct relation to oneself, a sense of national identity still makes most people feel proud. And Lou, as the world's #1, still had no clear identity, naturally making him a global sensation overnight. Damn, is the world's #1 so handsome? This has already broken through the realm of humans. I've already downloaded the picture as wallpaper. Is this the privilege of being #1, to be photographed so handsomely? How exactly is this ranking determined? Why is he #1? I can't see how he's stronger than the people behind him. The Korean website Nextdoor seems to have confirmed it, saying that this sin is Korean. Discussions of all kinds would not cease from today onward. Lou became the most famous person almost overnight. Stop. Just then, in the government office of K Province in southern Hwasha, the computer's projected screen instantly froze. Jotian stood beside the computer, directing the staff to play the video. This scene, zoom in, slow down, extract this frame. As a special agent, Jotian still held some authority, directing from the side. The content on that screen was the scene from Lu's third game, where he took out Zhao Jiaqing's business card. Lu held it very carefully, basically blocking almost all of it, but still revealed a corner. Go! Surname Zhao, right? Zhou Tian muttered to himself, looking at Lu, who just half an hour ago was working with him, and was now the world's #1. Alright, I knew you could be #1. How could there be anyone in this world who could surpass you? The world's #1 player is from our Hwasha, and might even be one of US. Jotian was slightly excited as he said this. Are you sure? Another staff member beside him asked hesitantly. Nonsense. I spent 2 days with him, sharing life and death in the same game. How could I be wrong? Jotian was anxious at the time. The staff member said speechlessly, are you sure he's one of us? If he's not one of us but has a business card, then there's a problem. Anyway, report it to the organization, check the database, search for someone surnamed Zhao. The world's #1 cannot be recruited by other organizations first, or even lost to foreign countries. This is unacceptable. As Jotian spoke, his eyes gradually became serious, staring intently at the figure in the red mask on the screen. The staff member beside him twitched his mouth and said, Sharing life and death, huh? You just leech off the clear, you flamboyant red-clothed man. Shut Ian. Hiss. Lu looked at the overwhelming news about himself as the world's #1 on the webpage and gasped. It's hard to say what capabilities the major organizations have. And it's unknown if there are people with skills similar to mind reading. How much longer can I keep this identity hidden? Lu didn't know why, but at this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He was thinking of one thing right now: if he opened the door tomorrow and found a heavily armed combined arms brigade outside, would he have the right to negotiate? Seems a bit tough. I need to participate in more games. Lou thought to himself, if self-inflicted pain value didn't count, he'd give himself a few slashes every day, no matter what. Game update, new mode activated, challenge mode. Just then, the game's prompt sound came again, invigorating Lou's spirits. Presumably, all players do not consider themselves weaker than others. Well then, the opportunity to prove yourselves has arrived. Players can issue challenge applications. Players outside the top 100 can challenge ranked players. If the unranked player has a higher number of consecutive perfect clearances, the ranked player must accept. If a ranked player initiates a challenge, please refer to the specific description for the challenge method. We welcome everyone to actively challenge and prove you are number one. Lou stared at the notification in a daze, wondering why the last sentence seemed to be directed at him. Being the world's number one not only draws too much attention but also makes the game target you? Ding! Just as he was thinking, a notification sound rang out, and a message appeared on his personal interface. Player number 79 Park Bu-song has chosen to challenge number 1 Sin. Do you accept the challenge? Chapter 64, Highest Difficulty Challenge. The fourth game, The Seven Wonders of the School. As soon as the challenge mode was released, Lou received a challenge. This efficiency was unparalleled. It just goes to show that being the world's number one indeed attracts a lot of attention. But as Lou looked at the message, his first reaction was, why is it only number 79? What kind of crap is number 79? According to typical novel plots, shouldn't the second-ranked person be a blonde handsome guy who's been a genius since childhood, good at everything, and considers not being number one a disgrace, so he comes to challenge me? What kind of small-time trash are you, number 79? To challenge me? Casually, Lou felt very disdainful, flipping over on his dilapidated dormitory bed, holding his second-hand Redmi phone in the shabby washroom. By what right do you challenge me? But soon, he noticed a second issue. Park Bu-song? Who in their right mind has a name like that? A Korean, right? With his current knowledge reserve, at the peak of his senior year, he still recognized the character. Piao Bu-song? Why Bu-song cannot be fail? Do you have a relative named Money Not Enough? Lou internally thoroughly humiliated this Park Bu-song player from the great Han Min-guk, lying on the bed, not in a hurry to agree. This guy actually used his real name. Does he really think it sounds good or something? Suddenly, through the challenge channel, that guy ranked 79th also sent him a message. So you're number one? A masked person, a rat hiding their head and showing their tail, as you Chinese would say? And calling yourself Sin, it seems you also know that occupying the top spot without real strength is the greatest sin. Dare to fight? If you do, then I suggest you quickly screenshot your ranking. It will be the last glory of your life. If you don't dare, then be a coward. The other party had a lot to say, constantly trying to provoke Lou and goad him into accepting the challenge. Lou gave it a cursory glance and didn't bother to read further. Heroes across the land were as numerous as carp crossing the river, but this one clearly wasn't. This was a loach, who knows where it came from, pretending to be a dragon. The provocative words were also very unrefined, looking much like the middle school delinquents Lou had seen before. He wondered how he even became 79th. Lou ignored him for the time being. It wasn't about whether or not to accept the challenge for Lou right now. As long as there was a game, he had to participate and absolutely could not miss it. He just wanted to wait and see if any higher-ranked players would challenge him. It's better to fight stronger opponents. Since his number one spot was so prominent, he thought there should be many people wanting to challenge him. Weren't those in the top 10 unconvinced? But after waiting on the bed for more than 10 minutes, Lou still found that most high-ranked players were not that reckless. Most people could recognize that it was unwise to fight an unknown strong opponent for a vague ranking. He received a huge number of challenge messages, but they were all from outside the top 100, some even not making it into the top 10,000. These people were purely hoping for an overnight success. Were they really not afraid of death? After some thought, Lou directly replied to the message sent from the other party's challenge interface. Idiot. Then, without further nonsense with this guy, he immediately blacklisted his communication interface. Challenge accepted. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Bu-sung flipped off his large bed, looked at the beautiful Chinese words sent by the system, and furiously pounded the bed. He had said so much mockery and provocation, and this number one just replied with an insult? Was his character so touching? Siba. Chinese. He cursed through gritted teeth, then planned to have a good chat with this sin. He discovered he'd been blocked. Instantly, the room erupted with angry roars and the sound of things being smashed, making the butler standing outside shiver. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. The butler's heart jumped, and he turned to bow slightly to Park Bu-sung. Prepare the car, to the Blue House. Park Bu-sung's face was ashen, then for some unknown reason, he slowly started to smile. This is me, fighting for our great Republic of Korea. 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, one can enter challenge mode in 6 hours. This was very efficient. Lu didn't need to wait 3 more days to participate in the next game. The only problem was that he had just finished the previous one. No rest, continuous work. Although theoretically he had already recovered this feeling of mental tension. Lu liked it. Of course, the primary task at the moment was still to ask for leave. He opened the Redmi contacts page. Yesterday 2108, Anna, is the game over? How was the clearance? I've already come up with the preliminary structure for an organization based on past business models. Want to join? Yesterday 2315, Anna? 908, Anna, what kind of game is this? 1345, Anna, are you still alive? Lu thought to himself, the chances of death are quite high. Unfortunately, I'm still alive, but I've contracted a serious illness, so I might not be able to go to school. Please help me ask for leave. Click send. 1826 Anna. You weren't chosen for that challenge mode, were you? Lu? No, buddy, is it that obvious? And you really dare to guess you even dare to guess that I'm in the top 100? Seriously, no more talk, please ask for leave for me. I got food poisoning in the last game and I won't be able to leave the toilet today. Click send. Brushing it off with a casual remark, Lu checked the game start time. There were still over 5 hours to go. He put his phone away. Closing his eyes to rest, he tried to sleep. It was best to have good spirits before the next game. 1827, Anna, if it's game poisoning, self-repair might not be effective. Do you have any potions? Use them directly. Anna replied with some skepticism, then looked at the message on her game interface. Time passed quickly. When Lu opened his eyes again, the game time had arrived, and he was already directly on the initial game page. Welcome to God's chosen paradise, esteemed number 1, Sin. This game is a challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenged, you may choose the challenge difficulty. Hard, nightmare, hell. Lu still remembered Anna once telling him that God's chosen paradise had a total of 4 difficulty levels. This challenge mode completely skipped the first tier, normal. Hell mode. Lu quickly scanned the description and made his choice. Chapter 65 Original Sin Mask, Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed, Hell mode. We praise your courage, strongest player. Since it was a challenge mode, it differed slightly from previous normal games. After all, in past challenges, even if players had some competition, it was mostly about interests. In reality, everyone teamed up to fight monsters. The true villain was the game itself. But some of the difficulties here were actually for Lu, the challenger. Players within the ranking challenged each other, and the challenged player could choose to accept or decline the fight. However, refusing battles for too long might result in some invisible penalties. If one chose to accept the battle, the challenged player would select the game difficulty. Hard, the difficulty is the same for both challengers. Confrontation, war, to determine the final victor. Nightmare, the challenged party will face more disadvantageous situations, but if they ultimately win, they will receive better rewards than the challenger who wins. Hell, the challenged party will be in a completely disadvantageous position, and the challenger will gain some in-game authority. However, if the challenged party ultimately wins, they will receive enormous rewards. At the same time, the challenger will suffer a backlash and receive a certain punishment. Lou basically skipped the first half of these three descriptions, looking directly at the latter half. This hell package. The most crucial part is this backlash. You want to challenge me, how can you not pay a price? I lose my number 1 ranking, and you lose is just losing? Both players confirmed. This game's difficulty is hell mode. On the other side, when Park Bu-sung saw this game prompt, he almost peed himself laughing. You actually dared to choose hell. Looking down on me? Park Bu-sung savagely clicked the confirm button, truly not expecting this sin to make such a decision. Let me step on your head and become the world's number 1. When I'm about to kill him in the game, remember to record his begging. Park Bu-sung said this last sentence to the people in his livestream. The Great Han-Ming Nation had already officially promoted this event, and at this moment, there were quite a few people in his livestream. If the strongest player emerged from their country, it would greatly enhance the cohesion and international confidence of the Great Han-Ming Nation. It might even elevate its international status. At this moment, the game's rule introduction also appeared before the player. This mode is a confrontational challenge mode. As you are not in the same faction, any messages related to the game's opposing side sent by spectators will not be visible to the player, regardless of which live stream they are in. The specific victory conditions for both sides in challenge mode will be determined by the specific game. If either party uses an exit coin, the other party is considered victorious. There are 10 minutes of preparation time remaining before the game begins. Please bring your necessary equipment, medicine. Lou looked at the game, noting some bugs had been fixed, and thought to himself that this made the game even simpler. Why is this game helping me so much? Opening his backpack, and after a moment's thought, Lou still bought some supplies from the store. Strategically, he might look down on his opponent, but tactically, he still needed to take it somewhat seriously, especially if it fit his playstyle. Last time, he had used up too many potions in one go. Lou spent several thousand points to replenish his junior and intermediate recovery potions to 10 bottles each. He had always been reluctant to use advanced potions, but after thinking it over, he also restocked them to 5 bottles each. This should be enough for him to chug, right? As long as he had potions, he was practically invincible unless instantly killed. The rest were miscellaneous metals, weapons, and sealed artifacts, all of which he brought alone. Speaking of his mask, that prompt popped up again. Mask of Original Sin, please choose whether to use the currently unlocked Greed or Gluttony? No. Lou denied. Unlock a new one, random selection. Initialization complete. The type used this time will be randomly selected from the emotions not yet unlocked. Lou had been very clear from the start that he hadn't fully unleashed the power of his Original Sin mask. His current goal was to unlock as many emotional masks as possible in the early stages of the game. Just in time, an amateur came to challenge him. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded. Wishing all players a pleasant experience. The 7 wonders of the school. Then, Lou's vision went black, and he entered another scene. He lifted his groggy head, feeling as if he had just had a wonderful nap during a high school Chinese class and then heard the dismissal bell. Looking up, it was quite a coincidence this classroom's layout really did resemble his own high school senior classroom. Almost identical partitioned blackboards, almost identical classroom arrangement, even those single desks on both sides of the front row. Lou even suspected that he had fallen asleep in the classroom earlier, and that the God-chosen game and everything else was just a dream. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Lou subconsciously looked at the students around him. Turning his head, he saw a guy wearing what looked like a helmet. Lou recognized him instantly. Although one eye was covered by a pale blue light screen and the other was completely sealed by the helmet, and his chin and mouth were also wrapped, other parts were still a bit too obvious. Lou wasn't Brother Don, he wasn't face blind. Isn't this my challenge? Who are you? Anna had no idea either. He had just received a randomly matched game notification at the very beginning of the challenge mode and chose to participate. After all, compared to normal game mode, challenge mode was relatively less life-threatening. Who knew he'd receive that hell difficulty notification as soon as he entered? His mind went blank at the time, and he choked back tears as he confirmed by clicking the button after a long pause. Someone actually enjoys making things harder for themselves? Who did I get matched with? Then, he saw a person wearing a mask sitting next to him. The moment she saw the light green mask in front of her, she felt everything made sense. Anna instantly recalled the various games this person had participated in, remembering his numerous unreasonable and exceptionally brutal performances, and at that moment, felt like half his life was already gone. Challenge mode is not a single instance. It will assign game-related personnel to both the challenger and the challenged. I am your teammate. Suppressing his inner fear and nervousness, Anna tried to answer calmly. Lou. So that's how it was. It seemed she had also thought she was in this situation before. Damn, are there that many people challenging? He really wanted to ask now if you're here too. Did you even ask for leave for me? Lou said. So, what's your role? Listening to the other party's somewhat cold tone, Anna felt immense pressure. She had analyzed the opponent's abilities over several games, so she had some guesses. If my guess is correct, the mask on his face right now is light green. Among the 7 deadly sins, light green wrath gumi. Chapter 66. The powerful always have the first mover advantage, gunshot. The 7 deadly sins have corresponding colors. Anyone who frequently commits crimes knows this. Initially, it was the blue mask. In the game, Lou was greedy for money, prioritizing money over life, and blue corresponded to greed. Later, it was the red mask. In the game, Lou started gorging himself, eating anything, and red corresponded to gluttony. Anyone with a certain amount of relevant knowledge and who had specifically analyzed the strongest player could basically guess the meaning behind the color of Lou's mask. Anna was clearly such a person. Watching the pale green on Lou's face, her inner alarm bells rang loudly. Why is it wrath? The situation is too bad. Judging by this person's behavior pattern, killing teammates doesn't seem to be an entirely impossible thing. Involuntarily, just by sitting next to him, Anna even started thinking about the quit coin problem. Lou also realized that the tone of his voice just now seemed a little abnormal. His original intention was actually to ask what the purpose of the game assigning teammates was, or rather, to ask what abilities the other party probably possessed. But what he said directly and concisely became, "What is your purpose?" This was a rather unfriendly statement, but when combined with wrath, it seemed so reasonable and intimidating. Light green gumi wrath. Personality influence, taciturn, cold, irritable, I am the raging fire that burns the world. Benefits, mental oppression, applying intense psychological pressure to individuals with weak wills, inducing fear. Comprehensive enhancement of combat level, strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit defense. All effects strengthen with increasing anger. Immune to all mental interference. All mental attacks will only strengthen the user's anger. Side effects, irritability, reduced rational thinking ability, but enhanced intuition. All negative emotions will be converted into anger. If not controlled properly, it may turn into a bloodthirsty madman. As it was the first time using it, it defaulted to normal mode and had not entered overdrive. However, Lou had no intention of entering overload. Just by reading the description, Lou himself was a little scared. Is this a normal person? This is directly a chosen Spartan. Anger is incredibly difficult to control, because when you are angry, you don't believe your anger is unwarranted, and you are likely to sink deeper and deeper. The raging fire that burns the world? For example, right now, Anna hadn't responded for a few seconds, and he already felt a bit annoyed. This was still someone he knew. If it were a random match, Lou would probably have an inexplicable urge to strike right now. Are you asking about my abilities? After being snapped at by Lou, and realizing that the other party was likely in a state of fury, Anna quickly adjusted and took the initiative to speak. You are the strongest player. If I have any ability, it's probably money. Lou was quite impatient and said before she finished, "What's the use of that? Being wealthy is very useful. No matter how the world dramatically changes, money and power will always provide a certain head start. For example, my equipment might even be better than yours." As she spoke, Anna pointed to the helmet on her head and continued. This, the all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. Lu? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. A legendary weapon? He didn't even have one himself. How could you? Not everyone wants to keep fighting in the game. If someone simply got lucky and cleared a stage, and then got a top-tier weapon from a lucky draw due to that same luck, then using this opportunity to exchange it for everything they desire from the highest-ranking powerful figures, and never entering the game again, is a choice many people make. In reality, after this game began, resources quickly converged into the hands of a select few. Anna spoke, seeing that Sin seemed to calm down, and chose to begin demonstrating his value. You might not have paid much attention, but the challenger on the other side should also be part of South Korea's elite class. I have his data information. He's representing all of South Korea in this fight, so his equipment definitely won't be worse than mine. This might also be why he dares to challenge the top spot. Otherwise, do you think he's just simply looking for death? Lu? He was suddenly speechless. So, it was a challenge with 4 players, 3 from the privileged class? Only he, the number 1, was an exception, and he was being seen as a fat sheep, someone to be used as a stepping stone? The God-chosen game, this thing that was bound to change the world, still had too many things that remained unchanged. Suddenly, an unusual anger surged within him, giving him an urge to destroy something, yet he didn't know what his target was. It was like a fierce fire burning in his chest. But in an instant, Anna's feelings were unusually clear. She felt as if something had seized her throat at that moment, a suffocating fear, like a large hand clutching her heart. Sin, standing before her, seemed to transform instantly into a man-eating tiger, making her feel like prey facing a top predator. Was he angry? At the same time, countless data streams flashed across the blue lens in front of Anna's left eye. In a flash, she realized something. This strongest player shouldn't just come from a bad family background, but very likely a terrible one. Anna wisely chose to keep silent. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the entire campus. The game's prompt sound had arrived. Challenge mode, game, 7 wonders of the campus. Sin, blank are on the black team. The black team must find and decipher the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours. If the black team fails, the white team wins. These few brief sentences offered almost no useful information. Is that all? Several hashtag symbols gradually appeared on Lu's mask. It's not like you didn't choose the hell mode yourself. Anna muttered to herself. But since she was already here, experiencing the world's #1 game intensity would be good. As she thought this, the all-seeing eye above her head began to operate. The 7 wonders of the campus, it's actually a very old and familiar set of 7 urban legends. But here, it must have been drastically altered. She needed to see where the problems might lie. First, this classroom was problematic. It had been noisy ever since the 2 of them started talking. Apart from the 2 of them, the surrounding students all seemed to have issues, looking as if they were suffering from hysteria. The person behind them seemed to be playing with his snot, using it to make cat's cradle string figures. Next to him, 2 people were dancing with shoes on their heads. On the podium, several people seemed to be imitating gorillas, howling and screeching. The entire classroom was filled with white statues for sketching, which, combined with the chaotic classroom, felt exceptionally discordant. On the blue lens, streams of light constantly flickered, like a computer processing data. Anna's brain also entered a state of absolute focus, like an empty vessel for strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. If this classroom corresponds to... Just as she was fully engrossed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge, cannon-like roar erupted beside her. Chapter 67, Kill. Sigma men never talk nonsense. Anna was so startled that she snapped out of her deep processing and thought see, turning to look at Sin beside her in a daze. Lu, wearing a green mask with a big hashtag on it, held Hell's Scream adjusted to second gear, and shattered the classroom blackboard. Why did you shoot? Anna looked at him, completely bewildered, her train of thought disrupted. She had always been a master analyst, having collected data on almost all currently known top experts. The all-seeing eye was also the perfect match for her abilities. All-seeing eye, legendary weapon, see oneself, see all beings, see all things. Top-tier data analysis tool. As long as brainpower and physical energy are sufficient, it can theoretically deconstruct and analyze all objective existences. Description: all things are connected, people just can't see it. Omniscience is omnipotence. She had already entered the zone, beginning to decode based on the urban legend of the 7 school wonders. Lu's shot almost scared the soul out of her. Can't you, my lord, be a bit more stable with your emotions? When she had watched Sin clear the levels from the sidelines before, she felt that the opponent was very strong, possessing a crazy, violent aesthetic, intertwined with thought-provoking logic. But now, having truly become teammates, she felt overwhelmed. Compared to the difficulty of the game, the pressure from this top player seemed even more intense. The most crucial impact of this shot was its effect on the classroom. The entire classroom instantly fell silent, as if paused. Everyone's expressions were frozen in the previous moment. All 20-something eerie students in the classroom stared at Lu, who had just fired a shot. But not a single face showed fear. Looking at the eerie, frozen expressions on these students' faces, Anna's all-seeing eye compared them to normal humans in her mind, and she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Imposters. A word appeared in her mind. These people looked no different from humans, but their movements and behaviors gave her a sense of disharmony. In broad daylight, just sitting here gave her the chilling illusion of being in a haunted house. Fortunately, for now, the most terrifying thing in the haunted house was sitting right next to her. What are you shouting about? Be quiet. Lu scanned the room. Under the boost of the rage mask, his intuition became sharper, allowing him to sense that something was wrong here. But all negative emotions would transform into anger, so as he sat there, he felt increasingly furious, and looking at these bizarre students, he felt an urge to act. What is the all-seeing eye? Lu spoke, asking Anna a question for the first time. Analysis and deduction, making connections. Theoretically, with only the information at hand, one can deduce who will be the next president of the United States. So, now, where is Piao Bucheng? Given enough time, it's theoretically possible to deduce it, Anna replied. Lu nodded, twirling his hell's howl with one hand. So, you find him, I kill him. Anna. What you said truly makes sense. However, the game rules state that your victory condition is to solve or destroy the 7 campus wonders, not to kill him. Moreover, because you chose Hell mode, the game's freedom is open to the opponent. It's probably impossible to find him directly. Anna was just stating facts, but she regretted it slightly as soon as she spoke. This guy might be in a state of rage now. Wouldn't saying this make him think she was blaming him? What are the 7 campus wonders? You don't know? Anna was momentarily stunned, thinking, wasn't this popular on the internet a long time ago? If he didn't even know this, then the game's difficulty was truly hellish, so she quickly said. The 7 wonders of the campus are a very popular urban legend that circulated on the early internet, 7 supernatural events involving strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit that spread throughout campuses. They are Hanako in the toilet, the 13 steps at night, the anatomical dummy in the biology classroom, the walking Ninomiya statue, the piano in the music classroom at night, the tears of the portrait, and the sound of a ball bouncing in the empty gym. However, in Hell mode, I deduced that these 7 ghost stories must have undergone various demonic modifications. Piao Bucheng has probably altered them beyond recognition. They are no longer what they used to be. After Anna finished speaking, Lu slowly lowered his head, and his mask began to display a thoughtful expression. But in reality, he wasn't thinking anything. After Anna finished, he listened to the description but still didn't quite understand what these 7 events were. Sounds boring. In other words, these are 7 special incidents that occurred on campus. Yes, Anna nodded. You said before that you have quite a background? Anna didn't understand what he meant and, thinking that the more she spoke, the more likely she was to make a mistake, she didn't answer for the time being. Then, do you have a nuclear bomb on you? What? The light on Anna's lenses flickered erratically, and her all-seeing eye seemed to have jammed, looking at the Sin in front of her with disbelief. Do you have a nuclear bomb on you? Lou repeated. Since it's happening on this campus, this method seems better. Kill them all. As he said kill them all, the murderous intent on Lou's body began to surge violently. Anna. I'm not saying this, but big brother, maybe you shouldn't think when you're wearing that mask today? Suddenly, the classroom, which had been quiet for a long time, erupted into noise once again. The people Lou had previously silenced all continued their frantic behavior, as if Lou's threat had never existed. Lou? Hey, your class is the messiest in the whole hallway, you bunch of lowly beasts. Suddenly, a pot-bellied fat man walked in through the door, spewing curses. Judging by his weight, he must have been at least 400 or 500 gene. The flesh on his belly hung down to his knees. He was also holding a glass water cup. Especially you two, he said, pointing his greasy hand at Anna and Lou, the only two in the class who weren't acting deranged. Endless noise, you useless things have come to this class and still don't know how to strive for improvement. Born of a mother but raised by no one. I really ing hate you, all you know is to. Anna knew this might be a game plot trigger, but her heart still sank, and she inwardly cried out, oh no. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, the light green mask on Jouet's face showed no expression, but his hand was slowly raising the gun. Slamming his hand forcefully on the table, the fat man roared. You little bastard! You're rebelling against me! Try moving? What do you want to do? Come on, you come! If I dodge, I'm not Wan Longfei. I'll F your. Bang! In the classroom. The sound of gunfire echoed for the second time. Chapter 68, Game Punishment? Game Benefits. The gun fired, and the sound abruptly ceased. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's large forehead. And behind him, a large splattering of blood mist covered half the wall. Red, white, and yellow splattered everywhere, living up to his bulky physique. His eyes were still wide open, and the arrogant and violent expression remained on his face as he fell stiffly to the ground. What did you just say your name was? Bang! Who were you just cursing at? Bang! Bang! Lou adjusted Hell's hull to the first gear, and without wasting energy, fired several more shots at the corpse on the ground. The bulky body trembled continuously on the ground with its strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. These shots were purely for venting anger. Wang Longfei was already thoroughly dead. As someone who successfully acquired a name, getting killed off so early was quite a miracle. The entire classroom paused for a moment, then immediately returned to normal, as if the shooting and the dead body hadn't caused any ripples. Those playing with snot continued playing with snot, those picking their feet continued picking their feet, and those taking off their pants while doing a handstand continued taking off their pants. In the entire classroom, it could be said that Anna was the only normal person. With her mouth slightly agape under her helmet, she felt her brain was a bit overloaded. She had watched Sin's game videos. Although he was always crazy, she could at least discern his purpose from the subtle details. Now, it was truly a bit hard to tell. This might trigger some kind of game penalty mechanism. Anna said somewhat weakly. She now felt that she didn't have enough time to analyze. And then, she realized her jinxing ability was indeed potent. A red light instantly filled the entire classroom, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules and forcefully disrupted the game process. Mandatory punishment will now be administered. And after this sound rang out, a rare smiling face appeared on Lou's irritable mask. Yes, a smiling face. This was his original intention. If you lack information and truly don't know how to deal with an opponent, then find a way to make your opponent deal with you, and you'll quickly have subsequent information. You're going to find an opponent and kill them, and an opponent coming to find you and getting killed by you, yield no difference in outcome. The moment the red warning lights flashed on simultaneously, the room filled with a palpable sense of dread. Lou's body was instantly restrained, as if suppressed by the game's rules, slowly being pressed into his seat, like a well-behaved child in a classroom, sitting there properly. And Anna, next to him, was pushed out by a terrifying force of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, directly thrown against the wall at the back row. Subsequently, the 20-odd students in the class, from who knows where, pulled out truncheons, maces, whips, and a series of other items, and ambled towards Lu, surrounding him. As they surrounded him, they sang loudly, gesticulating wildly, looking like wild men from the mountains who had put on school uniforms. Then, a storm of attacks rained down. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. Chosen of pain system pain value +1. Lu felt like laughing a little, but the feeling of being ganged up on made him switch his emotions back to furious. Our dear Piao Bucheng is truly great. Before, I had to struggle to get some pain value, but now, isn't it just effortless? Game punishment? Game welfare. And the announcement of this penalty is synchronized across all players in the entire game, so the challengers can hear it too. Park Bucheng was still studying the permissions the game could grant him, figuring out how to design the game to maximize his benefits. Anna guessed correctly, he is indeed a contestant whose success is clearly pumped out by resources. He held top-tier weapons provided by the Korean government, used resources accumulated by his family, and, under the watchful eyes of the public, carried the expectations of the great Han Min-guk to challenge for first place. If he succeeded, he would ascend to the top in one leap. From now on, in the great Han Min-guk, his name would be more useful than anything else. What if he's first? The game has just begun. How strong could the first place really be? I must secure this victory steadily. As long as I win. While he was daydreaming, suddenly, the game's prompt sound came from his ear, making the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curl upwards. That simple? Isn't this going a bit too smoothly? The netizens of the great Han Min-guk, who were also watching his live stream, instantly reached a climax. Park Bucheng Appa must win, Smida. Already halfway to victory, I knew this would be simple. Our great Han Min-guk players are the strongest. Park Bul-song Appa is the top player. Others pop champagne at halftime, but these Korean players? They're already chugging it hard right at the start. Park Bul-song looked at the game broadcast page, his lips already harder to keep straight than an AK, but to maintain his outward composure, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Haha, the game is indeed a bit simpler than I imagined. But I won't be careless. I'll make sure the title of strongest player stays in our great Hanmin nation." Meanwhile, Lu, who had collected a wave of pain value, also finished his punishment. The crowd that had gathered around put away their bloodied tools and slowly retreated. They resumed their previous strange actions. Some played with boogers, others pulled down their pants. Lu sat quietly in his seat. His trench coat was undamaged, but bright red blood was flowing from his cuffs and trouser legs. The atmosphere in the entire room was like the calmest deep sea, yet it harbored a storm capable of engulfing everything at any moment. Anna intended to walk over, but the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for her to move. She knew that Sin was likely in a state of fury and bloodlust right now. The situation, it seemed, was spiraling out of control. Lu slowly stood up, elegantly tidying his blood-soaked cuffs and straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At this moment, his mask was expressionless, reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror. "You think you can just leave after hitting me?" His calm words, devoid of furious shouts, made it unclear whom he was speaking to, or if he was simply talking to himself. The next moment, he once again picked up the gun in his hand. He aimed at the back of the head of a person who was currently facing away from him, someone who had been hitting him with a stick for a long time, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure fell to the ground with a thud. Everything was so natural. The gunshot echoed like a death knell in the empty classroom. Kill! Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules and forcefully disrupted the game process. Forcing trigger now. Chapter 69, Lu, I don't accept your suggestion. When the same warning sounded again, all the students who had previously moved, like fake humans, stiffly turned around. They first stared blankly at the people lying dead on the ground, seemingly not quite understanding why such a thing had happened. Then, he looked up again, his expression somewhat stiff, towards Lu. A group of people surrounded Lu, but no one approached for a long time. Their expressions seemed to say, "No! Bro!" Lu lowered his gun, waiting for the restraints and limitations of the game, his gaze never leaving the people before him. Feeling the heavy, almost palpable killing intent emanating from Lu, Anna knew that anything she said now would be useless. The beast's reins had been loosened, there was no holding it back now. She could only say, "Remember to take your medicine." She understood Lu's state as the god of war on drugs from the last game. She could only hope this formidable figure wouldn't get himself killed. That would truly be interesting. As for herself, she began to observe the room's furnishings. Her all-seeing eye transformed everything before her into data, arranging and combining it for her to analyze. With her all-seeing eye, she understood that no coincidence in the world was truly a coincidence. Given enough calculation, even a pencil could be the trigger for a murder. So, if the game had a purpose, then the authority granted to Pu Bucheng should be limited to the locations of the 7 urban legends. Therefore, their initial spawn point, this eerie classroom, should be the site where one of the 7 urban legends occurred. Even if it had been excessively modified, there should still be some fundamental aspects that wouldn't change. What was the most unsettling thing about this classroom? Many places had those sketch statues. Although they didn't seem to have any major problems, when it came to props, could it only be these? As for sculptures? A walking Ninomiya Santoku statue? After being demonically altered by Pu Bucheng, they were still statues anyway, so it made sense. But, what about these strange classmates, and Wang Longfei, who was shot directly? Are they just NPCs? Useless? Purely used by Pu Bucheng to hurt them? Anna stood alone at the back of the classroom, observing everything and pondering other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu was on a table, surrounded by a group of people, undergoing punishment. The warning sound of punishment reached Pu Bucheng simultaneously, leaving him a bit bewildered. Ha? Did I violate the rules again, bro? Are the instances and traps I designed really that powerful? It triggered the punishment mechanism again? You're playing with me, man. Heh, it seems our strongest player is indeed a bit unworthy of the title. I just hope he has self-awareness. If he really can't do it, he should quit. I just want his first place ranking, I don't necessarily need him dead. Facing the audience in the live broadcast room, Pu Bucheng continued to craft his image. On the other side, Lu had completed his punishment. His blood-stained body stood up, he chugged a basic potion, and once again raised his gun. Wait, Sin, you might actually need to kill these people. Suddenly, Anna, who had been silent, finally spoke. What else? Lu stopped his finger from pulling the trigger. Due to being stopped by words, his ferocious aura instantly shifted, engulfing Anna. But listen to me next. The next bullet hit that idiot playing with snot, aim for his head, right at his nose. Hearing Anna's words, the guy who had just finished his actions, turned to leave and continue playing with his snot, turned his head in disbelief, staring intently at Anna. No way, sis. You're a living king of hell too. He already looked quite like an imbecile, and now, staring like that, he had an even more wise look. But he didn't have a chance to say anything. Bang! A gunshot echoed, hell roar spitting out life-reaping fire. A bloody hole appeared right in the middle of the face of the fool Anna had pointed out, and he fell straight down. His eyes remained open, staring blankly as he lay on the ground. The other students seemed not to notice, continuing to play as if nothing happened, their indifference chilling. A syllable escaped Lu's throat, as if in question. The game punishment segment, which had appeared several times before, did not appear this time. Anna, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She'd made it just in time, her guess had been right, and she'd identified the problem before the rage completely spiraled out of control. This classroom was one of the urban legends, but it had been grotesquely altered into its current chaotic state. The human body sculptures here, coupled with the human body sketches on the blackboard, and the various colors on the desks and floor, made her believe that this was an art classroom. Given the sculptures, she instinctively guessed that this urban legend might be walking statues. Misanthropic Novels Group 7144867770. However, the students here, and their clearly targeted bizarre behavior, could not possibly be without purpose. Therefore, the human body sculptures could also be teaching aids. The human body sketches on the blackboard, clearly dissected images, could perfectly well be lecture slides. The colors on the desks and floor, besides being dyes, could also be different reagents in a laboratory. This could be a laboratory, a biology laboratory. So the urban legend here is the human anatomy model in the biology classroom. The human anatomy models here might genuinely originate from human bodies, from dissection laboratories. These students are not students, they are not human. They are different human body parts. If one smelled carefully, they would still carry the scent of formaldehyde. Their true forms are the most core parts of their bizarre actions. For example, the fool endlessly playing with snot, his true form is actually the nose. Once all this information was connected, all the guesses became very reasonable, and Sin's shot confirmed everything: destroy the nose, and the game's punishment did not descend. This urban legend was, in effect, broken. The only problem was that Anna couldn't easily deduce the true core identity of some individuals based on their actions, so she can only tell Sin what she was confident about first. The next bullet: shoot the leg of the person doing a handstand on the other side, who keeps putting on clothes with their feet. This time, however, there was no gunshot. Lou's head turned, and a curious expression was visible on the pale green mask. It sent a shiver down Anna's spine. She couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. The next second, Lou raised a hand, lifted the gun. Bang! A headshot. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting game progress. Initiating mandatory penalty now. Chapter 70, Park Buzon's fear addicted to violations? A gunshot, a body fell, and the game's punishment reappeared, shattering Anna along with it. Why shoot the head? Why stare at me for a moment before deciding not to accept the advice? Do you have other considerations? Are you truly capable of thought in your current state? As a highly professional Sin analyst, she was truly baffled. She should have cracked this bizarre tale. She didn't believe she had thought of anything incorrectly. So, what exactly was his motive? Anna couldn't help but recall the first time she watched Sin play the game, the scene of the leg being sawn off, and everyone's conjectures about him. At the time, she scoffed, but now she felt a chill run down her spine. He wouldn't actually have some kind of fetish, would he? At the same time, Anna wasn't the only one feeling confused. There was also Park Buzon on the other side. Hearing the game warning sound, which had appeared again after a few minutes, he finally felt something was amiss. Isn't this too fast? Every 3 minutes, you trigger the game's warning mechanism? This really isn't right. What are you doing? Although he had a high degree of freedom, he couldn't see what his opponent was doing at all, and he instantly had a bad premonition, feeling very flustered. No, this guy's a bit strange. Citizens of our great Hanman nation, help me see what he's doing over there? If it's too simple, I won't design as much later. Although he didn't feel good inside, he had to put on a brave face and couldn't show weakness. But he forgot the basic game restriction: spectators in a live broadcast cannot provide information during a confrontational state. So, the messages that came through were all strange garbled codes. Doing. It has always been. TSK. Siba, why is everything so useless? Watching the strings of garbled code floating across his barrage, Park Buzon couldn't help but curse. But this annoyance was nothing. He clearly saw what came next. Wow, what are they saying? They're calling us useless. They forgot the game rules themselves and are saying such excessive things. We're clearly trying our best to help, and the game's challenge mode is also in your favor. Appa Park Buzon wouldn't embarrass our Great Han Myonguk, would he? In Great Han Myonguk, no one usually dared to speak to Park Buzon like that, but now it was online, and in a game, so no one cared much about him. For a moment, he was so angry that he desperately wanted to swear, but he had to consider his image, so he could only hold it in. Everyone, don't worry, I didn't mean that, I wasn't talking about you. Don't worry, I will win. Can he win? He will win. Lou, on the other side, had already turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He was so unreasonable. As soon as the punishment ended, he raised his hand, drew his gun, and took the life of a punisher, headshot after headshot. During this time, he didn't say a word, nor did he utter any threats. There was only pure slaughter. Each punishment now seemed to be no longer Lu's punishment, but rather the countdown of these punishers' lives. Every time the countdown ended, a life was taken, and then a new round of countdown began. Until everyone was killed. This was a spiritual slow torture. Lu said nothing, but at this moment, these pseudo-humans, who should have had no human consciousness, now had eyes filled with expressions drowned in fear. Their movements still maintained a bizarrely perverse quality, but each action became slower and slower, as if they were fearing something. They didn't want to get close to Lu. They desperately wanted to get away from Lu. But the rules of the game forced them to punish Lu. Lu's rage had actually instilled fear in beings that should have been devoid of consciousness. This bizarre scene made Anna a little dumbfounded, feeling incredibly unnatural being in the midst of it. Moreover, she gradually noticed that the movements of these pseudo-humans were becoming distorted, for reasons unknown. Earlier, there was a short woman who placed her right leg on her head and hopped forward. Anna, observing the fluidity of her movements, speculated that her core identity was likely her right leg. But now, in the midst of fear, that fellow switched to putting a different leg on her head and continued to bounce. Can the true form be switched too? Anna was somewhat baffled. During this time, she timidly reminded Lu Zue, saying, "Hitting the head will almost certainly trigger the punishment mechanism. The body parts one mentioned are their true forms, they aren't human themselves." Lu seemed to not hear anything, maintaining his own rhythm, getting hit, getting up, shooting, getting hit. A black aura seemed to coalesce around his entire being, like a black hole of emotion. And Lu was the most terrifying demon at the center of this black hole. Everyone who stepped into it was instantly enveloped by a sense of dread. Although he was already covered in wounds, blood continuously seeped from beneath his trench coat, and the area around him was already splattered with crimson. Yet, he showed no signs of weakness. His aura grew stronger instead, as if he had entered a blood rage. This aura didn't envelop Anna at the moment, so her feelings were relatively light. She merely felt as if the air in the entire classroom was somewhat thin, and a suffocating atmosphere lingered within. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules and forcefully disrupted the game progress. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules and forcefully disrupted the game progress. Warning! The game's disciplinary warning sounded every 3 minutes, like a judge of the underworld, only it wasn't Lu's life being hastened. Pu Bucheng was now numb. The constant sounds of Zue violating rules, from the initial ecstasy, to later numbness, and now fear. He wasn't near Zue and didn't know what Zue was doing now. The alerts that should have made him happy now made him shiver every time they rang. What was happening over there? He couldn't contact his teammates outside either. Logically, shouldn't they contact him if there was really a problem? The punishment alerts were perfectly timed, sounding exactly every 3 minutes, almost to the second, and the game's disciplinary period was itself 3 minutes. This meant that Zue was constantly breaking the rules. Pu Bucheng sat in a classroom on the edge of the campus, fingers interlocked, his face ashen. Has any of the urban legends or traps I designed ever led to such a situation? Are you addicted to violations? Chapter 71, The Substitution Spell, you saw through it before? And, the most critical question is, why can't my teammates contact me? What exactly went wrong? When he was designing, he considered almost all possibilities, but he never thought that violations could happen one after another. If it wasn't due to his own rule design, then it could only be Sin deliberately and continuously breaking the rules. What's his objective? Is he crazy? Just letting himself win effortlessly? Although he had always harbored fantasies of his own victory, such a simple method had never crossed his mind. Could it be that this first place genuinely has no strength whatsoever, and he himself is the chosen one? Park Buchan's mouth curved upwards in a moment of immersed fantasy, then his forehead broke out in a sweat. Questioning himself, his brain was utterly chaotic. Sin, currently far away in some unknown ghastly tale, hadn't done anything to Park Buchan yet, but had already firmly gripped the other's heart, subjecting Park Buchan to repeated torment. No matter what, right now he's the one breaking the rules, he's the one being punished. I haven't been affected. He chose the hellish mode himself, so it's only right that the game targets him. This challenges him against me in the game. The advantage is mine. For some unknown reason, Park Buchan started muttering something. Who asked him? One could only say he was trying to cheer himself up. After vigorously instilling some concepts in himself, he finally felt a little better, and his mood slowly calmed down. 3 minutes later, he didn't hear the sound of game punishment again, almost as if he wasn't used to it, and he looked up with a puzzled expression. After a long while, the game's notification sound came again. The 7 wonders of the campus, the human model in the biology classroom, black player has completed. Current progress, 1-7, remaining time, 231708. He heard the sound coming again, but after concentrating for a moment, he realized the sound seemed to have changed. It wasn't what he had imagined. Cleared? How did it get cleared? Park Buchan was instantly dumbfounded. Didn't they say the advantage was his? It had only been this long, why was it cleared? And he was clearly constantly violating rules, so how did he clear the instance? Can his bizarre tail game be cleared by violating rules? Could it be his teammates? But his teammates were clearly brought in to hinder his progress, weren't they? I protest, God's chosen paradise, can you hear me? How did he complete the game? I need to know. I've never heard of any game that can be beaten simply by violating rules. He was violating rules just minutes ago? And now he's completed the game? Park Bu-chang couldn't quite accept the blow and began directly questioning the game. But the game ignored him completely, with not a single response. Not everyone was Lu, who could provoke the game and still win badges. After being ignored by the game, Park Bu-chang could only silently swallow the rejection and began pacing back and forth. He was very upset, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have Lu's spirit of risking his life to test the game's bottom line. He could only be angry in silence. This is too bizarre. Wait. Park Bu-chang's overloaded pig brain finally remembered something and started rereading the message. The human model in the biology classroom. The biology classroom. Isn't his teammate there? He immediately grew anxious. Was this person completely useless? Someone who kept violating rules could still complete the game. He wanted to contact them quickly to find out what happened. Then, the game's notification sound rang out again, and this time, it completely shattered his composure. White player, golden second floor, has exited the game. Game continues. And this Kim Yi-Lu was none other than Park Bu-chang's teammate in the biology classroom. What? Ha? Park Bu-chang's face instantly turned into an emoji, much like the black man's questioning face. Constantly violating rules, then completing the game, and then his teammate exited? What is this? Is this game truly sin-hell difficulty? This is hell difficulty for me. Minutes ago. After the punishment ended, Lu stood up from the pool of blood, readjusted his clothes and collar, and looked at the last person. The other party stood there looking somewhat numb. His colleagues, those imitation humans, had already become a pile of corpses on the ground. His eyes, full of fear, stared intently at Lu. Just moments ago, he had been holding a stick and vigorously attacking Lu. But a stick couldn't kill the strongest player in this world. Now, he probably knew himself that his life was about to end. He was lucky, Lu randomly eliminated a lucky one, and he was left till the end. He was also unlucky, remaining until now, only to face Lu directly. What a pity. Lu finally spoke, and no one knew who he was speaking to. Then, he raised his gun. Imitation human, what pity are you talking about? Bang! The gun fired, the last person fell, and the classroom fell silent. Lu turned his head and looked at Anna, who had been standing at the back of the classroom. Anna quickly raised her hands and waved them, saying, Me! It's me, I'm your teammate, not with them. Lu! I know. Just then, the large area of corpses on the ground turned into black smoke and disappeared, leaving only a mess of parts, the various components that make up a human body, with a stench and a strange smell. And at the same time, the game clear notification sounded. Anna walked over, wanting very much to ask Sin why he was so insistent on doing this. But she found that Sin was currently bowing his head, motionless, looking at the scattered limbs on the ground, and once again raising his gun. What? Is he going to desecrate the corpses? Suddenly, some of the parts on the ground sprang up, forming a human shape in the air, and ran towards the door. Anna didn't even have time to react. With a bang, Lou shot a hole through the opponent's thigh. Ah! A scream came from the air as a figure fell, clutching his leg and wailing. No! I'm not Park Bu-cheng. I just... He hadn't even finished speaking when Lou's hell scream, in second gear, had already fired. Kill! Jean Erlu had no time to think, using his exit coin. A scream erupted from the high-temperature blast, and he vanished from the spot, exiting the game. At this moment, all the information seen before once again flooded into Anna's mind. Jean Erlu's special ability Body Double Technique. It allows the body to be divided into multiple parts, only one is the true vital point. Any damage to other locations, even the heart, will not result in death. Anna couldn't differentiate which specific part of the imposter's bodies was the true core before, because they had parts from Jean Erlu on them, and those parts could also move, pretending to be the core. If the attack was misplaced, it's very likely that after all imposters were defeated, the wrong location wouldn't be found, and the game ultimately wouldn't be cleared, misleading Anna and Lou into thinking they guessed the wrong way to clear it. So, that's why Lou insisted on taking the risk of violating the rules to kill all the imposters? You figured it out earlier? Anna turned her head in shock, looking at Sin, who was wearing a mask and was taciturn. Lou? Saw what? Chapter 72, Gradually Increasing Difficulty, Brother's Confidence Returns. Lou didn't quite understand what Anna had decided he was again, but he didn't explain. In his current state, all his rational thought was being used to suppress his own violent and murderous desires, to prevent himself from losing control. Too lazy to speak, getting annoyed just by opening his mouth, and when annoyed, he wants to kill people. Lf King kill, 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 kill. So, at this moment, when Lou wasn't making a move, he actually seemed much more normal compared to his previous states of greed and gluttony. He even seemed a bit refined, with an air of a cold and taciturn male god. But in reality, these were all illusions, a raging storm hidden beneath a calm lake surface, concealing a bloodthirsty beast beneath an elegant exterior. The anomaly was resolved, the first campus miracle, with a resolution time of less than an hour. This shattered most of Pu Bu-cheng's fantasies. By now, the bodies and blood on the ground had vanished into black smoke, leaving only a scattered collection of organ parts, an unsettling sight. Anna looked at the human specimens scattered on the floor, replaying the events of earlier over and over in her mind. How is that possible? Although her current mental capacity couldn't fully unleash the power of the all-seeing eye, it was still a legendary weapon. She hadn't realized so quickly that there was something wrong with these people's true bodies. What level is Sin's mask, exactly? Or was it simply achieved by his keen mind? When did you discover that some limbs belonged to those Jean Erlu entities? Lou? I didn't notice. After a brief statement, he chugged another bottle of basic recovery potion to restore his condition. Since drinking the first bottle at the very beginning, he had only consumed one intermediate recovery potion midway. Now, his condition was already as good as, if not better than, when he started. This initial horror tale was purely a bonus level for him. He truly hadn't thought too much this time. Unlike Anna's judgment, he hadn't even considered the issue of clearing the game at first. His insistence on killing the Punisher and receiving punishment was purely out of a desire for punishment. And later, when the body didn't move, it wasn't that he actively discovered something was wrong, or noticed traces of Jean Erlu. It was his intuition that sensed something was amiss. Just like a beast in the wilderness can always sense if something is watching it, it was a pure instinct. May I ask, what was your purpose in choosing to act that way earlier? After hearing Sin's answer and countless possibilities ran through her mind, Anna began to ask tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lou tidied his ethereal cloak, and after changing its superficial form, he vigorously shook off the blood on it. I was just warming up. Also, it's now proven. Lou stretched with effort, and a big smile appeared on his light green mask. These horror games can all be cleared by brute force, right? Anna's pupils suddenly contracted. Although Sin was smiling, the violent aura around him intensified even more. In other words, in this game, he was essentially putting himself on the line to test the game's clearing method. If the game's punishment isn't fatal, and if eliminating all possible threats also leads to clearance, then he plans to just charge through. Is that it? A sense of frustration welled up in her. She really couldn't keep up with the thought process of someone with mania. Originally, she had thought she finally cracked the puzzle in this top-tier game, but who knew the other party never even intended for it to be a puzzle from the start. Sin never intended for teamwork from the very beginning. On Park Boo-chung's side, the game had already popped up hints and a new round of reminders for him. Black Team's Lu had already cleared one game, and this hell difficulty was gradually beginning to show its true hellish nature. The permissions Park Boo-chung obtained were getting higher and higher. For every urban legend Lu completed, he could impose one restriction. And the level and scope of the restrictions also increased progressively, becoming more extreme the further they went. For example, Park Boo-chung's attempt to write "From now on, Sin cannot breathe" was rejected by the game. Such a restriction was impossible to pass. At this moment, on the game screen in front of him, he was repeatedly testing the game's limits, beginning to plan the next game, all while muttering incessantly and cursing. Damn useless, didn't send back any message, just quit the game like that. Isn't Jean Erlu ranked very high in the country? Didn't they say they had life-saving skills? Just quit directly? Why not just die? Spineless thing, what exactly are they doing over there? Siba, completely useless. He was already exercising great restraint. If there weren't so many people watching, he could curse even dirtier. It's understandable, really. His opponent felt like they cleared the game for no reason, having done nothing, while his teammate quit without even sending back a message. His situation should have been excellent. But Jean Erlu had no choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass on messages, it was mainly that Lu simply didn't give him time. He was split into many pieces on different fake humans, and when Lu violated the rules, the game rules forcibly required him to implement a punishment, leaving no time to pass on messages. Every time a punishment just ended, Lu immediately fired another shot. Jean Erlu was too afraid to even react, let alone pass on messages. As for the end, he was shot in the leg. If he had withdrawn even a second slower, Lu would have turned him into ashes. What message could he pass then? Lu's enraged mask was truly all about efficiency, not even giving time to speak. So, in the end, this resulted in Park Boo-chung's current state of being completely in the dark. However, soon, a smile reappeared on his face, and he spoke. But it's okay, everyone, don't worry, in the end, the winner can only be me. That was just one level, nothing significant. It only means Jean Erlu was too incompetent. My restrictions will be a series of traps, driving him into the abyss. He will pay the price for his arrogance. Saying this, Pao Boo-chung clicked the confirm button once again. Some of the Chinese spectators in his live broadcast were speechless. Confident again, bro? Meanwhile, a game announcement echoed in the players' minds. Black team player has cleared a school wonder. White team player now issues the first restriction. Among black team players, at any given time, one person must be present at the urban legend game location. Chapter 73. I didn't underestimate him, I just wanted to kill him. Hearing the voice in their ears, Lu and Anna, who were already preparing for the next scene's urban legend, paused simultaneously. Lu was slightly displeased at first. They can just add rules temporarily? Anna also frowned slightly from the description of this rule. It seemed that such restrictions were not an accidental occurrence. This should be a means of division, a way to separate the two of us. Lu also only now realized what the restriction meant. There was no helping it. Rage was like that, get angry first, then think. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That's perfect then." Anna. What did he mean by that? Did he really have to make it so obvious that he thought she was a burden? However, in the end, she sighed. Although the all-seeing eye, when developed to its extreme, wouldn't have weak combat power, currently, her function wasn't primarily in combat. Moreover, even if she had some combat ability, it probably wouldn't be enough compared to the great master in front of her. So she proactively said, Alright then, this rule is very clear. One person must be in the game scene at all times. You're stronger, so I'll stay here, and you go to the next instance. Lu agreed when the other person spoke first. Okay. After speaking, he took big strides and headed towards the door. Hey, no! Wait a minute. Anna hadn't finished speaking, and the person in front of her looked like they couldn't wait to start a massacre, which left her a bit speechless. Help me take this out and throw it into the sky. Anna handed him a metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter and hard in texture. Her current appearance included a light blue screen constantly flashing data streams in front of her right eye, while her left eye was sealed by a helmet, giving her a very cyberpunk look. She pointed to her sealed left eye, then to the metal ball, and said, "This is my eye dot. Throw it into the sky, it can help you see in all directions and scout out where the correct game location is." Lu squeezed it slightly, feeling its hardness, and nodded in understanding. "Also, you wear this." Anna, like a treasure chest, pulled out something resembling an earphone from somewhere unknown. "Stay in contact, and remember not to lose it." Lu took the item, touched it to his ear, and the earphone instantly transformed into a fluid that enveloped his ear, providing no sensation of wearing it, yet it wouldn't fall off. "What level of weapon is this?" Lu asked subconsciously. "Epic." Lu? He couldn't help but pinch his trench coat, thinking, "I've finally seen an epic weapon even more useless than you." Also, there are a few things I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. Firstly, the temporary restrictions added to this game are likely to be added one by one after each level. Secondly, it's very likely that Park Bu-sung has more than one teammate. Anna probably understood Sin's current psychological state, so she didn't waste any words and directly stated her conclusion. And for Lu, in his raging mask state, this kind of communication was his favorite. He indeed hadn't paid much attention to these things, he didn't think they were important. His intuition didn't suggest that these things could threaten his life. "You be careful." After speaking, Lu stepped out of the classroom, leaped from the 3rd floor to the ground, then powerfully threw Anna's eye in his hand into the sky. The metal orb spun a few times in the air before its form obscured, vanishing from sight. Anna, in the eerily quiet classroom, found a seat in the back row, held her breath, and closed her eyes. The campus was very quiet. Looking up, there was no sun, no clouds. The sky wasn't blue, but a dull gray, like a bucket of paint water spilled on an oil painting. The whole world was gray and filled with a sense of deathly silence, making one feel depressed. Making Lu feel angry. He walked aimlessly around the campus, currently seriously contemplating one thing: how much power Hell's Roar would need to completely demolish the teaching building in front of him. Even if it could demolish it, would destroying the entire school still be a bit difficult? What a hassle. Just then, Anna's voice came through the earpiece. She had entered her state, her voice calm and steady in frequency, almost robotic. "Other locations are uncertain, but there is only one gymnasium in this school. So, the sound of a bouncing ball in an empty gymnasium, no matter how it changes, should only be in this one place." "Location," Lu replied. "Look up." Looking up, the metallic eyeball of the all-seeing eye above his head began to move at high speed, refracting colorful light spots that formed an arrow guiding Lu forward. "Also, although Pu Buching's abilities are far inferior to yours, I must remind you again. He might have very high-level support, good equipment. Don't underestimate your opponent." Perhaps because Lu was not nearby at the moment, that black aura of fear disappeared, and her mind became much more normal. She dared to say many things. "I didn't underestimate him." Lu looked up and responded. "I just want to kill him." His voice was calm, without a trace of personal animosity, as if stating a fact. Lu stretched his body, and in the campus shrouded in gray mist, there burst forth the legendary sound of muscles and bones resonating, typical of martial arts masters. The countless disciplinary attacks from before were no less than a battle. Lu was now fully warmed up. He made a few leaps across the campus and arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before entering, the sounds of intense competition from the court spilled out, noisy and lively, completely out of place with the overall atmosphere of the school. Lu stood before the main gate, without the slightest hesitation, and strode in, making no attempt to hide that he was an intruder. Upon entering, the indoor ping-pong court was filled with the constant sound of ping-pong balls, the badminton courts echoed with intense foot shuffling and the whoosh of smash shots, and the basketball court vibrated with thunderous shouts, occasionally interspersed with whistles. Shouting, cheering, all sorts of sounds erupted within this venue, indicating that the school's sports atmosphere was quite vibrant. Ha! Lou walked inside, looked around, surveyed the area, and mumbled to himself. A lot of people, it seems. Standing at the entrance, everything in the venue was in full view. In the noisy arena. Empty. Chapter 74, Park Buson, your mission is to stall. The noisy stadium was empty, a blatant eeriness that, coupled with the already gloomy atmosphere of the school, sent shivers down one's spine. A terrifying atmosphere permeated the air, but at this moment, those who had arrived here had no idea what fear was. Lou, surrounded by a black, oppressive aura, walked to the center of the spacious sports arena. The sounds around him were so real, so close, yet nothing could be seen. Hundreds of people are talking non-stop around you, but you can't see them. You stand in the gymnasium, feeling like an isolated island, both terrified and alone. This place could drive someone mad if they stayed too long during the day. If they came at night, they would probably faint on the spot. And for the convenience of spectators learning to become players in the future, their screens were all first-person views. Before, watching Sin's videos was always about seeing a madman torture games. This was the first time they had seen an instance with such a terrifying atmosphere. Seriously, why did they have to create something with a horror theme for no good reason? No, my cabinet just moved. I'm not watching anymore. The other school miracles are inherently ghost stories. Sin's method of clearing was already very violent. If it were in normal puzzle solving, it might be even more terrifying. Anna, watching through the all-seeing eye, also felt it was a bit tricky. This kind of scene had a bit of a Chinese horror feel to it, and the most crucial thing was that, because it appeared empty, she had very little data to analyze. Lou stood in the exact center of the field, chin slightly raised, the expression on his mask gradually turning to one of confusion. Facing the empty stadium, he repeated aloud. So many people. Though visually unseen, his senses were exceptionally clear. Within this not-so-large space, many pairs of eyes were watching him. It was a beast's instinct, a wrathful, amplified intuition. Just when everyone felt the situation had hit a bottleneck and didn't know how to break it, Lou, out of nowhere, raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to be warped by the bullet, and a bullet hole appeared on the floor in the distance. But other than that, nothing seemed to have happened. It was just a casual shot he fired. Yet, the expression on the wrathful mask gradually grew serious, his brow furrowing, and he swiftly drew his gun, firing another shot at a different spot. Subsequently, gunshots rang out continuously. Lou's right hand seemingly transformed into that of a Western gunslinger, beginning to wildly pepper various parts of the room with pinpoint shots. Each shot was single fire, but due to the rapid rate of fire and no need for barrel cooling, the gunshots blended into a continuous line, sounding like a rifle sweeping across the room. The bright and clean gymnasium instantly turned into a battle-damaged version, as if entering a war zone. The backboard of the basketball hoop was shattered, the badminton net lay on the floor, and bullet holes were everywhere on the ground, on the walls. But the entire stadium still felt as bustling as before, the sounds of various sports undiminished, echoing Lou's gunshots. It was as if they were collaborating on a dance piece. Everyone was stunned, no one knew what he was doing. In this stadium, Sin seemed to have gone mad, firing randomly, yet with no effect whatsoever. What? What does this mean? Has he gone crazy? It seems like a violent approach won't work here. Nonsense, how can you be violent when you can't even see a living soul? Spraying the stadium is useless. I thought we'd see him just charge through, but now it seems we can't proceed without finding a method. Due to Lou's unusually strange behavior at this time, most people thought he was having a fit. In his earpiece, Anna's voice also came through. What are you doing? The expression on Lou's mask showed his brow completely furrowed as he scanned everything before him. He could feel that the air was thick with presences. They were watching him, and this gaze carried considerable malice. Most of this malice was very subtle, making it difficult for him to ascertain if it was an illusion, as if he were surrounded by invisible, untouchable ghosts. But just now, his strong intuition had made a string in his mind tense, making him feel that the malice in a certain spot was stronger, imbued with a more actual sensation. Therefore, he fired. But he also clearly knew that he hadn't hit the target. The intense malice had vanished the moment he raised his gun, only to reappear behind him. Each shot thereafter, he aimed at the distinct location of the malice, wanting to see what would happen, but each time, he failed. Within the vast space, it was as if countless stars were scattered, these stars dim and dead, but one of them would occasionally flicker, caught by Lu's perception. However, it would only flicker for a moment. As soon as Lu raised his gun, the shining star would immediately shift to another location, and this location was mostly behind Lu, completely contrary to its previous appearance. Lu fired faster and faster, but it was useless. That flickering malice was difficult even for bullets to catch. Yet, to everyone else, he simply appeared to be going mad, and no one else possessed his intuition to sense the malice in the room. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stadium, an invisible figure held their breath, watching Lu finally stop firing, and quickly began to contact Park Bu-chun using the in-game communication method. "Hello, Mr. Park. This Sin is with me now." He was very nervous, trying his best not to waste words. "Park Bu-chang, Then, he looked at the person who had contacted him, and was instantly overjoyed. "The stadium, right? Excellent, Fanrun, hold him there. I know your abilities drag him to his death here." Fanrun swallowed, then continued. "That's what I was going to say next. I think I've been discovered." "What?" Park Bu-chang's eyes instantly widened. He stood up and looked towards the distant stadium. "How did he do that?" "I don't know, but among my many strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies, he shot at my main body. Although my strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body switches quickly, every shot he fired afterwards was in the direction of my main body. I've dodged many times already." Park Bu-chang's expression relaxed a little then, and he said, "So he just can't catch you, right? Fanrun. Anyway, the main difficulty of clearing this urban legend lies with you. Confuse him, mislead him, stall. Your mission is to stall. The hopes of the great Han Minghua rest on your shoulders." Chapter 75, Where the Eyes Cannot See, the Heart Will Guide You. As he finished speaking, Park Bu-chang didn't forget to strike a high note, placing a grand burden on Fanrun. He didn't know the pressure Fanrun was facing, nor did he care about Fanrun's life or death. He was just happy to see this Sin fellow being stalled. There are a total of 7 levels in the game, 7 urban legends, and 24 hours. This time is actually very tight. As long as he could hold out for any instance, coupled with the teammate action restrictions he had already imposed on Lu's side, time would pass quickly. Moreover, he currently can't think of any way for Sin to break through Fanrun's ability. That ability perfectly matches the stadium's urban legend. It might not be able to defeat Sin, but it can certainly drag out the time and wear him down. In his original plan, this level was meant to be the biggest time sink, but he didn't expect Sin to find his way there in the second level. "Fanrun, please don't be so useless." After hanging up the call with Park Bu-sung, Fanrun also took a deep breath and continued to be nervous in the stadium. Indeed, after preparation, his ability makes him invincible on home turf. All his skills were in his abilities, a berserker-level ability, the strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit clones. Fanrun could manifest strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit clones. These strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit clones required time to prepare and could not be too far from the main body, no more than 100 meters at most. The clones have no attacking ability, they merely cause people to feel depressed and fearful when nearby. However, Fanrun doesn't know why this is completely ineffective against Sin. It sounded like a rather useless ability, but as long as the distance was within 100 meters, Fanrun's strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies and his main body could switch places at any time. Fanrun's main body is also in a state of concealed presence and invisibility, making it impossible to find. Such an ability had almost no offensive power, and Fanrun's current strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit couldn't even control the actions of his clones at will, yet in the setting of the stadium's retail, it became a powerful tool for stalling. Fanrun always believed that as long as he had ample time to prepare, even the world's strongest couldn't touch him. And now, he has indeed reached the moment of truth. Only when truly facing Lu could he feel that oppressive sensation, that inexplicable aura of suppression and fear, which made him utterly dare not approach. And, after all, he was dodging bullets. Each time Lu raised his hand, he quickly swapped with a doppelganger in the gun's blind spot direction. Although he didn't miss, the psychological pressure was still considerable. Furthermore, he still couldn't figure out how this sin discovered the location of his main body. The strongest in this world, aren't his abilities a bit too comprehensive? However, to outsiders, Lu's previous actions seemed like shooting into thin air, meaningless. Coupled with his previously violent and reckless personality and breaking through levels, most people thought he was going crazy, shooting at nothing. Except for Fanren, who was hidden in the air, no one could understand how abnormal Lu's previous actions were, or how precise every shot he fired was. Why don't we go check other places first? Firing at the stadium out of anger won't do any good. It feels like Sin isn't in a suitable state for analysis and decryption right now. How about we let blank take a look and move on to the next scene? 24 hours, time is actually quite tight, isn't it? Please don't lose to the Koreans. The spectators also began to offer advice, though they were just talking casually. Old spectators knew that Sin never listened to what the spectators said. Suddenly, Lu, who had been calm and inactive for some time, once again raised his gun, aiming at the true location of Fanrun. Fanrun! The moment Lu raised his hand, an alarm instantly blared in Fanren's mind. He immediately performed a displacement, appearing behind Lu. It's really not easy to play tug-of-war with this formidable figure. One mistake could mean death. It is rumored that this boss kills without blinking, and there's even an instance where he supposedly ate people. Scared. But immediately after, Fanren noticed something was wrong, his pupils contracting instantly. The gun didn't fire. Lu's raised hand was purely to verify how he dodged it. On the light green mask, a meaningful smiley face gradually emerged. So, you don't dodge bullets. Do you react to my hand movements? Thinking of this, Lu's hand loosened, and Hell's scream in his hand dropped to the ground, then disappeared, entering his backpack. He pressed his earphone and said, "You go first and check other places." Anna. Are you sure? Watching Lu nod, the metal sphere in the air spun twice before decisively flying away. Anna knew that since Chui had made his decision, her presence or absence here probably wouldn't make much difference. Soon, in the empty stadium, only Lu remained standing silently. Slowly, beneath the mask, his eyes gently closed. The noisy sounds around him went unheard as he fully immersed himself in the beast's sensory instincts. Since the stadium was empty anyway, he might as well close his eyes. Sometimes, when your eyes can't see, your heart will guide the way. Tell me, is the gun faster, or am I faster? His voice wasn't loud, but when he spoke, it drowned out all the noise in the gymnasium, like a tiger's roar in the mountains overpowering all the birds and beasts, clearly reaching Fanren's ears. Fanren was stunned for a moment, not understanding who the words were directed at. How could a person be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? But the next second, all the hairs on his body bristled instantly. A figure magnified in his vision, and the sensation of death enveloped his entire body. Switch! Boom! The next second, a huge roar came, and Lu's raised right leg chopped down heavily, slamming into the ground like a mountain-splitting axe. Amidst the massive roar, a huge crater was instantly stomped into the badminton court floor, and massive cracks rapidly spread throughout the gymnasium. Fanren stood at a distance, his composure somewhat regained, looking ahead. He knew why Lu put away his gun, because his person made no raising hand movements. He could even look straight ahead, yet sprint backwards. Although not as fast as a bullet, it was much harder to predict. But, how was that possible? How could a person have such strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit? Fanren had never seen such a person. Even if the opponent was the world's number one, he never imagined that someone's physical body could become a weapon. Were his Achilles tendons made of rebar? However, at this moment, he had no time for shock at all. Before he could even catch his breath, a terrifying gust of wind assaulted him once again. The grotesque, furious mask, carrying the scent of death, once again charged towards him. Fanrin had only one feeling in his heart. It seems impossible to hold him back. Chapter 76, Berserk and Out of Control, Adding Points to Suffering. Switch. Without time to think much, Fanrin felt as if he could sense the opponent's killing intent penetrating his pores. In an instant, he quickly swapped places, narrowly avoiding the attack again. Boom! Turning back, the floor where he had been standing previously exploded once again, debris and smoke filling the air, obscuring Lu's figure. Moments later, the dust was shattered by a powerful airflow, and something surged out from within. Fanrin didn't even need to think to know that it must be that sin again. Do his muscles require no relief or wind up at all? Before he could react with surprise, Fanrin disappeared from his spot the next second, quickly swapping positions with his strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body. The next moment, the basketball hoop behind him was shattered by a palm strike, fragments scattering everywhere. Fanrin's back was completely drenched in cold sweat at this point. With just those two moves, Sin, the world's #1, was no mere boast. This level of physical strength definitely far surpassed any player he had ever seen. Are the top-ranked people on the game leaderboards all at this level? He and his strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body only needed a thought to switch, but the other party, to chase him, was charging with his physical body. Even so, he felt like his evasions were a close call. As for why he had to dodge instead of trying to fight, Fanrin just wanted to scoff at anyone who would say such a thing. You try to fight him? The fact that he hadn't directly quit by now already showed considerable courage. Fanrin didn't even dare to think about being able to stall the opponent for 24 hours. After facing him directly, he was thinking one thing. Can this damn game really win against him? It was a good thing the win condition was encrypted, because if it were a one-on-one duel, Fanrin suspected this monster could rip Park Busong to shreds. Then it would truly be impossible to Pow play prostitute. Switch. Dodging another fatal attack, Fanrin kept his distance, cautiously watching the beast rampaging through the stadium. He could only do his best to stall this guy here for as long as possible before his energy ran out. After all, this challenge also represented the great Han-Ming nation, so it was unlikely he would go easy. He. Suddenly, a somewhat sinister laugh echoed through the empty stadium, filled with the sounds of movement. That was Lu's laughter. Seeing his continuous failed attempts, the power of the berserker mask gradually increased, and he couldn't help but laugh out of extreme anger. Kid, you're fast, aren't you? On the mask, a large smile directly split it in half, like a maniac with a grin stretched to his ears. Boom! A large pit instantly appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and the terrifying recoil launched his body towards Fanrin. This time, Lu had entered a berserk state, even starting to lose control, involuntarily letting out laughter. Without catching his breath, without resting, without relieving physical exertion, Lu's entire body began an uninterrupted, frantic sprint. Like a wound-up machine, his strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit became so fast that after-images appeared, making him difficult for the human eye to track. Each time Fanrin changed direction, it was a sharp reversal, hoping to slow down the Sin's pace in this way. But there was no noticeable effect. Lu's zigzag sprints showed no hesitation at all, and the extremely high pursuit frequency gave Fanrin a suffocating feeling. Although it was just a change of direction, the psychological pressure was simply unbearable for a human. Ha. Moreover, a bizarre laugh echoed throughout the gymnasium. The laugh contained no hint of joy, instead sending chills down one's spine. Fanrin now had a delusion, feeling like a helpless little girl running in a dark alley late at night, chased by a psychopathic killer. Though not entirely accurate, in terms of psychological pressure, it was quite similar. Fear, helplessness, and the terrible consequences if caught. The entire gymnasium was ravaged beyond recognition, with destroyed basic equipment everywhere, and violently torn up flooring and wall plaster. Suddenly, the continuous roar came to an abrupt halt. Lu stood amidst the broken floor, in the smoke and dust, finally stopping his steps. By this time, the gymnasium was a wreck, smoke and dust rising everywhere, and the scoreboard on the large screen overhead swayed precariously before finally falling down. The enraged mask on Lu's face laughed silently. He lowered his head, looking at his right hand. In his hand, he was holding a half-foot-long gray piece of cloth that was the default starting clothing of a game player. Just now, Fanren finally couldn't withstand the prolonged psychological pressure. His mind briefly froze, and Lu managed to tear off a piece of his clothes. That feeling was truly a brush with death. Fanren's face was flushed crimson, breathing carefully. He didn't know why Sin suddenly stopped, but having a moment to breathe was incredibly precious to him. The mental pressure was too great. Wasn't this game supposed to be Park Buching's first challenge? Why did he feel like he was in hell? Looking at his torn clothes, Fanren still felt lingering fear and quickly took advantage of this time to contact Park Buching. The in-game channel connected. "Hey, Mr. Park, be ready for what's next." Park Buching was a bit confused, replying, "What do you mean? Ready for what? I can't hold him off any longer, I might be done for. This guy is really terrifying. Really terrifying." At the end, Fanren repeated "really terrifying" twice, showing his internal collapse and pressure. "Pu Bucheng? What? Can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes. What are you saying? What's going on?" Fanren had already hung up the call. Sheba. Inside the venue, Lu looked at the torn piece of clothing in his hand, and his enraged emotions finally released a little. After all, he didn't want to truly lose control. Seeing the item in his hand, he could confirm that his intuition was correct. There truly was a fellow here, emitting malice. "How come you didn't get away this time? You are no good either." Seeing the piece of clothing appear out of thin air in his hand, the spectators, who had always thought Sin was just randomly going crazy, were all dumbfounded. "No, WOC? Where did that come from? There's really something. And it's physical, which means the expert was chasing someone just now. Physical ghost busting actually works, it sent a shiver down my spine. The opponent has such fast strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, and hasn't really been caught yet. It seems they are also a master." If Fanren could see the spectators' evaluation of Lu, he would probably vomit blood. "Fanren, what? Master? Me?" Lu stood still, staring at the cloth in his hand for over 10 seconds. The smile on his mask gradually became more unbridled, then he spoke in his mind. "Alright, it's good to confirm someone's here. No more playing, chosen of pain system, add points." Chapter 77, Did I Say You Could Leave? With a thought, his personal strength data panel was called up. After removing equipment and other items, Lu's personal strength points could definitely be described as luxurious. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 30. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 15. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit coordination 15. Luck 3. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit 3. Except for luck, which he didn't know what it was for and thus didn't touch, all other stats were far beyond the level of other players. The point allocation ratio for strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit was relatively inefficient, with 110, which Lu felt wasn't very necessary. He still preferred the physical aspects, the clearly perceived strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit. Lu had also gained a lot of pain value from the previous urban legend. Including the sporadic items before, he now had over 40 points. Beneath the enraged mask, Lu couldn't be bothered to calculate meticulously. Since he wanted to have a good play with the opponent, he would give himself a more significant boost. Thinking this, he dramatically increased his strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, and coordination in one go. It was almost an all-in. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit increase, 1530. Coordination increased, 1520. Forget strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit for now, mainly add points to strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. His personal strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit values were directly doubled using pain value. He didn't know if the hidden entity was human or ghost, another player, or some in-game existence, but he was going to drag them out. Being led around felt incredibly irritating. Although Fan Ren constantly felt he was in mortal danger, Lu himself didn't think so. From his perspective, he'd encountered an annoying mouse that kept running without fighting, and he couldn't even catch it. Almost every failed attempt made the anger in his heart surge a bit more. Fan Ren had been running for a long time, but not much time had actually passed. However, he had helped Lu accumulate a lot of rage. Lu hadn't wanted to eat people even when wearing the gluttony mask, but now he really wanted to eat someone. This ghostly thing seemed to be able to teleport, possessing extraordinary abilities, which made him incredibly frustrated. Now, with his strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit doubled, he only felt as if he was treading on air, his whole body experiencing a light illusion. If he could force the opponent into a desperate situation just now, then his chances now were much, much greater. Fan Ren was lurking in the distance, holding his breath and concentrating, watching Sin and waiting for the opponent's next move. Although he didn't know why he had stopped, Fan Ren still had a bad premonition, like daggers at his back. Suddenly, Lu turned his head and looked towards Fan Ren's location. For that instant, it was as if their eyes met. Fan Ren was clearly certain he was in an invisible state, but that glance still made him feel stripped bare, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. "Friend, you're breathing too loudly." The rage mask grinned and said, addressing Fan Ren's location. "Fear is like the smell of blood, it exposes everything about you." Fan Ren's muscles instantly tensed, and he held his breath, waiting for the next round of the hunt. But Lu was not in a hurry to act. He merely gathered his cuffs while slowly taking a few steps in Fan Ren's direction, speaking calmly and evenly. "I hope you're ready. Boss has entered phase 2. "What?" Fan Ren was startled, not quite understanding what this meant. Why did it feel like his personality had changed? However, immediately afterwards, Lu's steady steps turned into an instant dash without any pre-movement, bringing him right in front of Fan Ren. Switch! Fan Ren's nerves had been taut. The moment Lu's footsteps began, he had already shifted away. But he immediately noticed something was wrong. Even though he had shifted, the whistling gust of wind was still on his face. The pale green mask had arrived. Fan Ren didn't have time to ponder what was happening, or why it had rushed to his face again right after he shifted. He could only perform a secondary shift in a flash of lightning, narrowly escaping. Because Lu's charge this time came with a pre-calculation. Due to fear, each of Fan Ren's shifts moved towards the farthest point from Lu and with the largest return angle, which gave him a greater sense of security. But similarly, such actions became very predictable. So, Lu's first charge wasn't aimed at directly capturing the opponent. He merely reached the spot, stomped his foot on the ground, and with the momentum of the recoil, swiftly rushed backward. Sure enough, as soon as he moved, the presence tracked by his own beastly instincts was already near him. He still missed with this second strike. But Lu's hand swung out like an iron poker, cutting a swath of blood red through the air. The space in front of him appeared empty, yet blood indeed splattered out, drenching the already battle-damaged floor. A very clear, painful grunt echoed in the air. Fan Ren was wounded. However, next, he couldn't escape Lu's third wave of sprint. With a non-stop third return, Lu's hand finally pressed against something tangible in mid-air. His 5 fingers tightened, digging directly into the opponent's flesh. Smashing 2 billboards next to the court, Lu slammed his target heavily onto the ground, rendering him completely devoid of any strength, agility, speed, luck, or spirit to resist. The air twisted, and a figure gradually emerged. It was Fan Ren, who had been painstakingly hiding for half a day. Cough, cough. A sweet taste filled his mouth, and Fan Ren coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He was, after all, a decent player, not dying directly from that single press. But the moment he was caught, Fan Ren's mind went blank, truly blank, shattered and overwhelmed by an overbearing and unreasonable aura. Rage lowered Lu's own rational state, and the mental oppression it brought to others, especially his opponents, was unparalleled. Fear made him unable to think, and the pain, as if his body was about to fall apart, awakened memories in his genes. Especially with their current positions, one on top and one below. It was a primal fear, ingrained in his bones, of being captured by a predator, of being slaughtered, of being eaten. Fan Ren had no time for shock. His mind was filled only with the instinct for survival. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out his exit coin. But no sooner had he taken it out than a tremendous strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit gripped his wrist. In a blink of an eye, his wrist felt as if it had been placed in a hydraulic press, the pain causing him to lose all other sensations. Aha! Amidst the screams, immense strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit compressed his muscles and tendons. Unidentified cracking sounds emanated, preventing him from gripping. The moment he took the exit coin out of his backpack, his hand loosened, and it dropped to the ground. Close before him was a ghastly, pale green smiling face. What's the rush? Did I say you could leave? Chapter 78, Crying also counts as time. Lu's grip tightened further and further. Blood had already begun to seep from Fan Ren's gripped wrist, his flesh pressed tightly against the bone, as if Lu was going to crush it raw. Ah! Fan Ren continued to scream, completely consumed by fear, capable only of meaningless cries. He deeply regretted agreeing to participate in this game. It had nothing to do with him. Pu Bucheng was challenging for first place, so why was he the one getting hurt? The moment he saw the exit coin drop to the ground, he knew in his heart that he was absolutely finished. Although Jean Erlo before him didn't know what he had encountered, at least he successfully left the game and saved his life. What about him? His nearly 30 years of life began to flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He hadn't even done anything significant yet, but he was already recalling the past, as if waiting for death. Just then, the sharp pain in his wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling sensation, and the pain vanished. Fan Ren? What does this mean? Has my hand been crushed? The blurry image of mangled flesh appeared in his mind. Fan Ren, feeling utterly despondent, turned his head to look at his hand, only to find. It turned out that Lu had released his pincer-like hand, not applying any further pressure on him. Fan Ren was stunned, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped death, but then, a deep voice reached his ears. What are you howling about? Lu was pressing down on him, and he himself felt a little dazed. Why could a grown man scream so miserably? He didn't understand the screaming had even somewhat alleviated the anger in his heart. He hadn't even said what he was going to do yet. What was wrong with this person? It was just grabbing a wrist, wasn't it? It wasn't broken yet. This was completely different from the enemy he had imagined. Lu had originally imagined meeting a classic mindless minor villain who, after being subdued, would first verbally provoke, then desperately counterattack, and finally be slapped to death by himself. Why did he encounter such a spineless one? But he himself had no idea what he looked like right now. Beyond his enraged aura, the light green mask gave him the appearance of a green-faced, fanged demon, like a hungry ghost crawled out of hell, appearing before his eyes. Fan Ren looked up at Lu's mask, and for no reason, another scream escaped him. Lu? Do I look very ugly now? Fan Ren felt that what he saw was not a person, but a green-faced, fanged beast, drooling, and he himself, in front of the other party, was like food on a plate. He wants to kill me. He wants to eat me. Veins bulged on Fan Ren's forehead, with only these two thoughts constantly looping in his mind, unable to think at all. The moment the exit coin left his hand, he felt as if he had already seen his great-grandmother. No! Don't kill me, I was just trying to escape. I didn't even dare to lay a hand on you. It was Pu Bucheng who challenged you, not me. Not me, I have no interest in being number one. Please, spare my life, let me go. Killing me does you no good, right? I have an 80-year-old mother, and below her. Lu? Honestly, looking at this kind of person made him feel numb. It almost made him laugh in exasperation. He had thought before that the other party's escape ability was strong, probably an expert. But now, it looked like they had put all their points into survival skills because they were too afraid to die. Ha. Lu chuckled speechlessly, then picked up the other person and made him sit against the wall. To make the enraged mask Lu laugh, Fan Ren could be considered a talent. Lu spoke. I have a few questions for you. Just ask the questions. Lu's previous laugh almost made Fan Ren wet himself. Why on earth were you laughing like that? He trembled, not paying attention to what the sin in front of him had just said, just talking to himself. Don't kill me, let us talk it over. I don't taste good, don't eat me either. Seeing his reaction, Lou didn't waste words, patted his shoulder, and asked. This place there should be many things, right? The kind you can't see or touch. Can you tell me what's going on? As if afraid of scaring the other person, Lou's voice was calm and very gentle. If you can't give me an explanation within 10 seconds, I'll press your head into your pelvis. I'm quick, it won't hurt. In that case, your two heads, upper and lower, will be reunited. Ah! Fan Ren's barely calmed mood instantly exploded. Only one sentence echoed in his ears, the guy in front of him was going to crush him to death. He immediately started wailing again, but his crying was very insincere, only sound and no tears, just a lot of noise. Boom! Lou kicked the wall next to his head and said impatiently. Crying? Crying counts as time too. I'll count to 10. 1. 10. With that, Lou directly pulled out his hell's roar. No, no, no. Where are those 8 numbers in between? Let me think. Fan Ren rushed forward and hugged Lou's thigh. Yes, it's mine, I did it. If you perceive many things, those should all be my strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit constitution? Lou asked back. It's like this, and like that. As he spoke, Fanrun, like clacking a bamboo clapper, confessed all his abilities at once, afraid that concealing even a little bit would get him killed by the sin in front of him. Lou was stunned by what he heard. Strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies, huh? Can you retract them? No, I really can't. They can only dissipate on their own once they're out of range. Fanrin quickly said, thinking, please let me go, and these things will disappear. Can't? That's perfect. With that, the smiling face reappeared on the mask of wrath. To be honest, Fanrin was the person who caused the smile emotion to appear on the mask of wrath the most. Perfect? Fanrin was puzzled, then suddenly felt a tightening on his shoulder. Lou grabbed him firmly, pinning him against the wall. Did you study hard when you were in school? Read more books. What? Before Fanrin could react, a gray book appeared before his eyes. The book seemed to possess some kind of magic, making one unable to look away once they saw it. It was mesmerizing. From the corner of his eye, he could still see the title on its cover, The Confessions of the Disheartened. Amidst the intoxicating gray, the book's cover slowly opened, turning to the first page. In an instant, Fanrin felt his life was such a failure, like an ant in front of the strongest player. Maybe he should just die here, he didn't want to live anymore. At the same time, a series of unknown shrieks, like the wails of ghosts, echoed through the stadium. Chapter 79, skip tutorial, skip background, skip animation, then kill kill kill. In the stadium, clouds of hazy gray mist exploded, but then quickly vanished, giving one the feeling that they had seen wrong just now. The entire space of the venue twisted. Screams rang out one after another, accompanied by faint popping sounds, like dust being swept up by a gust of wind, creating an invisible fireworks display within the stadium. Lou could clearly feel that the large-scale malice that had been staring at him in the arena was steadily decreasing. The strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit seemed to be disappearing like blocks in Tetris. Moreover, the noisy stadium was gradually becoming quiet. The previously boisterous sounds of activity were slowly subsiding and disappearing. It seems that even those were tricks played by Fan Ren's strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies. Everything in the entire stadium was meant to confuse Lou and trap him there. Park Buching and Fan Ren had planned everything, except for Lou's strength. The S-rank sealed artifact was only released for a few minutes, and the stadium became eerily quiet. The hundreds of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body clones were all wiped out. Bang! Lou forcefully closed his book, putting away the Confession of the Disillusioned. The S-rank sealed artifact was indeed remarkable. Just this simple page had completely wiped out Fan Ren's strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies, and the backlash was also quite evident. The negative impact on himself was primarily emotional and mental, but due to the mask of wrath, he couldn't feel any of it. Lu could only feel an unnamed fire ignite in his heart the moment the book was opened, as if everything in the world displeased him. Fan Ren in front of him looked hateful, making him want to kill. This stadium's furnishings looked like junk, making him want to smash them. This school was annoying, making him want to blow it up. In short, nothing in the world satisfied him. It was like a black hole, devouring all warmth and reason from his heart, converting it all into a furious rage that wanted to destroy everything. Lu now understood the description of rage. I am the fire that burns the world to ashes. This book really shouldn't be read too much. Reading too many holy books could make one a cold-blooded killer. After putting the book away, the entire stadium became exceptionally quiet, as if the previous noise and commotion were just an illusion that had never happened. It's better quiet. Except for one person. I'm such a failure. I am nothing. Might as well just die. Fan Ren slumped to the ground, muttering unconsciously as if he had been broken. His nerves had been bent and twisted repeatedly, already becoming somewhat disfigured. First, he was intimidated by the rage mask, and then affected by the conceptibility of the disillusioned. His mind was almost at its breaking point. Lu was already in a bad mood, and seeing Fan Ren's pathetic state, he asked in a very kind manner. What, you want to die? Do you need my help? A sudden flash of divine light burst from Fan Ren's eyes, and he twisted his body, springing up from the ground and scrambling backward a few steps. No, big brother. I was just messing with you. I was talking nonsense. I really want to live. I want to live incredibly badly. I want to live so much I can't sleep every day, terrified that if I fall asleep I won't wake up. All negative emotions in his mind were swept away. A powerful will to live made Fan Ren disregard any feelings of discouragement. He now felt how difficult it was to save his own life in front of this sin. Although challenge mode didn't have elimination conditions for victory or defeat, if you were caught and killed by sin, that was entirely on you. Fan Ren glanced at the exit coin on the ground out of the corner of his eye, just thinking about how to retrieve it, when Lu naturally bent down and picked up the exit coin. Fan Ren? Lu ignored Fan Ren's internal collapse and walked towards the center of the stadium, vaguely hearing the sound of a bouncing ball. However, his beastly intuition didn't detect anything at this moment. He didn't feel any malice watching him in the stadium, nor did he find anything unusual. Although all distractions had been rooted out, he couldn't immediately think of the actual game content. Eliminating wrong options, finding the correct option. Lu had been fighting for a long time and was too lazy to clear the level. Normally in this situation, isn't there someone readily available? He turned to the bewildered Fan Ren and asked. What's the game here about? Fan Ren cautiously replied. If I tell you, will you not kill me? You can choose not to tell me, Lu replied calmly. No. Tell. Must tell. Fan Ren instantly stood at attention. Basketball, the opponent plays basketball. Fan Ren's sudden change of expression, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit shocked all the spectators, but it had to be said, this was indeed a good way to survive. And then? Seeing the other party cooperate, Lu continued to ask. And then I don't know either, it's true. I just have a slight perception because I can create strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies. Only Park Bucheng knows the specific way to clear the level. Why don't you go find Park Busong? Torture him. Don't torture me, it's useless to torture me. Lu. Fan Ren could be said to have thrown all his integrity away at this point. He would sell out his teammates as quickly as possible. After all, if it weren't for Park Busong, he wouldn't be facing this killer. Lu. The strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit bodies were thankless and offered no pain value to exploit. He was too lazy to analyze too much for this strange story, he just wanted to clear it quickly. This might need to be analyzed from the background story. The protagonist of this urban legend seems to have been waiting for someone who can beat him in basketball. Also, he might have had a tragic past. Once one's integrity is lost, there's basically no psychological burden. Fan Ren spoke earnestly at this moment, as if he were Lu's teammate. Alright, stop talking. Lu interrupted directly, tell me where he is? If described in gaming terms, deciphering and analyzing were both very inefficient actions. If it were the mask of greed, it might have some thoughts on these matters, but he was currently in a state of wrath, and wrath only made him want to use his brain a bit during combat. It's like when you play a game, you skip the tutorial, skip the background introduction, skip the cutscenes, and then directly enter the game screen, pick up a gun, and prepare to kill. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I only know I'm going to kill. Fanrin didn't quite understand Lu, but he was currently in a state of being honest, begging for mercy, so he pointed to a location. That area was already in a mess. The basketball hoop had been knocked over by Lu with a slap earlier and lay in another court. Lu walked over, picked up the basketball hoop from the ground, and plunged it straight into the earth with a thud. Then, he once again took out the Confession of the Disheartened, opened it, and laid it flat on the hoop. Chapter 80, Game Live Dead. I also want to use a max level account. Fanrin looked at the scene before him, somewhat stunned, watching Lu place a book flat on the rim, unsure of what was happening. But soon, he found out. The Confession of the Disheartened, laid flat on the hoop, could not be blown away by a mere breeze unless someone intentionally turned its pages. The sound of a basketball bouncing softly echoed in the gym, then suddenly there was a whoosh, as if it had been shot. A few seconds later, the pages trembled slightly, as if something had dissolved upon them, and then all sounds disappeared. The air was silent for 3 seconds. All sounds had vanished. Then, a sharp roar erupted from beneath the basketball hoop in the gym. A chilling wind swept through the entire stadium, as if something was about to explode. Lu's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward, leaping onto the basketball stand and sitting on the upper edge of the backboard. He picked up The Loser's Confession, crossed his legs, and waited for the battle that might ensue. The aura of wrath spread, pressing against an unseen resentment, like a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers. Lu wasn't entirely sure what would happen next, while Fanrin cowered in a corner of the gym, trembling, hoping he wouldn't be affected. Then, the chaotic and confrontational aura slowly dissipated, and everything returned to peace and quiet. A game prompt, something Fanrin had never even considered, appeared in his ear. Campus 7 wonders, dribbling sounds in the deserted gym, Black Faction successfully challenged. Challenge progress, 2-7, remaining time, 223946. Fan run? Are you kidding me, buddy? It's that simple? Then what was all the torment I suffered before? Social practice? But then he remembered the damage that book dealt to strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, combined with what Park Buching told him at the beginning of the game, and many things started to make sense. Park Buching had told him then your abilities are special, and this gym stage isn't particularly difficult. However, I've custom designed it for you. This stage is especially well suited to your strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit. As long as you can hold on and not be discovered, no one who comes here will be able to leave. Unfortunately, Fanrin didn't hold on, 0. In Park Buching's plan, with hundreds of strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit entities identical to the basketball ghosts mixed together, no one would be able to find the correct target. Furthermore, with Fanrin interfering and substituting from the side, no one would be able to find Fanrin either. If it were a normal person, trying to eliminate interference and find the key to breaking the situation from subtle clues would lead them right into Pubukin's trap. But Lu was the one who came. The Berserker mask detected someone secretly watching him, so he could only catch and deal with them first. Who is projecting malice at me? Looking for death? Lu watched as the situation was resolved, already prepared for another fight, and felt a sudden irritation. Immediately after, a rather strange game voice prompt came through. White player, Fanrin, has withdrawn from this challenge mode competition. Lu thought, didn't I already take his withdrawal coin? Could the other party have also obtained a withdrawal coin from game rewards? He turned around to look, only to find Fanrin still standing behind him. At this moment, the other party also looked bewildered, reaching out to feel his body, as if checking if any part of him was missing. Lu frowned slightly and said, didn't you say your name was Fanrin? Are you lying to me? No, bro. Fanrin panicked, no, what's going on? Why did I withdraw? Fanrin had never encountered such a situation. Strictly speaking, perhaps no one in this world had ever encountered his situation. I'm still in the game, but I've already exited. The game announcement has finished. Just now, he tried to send a message to his teammates through in-game communication, but it also failed. That channel was directly closed to him. Even his own livestream had disappeared at this point. When he clicked on his screen, it was black. So what am I now? A game living dead? My teammates will probably think it's not me but someone disguised, with an ulterior motive, when they see me now. Fan Ren was bewildered. His exit coin wasn't in his possession, so even if he really wanted to exit now, he couldn't. Then all his in-game statuses disappeared. There were no spectators, no teammates, and no one knew he was still wandering. Especially now. Can this formidable foe in front of him truly believe that he is Fan Ren? If this guy can't figure out who he is, he probably won't bother trying to find out. He forced a smile and voluntarily said to Lu. Really, big brother, believe me, I have no reason to lie to you. How about you give me back the exit coin? I can leave now too. Please calm down, don't do anything. Lu didn't speak, he just picked up the Hell's Roar in his hand and moved it to his right hand. Wait. Let's talk, why fire a gun? Fan Ren was so scared he almost wet himself. Why wouldn't this guy believe that he really had no intentions? If you don't believe me, ask your spectator. I don't even have a live stream from my perspective anymore. Lu didn't look at him. After switching hands, he put away Hell's Roar. He pressed his earphone. Hello? After initiating communication with Anna, Lu turned and walked out of the gymnasium. I see. It seems you're clear through strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit is very fast. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the headset, a voice finally replied. It was pretty simple, Lu replied concisely. Any leads on the location and content of the next urban legend? We've basically found the approximate locations for all of them. The reply from the headset surprised Lu. He hadn't expected the situation to be quite so optimistic. Anna continued. The music classroom and art classroom are relatively clear in their direction. I have a general target, and I'll guide you there in a bit. The toilet and the 13 steps are unclear in their direction. I have a few rough ideas, and I'll need you to scout ahead to the places I think might be problematic, to judge based on how the game triggers. It seemed that Sin had already gotten used to this way of speaking and now directly gave orders without any pleasantries. The two were like ruthless game clearing machines, focused only on tearing through this game. No, I don't know why, but watching them chat gives off such a strong sense of pressure. I wonder if Park Buching can handle it. Too disrespectful, it's only been this long. To be honest, putting myself in their shoes, it feels so good. If I think something's wrong, I just tell Sin, and Sin can go directly and tear through it. Nonsense, wouldn't it feel good if you got to play a max level account? I want to be a Big Shot's teammate too. What? Does the person upstairs also have a way to get legendary weapons? Chapter 81, each with their own schemes, dealing with you is still simple. Lu's pace of clearing stages was already full throttle, making it feel dizzying. Now that he was finally done, he could at last chat about other topics during this free period. Anna's eyes had once again flown back, starting to circle in the air, preparing for a new round of guidance, leading towards the music classroom. Lu also understood that many things concerning the Seven Wonders were mysterious and supernatural. If the confessions of the disheartened had a strong antagonistic effect on strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, then for him, possessing this item might be more useful than a gun. So he held the book in his hand, straightened his clothes, looking very refined, even like a university professor. This image was all about the contrast, leaving Anna, who had flown over, momentarily speechless and somewhat exasperated. The metal ball circled twice in the air, saw Fan Ren looking utterly hopeless in the gymnasium, and asked, "What is this person?" "A passerby." "My life's dream is probably to survive," Lu replied. "Alright, also, Park Buching is probably designing new restrictions now that another stage has been cleared. Remember to pay more attention yourself." Watching Lu's figure gradually disappear from sight, Fan Ren finally let out a long breath, completely exhausted, collapsing onto the almost ruined floor. His mind was blank, and at the same time, he felt a bit lost about his current situation, unsure what to do. He had been kicked out of the game system entirely. Should he just wait here stubbornly? What would Park Bo-ching think of him? What would the people of the great Hanmin nation think of him? Given Park Bo-ching's character and personality, he would probably think he was useless. Was he being heavily cursed right now? He hoped that guy wouldn't take his anger out on him if he got abused too in the end. Leaving aside everything else, at least Fan Ren's judgment of Park Bo-ching was quite accurate. Sheesh. How long has it been? An instance completely customized for that guy, and it didn't even last an hour before ending? And why did he quit again without sending back any news? How can these guys be so useless, unable to even send back a message? Over 100 clones, able to swap positions with a single thought. Even if they were 100 pigs, they wouldn't all die without being able to say a word. Siba. Park Bo-song was raging in impotent fury at this moment. He hadn't actually expected to defeat Sin, the world's #1, in just 1 or 2 games, but his teammates quitting the game without saying a word each time was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Meanwhile, with Fan Ren's game screen completely gone, the spectators from the Great Cold Underworld in the livestream, those who hadn't been watching Fan Ren's first-person perspective closely, began to speculate and disparage. Fan Ren's performance is indeed a bit indefensible. The most time-consuming level was finished so quickly. I checked, that Fan Ren seems to have some Chinese ancestry. That explains it, a traitor, Siba. At this moment, Park Bo-song was in no mood to maintain his image, nor did he want to say anything to his spectators. He finally began to feel a sense of crisis. Although the game became harder the further it progressed, and he could add many restrictions, if the Sin he had never met could clear the game with this level of strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit, then he truly felt a bit uneasy. They were all human, only 3 games, and the gap could be this big? Siba. It must be because my teammates are too useless, that's why it turned out this way, utterly useless. The game's suggestion interface had appeared long ago, but he hadn't exercised his power for a long time to add new restrictions for the black side. He was a bit less confident now, unsure how to guarantee his victory 100%. If he lost, he didn't dare to imagine. Siba, it must be because my teammates are too stupid, I clearly designed. As if thinking of something, Park Bo-song's cursing paused slightly, as if something had come to mind. A slight smile played on his lips, and he began to input his new restrictions into the game interface before him. Since my teammates are all useless, then no matter how awesome you are your teammates definitely awesome too? At this point, Lu had been guided by Anna's eyes to a special arts and physical education building, arriving in front of a classroom on the basement floor. This is it. This is the place I'm most certain is an urban legend location. But how exactly it triggers depends on the game, and how to clear it depends on you. Lu nodded. He was accustomed to solo clearings, and this feeling was the freest for him. This method of cooperation also didn't tie his hands. Alright, then I'll handle things here first, and you can confirm the other areas. Lu's words were already somewhat like telling her to leave. This was the most subtle way he could speak while in a state of rage. Just as he was about to walk in, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Wait, you only mentioned 4 subsequent games just now, it seems. Only 2 have been completed so far, which means, there's still 1 more. Hearing the question from Sin, Anna replied. Yes, that one should be the most hidden. I haven't found it yet. I'll look around more later. Lu frowned slightly. It wasn't that he thought there was a problem, but his intuition told him that Anna's words seemed to carry an unusual emotion. But he said nothing, just responded with a sound, then walked into the classroom. In the biology classroom, Anna sat alone in the cluttered and quiet, empty classroom, legs crossed, communicating with Sin. When she had just said, I haven't found it yet, no one saw that behind her, a plaster sketch model of a pair of lips had its corners subtly turned upward. Who said there could only be 1 urban legend in a classroom? However, what no one else knew was that Anna, with her back to the plaster model, also had a slight upward curve to the corner of her lips when she spoke those words. How could the all-seeing eye have a blind spot? I have eyes on the back of my head. And in this subtle atmosphere, the game's restriction finally arrived late. Black team player has passed the second campus marvel, now white team player issues the second restriction. Among the black team players, for this challenge mode game, everyone must have a record of clearing a campus marvel. The moment Anna heard this restriction, she couldn't suppress the corner of her mouth, almost laughing out loud. She looked up, her expression a little profound. Pubuching, oh Pubuching, although Sin's mentality and behavioral patterns are difficult to analyze, predicting you seems to be a bit too easy. Chapter 82, Planning and Prediction Conditions. Lou walked into the classroom in front of him and also heard the voice in his ear, immediately pausing his steps. Anna had almost perfectly anticipated Pal Buchan's thoughts, but Lou here was not yet entirely clear about Anna's capabilities. All-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. While it's indeed good, its combat ability doesn't seem to be very strong, or rather, it hasn't shown its combat ability yet. She has to clear a stage 2? Isn't this a joke? What if she fails? Does that mean I'd also be considered to have failed the challenge? This is just ridiculous. This game is a challenge mode, a challenge for me and Park Busan. The previous restrictions didn't say what would happen if she lost. Thinking to himself, Lou felt that the problem with this matter seemed even greater. After entering the room, the door automatically closed, and a clearly eerie atmosphere immediately assailed him, but Lou didn't pay much attention to it. He pressed the earpiece again and said, "Did you hear the game restrictions just now?" "I hear you," Anna replied. "You confirmed the game difficulty is held difficulty before selecting players, and then the game matched teammates for you. It's already confirmed that Park Busan has more than one teammate, meaning he has more people to help him. But for you, it's already held difficulty, so the original intention was for me, your matched teammate, to drag you down." While replying, she stood up and walked around the classroom casually as if bored, occasionally fiddling with the sculptures in the room with her hands, moving them around. At this moment, all the sketch sculptures in the classroom had been rearranged by her. Lou listened to her words, fell silent for a moment, then replied. "Then you're quite self-aware. Aren't you being too rude? Alright, no more nonsense. Among these urban legends, do you think any are relatively simple?" Lou became slightly serious. "You can choose an easier one. I'll beat them half to death for you, and you can finish them off. Don't delay the game. Anna." At this time, she hadn't yet told Lou about her own situation, because she had probably already figured out what Pal Buchan intended to do. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed her all-seeing eye helmet. The armor on her ears immediately liquefied, then extended downwards to cover her headphones, and solidified again. Subsequently, a very tiny nerve spike pierced into her skull, causing her to frown slightly from the pain. But immediately afterward, she didn't say a word, and her thoughts directly transformed into sound, entering Lou's ears. "Sin, I hope you won't spread this. What I'm about to say, the spectator can't hear, and Pal Buchan over there can't possibly know. Only the two of us can hear it. Lou, the weather at this school is really bad." Anna nodded contentedly, continuing to reply in her mind. "To make a long story short, whether I become a burden to you is not for you to decide, but for the game to decide. If the game has such a purpose, then the stronger you are, the more counterproductive it might be, and Pal Buching is also working in this direction now. But I think, in this regard, we might be able to turn their plan against them." Lou didn't quite know how to pretend. Wearing the rage mask made him somewhat unaccustomed to it. "Hello? Why aren't you speaking?" In short, the next game probably won't focus on restricting you, but will try to use me as a breakthrough. You still need to complete your current game with lightning speed. Make them fear, make them panic. After you complete it, I predict the opponent's next additional restriction. It's highly likely to be, any death or withdrawal of a member of the black team counts as a failure of the challenge mode. The previous restriction he added wasn't enough, so this one is necessary. As long as you act decisively and quickly enough, I'm 90% sure I know what Pal Buching is thinking. Anna spoke quickly in her mind. Although only she and Sin knew what they were talking about, even the spectator was confused, but the content of her words was very interesting. That is, she had completely assumed that Sin could clear the bizarre tale, and do so very quickly and violently. She didn't even offer a second option, as if she thought it was also self-evident that Sin would normally not fail to clear it. And after Lu heard this statement, he didn't even raise any objection, as if he felt the same way. The arrogance of the two reached an astonishing alignment at this moment. No one thought of failure, or rather, based on the situation of clearing the first two stages, Anna had defined the strength of Sin, the strongest player, as extremely high. Hearing no dissenting voice from Lu's side, Anna then said somewhat tentatively, "So, I believe this can be exploited. If, after you clear this stage, the opponent's additional restriction is as I predict. I hope that during the subsequent clearance process, you can appropriately accept my advice, and perhaps sometimes I won't give a reason." She knew that Sin in a state of rage was not easy to communicate with, so she could only propose her conditions during relatively calm moments. Otherwise, everything would once again be out of her control, and if Pao Bucheng were to use her as a breakthrough to win again, she would also find it unacceptable. Lu didn't quite know what the other person was thinking, nor was he very sure what the other person's plans were, but he heard the confidence in her words. If failing on her side could really affect him, that truly seemed to be the only thorny issue he faced right now. It looked like she was confident in solving it. "Okay," Lu replied, "is my room an art classroom or a music classroom?" Listening to the sound coming back from Sin's side, Anna pursed her lips, as if she had won a battle, unable to completely hide her emotions. Although she was still in an uncanny place where every sketch and statue was eerie, the psychological pressure of negotiating with Sin was clearly far greater. 2 games into challenge mode, and a preliminary pattern was finally established. Then, everything was ready. And she also found that, under normal circumstances, Sin still possessed basic rationality and the possibility of communication. For example, right now, it even knew to deliberately say unrelated things to create a diversion. It was quite cautious when it needed to be. "That's settled then, keep in touch." With that, Anna exited the special brainwave communication method, her mind severely drained, her face slightly pale. Lu on the other side. "No. So, was this classroom an art classroom or a music classroom?" Chapter 83. Your music is beautiful, but I'm in a hurry. Why no response? My question wasn't meant to be a diversion. Lu looked up, and after a quick glance, he discovered a portrait on the wall. The person in the painting seemed to be imitating the Mona Lisa, smiling as she looked straight ahead. "I remember my teammate told me before that there's a legend about the tears of a portrait, right?" Lu slowly, without much thought, took a brief look before walking forward to try it. "Is that you? What are you smiling about? Not going to shed a tear?" Lu stood motionless in front of the portrait for more than 10 seconds, as if engaging in a mental standoff, staring back at the painting. He himself didn't know how to handle it. Usually, he would wait for the opponent to make the first move, then figure out how to deal with the target. But this time, his intuition didn't sense any strange atmosphere or malice from the portrait. "This guy seems quite tricky. How could his aura concealment be so masterful?" As he was confronting the portrait, melodious piano music echoed through the spacious room. "Lu?" He stiffly turned his head towards the source of the sound. In the corner of the room sat a Steinway piano, covered with a red cloth, exuding a classical aura from the last century. At this moment, the piano sat quietly in the corner, playing elegant, classical blues, as if it had been stored for countless eons, giving off an overwhelming sense of solitude. Lu swore that when he first came in, this piano wasn't here at all. It appeared suddenly at some unknown time. That is to say, this urban legend scenario wasn't the weeping portrait, but the piano music in the evening music room. He had just been battling wits with thin air. Lu, ###. Almost instantly, the previously relatively normal enraged mask showed signs of overload, its luminous flow changing repeatedly, finally forming an angry face. "TSK, that woman Anna didn't explain it clearly enough. It's not you, you didn't say?" In a fit of pique, he punched the wall, smashing the portrait and the wall along with it, sending wooden wall fragments and bricks scattering across the floor. "Portrait, can I speak?" "No, I vaguely remember this being a horror game. Why does it feel like it's turning comical? Any experts want to analyze if there's any deeper meaning to Sin's move here?" It totally bewildered the piano. It even came out on its own. Park Buchung miscalculated. If this piano had stayed hidden, this level could have hard CC'd the big boss for a long time. Seemingly accustomed to the sin mode, the spectators still exuded a cheerful atmosphere in this horror game challenge. In the music room, all the curtains suddenly drew shut, plunging the entire room into darkness. Clap! The sound of a flint striking rang out, and in the dark room, a flicker of light appeared out of thin air at the piano's location. Looking at the dim and somewhat flickering light, Lou remained still, only speaking to say, "A very heartwarming scene." The spectators, who were starting to get immersed in the horror scenario, were speechless after hearing this. "Only you would find this comforting at a time like this, okay?" In the room, a melodious piano sound, as if it could soothe one's heart, was suddenly accompanied by a hollow, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit female voice. "Would you like to play a piano piece with me?" The voice was soft, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit and melodious, fulfilling all human imaginings of beauty, making one unable to refuse. "What a beautiful voice, I feel like I'm falling in love." Wait! Don't fall in love yet. Did blank tell Guilt the characteristics of each urban legend? I looked up this urban legend. If it's confirmed to be piano music at night, you can't listen to this tune, nor can you play along. The spectators who supported Lou began to get anxious at this time, but their anxiety was useless, as this information was blocked under challenge mode, and Lou wouldn't see what they said. So, guided by the hollow, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit female voice, Lou slowly walked forward, coming before the piano. Looking down, the keys of the antique Steinway piano were dancing freely, playing an intoxicating sound. "Would you like to play a piece with me?" The hollow, strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit female voice sounded again, tempting Lou, like a mermaid in the deep sea luring passing sailors. Likewise, on the piano keys, several keys began to flash pink light alternately, as if guiding Lou to play the tune in this manner. Lou looked at the piano in front of him, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly bowed slightly. "Your piano playing is beautiful. But I'm in a hurry." Just when the spectators wondered what he was going to do, thinking that this wrath had changed his nature, it was almost. He then straightened up, used all his strength, and smashed it hard towards that Steinway piano. Courtesy before force.jpg. That exquisite antique Steinway piano instantly exploded. Ordinary metal and wooden structures had no chance of resisting this punch in the slightest. Boom! The sound was like a violent demolition. The entire piano, like an assembly toy, scattered its parts across the whole classroom, some even exploding into powder upon hitting Lou's body. Lou didn't care about the method of passing the level or any taboos in his opinion, since the content of the strange story was piano sound. Smashing the piano was naturally the best choice. The moment the piano exploded, the light in the entire room dimmed, and Lou's intuition once again sensed that something had appeared in the room. If there's something, it's easy to deal with. Whether it's human or ghost, as long as you're there, it can be resolved. Passionate, melodious, and deep piano music resonated almost simultaneously. Music has the ability to regulate human emotions. Each piece is like countless threads, tugging at one's strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, soul, seeking to make them succumb. A row of glowing red piano keys flowed forming a large circle around Lou. The room became exceptionally dark, and within the gloom, a blood-red light emanated from the piano keys. The original pale red lights had gone out. Lou stood still, then suddenly took a few steps forward and yanked down the classroom curtains. Dark, it's so damn dark. Outside the window, it was no longer day but a pitch blackness like ink, as if such darkness had never existed since the dawn of humanity. Lou pressed the earpiece on his ear and asked, "Is it dark now?" "No, you've probably entered a cadence scenario." Anna immediately guessed that something might have started on Guilt's side. "Okay." Lou nodded. "If there's no clearance notification after 10 minutes, remember to remind me." Chapter 84, The Skeptical Korean Player, 2 kills with 1 shot. After speaking, Lou hung up the call and began to observe the situation in the room. His biggest worry was that his spirit would be deceived, leading to an error in his judgment of time, like how it suddenly turned pitch black outside just now. He needed the exact time, so he entrusted this task to the relatively safe Anna. If time hadn't actually malfunctioned, then it meant they had already entered the game scene. Clearly, a new urban legend had been triggered. After all, piano music in an empty classroom late at night. Student, would you like to play a song with me? The female voice that previously emptied strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit reappeared, but this time, the voice was incredibly close, as if a beautiful woman was leaning on your shoulder, whispering into your ear. Lou felt as if he was in a dreamlike starry sky, enveloped in darkness, with a row of strange, ethereal piano keys floating before him. The keys were circular, encircling Lou's body in a massive ring, enveloping him even from behind. And Lou's intuition at this moment clearly told him that someone was behind him. The entity seemed to be pressed against his back, like a ghost possessing him, making its invitation with a plaintive, almost weeping tone, like a resentful beauty. Lou raised his fist and forcefully smashed it towards the piano keys in front of him, but the heavy punch passed through the light and shadow of the keys unobstructed, creating a terrifying whooshing sound in the air. Seeing that his attack failed, Lou frowned slightly and spun around with an elbow, but he just turned in a circle without hitting anything. The thing was like a maggot attached to the bone, clinging tightly to Lou's back, impossible to shake off. Why are all of the 7 great campus urban legends about ghosts and spirits? Handsome boy, would you like to play a song with me? The voice that emptied strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit sounded again, right behind Lou, with a hint of teasing, even a touch of boasting in its tone. It seemed proud that Lou couldn't do anything about it. Lou, ####. Are there no other words? One music score after another floated up, golden scores fluttering in the air, bearing different musical notes, and the corresponding tunes were now playing repeatedly around Lou. There were languid songs of love, mournful and plaintive. There were clanging sounds of war, as if one had arrived at a roaring battlefield. Lyrical, blues, jazz, various elegant and vulgar tunes from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, kept playing. Lou even suspected he was hallucinating some strange internet songs. World Weary Group 7144867770. For example, Big Banana, Big Banana. He violently shook his head, and intense emotions suddenly surged. Listening to the myriad music in his ears, Lou's emotions were repeatedly invoked. And such musical scores kept increasing, new ones continuously generated as the music flowed. And the fellow who had been clinging to Lou's back gradually became more triumphant in his tone. The strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit of emotions are infinite. If a person's emotions constantly experience extreme joy and sorrow in a short period, it's like a wire being repeatedly bent, it will eventually break. As long as Lou enters and has no solution, he will ultimately sink forever, becoming a slave to music. At least, that's what Fan Zian thought. That's right, Pu Bucheng has many teammates, and each of them is quite skilled. To draw a comparison, many have reached the level of Zhou Tian. And she is the teammate hidden in this level, but she is very unconvinced right now. Because Pu Bucheng had just called her and given some instructions. Lou's 2 previous quick clearances, which left his teammates with no news to report, had already scared Park Bu-song. Even a pig would realize the horror of sin at this point, so Pu Bucheng had somewhat lowered his demands, only hoping to secure his final victory. As for whether he was stronger than sin, he no longer had that obsession. In his opinion, who is strong is not important. Who is first is what matters. He had already planned to use this opportunity to become first, then leverage his family's influence to operate and directly become a local emperor with special abilities, doing whatever he pleased. Who would still participate in the game? Using the exit coin leaves you with nothing, and losing the game might even mean instant death. With so much money in my family, why should I risk my life? So Pu Bucheng briefly suppressed his foolishness, restrained his arrogance, and began to act more cautiously, thus cautioning Fan Zian. Sin's ability is very strange, perhaps very strong. Your level is not that critical in the design. Don't aim to defeat Sin, just stall for as long as you can. The most crucial thing is to send back information. In a sense, Park Bu-song didn't think Fan Zian could win against Lou, and he was already planning the subsequent bizarre tales. But now, Fan Zian didn't think so. Her ability clearly matched this level well, and this Sin in front of her seemed to be nothing special. She didn't really see how the Sin in front of her could do anything to her. Although at first, she was greatly shocked when the opponent shattered a piano with one punch, this also upgraded the uncanny scene to the second stage. The opponent didn't bother to decipher anything but attacked directly, increasing the difficulty for her. Her evaluation of Sin was simple-minded and brawny. She wondered how the previous teammates had lost. "Classmate, would you like to play a song with me?" Once again, she said teasingly, she decided to meet this number one under heaven. She really wouldn't believe it. "Are you human? Or a ghost?" Lou turned several times, only to find the other party clinging tightly to him. That feeling of being insubstantial yet stubbornly attached made him frown. "I am both human and ghost," Fan Zian said with a touch of pride. Lou had only asked casually, never expecting this guy to actually answer. "And that wasn't all," Fan Zian continued. "Play a song, temporary world number one. My ability is strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit, body possession, and this girl behind you is a product of the game itself. Now, she has been possessed by me. You can't catch me, don't waste your energy." "Lou? Who asked you? When will you guys get over this habit of introducing yourselves? So you have no physical body. It can also happen." As she spoke, the illusory body of the girl leaning against Lou slowly solidified. To an outsider, the music classroom showed a man and a woman standing back to back, a beautiful scene. Fan Zian slightly controlled her body to gain some physicality, leaning provocatively against the back of Sin. Illusory and real, completely at her command. The next second. Bang! With the Hellfire's tongue of flame, Lou shot himself in the abdomen. One shot, two targets. Chapter 85. I am not bloodthirsty, I just might not be able to control myself. Fan Zian had already transformed into a human body the moment Lou's back muscles moved slightly. But it was too late. A muffled grunt broke the melodious piano music in the classroom. Everyone could hear the pain and endurance in that sound, making the chaotic but harmonious notes in the room become discordant. Fan Zian, having reverted to her strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body, looked down at her upper abdomen. There was a bullet hole there. Although there would be no bleeding after becoming a strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body, and the pain would be greatly weakened. However, the throbbing pain and the unstable shaking of her strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body made her clearly aware that her current state was very poor. Especially her mental state. She was incredibly distressed because she had to accept the fact that she had been shot. In the trajectory of her life, this was the first time she had been shot. She had no idea what to do after being shot, let alone how she would transform back into a physical entity later. Would it hurt a lot? And the most important thing was that she couldn't believe what had just happened. In her original design, she was supposed to tease the first behind her, and when the opponent tried to turn and attack, she would instantly possess him and spiritualize. This wasn't just provocation, it would also successfully incite the opponent's emotions, fitting the scene of this uncanny tale. This person would eventually be driven mad by her. But he just shot directly? From that angle, she didn't have time to react. There was only one situation where she couldn't dodge. He shot her in the abdomen, piercing through two of them. What kind of pervert was this? Sin wasn't mad yet, but she herself was already on the verge of a breakdown. With her thoughts in disarray, the singing in the room even became intermittent. At the same time, Lou's voice came again from behind her. His tone was steady, as if there was no sign of injury whatsoever. "Classmate, would you like to play a song together?" The words Fan Zian had said countless times were returned to her by Lou, exactly as they were. Fan Zian. She didn't know how to reply. She could only resolve in her heart that before dealing with this man, she must never revert to her physical state again. "Do you know I held back?" Lou's voice was calm and suppressed, as if he was trying his best to restrain something. Fan Zian didn't know what the other party meant, so she remained silent. Due to the design of the bizarre tale, in her strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body state, she could only stand back to back and stick close to Lou, unable to see what was happening on his side. He shot her, and he's completely fine? What a ruthless person. No, she couldn't drag this out. The number of notes had to continue increasing. Thinking this, her ethereal hands began to dance on the piano keys on the back, and sheet music, one after another, floated in the air. Every sheet of music tugged at Lou's sanity, attacking his nerves, and deepening his rage. But he was still very calm at this moment. "If I had aimed for my neck just now, you would be dead." A chill instantly ran down Fan Xian's back. The position of Lou's neck corresponded almost exactly to her head. Although the idea of shooting herself in the neck sounded utterly fantastical, she suddenly felt that the words spoken by the person behind her were serious. The other party would definitely dare to do it. Without warning, she felt an inexplicable sense of dread. She always felt as if she was hovering on the brink of life and death. Even in her strength, agility, speed, luck, spirit body state, where even a nuclear bomb couldn't harm her, she still didn't feel any sense of security. The man behind her seemed to exude a suppressed aura, ready to explode and devour everything at any moment. "Too bad you won't get that chance," Fan Xian retorted defiantly, then began rapidly creating musical scores, weaving a spider web, and controlling the prey within it. "You should withdraw now," Lu said again. "Classmate, would you be willing to play a piece with me?" This was Fan Xian's response. For some reason, she felt that this sentence determined her fate. "I'm sorry." Lu's suppressed tone gradually faded. If anyone could see him, his eyes were slowly changing at this moment, as if the size of his pupils was dilating. Slowly, his eyes turned pure black. "I am not bloodthirsty, but I might lose control." This urban legend specifically manipulates emotions, so he might lose control for a period afterward. If he loses control, it won't be himself who suffers. A desperate aura enveloped the classroom, making Fan Xian feel an icy chill to her bones. Two black, gaping holes appeared as eyes on the light green mask of rage, and the corners of its mouth began to crack and dissolve. The confessions of a disheartened person suddenly floated into existence, standing alongside the musical scores in the air, causing the scores to sway abruptly. Then, Lu's left hand turned a page of the book, and his right hand rested on the piano keys before him. A scholar's right hand, with grandmaster-level playing skills. The first page opened, and the characters in Confessions of a Disheartened Person were chaotic, like a disordered dictionary haphazardly pieced together, twisting into frantic sequences. And Lu just watched that chaotic thing, his right hand beginning to play. A scholar's right hand, never mind how it plays, it can simply use the confession as sheet music to perform a movement. Instantly, an unusual, highly dissonant sound filled the classroom. It was as if the Vienna Golden Hall was playing a symphony 1 second, and the second hand Rose Band rushed onto the stage the next. In terms of emotion, Fan Xian's musical score contained a variety of emotions, needing to torment endlessly, starting from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. And the only emotion Lu expressed was anger, unreserved anger. That emotion possessed extreme invasiveness, almost instantly overwhelming everything else, and the illusory musical score in piano keys, illuminated by the confessional of the disillusioned, also began to tremble incessantly. "Fan Xian! What happened?" No one answered her question. Lu's left hand turned the book to the second page. The strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit of the right hand moved so fast it blurred into an afterimage. In the empty room, a team of demons seemed to appear out of thin air, wantonly attacking the other sound runes, backfiring on the core of this formation Fan Xian. Not even 2 minutes had passed since Lu said, "I regret it." Fan Xian felt a strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit soul level suffocation. Her strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit body trembled continuously. She felt that the ghost she was possessing could collapse at any moment. If it collapsed while she was possessing it, then she would also die. But if she transformed into a physical body, with that pervert behind her, plus the gunshot wounds on her body. When Lu turned the book to the third page, Fan Xian finally made a decision: retreat. Transform into a physical body, take out the exit coin. In the brief moment between these two actions, the ferocious mask had already arrived before her eyes, and his right hand, with a momentum like an overwhelming tide, swung in a full circle towards her face. The scene was like a heavy hammer smashing into putty. Lu 2 minutes ago, I regret it. Chapter 86: The Brutal Side, breaking the fastest record. 2 bottles of poison are placed in front of you. Which one do you choose to drink? A normal person asked this question would naturally say they wouldn't choose either, but the same question was the dilemma Fan Zian just faced. She hadn't expected the situation to deteriorate so rapidly, nor had she anticipated such a fierce counterattack from the opponent. Her strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit body was on the verge of collapsing. Ultimately, to save her life, she chose the bottle of poison that didn't seem very fatal. But now, it was time for her to bear the consequences. She didn't have Anna's vigilance. You should know that ever since she entered the game and found her teammate was Sin, she had immediately taken out her exit coin and hadn't put it down. The ability to manifest as a strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit body gave Fan Zian a sense of security, also making her lower her guard. Lu's movements were simply too fast, quicker than a person's nervous reflex time. Therefore, the scene at this moment was horrific, even somewhat nauseating. Boom! A slap across the face actually created a living sonic boom, even rubbing out a momentary spark. Fan Zian's beautiful half-face instantly collapsed, her face shattering as if made of clay, red flesh and pale bone fragments splashing through the air, mixed with glistening fluid. Not only were her teeth gone, but even her gums were slapped off. Half of Fan Zian's head was now in a state that couldn't be viewed without a mosaic. That slap was too brutal. On the other hand, this uncanny tale's ability to stir emotions was indeed strong. This was also Lu's highest level of anger in this game, almost to the point of losing all reason. The other eye Fan Zian could still use was completely bloodshot, trembling violently, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body was twitching forcefully, but involuntarily it was the unstable twitching of her nerves due to her mental breakdown. Her remaining half-mouth was wide open, but she couldn't let out any screams, only some painful whimpers. Because her oral muscles and pharyngeal structure had been completely destroyed by that slap, along with the fascia of her vocal cords, all were torn, and even her cervical spine was fractured. It was almost as if her head had been ripped off directly. The effect of Lu's slap was enough for a plastic surgeon to earn a PhD. Her entire body was also spun like a top by the blow, flipping several times in the air before heavily crashing onto the distant floor. Fan Zian's body had completely lost control, like a broken sack, her brain matter thoroughly shaken. She should have already fainted, but the intense pain in her face and the terror in her heart forced her to remain conscious. The only thing she could do was desperately clench the exit token in her hand, as if grasping her last lifeline, unwilling to let go. Just as her mind was becoming unclear, a laugh like that from hell echoed in her ears. He he he. Almost instantly, Fan Zian, who looked like she was about to lose her vital signs, had a glimmer of survival in her remaining eyeball. Exit. This was the only thing she thought of in her heart at the very end. The next second, a terrifying split kick smashed down, Fan Zian vanished, and the final kick landed on the floor. But a piece of shredded flesh and a pool of blood still appeared on the floor. It was unclear if some parts of the opponent's body hadn't had time to leave. He. Lu continued to smile strangely. At this moment, the edges of his furious mask emitted dense black chi, imbued with an evil and bizarre aura. The intense aura impacted the entire space. After Fan Zian retreated, her original strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit body, under the radiation of the confessions of a loser, also began to rapidly collapse. This was the first time such a bloody scene had appeared in Lu's game, and it was also the first time Lu himself had displayed such a brutal side. He. Lu continued to laugh inexplicably, standing still, looking at the minced flesh under his feet, silently. His right foot incessantly ground the shredded meat on the ground, pulverizing and juicing it. In the end, the entire floor was directly stomped through by Lu, revealing the scene of the next level. Such a brutal scene was much more unsettling than simply shooting someone. The spectators were all dumbfounded at this moment, feeling it chill down their spines even through the screen. Moreover, Fan Zian just now was a real person, not some in-game existence, and a beautiful woman at that. No one expected Sin to suddenly change from a relatively stable emotional state to this. No, I feel like something's wrong with him. This is much scarier than murder. I'm a bit afraid to watch. That scene earlier made me want to vomit. She's a girl, why such heavy hands? It's a bit of a turn-off, to be honest. Everyone was somewhat uncomfortable. Lu's ferocity and mercilessness in his attack had left a definite impression on them. Some also noticed that Sin's emotional state was clearly not right at this moment, and he still hadn't cooled down. Lu himself was not a pervert, he was even somewhat normal. But at this moment, he was in a state where rage almost completely overshadowed reason. Although that slap to the enemy had alleviated some of the anger in his heart, that feeling of rage had not completely dissipated, and Lu's reason had not yet returned to control. He knew this beforehand, which was why he warned her. If Fan Zian hadn't withdrawn at that moment, it would truly have been a matter of life and death. He couldn't control himself now, his desire for destruction was still very strong. The musical scores floating in the air began to burst and disappear. Presumably, this urban legend was also nearing its collapse. Just then, Anna's voice suddenly came through the headphones. 10 minutes, how are you doing? Lu, still unable to control his manic state, continued to let out unintelligible laughter from his throat. Hey. Anna. What do you mean, buddy? Just as she was bewildered, wondering what was wrong with this first place, suddenly, a series of explosions roared from the other end of the headset. It was as if a demolition team had entered the village. Anna frowned slightly, unsure of what had happened, and quickly sent her eyes flying over. Campus's 7 great wonders, the piano music from the music room at night, Black Team successfully challenged. Challenge progress, 3-7, remaining time, 22 hours 27 minutes and 56 seconds. The sound of a successful challenge rang out. The clear time for this stage was exactly 10 minutes. This was the fastest clear time since the challenge mode began. Fan Zian, refusing to believe in evil, successfully made herself half dead and still created this glorious record. And when Anna's eyes arrived, what they saw were dozens of classrooms that had been shot through, an entire floor completely destroyed. And Crimson, standing amidst the ruins, calmly adjusting his cloak. Chapter 87, Perfect Prediction, Hunter and Prey. Did something happen here just now? Originally, Anna, having received the clearance notification, was still a bit puzzled, wondering what the strange laughter and sounds of battle meant if they had already cleared the level. And after coming here, it's been damaged like this? Did he encounter a master? Nothing happened. Lu said calmly, dusting off his clothes, his tone flat, holding the Confessions of the Dispossessed in his hand, appearing refined and peaceful. As for the ruins here, they were naturally caused by his venting just now, indiscriminately punching his way through everything while out of control. It was only then that the cloak of obscurity showed its purpose after all. If it were just ordinary clothes, Lu would be naked by now. The epic grade weapon was worth it. With his state of rage vented, coupled with closing his book immediately after clearing the urban legend to stabilize his emotions, Lu's personal sanity regained the upper hand at this moment. Now, he looked incredibly quiet and peaceful, a complete contrast to his demeanor moments ago, and entirely different from when he had smashed half of Fan Zian's head with a single slap. But Anna, looking at the mess on the floor, the classrooms indistinguishable from one another, was somewhat speechless. She could probably guess that this was due to Lu's earlier loss of control, and wondered who could have pushed him to such an extent. He was pushed too far, so he finished it in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the spectators, who had been watching Sin's actions the entire time, were now struggling to keep it together. Comment, no way, he just completely changed his face like that? Comment, why does he have a different face when talking to his teammates? Comment, seriously, isn't this going to lead to schizophrenia? In a game lasting less than 2 hours, the number of times Lu switched between elegant and thuggish was simply a bit too high. But there was no other way. The moment he put on the mask of fury, Lu knew that this time he couldn't let himself go. He had to constantly contend with the fury for control over his body. Rage, unlike chaos, is an absolute abyss with the effect of devouring reason. If Lu didn't want to completely lose control, he had to constantly remind and control himself. Thus, the current situation arose, making him seem schizophrenic, sometimes erupting in murder, other times appearing harmless. Circling Sin twice, Anna found that the other party didn't seem to have any major problems at the moment, thinking, please don't lose control completely. If you lose control, it'll all be over, and I'm afraid I'll have to make a quick escape too. Alright, we're pressed for time. Lou straightened his trench coat, tucking the book under his arm. Where to next? Actually, we're not that pressed for time. Anna glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours and couldn't help but retort. She could actually feel that the anger within this guy was still very strong, just suppressed by reason again. This was clearly a state where he needed to find an outlet for his anger. Then, she continued, wait a moment, remember what I said before? Wait for Pooh Buckin's plan. You finished a level so quickly, his restrictions will come soon. Yes, Pooh Buckin was indeed staring at the game screen, veins bulging on his forehead, looking like he had varicose veins. Look at the current time, only an hour and a half had passed. The game was already almost half finished. After having a psychological expectation of Sin's strength, he hadn't thought too much about it, no longer finding failure completely unbearable. Especially this round, he hadn't necessarily expected to keep Lou, so if he lost, he lost. He already had plans for what to do next. However, what he found most unacceptable was actually the game's prompt. White player, Fan Zian, has exited the game. Damn useless trash. Still no news at all? Is there something wrong with this? He's already said it, don't strive for victory, don't strive for victory, it's fine to run if you really can't, no need to even quit. The key is to bring back information about the opponent, to clearly describe their abilities, how they fight, what equipment they have, and any special skills. Is this request so difficult? Why does everyone quit the game without saying a word, knowing that if they quit, everything in the game is lost? Park Bukyong was starting to doubt life at this point. He had previously complained that Fan Ren's great skill only bought so little time, but this Fan Zian, she took a total of 10 minutes, practically helping the opponent earn achievements. Is there really nothing wrong? Park Bukyong questioned the game again. Game. Sybil. After cursing, he could only start talking to himself. It's okay, it's all under control, just 3 games, it's not the end yet. The reason he wasn't flustered was because he had placed his heavy bets on the last 2 games, one of which he was confident could absolutely kill any player in the world, a difficulty that had exceeded his imagination. And even if that Sin truly defied heaven to a certain extent, and could miraculously clear that stage, he still had other means. His trap would point to the black team's other teammate, blank. That is, Anna. Dealing with an unranked woman like you is easy. Even if he really lost to Lou, he still couldn't lose this game. After all, he had a backup plan. In his mind, he was like a spider, having woven a large web. The closer the opponent thought they were to success, the closer they were to failure. With an evil smile, he wrote down the restriction he had already conceived. Black player has passed the 3rd campus wonder. It is now white player's turn to propose the 3rd restriction. If any member of the black team dies or quits, the challenge mode is considered a failure. The moment the voice sounded, Anna immediately smiled. Perfect prediction. Dealing with a simpleton like you still seems a bit too easy. At this point, she had already begun guiding Lou towards the location of the next strange story. It seems I was right, remember what I said earlier? Anna's voice came through Lou's headset. He nodded and replied. It seems your conditions have taken effect. Tell me, what is the favor you want me to grant? Anna stood up in the classroom, stretched her waist, and then began pulling equipment out of her backpack. First, make sure the headphones never fall off. Second, when you're close to clearing this level, remember to let me know. All right. Lou also kept his promise not to ask why. Chapter 88, Dual Operations, she must not have noticed yet. After agreeing, Lou took a deep breath and walked back into the room. Before this, he had suddenly felt a bit bored. The scenes before him hadn't given him the slightest sense of crisis. Entering the corresponding paranormal scenarios, he was merely venting his anger. But just now, after Anna told him her request, he suddenly felt an instinctive sense that something interesting was about to happen. That simpleton, it shouldn't be possible for him to just keep sending levels one after another. Presumably, later on, things would become a bit more interesting. I hope you can give me pleasure and excitement. Otherwise, my rage will only be unleashed upon you. Walking into the room, looking at the spacious central exhibition classroom, seeing the various famous paintings covering the 200 square meter space inside, Lou knew he had arrived at the corresponding room. He immediately relaxed his tense spirit, allowing the frenzied beast within him to gradually emerge from its cage, preparing for a new round of aggression. A different radiance also began to appear on the light green mask, gradually revealing a face that seemed angered, yet also smiled with a hint of pity. He clenched his fists tightly, and in the empty room, his knuckles cracked. "This is the art classroom, right? Does anyone want to shed a tear? We're in a hurry." Outside the classroom, the all-seeing eye's dark golden metallic orb circled twice. After confirming that Lou had entered, the light in the classroom became distorted and difficult to penetrate. She knew the game of sin had already begun. So, she maneuvered her all-seeing eye back, pulled out what looked like an insulin syringe, and injected herself in the temple. That scene looked really a bit scary. Such a large syringe, it made the spectators watching the game feel a jolt of discomfort in their teeth. But she didn't seem to feel any pain, and even showed an expression of enjoyment after the drug was injected. Her eyes opened, pupils turning a beautiful deep blue, like sapphires buried in the deep sea, and a peculiar confidence began to emerge in her gaze. She, too, was a drug-enhanced battle god. However, the medicine on Lou's side was for repairing his own body, allowing him to fight wildly without any worries. But she was different. Her drugs acted on her brain power, a pure brainwave amplification fluid. The all-seeing eye would exhaust her mental capacity. The stronger her brain, the higher its development, the more she could accomplish. At this moment, her brain development level, under various forced developments and drug use, had reached 25%, and when she looked up, the entire classroom, the entire world, seemed to have transformed. All objects were no longer just objects. Besides reflecting light, they also reflected their information, their past and present. In other words, at this moment, she was also different from her previous self. Having stayed in this classroom for a long time, the second hidden urban legend, which had never been triggered, now seemed somewhat simple to her. It was merely reenacting the clearance scenario she had already rehearsed 1,000 times in her mind. She stood up and found a bust of David from a pile of pre-arranged plaster statues. It was a standard handsome European male, with deep-set features, carved lifelike. Though a statue, one could discern a certain human spirit in it. Anna smiled with a touch of morbidness that transcended her usual calmness. She reached out and touched David's head in front of her, her tone gentle, as if coaxing a child. "He has already started over there. I have a hunch he will be fast. So, shall we begin too? Why aren't you smiling? Come on, smile. I remember you smiled 4 times when you were behind me before. Anna caressed David's head, smiling at it, and the entire room fell into a strange silence. The next moment, all the plaster statues in the room instantly began to shake wildly, as if there was an earthquake. David, held by Anna with one hand, began to have its sculpted face distort, its expression appearing somewhat ferocious and angry. "Oh, angry now. I told you to laugh, and you still wouldn't. You really should meet that guy, then you'd behave." With that, Anna took the David statue in front of her and smashed it to the ground. Both started their respective two-pronged attacks simultaneously, embarking on a new round of challenges. One forced the portrait to cry, the other forced the statue to laugh. Over with Pu Bucheng, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he watched the scene before him with a hint of surprise. Although he was completely unaware of the status of the 2 black team members due to his teammates' exit, he was very clear about the trigger states of the Strange Tale games. Now, the 2 Strange Tale elements, the tears of the portrait and the walking statue, were in a triggered state. He wasn't too concerned about the tears of the portrait because it was the only scene without any teammates stationed there, a pure game content. Under the initial matching mechanism, counting himself, there were 5 people on the white side. Of course, 3 had already exited. With insufficient personnel allocation, he hadn't held particularly high expectations for this round. Since the previous instance Sin allowed him to cut through obstacles easily, this round probably wouldn't be a huge problem either. The crucial issue was the walking statue. That was something he had designed from the very beginning, in the same scene as the first Strange Tale, to create a diversion and forcefully separate the 2. In his design, the weaker blank would most likely choose to stay put, potentially triggering the game scene at any moment. And now, this scene had been triggered. This also proved that his judgment was correct. Pu Bucheng was very happy at this moment. This was the first good news he had received since entering this game. He had originally thought that once the Sin side was sufficiently worn down, he would then deploy his strongest Strange Tail to see if he could take him down directly. As for the Strange Tail on Blank's side, it was more like a trump card, a plan B. If he truly found Sin to be invincible, then he would find a Strange Tail to hold him back. Wouldn't it be the same if he himself went out and dealt with that woman when Sin couldn't escape or provide reinforcements? He didn't expect it to be triggered directly now. It seems that woman's strength, agility, speed, luck, and spirit aren't very good. Fortunately, he was far-sighted and had already considered these possibilities, setting up the game restriction failure if either of the two is eliminated in advance. Perhaps, she hasn't even realized she's in the thick of it yet.